At the very moment of his rebirth, the true young master, Ji Beizhong, realized that the false young master Ji Nanchuan had also been reborn. In his previous life, he was the genuine young master, disdained by the affluent Ji family and treated as a sycophant by the goddess, while Ji Nanchuan basked in wealth and the adoration of his family. Everyone sought to curry favor with Ji Nanchuan, believing he would achieve great success in the future. However, in a mere decade, Ji Bei, who made his entrance into the entertainment industry, swiftly ascended to stardom, clinching the title of Best Actor at 25 and the coveted Best Actor award at 27, to the extent that even the lofty investors had to cater to him. Meanwhile, Ji Nanchuan faced the demise of the Ji family, losing 5 sisters in the process, ultimately descending to a fate of selling himself. Upon opening his eyes once more, Ji Nanchuan seized Ji Bei's opportunity to debut. Ji Bei chose to languish and remain indifferent. Did Ji Nanchuan truly believe that the entertainment industry was so easy to navigate? He would soon discover that what he had signed was not merely a debut contract, but a substantial indenture. Wealthy women who lavish money on male stars are often deranged. Talented directors favor male charm, and fans as well as detractors could threaten his very existence at any moment. For those without connections, navigating this realm is akin to entering the underworld. Wishing for fans and popularity is not as simple as possessing good looks. The intricacies of this world are lessons that Ji Nanchuan must learn slowly. Meanwhile, he would simply languish in the Ji family, casually obtain a degree from Hucking, and subsequently engage in research at a national laboratory, producing some results, ultimately bringing a modicum of glory to his country. However, what vexed Ji Bei was his desire to languish and pursue his own endeavors. Why were all 5 sisters weeping and pleading for forgiveness? Why was his aloof goddess seeking reconciliation? Even the prominent entertainment mogul Yang Xinjin came forth to profess her affection. Chapter 1. Can one truly live well after seizing another's life? May I inquire which young master from your family is the star of the viral video? The short video of your young master singing has surpassed 100 million views online. Such immense traffic, if not managed properly, could easily be fleeting. We possess the most professional team and the strongest resources. Given time, we can surely elevate your young master to the pinnacle of stardom. In the Ji family's living room, a plump woman clad in a suit was seated on the sofa. The business card resting on the coffee table, emblazoned with the name of Xingchen Media, had just been placed there by her. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man was none other than Ji Zhongshi, the head of the Ji family. His expression was far from pleasant, evidently unwelcoming of the suited lady's presence. Who was the one that brought shame to the Ji family by seeking the limelight? Though phrased as a question, his piercing gaze darted toward Ji Bei, who stood in the corner. In the next moment, Ji Nanchuan, seated beside Ji Zhongshi and cuddling his arm, suddenly spoke up. "Dad, the person singing in the video is me. I happened to hum a few lines while enjoying the scenery by the lake, and I didn't expect someone would capture it." Ji Bei's eyelids twitched violently. Could it be that Ji Nanchuan had also been reborn? Casting a glance at Ji Bei, Ji Nanchuan shook Ji Zhongshi's arm. "I didn't mean to, Dad. You wouldn't blame me, would you?" In response to Ji Nanchuan, the sharpness in Ji Zhongshi's eyes softened, filled with tenderness. "The affection of so many people for you only demonstrates my son's excellence. How could I ever blame you?" Ji Nanchuan wore a sweet smile as he turned to the others in the room. "Mama, my sisters wouldn't blame me, right?" The others returned his smile in kind. "Our Nanchuan is so exceptional. How could Mom or the sisters ever blame you?" In that moment, everyone forgot that it was Ji Bei, who had loved singing since childhood and possessed an extraordinary talent for music. How could the heavenly voice of the boy in the video possibly belong to Ji Nanchuan, who had been tone-deaf since childhood? Ji Bei's expression remained calm. He had not anticipated that he had been reborn back into the summer before his second year of high school. In his past life, after a failed confession, he had hummed a song by the lake, which was captured by a street blogger and went viral, leading to his recruitment by a talent agency and entry into the entertainment industry. Ji Nanchuan was his half-brother. Due to a mix-up at birth, Ji Nanchuan had been raised as the eldest young master of the Ji family for over a decade, until Ji Bei was finally brought back to the Ji family following a car accident a year prior. Ji Nanchuan, frail and adept at ingratiating himself with the Ji family, left Ji Bei's position as the true young master in a rather awkward predicament. Following an unexpected surge in popularity, Ji Bei entered the entertainment industry. Upon his entrance into the industry, Ji Bei's first endeavor was to participate in a reality show. With his outstanding vocal talent, humble demeanor, and occasional striking good looks, he garnered a substantial fan base. After the reality show concluded, he landed a minor supporting role, which subsequently exploded in popularity thanks to a wealthy investor. Thereafter, Ji Bei's worth soared, and nearly all roles offered to him were leading parts. Eventually, at the age of 25, Ji Bei won the title of Best Actor, and by 27, he had claimed the title of Best Actor once more. "Father, Mother, and my sisters, it seems that brother is rather upset. Did Chuan do something wrong? Lost in thought, Ji Bei was repulsed by Ji Nanchuan's affected voice, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at Ji Nanchuan. This gaze was interpreted by the Ji family as jealousy. The eldest sister, Ji Chun, was the first to defend Ji Nanchuan, exclaiming, "Ji Bei, what sort of look is that? Are you truly so envious of Nanchuan?" The second sister, Ji Xia, cast an irritated glance at Ji Bei, saying, "Focusing all your thoughts on envy towards Nanchuan, what prospects do you envision for yourself? You appear so feeble and dispirited all day long. While we are all here, you dare to look at Nanchuan in such a manner. Who knows how you would bully him in his absence?" The third sister, Ji Qiu, who had a penchant for profanity, added, "You wretched Ji Bei, if you continue to gaze at Nanchuan like that, I shall gouge your eyes out." Damn it. Ji Qiu's words were abruptly cut off by Ji Zhongshi's intervention. Naturally, it was not due to Ji Bei. "Ji Qiu, mind your manners. Do not bring shame to Nanchuan in front of outsiders." Everyone was rallying in support of Ji Nanchuan, yet he appeared with tear-stained eyes, as if he had suffered an immense grievance. "Mom, Dad, sisters, please do not blame Brother Ji Bei. It is all Chuan's fault. It is Chuan." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice choked with emotion. The onlookers' disdainful gazes towards Ji Bei intensified. Ji Bei had been thoroughly chastised, yet he successfully diverted the attention of the agent towards himself. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Ji Bei. Tall and slender, with fair skin, his face, obscured by heavy bangs, became increasingly captivating upon closer inspection, embodying the delicate charm that the current audience adored. Based on her limited expertise, she concluded that this face would appear even more striking on camera. The agent's reaction instilled a profound sense of urgency in Ji Nanchuan, causing him to clench his fists in frustration. He was determined to seize this opportunity, to stand atop the entertainment industry in place of Ji Bei. "Sister," Ji Nanchuan turned to the agent, presenting what he believed to be his sweetest smile. "Sister, I am unable to sing for you today, as my throat is uncomfortable. I have recorded some songs in my room. I shall play them for you." The agent was instantly roused from a reverie. Indeed, Ji Nanchuan's rise to fame through short videos was thanks to his singing talent, not his appearance. Even if Ji Bei possessed a modicum of attractiveness, the audience would not be swayed. With this realization, the agent ceased to regard Ji Bei and softened her demeanor towards Ji Nanchuan. "No need for formality, just call me Sister Lu. We shall have many opportunities to collaborate in the future." A faint blush crept onto Ji Nanchuan's face. "Sister Lu," she responded, thoroughly pleased. Ji Nanchuan's bashful demeanor suggested he would be easily manageable in the future. While he smiled alongside Sister Lu, he shot a fierce glare at Ji Bei, warning him to remain silent. Ji Bei chuckled nonchalantly. Did Ji Nanchuan truly believe that seizing this single opportunity would propel him to the pinnacle of success? Such naivete was laughable. He intended to reclaim what was rightfully his upon his return. Little did they know, this was the very place Ji Bei had yearned to escape in his previous life. Others only perceived Ji Bei's glory, unaware of the myriad hardships a newcomer without connections must endure in the entertainment industry. The company that came to sign him today was merely an obscure firm with no recognition in the industry. During his first reality show, Ji Bei faced bullying that nearly marred his appearance. The script for his debut film was appallingly poor, and the entire crew exhibited a lackadaisical attitude. It was Ji Bei's relentless efforts to refine his character that led him to be the sole individual to gain popularity from that production. Following his rise to fame, he was inundated with slander and scorn from all directions. Curses, rumors, manipulated photographs, and threats against his family became commonplace. Ji Bei found himself powerless to resist, forced to endure it all. What pained him the most were the accusations from those he cherished most, his family. Ji Bei had stood on a rooftop multiple times, contemplating a leap due to his depression. Even the wealthy benefactor who initially supported him turned out to be a violent and possessive psychopath. It was only at the age of 27 that Ji Bei finally liberated himself from her grasp. Yet, Ji Nanchuan remained blissfully unaware of all this. Or perhaps, even if he were informed, could he truly withstand it? His dear younger brother, having been granted a second chance at life, surely could not naively believe that mere signing could lead him to the summit of success. Chapter 2. Being a film emperor is not so easy. In his previous life, the last encounter with Ji Nanchuan occurred on the day Ji Bei was awarded the title of Film Emperor. After the awards ceremony concluded, a prominent figure who had long sought to sign Ji Bei mysteriously announced that he would take everyone to see something extraordinary. Everyone was in high spirits. Ji Bei remained non-committal but decided to follow along. To his shock, the extraordinary thing turned out to be a human livestock auction. The so-called human livestock auction involved individuals stripped of their clothing, chained in cages, and sold to the highest bidder. The mingling of crimson and ivory bodies provided a stark visual stimulus, inciting fervent cheers from the audience. Ji-bei sat numbly in a corner, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed this farce. Over the years in the industry, he had witnessed too much darkness and realized that no one could be saved. The only thing he could do was refrain from becoming an accomplice to the absurdity. Everything changed when a person ascended the stage, sending Ji-bei into a state of panic. The individual, utterly naked and covered in scars, was none other than Nanchuan. Veins bulged on the back of Ji-bei's hand. He dared not reveal any hint of his distress, fearing that others might uncover his connection to Nanchuan and use it against him. If exposed, he would be unable to save Nanchuan and would also jeopardize his own safety. As the auction reached its climax, and it seemed that Nanchuan would be sold to a pervert, Ji-bei flicked the ash from his cigarette and, with an indifferent expression, offered 2 million. The crowd erupted in cheers and jests. That evening, Ji-bei brought Nanchuan back to the hotel. Terrified of causing him further harm, he refrained from asking any questions, running a warm bath for Nanchuan while he contacted a private doctor and arranged for Nanchuan's discreet departure, preparing a substantial sum of money to ensure Nanchuan could live comfortably for the rest of his life. After a considerable time had passed, Nanchuan remained in the bathroom, prompting Ji-bei to call out several times without receiving a response. Growing concerned for his well-being, Ji-bei pushed the door open. What greeted him was Nanchuan's knife. In his final moments, Ji-bei was met with the sight of Nanchuan's face twisted with hatred. Words spilled from Nanchuan's lips one after another. Ji-bei, why do you deserve such a fortunate life? You sing beautifully, you possess good looks, and you thrive in the entertainment industry. Why? You should accompany me to hell. Ji-bei scoffed derisively, his face a mask of sarcasm. In his previous life, he had merely existed for 27 fleeting years. The ones he cherished most were his family, yet they were the ones who inflicted the most pain upon him. In this rebirth, he sought neither vengeance nor reconciliation with them. This time, he only wished to cherish himself, to love no one but himself. Ji-bei, why do you remain there in a daze? I knew you couldn't bear to see Nanchuan do well, not even willing to accompany him, Nanchuan retorted. Ji-bei said nothing, silently following. This was not about accompanying Nanchuan. It was clear that Nanchuan intended to take Sun Yulu to his room to play the songs Ji-bei had recorded as if they were his own. The only reason Nanchuan wanted him there was to avoid exposing the truth in front of Sun Yulu. Of course, Ji-bei had to go. Without him, how could Nanchuan secure a contract? How could he achieve the life he so desperately desired in the entertainment industry? Today marks your brother's auspicious day. I hope you can set aside your jealousy and act with propriety. Ji-bei didn't even lift his eyelids, feigning ignorance. He had grown accustomed to the double standards of this family. In his previous life, when he sought to sign a contract, the Ji family had opposed him vehemently. Ji Zhongshi, entrenched in his old-fashioned ways, believed it would bring shame to the Ji family. Aware that his own company's profits were dwindling year by year, Ji-bei had knelt before Ji Zhongshi, begging for permission to enter the entertainment industry. He was met with 2 harsh kicks and spent the night kneeling in the courtyard, ultimately promising never to mention his family name if allowed to sign a contract. But with Nanchuan, it was an entirely different story. Making a public appearance had suddenly turned into a source of pride for the Ji family. Ji Zhongshi affectionately ruffled Nanchuan's hair, beaming, "Don't worry, my son. I will fully support you in securing excellent resources." Nanchuan beamed back at Ji Zhongshi, thanking him while also stealing a triumphant glance at Ji-bei. Ji-bei remained indifferent, pretending not to notice. Frustrated by his fruitless attempts to flaunt his achievements, Nanchuan bit his lip repeatedly, suppressing his anger. Nanchuan led Sun Yulu to none other than Ji-bei's room. The Ji family villa spanned 3 stories. The top floor housed Nanchuan's piano room, Ji Zhongshi's chess room, Ji Chun's study, Ji Xia's gym, Ji Chio's swimming pool, and Ji Dong's dance studio. The middle floor contained each family member's personal rooms, while the bottom floor consisted of a guest lounge and quarters for the servants. Ji-bei resided in a storage room that even the servants deemed uninhabitable. The room faced north, with a minuscule window and a small area, making it dim and damp, yet Ji-bei kept it meticulously tidy. Aside from a single bed, a desk, and a simple cabinet, the room contained nothing else. At that moment, a throng of people squeezed into the cramped space, rendering it almost uninhabitable. Sun Yulu paused in astonishment upon entering. "Is this the young master's room?" The Ji family had never visited Ji-bei's quarters, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ji Zhongshi was the first to recover, asserting, "It's good for children to experience hardship. It fosters a spirit of perseverance." Ji Nanchuan hurriedly plugged a USB drive from the drawer into Ji-bei's painfully slow computer to play a song. The melodious notes filled the room, instantly capturing Sun Yulu's attention. She was utterly pleased. Such talent would be a waste to keep out of the entertainment industry. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Dong tugged at Ji-bei's clothing, dragging him outside and sneering, "You little wretch, was this intentional? Are you trying to play the victim in front of others? Making it seem like we mistreated you?" Ji-bei had already anticipated this reaction. "What have I done?" Ji Dong, consumed by her anger, failed to notice that Ji-bei no longer even wished to address her as Sister Four. In the past, he would have approached her cautiously, always eager to please, asking, "Sister Four, have I done something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll change everything." Ji Dong's voice dripped with disdain as she hissed, "What have you done? Haven't you done enough? Knowing you are a member of the Ji family, you still choose to dwell in a place unfit even for servants. Just to bring shame upon us. Did I choose to live here?" Ji Dong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling how things had unfolded when Ji-bei first arrived at the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan, in poor health, occupied the best room in the villa. On Ji-bei's first day, Ji Nanchuan selflessly offered his room to Ji-bei, saying it was for him to stay. Given Ji Nanchuan's frail condition, how could the Ji family bear to make a move out? While they felt sympathy for Ji Nanchuan, they believed it best for Ji-bei to stay in the storage room on the first floor until Ji Nanchuan accepted him, at which point they would prepare a room for Ji-bei on the second floor. This way, they could prevent Ji Nanchuan, who was both delicate and unwell, from feeling uneasy. Eventually, everyone forgot about this arrangement. Ji-bei remained in the storage room for an entire year. Reflecting on the situation, Ji Dong realized she had no grounds to be angry. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Ji-bei, I see you've grown a backbone. You dare to speak back to me now." Chapter 3. The Letter from the White Moonlight. Ji-bei's emotions would no longer be easily swayed by the Ji family. He conducted himself with professionalism, stating dispassionately, "You are overthinking things." A single sentence left Ji Dong utterly exasperated. It suddenly dawned on her that Ji-bei seemed to have transformed, becoming more calculating than before. This manipulative vixen had elevated her tactics to steal Nanchuan's affections to a new level of sophistication. The thought intensified Ji Dong's disdain. Indeed, having grown up in a remote village, she had acquired a skillful knack for deceit. How could a boy as innocent and kind-hearted as Nanchuan ever compete with such a scheming harpy? As an older sister, she could not allow her brother to be taken advantage of. Ji Dong's contempt was unmistakable in her gaze. "Don't think that merely changing your strategy will sway us. We are not so easily fooled." Ji-bei cast a puzzled glance her way, unable to decipher her thoughts. Yet, this was of little consequence. Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated in his pocket, prompting him to ignore Ji Dong. He retrieved the device, a budget smartphone with a shattered screen. The Ji family often prided themselves on fairness, while Ji Nanchuan possessed the latest and most advanced smartphone. Along with a spare of a different color and a generous allowance to spend freely, Ji-bei's phone was a mere promotional gift from when the family installed broadband. At that time, Ji-bei cherished it dearly, unaware that on the very day he received it, Ji Nanchuan would demand it out of curiosity about the budget model, only to inadvertently shatter its screen, delighting in his mischief and feigning innocence in the aftermath. For this incident, Ji-bei had faced considerable reprimand from the family. Ji-bei had saved a bit of money from tutoring before coming to the Ji household. He had refrained from purchasing a new phone. intending to buy gifts to win the family's favor. However, such gestures now seemed unnecessary. Upon illuminating the screen, he found a message on WeChat. His act of stooping to check his phone, disregarding Ji Dong, provoked the ire of someone who had always been the school belle, surrounded by admirers. Her brows furrowed in displeasure. "What is your attitude, Ji Bei?" Without lifting his eyelids, Ji Bei replied in a flat tone. "My attitude depends on who I'm dealing with." The sender was someone Ji Bei had saved in his contacts as Qing Ning. The message read, "Ji Bei, I'm at DL Bar. I want to see you. King Ning or Sao King Ning." Upon seeing her name, a vein throbbed on Ji Bei's forehead. In his previous life, if family had inflicted the most pain, Zhao Qing Ning had been a close second. He had regarded her as a childhood friend, while she had viewed him as a backup option. Just yesterday, he had confessed to her, only to be rejected. Ji Bei had intended to wait until after the college entrance exams to express his feelings, not wishing to disrupt her studies, especially since they were in the summer before their junior year, less than a year from the exams. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingning had invited him to KTV, where their classmates filled the room, and one classmate held a large bouquet of roses. Embarrassed, Zhao Qingning tugged at Ji Bei's sleeve, claiming she had something to say to him, creating a fade of confession. Yi Bei's Fate Flushet Crimson. Believing that girls were shy and that confessions should be initiated by them, he had taken the initiative. The outcome, however, was neither acceptance nor rejection, but ridicule. Zhao Qingning had linked arms with Wang Ba, leaning her head on his shoulder, while everyone laughed at Ji Bei, mocking him for aspiring beyond his means. He recalled a similar incident in his past life. The day after the confession, Zhao Qingning had messaged him, "I'm at DL Bar, come quickly." In his previous life, Ji Bei had been utterly devoted to her, fearing for her safety and wondering if the KTV affair was coerced, especially since Wang Ba was the son of the homeroom teacher and rumored to have connections with the principal. After some deliberation, Ji Bei had decided to go. At DL Bar, he found Zhao Qingning seated casually in a corner, chatting with him briefly before expressing a desire for a trendy milk tea from a popular shop. Ji Bei had waited in line for 3 hours under the scorching summer sun. When he finally returned with 2 cups of iced milk tea, he found Zhao Qingning engaged in a close dance with Wang Ba. The drinks were swiftly snatched from him, one for Zhao Qingning and the other for Wang Ba. Ji Bei, drenched in sweat, became the target of ridicule, with jests about his aspirations and taunts about his appearance, culminating in Wang Ba dumping an entire cup of milk tea over his head because he found the tapioca pearls unpalatable. In this life, Ji Bei had no intention of attending. Yet, he recalled an incident from his past life. On the way to buy milk tea, he had passed through an alley where a crowd had gathered. In his haste, he hadn't paid attention, only to later learn from the news that the injured party was the popular Yang Zhenjin. Dressed modestly, she had unwittingly drawn the attention of a gang intent on robbery and assault. Although she had escaped severe harm, she had sustained injuries, and from that day forth, she never wore short skirts again, leaving many fans with an unspoken regret. In his previous life, Ji Bei had crossed paths with Yang Zhenjin several times. She had shown him considerable kindness, even inviting him out for meals and movies. Regrettably, Ji Bei had been so absorbed in Zhao Qingning that he had overlooked any romantic inclinations from other women, let alone considering a date. In this life, Ji Bei had no plans for romance, yet he felt a lingering affection. He did not wish to leave an indelible regret on those few who had treated him well in his previous life. With this thought, Ji Bei tucked his phone away and prepared to leave. Ji Dong, who had been berating Ji Bei, realized he had not absorbed a single word of her scolding, nearly choking on her indignation. Not only had he failed to listen, but he was also attempting to leave before she had finished speaking. Did he no longer desire to remain in this household? Ji Dong seized Ji Bei's arm, shaking him off in disgust. She had almost forgotten that someone from such a humble background lacked hygiene. Ji Dong's brow was deeply furrowed. Who permitted you to leave? Yi Bei expressiones replied. Am I not allowed to go? Ji Dong faltered. Today is a significant day for Nanchuan. You're just going to walk out like this? What are you? Envious of him? Yi Bei smiled sarcastically. Today is a significant day for Ji Nanchuan. What purpose will my staying serve? To inform Sun Yilu that the person singing in the video is me? or to expose Ji Nanchuan for claiming my accolades as his own. Ji Dong's heart sank, her eyes widening in shock. You wouldn't dare. Ji Bei smirked. Do you think I wouldn't? But what if Ji Nanchuan learns that I exposed you at your behest? Would he forgive you then? You. Ji Dong was struck speechless for the first time. She was confident that Ji Nanchuan would not blame her. After all, he was so kind-hearted and sentimental. How could he ever hold a grudge against his family over something so trivial? So, dear sister, should I leave now or go expose Ji Nanchuan? With that, Ji Bei no longer regarded the flabbergasted Ji Dong and strode purposefully out of the Ji household. Chapter 4. The entire bill was to be footed by Ji Bei. Taxis were unavailable near the Ji residence, necessitating Ji Bei to walk a distance to the only bus stop in the vicinity. Under the sweltering summer sun, the heat bore down relentlessly on the unshaded ground, scorching anyone who ventured out. Ji Bei sought the shade, yet still felt as if the sun, earth, and sky conspired against him. I am but a piece of meat on the verge of being seared. The Ji family is not lacking in vehicles. Presently, the Ji family is far more affluent than it will be after its impending bankruptcy. For instance, Ji Nanchuan was bestowed with luxury cars, with a dedicated chauffeur to escort him to and from school each day. In contrast, Ji Bei's finances suffice only for public transportation, which he pretentiously labels as a form of exercise, something only the naive Ji Bei from his previous life would believe. The Ji family's actions are clearly motivated by a desire to conceal his connection to Ji Nanchuan from their schoolmates, lest it tarnish Ji Nanchuan's reputation. However, Ji Bei now cares for nothing. The Ji family is merely a transient presence in his life. He is solely focused on loving himself, diligently studying to gain admission to a prestigious university, and pursuing a research career he is passionate about. Remaining with the Ji family is simply to avoid unforeseen complications that might disrupt his college entrance examination. At DL Bar, in the Red Garden private room, Zhao Qingning has shed her youthful goddess persona from school, donning revealing attire as she dances closely with Wang Ba. A snug crop top barely contains her enviable figure, and as she moves, her slender waist tantalizingly reveals itself, far more alluring than if it were fully exposed, igniting endless fantasies. She wears a white pleated skirt, her long, slender legs gleaming under the multicolored lights. Wang Ba's hand rests possessively on Zhao Qingning's waist, occasionally roaming, provoking envy among onlookers. Zhao Qingning's outfit today is a testament to Wang Ba's status. As one dance concludes, Wang Ba casually drapes his arm over Zhao Qingning's shoulders, raising a glass in triumph, calling her sister-in-law. Classmates, swayed by the atmosphere, graciously echo the title, causing Zhao Qingning's cheeks to flush crimson as she hurriedly seeks refuge in Wang Ba's embrace, inciting a wave of playful teasing. Zhao Qingning revels in this sensation, basking in the feeling of being Wang's woman. Although Ji Bei treats her with utmost kindness, complying with her every whim and presenting her with the finest things, even tutoring her for her future, the monotony of it all fails to stir her heart. The intoxicating rush of hormones is something only Wang Ba can provide. With a drink in hand, Wang Ba feels a pleasant buzz. He pinches Zhao Qingning's cheek, saying, "How about it? Being with me is far better than with that boy, right? Forget about him." Zhao Qingning obediently displays the bracelet Wang Ba gifted her, asserting that a woman protected by a lion would never settle for the protection of a mere dog. "Brother Wang, when Ji Bei arrives, how shall we humiliate him?" inquires a short, bespectacled classmate. Those frequenting DL Bar are all affluent, and even the simplest private room is beyond the reach of ordinary folks. Wang Ba swirls his glass, asking, "What clever ideas do you have?" The bespectacled boy contemplates before suggesting they treat Ji Bei like a dog, having him run errands for Wang Ba and sister-in-law. Wang Ba bursts into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. The others join in, chuckling along. As students, they rarely have the opportunity to indulge in such establishments, and with the drinks flowing, their faces flush with warmth, their minds slightly foggy. Wang Ba gestures for the servers to continue pouring drinks. The servers kindly remind them that they still have plenty of alcohol left and suggest they decide if they need more. The bespectacled boy respectfully raises his glass to Wang Ba, then turns to chastise the server. Why are you asking? Can't you see? Hurry and serve the drinks. Do we look like we're short on cash? The bespectacled boy takes the lead, and the others chime in, reproaching the server for their lack of discernment. Wang Ba is buoyed by their adulation. Bring forth whatever fine drinks you have. I'll cover the tab. Everyone drinks freely, as you are all my brothers. Zhao Qingning, sensing the attention has shifted away from her, feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. With a clever glint in her eye, she devises a plan. I have a way to make that loser Ji Bei foot the bill. Wang Ba scoffs, that loser? He has no money to spare. Do you think this is some ordinary place? The kind of bar you used to frequent? The final remark leaves Zhao Qingning feeling somewhat offended. The bespectacled boy, sensing the awkwardness, quickly reassures, Brother Wang, you underestimate sister-in-law's charm, don't you? Ji Bei, that fool, will go to great lengths to grant her any financial request. The group readily agrees. A tall, lanky boy with curly hair adds, sister-in-law just rejected his confession yesterday. I wonder how heartbroken he is. I bet if sister-in-law gives him a kind glance, he'd sell his blood to gather the money. His exaggerated words provoke laughter from the crowd, and Wang Ba is even more buoyed. Though slightly exaggerated, none present doubt Ji Bei's genuine affection for Zhao Qingning. Wang Ba, reveling in the flattery, points to the menu, this one, and let us try this drink too. The crowd erupts in cheers, showering him with praises like Boss Wang and President Wang. Wang Ba basks in the unprecedented adulation. The private rooms at DL Bar are categorized into 7 levels, represented by colors ranging from red to violet. The Purple Garden room is the most prestigious, while the Red Garden is the least, each room corresponding to specific beverages. Ordering drinks of a higher tier requires double the payment and prohibits skipping levels. The drinks Wang Ba just ordered are from the Orange Garden level. This order elevates the atmosphere to new heights, with everyone cheering wildly, and the pleased Wang Ba revels in the moment, while Zhao Qingning dances even more fervently against him, further bestowing him with favors. All of this is unrelated to Ji Bei, who has just alighted from the bus. On this scorching summer day, clad in a white t-shirt, casual jeans, and white sneakers, Ji Bei exudes a refreshing aura that seems to elevate the temperature around him. In his previous life, he bore the brunt of disparagement, often walking with his head down, overshadowed by the belief that Ji Nanchuan was far more handsome. In truth, he surpasses Ji Nanchuan in appearance. Even on this bus ride, numerous girls cast shy glances his way, with one bold enough to request his WeChat. After disembarking, he walks a short distance before arriving at the alley he frequented in his previous life. He seems to have arrived a bit early, as the only figure in the corner is a woman shrouded in layers of concealment. Upon catching sight of her, Ji Bei's breath hitches. She is breathtaking, truly deserving of her place among the elite in the entertainment industry, having starred in numerous blockbuster hits and ultimately becoming a woman of significant capital. Her beauty, grace, and figure are undeniable, even when cloaked. With sunglasses, a mask, a hat, a fitted t-shirt, and a body-hugging skirt, her shapely legs are enveloped in black stockings, accentuating all the right curves, her skin as pale as blood, an absolute masterpiece of creation. The thug has yet to arrive, and remaining here might arouse suspicion. It is wiser to meander a bit, waiting for the opportune moment. Just then, Yang Zhenzhen calls out to him, wait a moment. There's no one else in the alley. The only person Yang Zhenzhen could be addressing is Ji Bei. He halts, awaiting her next words. Yang Zhenzhen's ears flush crimson as she takes a breath, shyly admitting, my high heel is stuck. Could you help me? She removed her mask, revealing a face unadorned with makeup, flushed with a rosy hue, and her cherry lips, both pink and luscious, glistened enticingly. The retort from Ji Bei only heightened her embarrassment, prompting her to involuntarily bite her lip, enhancing the sheen of her already beautiful lips. Could you assist me? My high heels are stuck, she inquired. Ji Bei hesitated, unsure whether to oblige a stranger in such a situation. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that when he uttered the word stranger, Yang Zhenzhen's bright eyes dimmed momentarily. Her voice softened as she responded with a faint hum. She quickly added an explanation, I've tried several times, but they just won't budge. Ji Bei's gaze followed her legs, lingering at the end where her slender foot was ensconced in a pair of black stilettos. It was no wonder she had been crouching for so long. The alleyway was far from the organized streets outside. The drainage system was poorly maintained. Yang Jinjin found herself stuck in a dilapidated drain, where a recess had ensnared her high heels securely. Ji Bei averted his gaze. "How long have you been here?" he inquired. Yang Jinjin replied softly, "For a while now. I've attempted several times, but I can't get it out." Ji Bei took a couple of steps forward to examine the shoe and the location of the obstruction. "With so many people passing by, why did you choose me?" he asked. Yang Jinjin, renowned on television for her aloof demeanor, had remained scandal-free throughout her career. Initially criticized for her indifference towards men, her exceptional work eventually earned her audience acceptance of her cold persona. Ji Bei's question was met with silence from Yang Jinjin, who seemed disinclined to respond. Just as he believed she would remain mute, she timidly replied, "I feel like you seem like a good person. Bruce, I mustered just enough courage to speak to a stranger when you arrived." Ji Bei was taken aback, glancing down at her. From his vantage point, he caught sight of her downcast face. Her long lashes cast tiny shadows beneath her eyes, like a delicate fan fluttering, utterly charming. Her petite nose was both perky and refined, its tip glistening with beads of sweat. Ji Bei couldn't help but chuckle softly. This young lady was hardly aloof. She was evidently socially anxious. The mere act of conversing with a stranger had her nerves causing beads of sweat to form on her nose. As she had already reached out for help, Ji Bei felt compelled to assist her, especially with something as simple as extricating a stuck high heel. Moments latte. Yang Jinjin's shoe was finally freed from its entrapment. She exhaled with relief. "Have we met before?" Ji Bei was initially taken aback, then chuckled, surprised by the simplicity of a celebrity's approach. This time, it was Yang Jinjin who appeared taken aback. "You know me?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Ji Bei's smile widened. "You underestimate your own fame. The illustrious Yang Jinjin, with over 100 million followers on Weibo, how could anyone in Huashan not recognize you?" Yang Jinjin blushed and smiled shyly. Ji Bei extended his hand amicably, not feeling inferior despite being an ordinary high school student. "Hello, Yibei." Yang Jinjin reciprocated the handshake. "Hello, Yang Zhen." Her hand was small and delicate, cool to the touch, reminiscent of a piece of jade on a summer day. Ji Bei hesitated to release her hand, while Yang Jinjin appeared unbothered, seemingly enjoying his proximity. Unfortunately, this pleasant atmosphere was short-lived. 3 scruffy delinquents with dyed, yellow hair and tight pants appeared at the alley's entrance. The leader, leaning on one leg, scrutinized Yang Jinjin, disregarding Ji Bei entirely. Ji Bei frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Jinjin. "What do you want?" The delinquents ignored him, continuing to appraise Yang Jinjin. "Are you the one who wants to play with us? Or should we take you out for some fun?" Ji Bei shifted his stance, ensuring Yang Jinjin was shielded from view. "She doesn't know you and has no interest in playing with you." The delinquents, now irritated, spat in their direction. "Were you pretending to be a chaste woman? Our boss has taken a liking to you. Consider it your fortune. If you refuse, you'll regret it." Ji Bei felt a surge of indignation, recalling a similar incident from past life, where a local tycoon had pursued Yang Jinjin, leading to a scheme that backfired on him. Now, in his humiliation, he sought to retaliate by sending these thugs after her. Ji Bei found such behavior contemptible. Resorting to such lowly tactics was disgraceful. The delinquents, enraged, tossed aside their cigarettes. The leader barked orders to teach this blind kid a lesson, declaring that once their boss was done with her, she would belong to them. Just her figure alone stirred their primal instincts. And now, unmasked, her beauty was an irresistible allure. Ji Bei was determined not to let Yang Jinjin be victimized. As soon as the delinquents charged, he stepped forward to confront them. Initially, they dismissed him as a frail and delicate figure. However, they had gravely underestimated his resilience. Before arriving at the Ji household, Ji Bei had endured strenuous physical labor for survival, working before and after school. Even now, he rarely received pocket money, spending his spare time working. His physique was not sculpted in a gym, but was lean muscle imbued with explosive strength. Within mere moments, he had taken down all 3 delinquents, sustaining only minor scrapes. The evening breeze swept through, accentuating the story-laden visage of the fair-skinned youth with his few injuries. In that moment, Yang Jinjin felt as if she could hear the thumping of her own heart. After years, she experienced a flutter for Jibei once more, even though he had no recollection of her. Aware that lingering here was unwise, Jibei chose not to linger, avoiding any display of bravado in front of Yang Jinjin. He was ready to leave, supporting her as she navigated her damaged heel, but he was a step too late. At the alley's entrance, several burly men appeared. Muscular and menacing, they exuded the aura of seasoned fighters, far surpassing the previous trio of delinquents. Jibei, though capable, knew he was no match for such formidable opponents. Yang Jinjin, despite her strength, was merely a young woman in her 20s. The prior encounter had already shaken her considerably, and now she was visibly pale with fear. She grasped the hem of Jibei's shirt with trembling hands, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't fight them. You'll get hurt. They're coming for me. When you get a chance, just run. Don't worry about me." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jinjin nervously swallowed hard. "If possible, please call the police for me. I'm quite frightened." Even in such a grave situation, Jibei couldn't help but smile at Yang Jinjin's earnestness. Just as he was about to respond, she bravely interrupted, mustering her courage to address the intimidating group of men. "Come at me if you dare. I fear you not." Chapter 6. Could you take me out for a meal? The warmth within Jibei stirred at the thought. This sensation of being cherished and protected was something he had not experienced in 2 lifetimes. Surprisingly emanating from a person with whom he had exchanged scarcely 2 words throughout both existences. Noticing Yang Jinjin's trembling, Jibei softly offered reassurance. "Do not worry. I am here, and I have a backup plan." What was intended as comforting words for Yang Jinjin became fodder for laughter among a group of burly men, who erupted into raucous guffaws. "This pretty boy claims to have a backup plan. What a joke. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Is this some sort of light novel? A backup plan? Do you have a wealthy father or mother? Or are you perhaps a war god descended from the heavens?" Yang Jinjin, too, believed Jibei's words were meant to soothe her. At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Initially, the crowd paid little heed, suspecting it was merely a figment of their imagination. However, the sirens grew increasingly closer, confirming the arrival of law enforcement. The expression on the burly men's faces shifted to one of alarm as they turned to Jibei with apprehension. Jibei shrugged nonchalantly. "What are you looking at? I told you I have a backup plan. If you don't believe me, what can I do?" The men's wariness morphed into fury. Jibei's indifference only escalated the tension. "I suggest you run now, soon it may be too late." Before they could hurl further insults, the men turned and fled. Jibei chuckled. "Oh, I forgot to mention, it's already too late to run." The burly men sprinted with impressive speed, but the professionally trained police were swifter. Within moments, several were tackled to the ground, their faces pressed against the pavement, bloodied and bruised, appearing quite pitiful. The burly men and small-time thugs, along with Yang Jinjin and Jibei, were subsequently loaded into a police vehicle. The surveillance cameras in the alley were discreetly placed, unnoticed by the thugs and the burly men. The sequence of events was meticulously recorded, and with consistent testimonies from Jibei and Yang Jinjin, coupled with the justification of self-defense, they were soon released. The officer in charge was a fan of Yang Jinjin. Once the formalities were concluded, the officer eagerly escorted Yang Jinjin outside, even requesting her autograph. Faced with strangers, Yang Jinjin reverted to her aloof persona. However, the fans were accustomed to this. Obtaining her signature was enough for them to boast to their friends for quite some time. The officer cast several furtive glances at Jibei before summoning the courage to speak. "Jinjin, I believe this young man is quite commendable, capable, responsible, and he is not bad looking either." The officer's tone was complex, a blend of excitement, happiness, and perhaps a hint of heartache. Jibei heiset on ayable, a sense of foreboding creeping in. As anticipated, the officer continued, "Though most of our fans are male admirers, we genuinely hope you find someone reliable and sincere. Now that you seem to have, we are all thrilled for you. Rest assured, on the day you go public, we will offer our blessings." Hastily clarifying, "We are not what you think." The officer wore an expression that conveyed understanding without the need for further explanation. Ji Bei, feeling helpless, nudged Yang Jinjin's arm. "You should clarify." Yang Jinjin softly responded, "Thank you." Ji Bei was about to say something when his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, only for a truck to pass by and obscure his view. By the time Ji Bei attempted to investigate further, the person had vanished. Feeling a gentle tug on his clothing, Ji Bei looked down to find Yang Jinjin pulling at his sleeve. He realized that the girl had a penchant for tugging at his clothes. Oddly enough, this innocent gesture struck him as rather endearing. Yang Jinjin wore a mask, but had removed her sunglasses, revealing her large, fluffy eyes that sparkled, nearly melting Ji Bei's heart. "Where shall we go next?" Ji Bei had initially intended to return home, but since Yang Jinjin was keen on spending time together, he thought for a moment and replied, "Anywhere is fine." He was sincere in his response. Yang Jinjin tilted her head in contemplation. Ji Bei's phone, tucked away in his pocket, vibrated multiple times, and he finally found a moment to check it. He pulled it out to discover a barrage of messages from Yang Qingning. "I'm at DL Bar, hurry over." "Not here yet. If you're late, you'll owe me the latest bracelet from the sculptor. Are you coming or not? If not, don't bother trying to see me again." Ji Bei glanced at the messages without a flicker of emotion before swiftly blocking her. "It's getting dark. Shall we explore the night market?" Yang Jinjin had several places she wished to visit, and after some deliberation, she settled on this option. Yi Bei, feeling a bit hungry as well, readily agreed. The night market was bustling with activity, filled with vendors and patrons alike, predominantly young people, with groups of friends and numerous couples holding hands. As Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin arrived, they instantly became the most conspicuous couple. With their youthful exuberance and Yang Jinjin's striking figure, they attracted considerable attention. Fortunately, she wore a hat, and few would suspect that the renowned and aloof goddess, Yang Jinjin, would be present in such a setting, allowing them to remain unrecognized. Ji Bei was not particularly picky with food, while Yang Jinjin yearned to sample everything. Though she never ate much, she would purchase a single serving of snacks and divide it, giving the larger portion to Ji Bei and keeping a smaller share for herself. They savored the food with delight. Yang Jinjin adored spicy food, but was unable to handle it well. She belonged to that type who loved to indulge, yet could not fully partake. After devouring a skewer of spicy starch sausage, her small mouth turned crimson, and she breathed heavily, her pink tongue flicking out, combined with a slight flush on her nose and damp hair clinging to her forehead, made her appear like an ethereal being that had descended to earth. Ji Bei was so engrossed in watching her that he failed to notice Yang Jinjin glancing at him, then back at him again. 3 seconds later, somewhat reluctantly, Yang Jinjin extended the starch sausage toward Ji Bei. "All right, you can have a bite." Ji Bei was momentarily taken aback. Did this girl think he was staring at her because he craved her sausage? He accepted it without hesitation. Yet, Yang Zinzen apparaît somewhat reluctant. "You've already had one. Why do you still want mine? I mean, with something this delicious, shouldn't we buy another?" Ich beesmile vidanet. Initially uninterested, seeing Yang Jinjin's pained expression piqued his interest. He grasped her small hand holding the skewer and brought the sausage to his lips. His mouth was larger than hers, and with just one bite, he nearly devoured the entire thing. In Yang Jinjin's glistening eyes, Ji Bei discerned the tremors of disbelief. Her previously chattering mouth pouted instantaneously, and within moments, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Feeling a pang of regret, observing her expression, Ji Bei felt an irresistible urge to tease her. Chapter 7. Yang Jinjin was recognized. She felt that since she had offered her food, she should not be too stingy. Though she was annoyed, she stated no, not at all. Ji Bei beamed with delight. He was unaware that in Yang Jinjin's presence, his own demeanor had grown more jovial, and he had even adopted a somewhat childish approach. "Over there, they're selling grilled squid. I want some." Yang Zinzen instinctively glunged offer. "I'll go buy it." The grilled squid stall is thriving, with the slightly plump proprietress deftly wielding her spatula in one hand while the other flips several skewers of squid. The squid sizzles on the scorching iron plate, the salt and chili seasonings intensifying in flavor with the rising heat. On this sweltering summer day, while numerous grilled squid stalls abound. Few attract long queues, as this one does. Crowds gather around, and it seems a wait of at least 20 minutes is inevitable. In the past, Zhao Qingning would have sent Ji Bei to queue for her while she comfortably sipped on the milk tea he bought in an air-conditioned CAF, often complaining about how long he took. To maintain her figure, Zhao Qingning would only sample a bite of whatever she craved. If her friends were present, she would share the treats Ji Bei painstakingly acquired, but if they weren't, she would toss them into the trash. The thought of Ji Bei eating her leftovers was out of the question. She felt it would be a sign of disrespect towards herself. In stark contrast, Yang Jinjin, clad in garments worth thousands, showed no sign of disdain as she immediately joined the queue upon hearing Ji Bei desire to indulge in some grilled squid. The cooking process was slow, and after a considerable wait, she suddenly caught a whiff of something delicious. Looking up, she was greeted by a takeout bag containing a portion of starch sausage and an iced milk tea. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly accepted it, exclaiming her thanks to Ji Bei. Standing beside her with a matching iced milk tea, Ji Bei patiently waited as the line for the grilled squid inched forward, exchanging light banter that made the wait feel like a blissful moment rather than a tedious one. As they neared the front of the line, Yang Jinjin realized she had consumed most of her iced milk tea. She instinctively placed a hand on her belly, her expression shifting to one of alarm, resembling a startled kitten. Ji Bei, have I gained weight? Ji Bei glanced at her hand, taking in her curvaceous figure, perfectly embodying an S shape. With no sign of any weight gain, he sincerely complimented her on her physique, which reassured Yang Jinjin. The queue moved forward a few paces, but as they approached the front, Yang Jinjin's hat was accidentally knocked to the ground by someone ahead of them. Both she and Ji Bei immediately bent down to retrieve it, but Yang Jinjin was quicker. Just as she was about to straighten up, she heard an excited and incredulous voice exclaim, You're Yang Jinjin? Stiffening at the recognition, Yang Jinjin knew trouble was brewing. The person quickly confirmed, their voice rising with excitement. You really are Yang Jinjin? This outburst drew the attention of those nearby. The crowd consisted of ordinary folks whose lives revolved around the mundane and had rarely encountered a celebrity, let alone a top-tier star like Yang Jinjin. Given her numerous hit dramas, fans spanned all age groups, making it nearly impossible for anyone to be unaware of her existence. All eyes were on Yang Jinjin, filled with awe. Is it really Yang Jinjin? The living, Briating Yang Zhen? Oh my goodness, she is even more beautiful than on television. Jiang Shuiao. Is that Jiang Shuiao? No, auntie. Jiang Shuiao is the character played by Yang Jinjin. Her real name is Yang Jinjin. Oh wow, it really is Yang Jinjin. If only you had mentioned you were her. Why wait in line for grilled squid? Here, Annie will treat you. The handsome young man beside her must surely be her boyfriend, right? The news of Yang Jinjin queuing for grilled squid spread faster than wildfire. In no time, vendors and customers alike abandoned their tasks to gawk at her. The prospect of enjoying grilled squid was dashed. Yang Jinjin shot an apologetic glance at Ji Bei and, with the poise of someone experienced in dealing with fanfare, grasped his hand and made a swift exit. It was evident she was well-versed in escaping from fans. Despite being surrounded, she skillfully maneuvered through the throng. As they fled, most of the crowd returned to their business, while a few zealous fans pursued them. Ji Bei had no choice but to follow Yang Jinjin as she led him into a nearby store. Entering in such haste, Ji Bei Henti even had the chance to discern what kind of establishment it was. Inside the private room of DL Bar, a group was winding down from their revelry, sprawled on the sofa as they sobered up. Wang Ba sat centrally, with Zhao Qingming nestled comfortably against him. Engrossed in her phone, the screen displayed her chat history with Ji Bei. Initially, Wang Ba peered at it, followed by the audacious curly hair and then the bespectacled one. Seeing that Wang Ba wasn't too upset, the others crowded in to share the spectacle. Zhao Qingming had sent a message to Ji Bei, but he hadn't replied. Curly hair and the bespectacled one chimed in, suggesting that Ji Bei was probably too thrilled to respond after Zhao Qingming reached out first. Both Zhao Qingming and Wang Ba concurred. In the past, it had always been Ji Bei initiating contact, while Zhao Qingming would take her time to respond, sometimes even neglecting to reply, whereas Ji Bei would respond instantly. On the rare occasion that Ji Bei seemed fatigued and Zhao Qingning sent him a message, it would brighten his day for an extended period. Zhao Qingning felt curly hair, and the bespectacled one had a point. After a while, Ji Bei still hadn't replied, causing Zhao Qingning to feel a bit embarrassed. Curly hair and the bespectacled one insisted he must be anxious to return. Zhao Qingning pondered that she had just rejected his confession the previous day. Perhaps in front of so many people, it had wounded his pride. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to send him another message. This time, Ji Bei still didn't respond. Everyone watched, and a hint of discomfort appeared on Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba's faces. Wang Ba furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on with Ji Bei?" Zhao Qingning bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment. He must be caught up with something. Despite her words, Zhao Qingning felt a tinge of panic. This was the first time she had felt this way about Ji Bei. A thought crept into her mind. Could it be that Ji Bei was genuinely upset and would no longer acknowledge her? Amidst her feelings of grievance, she also felt a flicker of anger towards Ji Bei. Was this how he loved her? Just because of one rejection, he was ready to give up? If he truly cared for her, wouldn't he strive to offer her the best and tolerate her little temperaments? Wang Ba's family was affluent and could provide what Ji Bei could not. Why couldn't Ji Bei understand her? Besides, it was merely a relationship with Wang Ba, not a marriage. Ji Bei wasn't entirely out of the picture. Chapter 8. Ji Bei mentioned he would come find Zhao Qingning shortly, sending another message. Zhao Qingning was filled with indignation. She resolved that when Ji Bei eventually apologized, she would make sure to punish him severely. It simply couldn't be brushed aside, lest Ji Bei think he could take liberties. However, to her astonishment, the message failed to send. Staring at the red exclamation mark, she blinked repeatedly, confirming she wasn't seeing things. Ji Bei had truly blocked her. The onlookers exchanged awkward glances, particularly curly hair and the bespectacled one, who were closest to her. The bespectacled boy scratched his head, feeling a twinge of regret for sitting next to Zhao Qingning. He cast a furtive glance around, feigning ignorance of Zhao Qingning's frizzy hair that had been blacklisted by Ji Bei, his mind racing to devise a way to smooth over the awkward situation. Wan Ba, noticing the red exclamation mark, also wore a dark expression. What on earth happened? Why did Ji Bei block you? After a moment of clarity on the couch, Wang Ba's earlier excitement gradually subsided, realizing that the drinks order had far exceeded his budget. No matter how affluent his family was, it was still their money. As a high school student, even with his parents' indulgence, he wouldn't have much to spare. Once the bill was settled, he could expect to subsist on little for the foreseeable future. With this thought in mind, the idea of having Ji Bei cover the bill grew ever more appealing. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, the bespectacled boy quickly devised a plan to lighten the mood, asserting that Ji Bei had grown clever, employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Wang Ba furrowed his brow, questioning this new tactic. The bespectacled boy, steeling himself, continued, "Brother Wang, consider this. Ji Bei has coveted your sister-in-law for years. How could he simply give up? I suspect he was thwarted yesterday and is now employing a new method to pursue your sister-in-law, deliberately ignoring messages to attract her attention." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba found the reasoning sound. As the atmosphere brightened, the frizzy-haired boy chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Wang. You know Ji Bei's character. He wouldn't abandon his pursuit so easily." Soon, everyone accepted the notion of Ji Bei's strategic retreat, even gathering to mock his juvenile tactics, insisting that Zhao Qingning ought to impose a fitting punishment on him. Zhao Qingning felt a surge of delight, thinking when Ji Bei arrives, not only will I make him pay, but he will also treat everyone to a lavish feast. The group erupted in cheers, hailing her generosity. Vang bolito siguret. Gesturing with a glowing tip towards Zhao Qingning's phone. "Call that loser Ji Bei and have him come pay the bill." Zhao Qingning sweetly acquiesced. As her phone rang, Ji Bei was busy evading fans alongside Yang Jinjin, not even glancing at the caller ID before answering. "Yi Bei." Upon recognizing Zhao Qingning's voice, he immediately hung up. The words that had been poised to erupt in anger caught in her throat, leaving Zhao Qingning momentarily stunned. "Yi Bei." He ignored her WeChat messages and had blocked her. Yet when she called him directly, he had the audacity to disconnect. How dare he? Did he truly believe she would never speak to him again? Anger and grievance welled up within her, tears brimming in her eyes. That infuriating Ji-Bei. He will not get off easily. Opening WeChat to send a message. She recalled she had been blocked and switched to texting instead, furiously typing. You better show up today, Ji-Bei, or you can forget about ever coming again. Just as Ji-Bei was about to block her again, he received Zhao Qingning's text. This time, he responded instantly, fine. Upon seeing his rapid reply, Zhao Qingning's spirit soared. She knew he would come. Even if he was angry with her, he would undoubtedly show up. However, given his previous indifference, if he did come to apologize, she would certainly make him pay dearly for it. Shaking her phone, she announced to Wang Ba and their classmates, Ji-Bei said he is on his way. So enjoy yourselves. With this news, the atmosphere brightened once more. Wang Ba, seizing the moment, ordered several expensive drinks. After all, Ji-Bei was picking up the tab today. Zhao Qingning thought about stopping Wang Ba before things got too extravagant, but reconsidered. Given Ji-Bei's earlier treatment of her, spending a little too exact a price was only fair. Besides, Wang Ba wasn't he foolish. He was willing to spend so much on her. Primarily because she was the goddess of many boys in their class, and winning her favor would certainly enhance his own status. Meanwhile, Ji-Bei and Yang Jinjin found themselves cornered by fans. They had hoped that ducking into the bar would provide some respite, but a few fans had followed them inside. Seeing this, Yang Jinjin grasped Ji-Bei's hand and led him deeper inside. Ji-Bei complied obediently, and after winding through a series of turns, only 2 fans remained. These fans, likely regulars at the bar, blocked the corners, leaving Yang Jinjin no choice but to pull Ji-Bei into a private room. As they entered, Yang Jinjin was immediately struck by the heavy scent of smoke. While she found a man smoking exuded a certain masculinity, she was less fond of the chaotic tobacco odor. The acrid smell kept her rooted by the door in the dim space, unwilling to venture further. Ji-Bei, being a man, was less affected by the smoke, and he stepped forward into the light, only to discover that there were people in the room. He quickly apologized, sorry, Ji-Bei. Before he could finish, he heard someone call his name. Looking up, he was met with the sight of Zhao Qingning and her group. Zhao Qingning was dancing closely with Wang Ba, his hands wandering around her waist and legs, and in the throes of excitement, they even embraced and kissed. Meanwhile, other classmates either drank or took advantage of the atmosphere to steal kisses, while some sat in corners, watching Zhao Qingning, hoping for a glimpse of something more. Ji-Bei's sudden entrance caught Zhao Qingning off guard. In her previous life, she had timed her arrival perfectly, sitting in the corner of the room, gazing longingly at the door as if awaiting Ji-Bei to rescue her. When Ji-Bei sat beside her, she had pitifully explained to him that Wang Ba had coerced her, insisting it was unintentional. Ji-Bei had been furious, ready to confront Wang Ba until Zhao Qingning had tearfully intervened, saying, think about it, Ji-Bei. If Wang Ba's father tries to sabotage me, what will happen to my college entrance exams? I know you're upset, but you can't be selfish. This time, however, Ji-Bei remained unyielding, not even sparing her a glance. Just call me Ji-Bei. We're not that close. Zhao Qingning took a couple of steps forward, intending to link her arm with Ji-Bei's. Yet she was thwarted by Wang Ba's oppressive presence. Obey, it was Wang Ba who coerced me. You are well aware that his father is the homeroom teacher and has connections at the school. If I offend him, he could easily create trouble for me, jeopardizing my college entrance examination. In her previous life, Zhao Qingning had uttered nearly the same words. Noticing Ji-Bei silence. She assumed he was receptive to her plight and stoked the flames further. Rest assured, once the college entrance examination concludes, I shall break up with Wang Ba. At that point, you will still have your chance. Feeling that she had sufficiently conveyed her sentiments, she feigned annoyance and asked, so now, can you buy me some milk tea? Ji-Bei's expression revealed no trace of emotion. In her previous life, Zhao Qingning had not entirely deceived him. She did indeed end her relationship with Wang Ba after the examination. However, she spent an entire summer without establishing a new relationship, only to end up entangled with an upperclassman shortly after school resumed, surrendering herself that very night. Ji-Bei flashed a smile at Zhao Qingning before turning to Wang Ba, exclaiming, Zhao Qingning claims she will ditch you after the exams. Zhao Qingning's countenance changed instantly. Ji Bei, what did you just say? Ji Bei feigned innocence. Isn't that what you just told me? Ji Bei, are you doing this on purpose? She retorted. Ji Bei shrugged indifferently. Think what you will. If Wang Ba is truly coercing you, you can report it. If you're afraid, I can assist you in doing so. Fearful of Ji Bei's suggestion to involve the authorities, Zhao Qingning felt a surge of anxiety. We're classmates. There's no need to escalate it to that level. Ji Bei smirked, his eyes icy. Zhao Qingning, don't flatter yourself. You're just being shameless. Spare me the grandiloquent justifications. For the first time, Zhao Qingning felt utterly humiliated by someone's words, her face alternating between crimson and pale, a spectacle to behold. Ji Bei's loud outburst had also displeased Wang Ba. Although he too planned to part ways with Zhao Qingning post-examination, he envisioned this happening only after he had grown weary of her. Not in a situation where she was still unattained and desired to leave him. Setting down his drink and preparing to voice his thoughts, a server entered the room. Hello. The drinks you ordered earlier are ready to be served. Wang Ba paused, realizing he had summoned Ji Bei for a purpose. A grin spread across his face, dispelling the previous tension, and he scolded Zhao Qingning. Get lost. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to Mr. Ji like that? At Wang Ba's shout, the crowd echoed Mr. Ji, while others raised their glasses to toast him, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Ji, for your generosity. What a commanding presence. Unsure of the ulterior motives behind their flattery, and did not touch the drinks offered. Observing Ji Bei's tacit acceptance, Wang Ba assumed that Ji Bei would cover the bill. He instructed the server, bring me the most expensive wine from the Orange Garden private room. The server complied and left, with Ji Bei footing the bill. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, with attendees chanting Mr. Ji, their superficial compliments veiling deeper mockery. To them, Ji Bei was merely a fool, spending on a woman who did not love him. Only a sycophant would do such a thing. As the revelry continued, someone spotted Yang Jinjin lurking in the shadows. From the light to the dark, her face was not entirely visible, but her exquisite figure appeared even more alluring in the dimness, accentuating her curves and the allure of her long, silky legs clad in elegant stockings. These were not the cheap, sheer varieties, but rather a blend of aesthetic appeal and comfort. A mere glance could evoke an imagination of their smooth, delightful texture upon touch. One bold individual noticed and beckoned others over. In no time, all eyes were drawn to Yang Jinjin. While they had encountered many beautiful women, none compared to the stunning beauty before them. Despite their admiration, none dared to approach her. The combination of her unparalleled beauty and the unique aura that seemed to repel them rendered them hesitant, fearful of intruding upon the goddess. The moment Zhao Qingning laid eyes on Yang Jinjin, an intense sense of foreboding washed over her. She is beautiful as well, Zhao Qingning mused. The kind of beauty that is crafted through makeup, fashion, and various adornments. Yet Yang Jinjin possessed an innate allure that Zhao Qingning, with her feminine intuition, could keenly perceive. Curly Hair was the first to muster the courage to speak to Yang Jinjin, lowering his voice to achieve what was colloquially referred to as a bubble voice. Beautiful lady, are you here alone? Yang Jinjin did not respond, not even gracing him with a glance. Little Glasses elbowed Curly Hair, realizing his own shortcomings. Why would a goddess ever notice you? He, aware of his lack of charm, attempted to win her over with his persona. Hello, miss. May I inquire who you are looking for? I could guide you. Yet, Yang Jinjin remained silent. Another classmate mocked Little Glasses. That approach is so outdated. What hasn't TA beauty seen before? Besides, with your pitiful attire, how could she possibly take an interest in you? Immediately, others chimed in, she wouldn't fancy you. She would even look your way. Another quipped, is this another display of peacocking? Be careful. I might inform your girlfriend. A loud voice chimed in. If I could capture the attention of such a top-tier beauty, I wouldn't hesitate to ditch my girlfriend. I'd happily bring her along to serve the goddess. Laughter erupted among the group, their eyes unabashedly darting towards Yang Jinjin. They were acutely aware of their average appearances and backgrounds, realizing they could not even attract the attention of an ordinary beauty, let alone one as exquisite as Yang Jinjin. Simply earning a smile from her would suffice to elate them. However, Yang Jinjin remained aloof. Even obscured in shadow, they could sense her indifference towards their antics. Little Glasses, the most perceptive in the class, surveyed the scene. When his gaze landed on Wang Ba's astonished expression and flushed cheeks, he immediately urged his peers, "Get lost. Take a good look at yourselves." With that, Little Glasses sidled up to Wang Ba. "Such a stunning beauty must surely be here for you, Wang Gu." Chapter 10. If she is here for Jibei, I'll live stream eating excrement. The once lively crowd fell silent. Most had a modicum of confidence, whether in appearance, academics, sports, gaming, or a bit of wealth. After years of self-examination, surely everyone had some redeeming quality. Yet, when faced with Wang Ba, they felt defeated. Wang Ba was a well-rounded individual, especially with his affluent background. With him present, how could a top-tier beauty possibly be interested in them? As for Jibei, he was not even a consideration in their discussions. While Jibei was indeed handsome, appearing even more so that day, his impoverished background set him apart. Sharing the same surname as Nanchuan, Jibei lacked any competitive edge. Moreover, having been Zhao Qingning's devoted admirer for so long, it was implausible that he would simply let go. Initially, Wang Ba had not expected a top beauty to seek out Jibei, but after his classmates' flattery, he began to entertain the possibility. A stunning beauty entering their midst was clearly searching for someone. Who else, if not him, deserved such attention? With this thought, Wang Ba's confidence swelled. Ignoring the jealousy radiating from Zhao Qingning, he smoothed his hair, styled a look as if a dog had licked it, and confidently strode forward. "Beautiful lady, are you here for me?" Yang Jinjin treated Wang Ba no differently than she did others, not even granting him a glance, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Embarrassed, he felt a flicker of irritation as his pride was trampled. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I ask who you are looking for?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere, their classmates rushed to alleviate the tension, harboring their own motives to impress the beauty. "Wang Gu, don't be so fierce, you might scare her away. You really don't understand how girls think, do you? They're shy and one T admit it, you have to guess. Surely, she must be here for you. I mean, who else would she be looking for? That loser Jibei?" As they mentioned Jibei, all eyes turned to him. He stood apart, exuding an air of coolness that starkly contrasted with the vibrant, raucous environment, tall and slender, yet undeniably strong. In just a day's absence, he seemed to have transformed. The same face appeared more prominent due to his upright posture, radiating an unexpected maturity not typical for his age. Such gravitas might not impress adults, but among this group of youthful rascals, it possessed a magnetic allure. They shook their heads, dismissing the notion that a top-tier beauty would seek Jibei. What nonsense! How could she be looking for Jibei? If she wanted to find him, she might as well come to me. Exactly. Even if Jibei has some looks and decent grades, everyone knows he comes from a poor family. Besides, he is completely infatuated with Zhao Qingning. Who doesn't he know that? If she is here for Jibei, I'll eat something truly disgusting live on stream. Upon hearing this, Jibei merely shook his head. No matter the time or place, there would always be individuals trying to leech off others under various pretenses. Yang Jinjin was thoroughly annoyed by this group of boys. Initially upset to see Jibei seeking Zhao Qingning, her spirits lifted when she noticed his indifference toward Zhao. She dashed over to Jibei, wrapping her arms around his, playfully pushing Zhao aside. With her large, innocent eyes, she looked up at Jibei, feigning ignorance about her actions. "Jibei, you haven't had grilled squid yet. Can I go with you to buy some?" At this, everyone was left speechless, especially Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba. This stunning beauty was genuinely here for Jibei. The one who had threatened to eat something revolting was also at a loss for words, his mouth agape in astonishment as if something might fit inside. Despite being in a bar, with its flashing lights and cacophony, the atmosphere felt frozen. Everyone stood still, their ears only catching Yang Jinjin's soft, alluring voice. "Jibei, you haven't had grilled squid yet. Can I go with you to buy some?" A top-tier beauty, adorned in limited edition attire, who wouldn't even deign to speak to them, was actually interested in something as humble as grilled squid. Not to mention, she intended to join Jibei in line, perhaps even share a skewer. Little Glasses was the first to recover from his shock. Stammering, he managed to ask, "Miss, you haven't mistaken him for someone else, have you? You really want to go with Ji Bei for grilled squid?" Now Wang Ba, curly hair chimed in, "Yeah, beauty, if you were looking for Wang Ba. I could understand. Why would you lower yourself to seek out Ji Bei?" The classmates echoed similar sentiments. If a beauty like her were to end up with Wang Ba, they could accept that, feeling no envy. But why Ji Bei, the very one they held in disdain? Yang Jinjin typically ignored them, but when it came to Ji Bei, her concern intensified. She held onto his arm tightly, declaring, "Yes, I am here for Ji Bei. We've been together all day, enjoying many delicious treats. I'm so happy." Their expressions darkened further, particularly Wang Ba's and Zhao Qingning's. So, Ji Bei's silence towards Zhao Qingning and even blocking her was due to the beauty at his side. That detestable Ji Bei. How dare he? Zhao Qingning clenched her hands tightly, her long nails digging in her flesh as she fought the urge to lash out at Yang Jinjin. Her looks had always been her greatest asset. How could someone so suddenly appear and overshadow her effortlessly? What would this mean for her future? Would Ji Bei still harbor feelings for her? The expressions of everyone were quite telling, including Ji Bei's, albeit for different reasons, though still related to Yang Jinjin. This girl had no idea just how alluring her figure was. In the summertime, her attire was already scanty, and her outstanding physique pressed against him, causing her to rub against him incessantly. Did she not regard him as a man at all? Ji Bei felt that if he endured this any longer, he might truly become a ninja. The tension once again thickened in the air. Having ingratiated himself with Wang Ba for so long, Little Glasses was no fool. He scoffed. Ji Bei, still pretending. Where did you rent this beauty from? How much for a day? Curly Hair was quick to join in. Exactly. A loser trying to act all high and mighty. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Wang Ba felt a sudden surge of confidence. Ji Bei was just a loser. How could he possibly attract someone of such caliber? He grinned. "Miss, how much does it cost to rent you for a day? I'll pay double." Chapter 11. I've never drunk before. Why should I pay? Yang Jinjin remained silent, thinking Wang Ba was pleased with himself. Listen, Ji Bei is just a loser. Following him leads nowhere. How about you come with me? I'll ensure you enjoy lavish meals and a good life. Wang Ba's words startled Zhao Qingning. She quickly composed herself, standing beside Wang Ba and wrapping her arms around his, casting a hostile glance at Yang Jinjin while sweetly smiling at Wang Ba. "Wang Ge, what about me? You're joking, right?" Unsuccessful in winning Ji Bei's heart, Zhao Qingning felt a pang of jealousy. Yet before this top-tier beauty, she felt like a mere side dish on the table, tempted to taste, but ultimately discarded for something better. Wang Ba's expression turned cold as he withdrew his arm from Zhao Qingning's grasp. "Don't get me wrong, I have no relationship with this woman. She is the one who has been pursuing me." Zhao Qingning was taken aback. Today was turning out to be a disaster for her ambitions. Embarrassed and furious, she dared not confront Wang Ba, redirecting her frustration towards Ji Bei. When she looked up at Ji Bei again, her eyes radiated disappointment. "Ji Bei, you're truly disappointing me." Ji Bei was baffled by Zhao Qingning's reasoning, his puzzled gaze eliciting an interpretation of regret from her. She decided to play her hand further. "Ji Bei, I thought since we've known each other for so many years, even if we can't be a couple, we could at least remain friends. But after today, it seems we want to even have that." Of course, Zhao Qingning was reluctant to entirely let go of Ji Bei. After all these years of fish-keeping, it is indeed rare to find a fish as genuine and commendable as Ji Bei. She was even contemplating that if she ultimately failed to find a suitable partner, marrying this honest man Ji Bei after having her fun might not be such a bad idea. Ji Bei astutely identified the loophole in Zhao Qingning's words. What does easily mean? Zhao Qingning felt a slight relief in her heart, acknowledging his perceptiveness. "Today, you brought an unfamiliar woman who disrupted everyone's enjoyment and caused me distress, truly deserving of the utmost condemnation. Yet, I am willing to speak on your behalf in front of our classmates, and they are inclined to grant me this favor. All you need to do is show a modicum of appreciation." Ji Bei patiently listened until the end, finally grasping the crux of Zhao Qingning's request. He repeated her words with a hint of amusement. "Show a modicum of appreciation? Zhao Qingning's spirits soared at Ji Bei's engagement, and she cast a triumphant glance at Yang Jinjin, thinking to herself that she still possessed her charm. It was not such a grand affair. After all, we are merely classmates. A small gesture of providing drinks would suffice. A small gesture? Ji Bei's gaze swept across the table and the floor. Various bottles of wine, both exquisite and commonplace, some opened, some unopened, lay scattered about, many having been partially consumed or wasted on the floor. They had drunk 2 parts, but wasted 8. Had they been paying out of their own pockets, such extravagance would never have occurred. There was no concept of paying in his past life. What he had done in this life to trigger such a butterfly effect remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Ji Bei would not be footing the bill. Wan Ba, having failed to flaunt his prowess in front of Zhao Qingning, was now eager to see Ji Bei pay the bill to diminish his burgeoning confidence and regain some lost face. He summoned the waiter once more, intending to order more expensive drinks. Whether Ji Bei could afford the bill was of no concern to Wang Ba. The waiter promptly arrived. Wan Ba, returning to his seat with an air of authority, leaned back, mimicking an adult's demeanor, and commanded, "Bring forth all your finest wines." The consumption in the Hanyuan private room was considerable, and the waiter, who earned his keep through commissions, felt a surge of delight. He spoke respectfully. "Good day, sir. The consumption in the Hanyuan room has exceeded that of the Qingyuan room. Kindly settle the previous bill before ordering new drinks." Wang Ba's fury ignited instantly. How dare a mere waiter look down upon him? Anticipating such a scenario, the waiter presented a delicate fruit platter from the cart behind him. "This fruit platter is exclusive to the Qingyuan room. Presented to you, sir. We hope you enjoy your time." This special treatment filled Wang Ba with satisfaction, and the previous unpleasantness vanished in an instant. The classmates, eager to bask in his glory, chimed in with flattery. "Thanks to Brother Wang, we get to experience such grandeur. That loser Ji Bei, even with his decent grades, will still end up working for someone else, right? Brother Wang will surely become a boss after graduation. When that happens, don't forget us. Just being associated with Brother Wang today is enough for us to boast about for a lifetime." That woman, for all her looks, seemed utterly unworthy. She must have poor judgment to be with Ji Bei. I will investigate her background and ensure she is introduced to Brother Wang for some amusement. Wan Ba, buoyed by the compliments, took their words to heart. He waved his hand, adopting a demeanor of authority. "The drinks are on him." He gestured towards Ji Bei, clearly indicating that Ji Bei should pay. The waiter, unaware of their relationship, followed Wang Ba's cue and addressed Ji Bei. "Good day, sir. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or Alipay? We also support card payments." Had someone unaccustomed to such situations encountered this, they might have felt apprehensive. However, having navigated the tumultuous waters of life to become an acclaimed actor, he had seen far worse. This was merely child's play. Calmly, he pointed to the scattered bottles of wine, stating, "I am not with them. I haven't touched a drop of this wine. The expenses of this entire room are unrelated to me." The waiter, taken aback by the situation, inquired once more, "May I ask who will be settling the bill?" Wang Ba abruptly straightened in his seat, exclaiming, "Ji Bei, this is your opportunity to apologize. Do not squander it." Ji Bei remained impervious to his threats. "Why should I pay for wine I did not consume?" Wang Ba glared at him, searching for any sign of weakness in Ji Bei's demeanor, but found none. "Do you still wish to maintain your standing in class?" Ji Bei's tone remained steady throughout. "I'm here to study, not to mingle." The waiter recalled that the drinks had all been ordered by Wang Ba's group. With Ji Bei's statement, the waiter promptly turned to Wang Ba. "Sir, it is time for you to settle the bill." The waiter's actions were beyond reproach and sufficiently diminished Wang Ba's stature. As Wang Ba's expression darkened, Zhao Qingning quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, attempting to persuade Ji Bei. She wanted to pull him aside to speak softly, but Ji Bei stood his ground, unmoving. Zhao Qingning, left with no choice, positioned herself before him and whispered, "Ji Bei, have you had enough of this commotion? Hapter dvilika, yang zinzin delivered asharp slap toyibe." He remained silent, eager to witness what absurdities Zhao Qingning, this madwoman, would utter next. "We are all classmates. Must you make such a scene?" We will inevitably cross paths again in class. Even if you do not consider me, you ought to think of yourself. Listen to me. Apologize to Wang Ba and settle the bill. For my sake, he will not hold it against you in the future. Ji Bei felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, this madwoman had little to say. Zhao Qingning, oblivious to Ji Bei's thoughts, implored, just obey me. I will forgive today's incident, even your renting a girlfriend to provoke me. But do not let it happen again. She glanced once more at the woman in the baseball cap. With an attractive figure, the cap obscured her face, revealing only a luminous, pointed chin. This was enough to drive Zhao Qingning into a frenzy of jealousy. Yet, she consoled herself. This woman was a mere escort, whereas she, Zhao Qingning, was a high school girl destined to be a college student, a distinction as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yang Zhenjin, indeed socially anxious, seldom spoke unless necessary or her limits were tested. Zhao Qingning's repeated attempts to engage Ji Bei encroached upon Yang Zhenjin's boundaries. She parted her lips, icy words escaping from her cherry-red mouth. No money? If you lack funds, do not order such expensive drinks and stop pretending. Otherwise, you will only provide others with more fodder for ridicule. Having lost face time and again, Wang Ba's patience waned. Yang Zhenjin's barrage of mockery pushed him over the edge. He abruptly rose from the sofa, shouting at them, "No money? Pretending? You are sorely mistaken. I have plenty of money. I could pull out a fraction of what I possess, and it would far exceed what you earn in a lifetime." With a scowl, he pointed at Ji Bei, yelling at the waiter, "How did these two get into a room I booked? When did DL become so lowly that anyone could enter?" Wang Ba's declaration to pay eased the atmosphere considerably, especially those who were reluctant to split the bill, fearing the consequences of shared expenses. They echo each other's sentiments. A lowly individual, accompanied by a woman of equal stature, dares to appear in this place? They should be promptly escorted out. What sort of establishment allows anyone entry? When did your security standards fall to such a level? Do you think we won't lodge a complaint? The waiter found himself in a predicament. Having worked here for a while, he had seen enough of the world to avoid offending people without cause. Please bear with me for a moment. I'll fetch the manager right away. Wang Ba and his entourage had already concluded that Ji Bei would be expelled. Wang Ba was footing the bill. The private room was theirs at this hour, and it was only natural to remove someone who wasn't spending. As for the departing waiter, they naturally deemed him a coward. Casting a glance at Yang Zhenjin, who stood beside Ji Bei, Wang Ba ultimately succumbed to his desires and said to her, "Beautiful lady, if you slap Ji Bei right now, I can ensure you remain here." All eyes turned to witness the unfolding drama. One might ponder how Ji Bei had managed to attract such a stunning figure. Even if she were merely rented, it was enough to incite their jealousy. "Miss, you should heed Brother Wang's advice. Ji Bei is just a poor boy. If you win Brother Wang's favor, he can introduce you to wealthy patrons, ensuring you never lack for business. Give us a show, slap him." Zhao Qingning observed the scene with a twinge of sympathy. Yet, recalling how Ji Bei had treated her that day, her compassion dissipated. He ought to learn a lesson for bringing a woman to provoke her. Amidst the crowd's jeers, Yang Zhenjin began to move. Her long legs took measured steps, especially under the scrutiny of all present, each movement seeming to be in slow motion. As they watched, some even found themselves salivating at the sight of her legs. The thought that such a beauty had been toyed with by Ji Bei only intensified their jealousy. Now, the anticipation of her delivering a slap to Ji Bei heightened their excitement. The conflicting emotions of envy and thrill intertwined, twisting their expressions, making even their breaths come heavier. Yang Zhenjin proceeded step by step, her high heels clicking against the floor. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sharp and clear. The crowd's excitement peaked, the satisfaction surpassing even the joy of tearing Ji Bei apart themselves. They eagerly awaited the imprint of 5 fingers to appear on Ji Bei's face. However, to their astonishment, their eyes blinked in disbelief, rubbing them to confirm what they saw was true. This woman, whom Ji Bei had rented, had struck Wang Ba instead. Wang Ba himself was taken aback. Rage surged within him, his face turning crimson, his neck thickening as he gasped for breath, nostrils flaring like a bull's. "You filthy wench! How dare you hit me? Without a thought for his own injured face, Wang Ba raised his hand, preparing to retaliate against Yang Jinjin. He intended to slap the hat off this vile woman's head to see her true appearance. Wang Ba's movement was too swift. Yang Jinjin instinctively flinched and could not evade it. She shut her eyes in fear. The anticipated pain never came. Upon opening her eyes, she found Ji Bei had deftly seized Wang Ba's arm. Ji Bei was strong, having previously held Yang Jinjin's delicate hand with care. He now gripped Wang Ba's wrist with full force. Initially, Wang Ba attempted to shake off Ji Bei's grip, then tried to hold his ground, hoping to win through sheer bravado. Ultimately, overwhelmed, he howled in agony. "Ji Bei, you son of a dog, let go of me." The 27-year-old Ji Bei dismissed the childish insults. He tightened his grip further. "Who are you cursing?" Wang Ba howled even louder, desperately clinging to the last shred of dignity without begging for mercy. Zhao Qingning, after a brief moment of surprise, rushed toward them, furious. "Yi Bei, are you out of your mind? Do you want to ruin your future by offending Wang Ba? If you seek death, do it alone. Don't drag me down with you." Ji Bei couldn't be bothered to converse with Zhao Qingning. Get lost. Her frustration nearly brought her to tears, stomping her foot in anger. "Ji Bei, don't bite the hand that feeds you." Wang Ba was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, enduring without yielding. His wrist throbbing to the rhythm of his racing heart. It was not severe enough to render him unconscious. He bellowed at Zhao Qingning, "What good is whining? Go call security. Get the manager. Tell them to throw this dog out." Without needing Zhao Qingning, the eager Curly and the bespectacled one rushed forward. Before they could exit, the door swung open. Entering was a sharply dressed man. Not in a cheap suit, Wang Ba recognized the brand immediately, and with a waiter following him. It was evident he was the manager. Wang Ba felt as if he had spotted a savior. "Manager, help me. This man is openly violent. Have the security remove him." "No, I will call the police and have him detained." Chapter 13, Yang Zidin Slapbed Wang Ba. Anyone who holds a managerial position in a place like DL is no fool, and certainly cannot be commanded by a mere high school student. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the room with a single glance, quickly forming a judgment. A group of self-proclaimed rich second-generation high school students. Lacking real wealth, the women they brought were mediocre at best. The only one worth noticing was the one in the pleated skirt. The manager's gaze fixed on Yang Jinjin. His body halting abruptly, even the hands that were confidently behind him fell to his sides. Tentatively, he called out, "Boss?" Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei stood side by side. The manager, addressing boss, could be referring to either Yang Jinjin or Ji Bei, since they had initially labeled Yang Jinjin's occupation. The manager's use of boss was naturally assumed to be directed at Ji Bei. Curly let out a derisive snort. "Manager, you've mistaken. He's just a loser. How could he be the boss? Don't make such jokes. Even if he looks the part, how could anyone confuse him for a boss? Just look at his tacky outfit. He's clearly not one." Yang Jinjin coldly interjected, "Call your superior here." The manager, now convinced of Yang Jinjin's status, dared not speak further, lowering his head as he promptly exited to summon the general manager. The waiter followed closely, not daring to breathe a word. Thank heavens he had not insulted someone of stature. Otherwise, his job would be at risk today. Zhao Qingning found Yang Jinjin particularly irksome. "Oh, since Ji Bei can't play the boss, you've stepped in, right? Truly amusing. It seems you're lost in your role play, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy." Filthy words. Ji Bei furrowed his brow at her comments. Zhao Qingning, "I don't hit women. Keep your mouth clean." Slap. The sound of a hand striking flesh echoed. It was Yang Jinjin who had made the move. After delivering the slap, she looked at Ji Bei with an expectant expression, seeking praise. "I have no principles. I hit women." Bei. Soon, the general manager was summoned. He was a balding middle-aged man, not particularly tall, dressed in a bespoke suit that exuded a level of sophistication superior to that of ordinary managers. His demeanor was amiable yet commanding, embodying the essence of a person in a position of authority. However, this air of superiority dissipated the moment he encountered Yang Jinjin. He was acutely aware of Yang Jinjin's capabilities, and despite his youth, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. As the general manager entered, Wang Ba's eyes lit up. He recognized Mr. Xie. His father had spoken highly of Mr. Xie's prowess during gatherings, urging him to learn from Mr. Xie whenever the opportunity arose. His father had even toasted Mr. Xie in his presence, who had complimented him on his promising future. Little did he expect that his father's connections would come into play at this moment. Mr. Xie approached the three of them, and Wang Ba felt increasingly assured. He was profoundly moved that Mr. Xie had personally come for his sake, and he felt fortunate to be Wang Tan's son, enjoying such privileges. Thank you, Uncle Xie, for taking the trouble over this trivial matter. Just get rid of those two. I plan to have Ji Bei taken to the police station. However, with Mr. Xie present, Wang Ba thought it prudent to leave a favorable impression on him. As for Ji Bei, there would be ample opportunity to deal with him later. With Wang Ba's call, everyone assumed Mr. Xie had come to assist him. Zhao Qingning felt a surge of relief, even contemplating the prospect of marrying Wang Ba. She knew that being the partner of a Wang was infinitely preferable to being a mere pawn. All eyes were fixed on Mr. Xie as he, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, strode straight up to Yang Jinjin. This was a man capable of commanding respect in Sioux City, and yet he bowed deeply to Yang Jinjin. His tone and expression marked by an unprecedented gentleness, devoid of any pretense or insincerity. I apologize, boss. Today this oversight is entirely my fault. Might I request you to relocate to the Jinyuan private room? The Jinyuan room was not accessible to any level of DL's external clientele. It belonged to an exclusive category reserved for the wealthy and well-connected. It was strictly for the use of the owner and his personally designated friends. Wang Ba and his companions were left dumbfounded. He scarcely registered the pain in his wrist as he exclaimed, "Uncle Xie, have you mistaken us? One of them is a nobody, and the other is a seller. How could they possibly be the owners of DL?" Mr. Xie's gaze toward Wang Ba was laden with disapproval. "Who are you?" Wang Ba, feeling emotional and excited, replied, "I am Wang Ba, little Wang." Mr. Xie pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't recognize you." Wang Ba hurriedly mentioned his father's name. "My father is Wang Tan. You've met him before. And he even toasted you." There had been countless people who had toasted Mr. Xie, making it impossible for him to remember each one. However, he did have some recollection of Wang Tan, albeit not fondly. "Wang Tan, I remember him." Wang Ba was both surprised and elated, while the others also perked up, eager to make an impression before Mr. Xie. Being acknowledged by someone of Mr. Xie's stature would be a golden opportunity, rendering university admissions unnecessary. The next moment, Mr. Xie's words doused their excitement with cold water. "Wang Tan is not a good person. Wang Ba." Mr. Xie's demeanor toward Yang Jinjin was in stark contrast to that with everyone else. Or rather, aside from his boss, Yang Jinjin, he treated everyone else in the same manner. The Hanyuan room was the most ordinary room in DL, and it was true that his subordinates had not frequented it, a lapse that would be rectified going forward. While Wang Ba and Zhao Qingning were still processing this information, the others began to realize the gravity of the situation. The woman Ji Bei had brought was, in fact, the owner of DL. Even someone like Mr. Xie had to bow his head before her. They were young and inexperienced, but certainly not foolish. The fact that Wang Ba was so eager to curry favor and showed such disregard for Wang Tan, openly disparaging him in front of his son without fear of retaliation, only served to emphasize the danger of crossing someone like her. Instantly, they felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had been plunged into a frigid cellar. The bespectacled man and the curly-haired one, quick to grasp the situation, rushed forward to apologize. "We are truly sorry. We failed to recognize your stature. We hope you will not hold it against us." Yang Jinjin was not an aggressive person. The ordinary rooms were open to the public, and as long as one could afford the expenses, no proof of assets was required. A mix of clientele was entirely normal. "I will not be going to the Jinyuan room. I do not mind their offense," she declared. The group felt a wave of relief. Was this incident going to be brushed aside? However, before they could fully rejoice, Yang Jinjin's tone shifted. "I do not mind. It is primarily their offense against my friend that concerns me." The group was about to apologize to Ji Bei, but they misread Yang Jinjin's intent. While she could overlook an affront to herself, she would not tolerate an insult to Ji Bei. Mr. Xie immediately grasped Yang Jinjin's meaning and promptly ordered that the personal information and phone numbers of these individuals be recorded, prohibiting them from stepping foot in DL again. After relaying this, Mr. Xie turned to gauge Yang Jinjin's reaction. Her expression was inscrutable. He quickly added, from today onwards, all brands associated with DL are to deny them access. But that was not all. Before everyone, Mr. Xie produced a card. I apologize for the fright, sir. This is a card from DL. With it, you can access the ZUN room and enjoy the highest level of service, all at DL's expense. The words were directed at Ji Bei, yet Mr. Xie discreetly glanced at Yang Jinjin. He perceived the depth of their relationship and hoped Ji Bei would speak well of him in Yang Jinjin's presence. Wang Ba had gone to great lengths to secure a reservation, expending nearly all his funds, and had only managed to book the most basic Hanyuan room at DL. In contrast, Ji Bei had effortlessly obtained a card for the ZUN room. This was not merely a means to consume. It was a symbol of status, a key to the upper echelons of society. Wang Ba would not even dare to dream of possessing such a card. Just when everyone expected him to gratefully accept the card, Ji Bei declined. I will not accept the card. You are to proceed according to the usual protocols. Pausing, Ji Bei added, they are neither your boss's friends nor mine, so you should charge them as you normally would. There is no need for discounts or complimentary services. Mr. Xie readily agreed. Zhao Qingning's mind raced as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Ji Bei, he was acquainted with the owner of DL and seemed quite familiar with her. Anger welled up within Zhao Qingning as she bit her lip. Why hadn't he mentioned this sooner? Had she known he was connected to the owner of DL, she would have been entirely devoted to him and never have gotten involved with Wang Ba. It was all Ji Bei's fault. Zhao Qingning's reaction was swifter than Wang Ba's. She pushed past the stunned Wang Ba and approached Ji Bei, a sweet smile gracing her face, attempting to nuzzle against him. Bei, why are you so annoying? Don't test me like this. Her voice was softer than ever before. Ji Bei had treated her with such kindness for so long, yet he had never heard her speak to him in this tone. It was truly ironic that she had managed to convey this sentiment merely through an unaccepted ZUN private room card. Bai, I am breaking up with Wang Ba right now. Can we return to how we used to be? This sweet, clingy tone made Yang Jinjin's temples throb. She cast a glance at the waiter who had entered with Mr. Xie. The waiter promptly understood the situation, nudging Zhao Qingning, who was closely attached to Ji Bei, aside while muttering, "Move aside, stop flaunting. This isn't a place for you to conduct business." Zhao Qingning was utterly furious. Having been a goddess since childhood, she relished in the pursuit of men. She felt it was outrageous to endure such humiliation. Moreover, her mind was flooded with memories of Ji Bei's kindness towards her. Biting her lip, she lifted a glass of red wine from the table and approached Ji Bei. Bei, will you forgive me? I was just momentarily bewitched. Punish me however you wish. With that, Zhao Qingning splashed some red wine on her own face. Bei, look, I've doused myself in red wine. You must forgive me. Ji Bei took a slight step back, not out of fear of her, but rather due to the wine she had splattered onto herself. Yang Jinjin could no longer tolerate the scene. Whenever it concerned Ji Bei, she was particularly sensitive, shedding her previously aloof demeanor. She stepped forward, snatched the wine glass from Zhao Qingning's hand, and with a swift motion, drenched Zhao Qingning's meticulously made-up face with the entire contents. Let me show you how to truly spill red wine. At this moment, Wang Ba finally grasped the reality of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. I apologize. Today, I was in the wrong. I hope you two will not hold it against me. Yang Jinjin did not even deign to spare him a glance. Is this how you apologize? Wang Ba's eyes were filled with hatred. His teeth clenched tightly as his jaw muscles tensed from the effort of suppressing his rage. He understood that he had to bow down at this moment. For the person he had angered, even his father, Wang Tan, would have no power to resolve the situation. Wang Ba bowed deeply towards Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei. Ladies, today I was blind to my actions. I implore you, do not hold a grudge against a petty individual like myself. Yang Jinjin winked at Ji Bei playfully, as if inquiring whether this approach was acceptable. Bei, who had not been angry to begin with, felt that as an adult, he had no reason to be upset with a group of high school students. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Upon receiving the reprieve, Wang Ba and his companions resembled drowning men who had suddenly been given air. They rushed to escape, fearful of being left behind. "Wait," Ji Bei called out. In an instant, the crowd froze as if time had stopped. Within a single evening, they had not even realized how Ji Bei's words had shifted from mere whispers to commands that could govern their actions. Even within this private room, such a scenario would have been unthinkable in the past. "Ji Bei, are you not going to pay for us to leave?" Just 15 minutes prior, Wang Ba and his group had entertained such thoughts, but now they found themselves stripped of that audacity. The perceptive Mr. Xie immediately instructed the waiter to tally up their expenses for the night. The private room 003 at Hongyuan had racked up the highest expenditure among all the rooms, and the waiter, eager for his commission, reported without needing to calculate further. Tonight, the consumption for room 003 amounts to 42,340 yuan. According to DL's regulations, you only need to pay 420,000 yuan. The waiter approached Wang Ba directly. "Sir, would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? We also accept card payments." Wang Ba was left dumbfounded, questioning whether he had misheard. 420,000 yuan. Not 4,200, not 42,000, but 420,000. How could he possibly come up with that amount? The Wang family was affluent. His father, a homeroom teacher, had his own means of making money and possessed considerable assets. However, his father's money was his father's, and his own pocket money barely amounted to a few thousand. Where would he source tens of thousands? As Wang Ba stood there in a daze, the waiter raised his voice slightly to remind him, "Would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? We also accept card payments." Wang Ba finally snapped back to reality. He impatiently shouted at everyone, "What are you all staring at? Pay up!" His classmates, who had been marveling at Wang Ba's wealth, were still processing the situation. One person dared to ask aloud, "Pay for what?" Wang Ba glared, "Of course for the drinks. Do you expect me to foot the bill alone?" At this, the students displayed expressions of distress. With about 20 individuals present, splitting 400,000 yuan meant each person would owe around 20,000. How could a group of high school students come up with that kind of money? Immediately, a girl stepped forward. "I didn't touch any of the drinks. I only contributed to the room expenses." One followed another, with several girls chiming in, "We didn't drink either. We only contributed to the room." Those who abstained from drinking had no qualms about this arrangement. However, after eliminating a few individuals, the remaining ones faced an even larger bill, and each bore a look of dissatisfaction. Someone quietly inquired, "Wasn't Wang Ba supposed to treat us?" Initially, Wang Ba had indeed made such a claim, but his budget was only a few thousand at most, and he had intended to let Ji Bei cover the cost before indulging in extravagant spending. To Wang Ba, these individuals were merely pawns, and he certainly would not extend them any kindness. "Why should I cover the costs? Hurry up and pay. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving." Once those words were spoken, no one moved. Some were unwilling to pay, but the main issue was that they simply did not have the money. A group of high school students, with a few thousand being considered wealthy, most of them had only a few hundred or even just tens of yuan on hand. Someone mumbled, "If I had known you weren't treating us, I wouldn't have come. Why pretend to be rich?" Chapter 15. Unable to afford the bill. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of all present. As one person grumbled, several others joined in. "Exactly. Why pretend to be something you're not? It's a waste of my feelings supporting you for so long. Whoever wants to pay can pay. I certainly won't." What were they even there for? To be humiliated, blacklisted from DL, and still expected to contribute? Wang Ba was more like a harbinger of misfortune at this point. Once the invitation to treat was rescinded, the true feelings of the group towards Wang Ba were laid bare. Wang Ba was unconcerned about their opinions, but was deeply troubled by their actions. Such blatant disrespect was intolerable. He growled, "Shut up. Do you want to ruin your chances of fitting in at school? Do you want to jeopardize your chances of going to college?" In an instant, it felt as if he had struck at the very core of their existence. They had no choice but to fall silent. However, even with all their efforts combined, they could not reach the sum of 400,000. The classmates pooled their resources, and even with Wang Ba contributing all he had, they barely scraped together 80,000. He resorted to coercion, thoroughly exhausting every means to extract money from those present, yet still failed to gather even 100,000. Wang Ba's gaze fell upon Zhao Qingning. Zhao Qingning was preoccupied with thoughts on how to win Jibei back when Wang Ba's sudden stare sent a chill down her spine. With a quivering voice, she tentatively inquired, "Brother Wang, why are you looking at me like that?" Normally, Wang Ba would have succumbed to her tone, but today he was devoid of any sentimentality. "What do you mean looking at you? Fork over the cash. Are you not human?" Zhao Qingning forced a feeble smile. "Brother Wang, I don't have any money." Wang Ba shot back, "If you're broke, what are you even doing here?" She desperately wanted to retort that wasn't he at him who flaunted his wealth and insisted on treating. Yet, she dared not speak her mind. Instead, she continued to smile weakly. "Brother Wang, I have always been by your side." Wang Ba was in no mood for flirtation. "Stop wasting time. Go fetch your sycophants. I don't care what means you use or what you sacrifice. You must make up the remaining amount." Zhao Qingning's expression stiffened as she glanced between Wang Ba and Ji Bei. The former wore a repulsive scowl, while the latter remained utterly expressionless, leaving her no choice but to bravely respond, "Brother Wang, you jest. I have no sycophants." In an instant, Wang Ba brought his hand down upon her face with merciless force. His anger, long pent up, was unleashed upon Zhao Qingning without restraint. She was thrown to the ground, her cheeks swelling, hair disheveled, blood from her mouth mingling with spilled wine, utterly devoid of her former elegance. In shock, she looked up at Wang Ba, who displayed no shred of pity and even seemed inclined to strike her again. Desperately, she turned to Ji Bei, who was engrossed in conversation with Yang Jinjin, not sparing even a glance in her direction. Despair washed over Zhao Qingning as a thought crept in her mind. She and Ji Bei could never return to their past. Wang Ba was indifferent to her turmoil, yanking Zhao Qingning by her hair, his face uncomfortably close to hers, spitting words with disdain. "You little slut. Stop pretending to be a virtuous woman. Hurry up and gather the money, or I won't let you off lightly." Once more, Zhao Qingning sought help from Ji Bei, but he was still deeply engaged in conversation with Yang Jinjin, who wore a cap pulled low. Zhao Qingning couldn't even discern the features of Ji Bei's new love. In that fleeting moment, Ji Bei had shared something that made Yang Jinjin laugh heartily. Her laughter was melodious, her ample bosom swaying with mirth, the two appearing quite harmonious together. Zhao Qingning felt a surge of indignation. Perhaps Ji Bei had already found someone new before she had the chance to reject him. "Why are you daydreaming, you idiot? Hurry up and gather the money." The sharp pain from her head jolted Zhao Qingning back to reality. She wiped her tears, reluctantly pulling out her phone to start collecting funds. Zhao Qingning's financial situation was far from affluent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be entangled with Wang Ba. Yet, despite her lack of wealth, there were many, including Ji Bei, willing to spend on her. Miraculously, she managed to gather 200,000. Zhao Qingning hoped to transfer 100,000 to Wang Ba and keep the other 100 for herself, but before she could, Wang Ba snatched her phone and transferred the entire sum to his account. "We still need another 100,000. Wang Ba tugged at Zhao Qingning's hair again, demanding more money. Zhao Qingning's face was swollen and tear-streaked, her eyes puffy like walnuts. "I can't gather any more. I've asked everyone I could." Wang Ba responded by slapping her twice more. "Give me more." Zhao Qingning's face was now swollen on both sides as she sobbed. "I truly can't gather any more." Enraged, Wang Ba flung her aside, spitting useless trash. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions laced with a mix of concern and curiosity towards Wang Ba. However, he was too focused on the task at hand to notice. His demeanor shifted as he approached Xie Zong, the true power in the room. "Mr. Xie, we're doing our utmost to gather this money. We still need 100,000. He gestured towards Zhao Qingning on the ground. "What if we offer this woman? She is quite attractive, untouched, and if you're interested, I can let you have her for this 100,000. Under ordinary circumstances, Xie Yin might have agreed. After all, he wasn't too short on money. Beautiful women were abundant, and finding a clean young one was not a challenge. However, with Boss Yang present, he dared not engage in such transactions under his watchful eye. Xie Yun's expression hardened. "I'm not hungry right now. I'm not interested in everything." Chapter 16, Brother Ji Bei. "Do you enjoy looking at my body?" Yang Jinjin said as they prepared to leave. Jibei also wished to exit and nodded, departing with her. What happened to Wang Ba and his entourage, or what would become of Zhao Qingning, was of no concern to him. He had come out solely for Yang Jinjin. Jibei sat in the passenger seat, next to Yang Jinjin on their way home. He preferred not to discuss the matters of the Ji family, and Yang Jinjin refrained from probing. They shared a tacit understanding, even opting to park some distance from the Ji residence. Jibei sought to focus on his studies without attracting unnecessary trouble for Yang Jinjin. Once the car stopped, Yang Jinjin did not unlock the doors, but instead gazed at Jibei with a pitiful expression. Jibei was perplexed. What was this girl up to? Was she going to ask him for fare? Or perhaps offer herself in some way? Brother Jibei, will we be able to meet again? After entering the vehicle, Yang Jinjin removed her cap, letting her long black hair cascade over her shoulders, a few rebellious strands playfully resting on her bosom, rising and falling with her breaths. Once the car halted, she turned her upper body towards Jibei, her slender arm draping over the back of the seatbelt pressing against her curves, creating a decidedly alluring posture. Yet, she remained oblivious to the effect she had on him. Her small face, scrunched up in disappointment at Jibei's departure, pouted as she fixed her gaze on him. Jibei, momentarily entranced, forgot to respond to Yang Jinjin's question. Brother Jibei, do you enjoy looking at my body? Snapping back to reality, Jibei nearly choked on his own saliva. This girl was remarkably straightforward. If you want to see, just look. I'll show you next time. All right? Jibei instinctively touched his nose, relieved that he wasn't bleeding. Yang Jinjin was completely unaware of the turmoil her actions caused within Jibei. She lamented the events of the day. Brother Jibei, next time we meet, can I buy you grilled squid? Jibei replied, no need. Yang Jinjin's charming face instantly fell. Next time, if you want some, let us queue up together. As Jibei stepped into the Ji family's living room, he was met with a barrage of scolding from Ji Zhongshi, who appeared as fearsome as a demon. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the Ji family had already commenced their dinner. At the head of the table sat Ji Zhongshi, flanked by Song Yaji and Ji Nanchuan, while even Ji Dong, his biological daughter, occupied a position beneath Ji Nanchuan. It was unclear what the Ji family was thinking. They seemingly disregarded their own son, placing Ji Dong further down the hierarchy, while treating the outsider Ji Nanchuan as a prized possession. The dishes on the dining table were evidently remnants of a meal already partially consumed. By the time Jibei entered, they had nearly finished. This was typical for the Ji family. According to their rationale, they were fostering Jibei's sense of time. However, the family's meal schedule was never fixed, and no one ever called for Jibei when dinner was served, let alone waited for him. If Jibei were to anticipate dinner and arrive early at the table, he would be reprimanded for being overly eager, as if he were a glutton reborn from a past life of starvation. Yet if it were Ji Nanchuan, no matter how late he arrived, the family would patiently wait for him to join the meal. Ji Zhongshi emphatically repeated, I told you to kneel down. Did you hear me? In earlier days, Jibei would have complied without question, regardless of whether he was at fault. He could not bear the thought of upsetting the Ji family, fearing their anger would harm their well-being. However, to the Ji family, Jibei's refusal to kneel was a manifestation of guilt for his perceived misdeeds. What have I done wrong? Ji Zhongshi, infuriated by Jibei's defiance, exclaimed, You little bastard, how dare you talk back? Jibei cast a sidelong glance at the gleeful Ji Nanchuan, now more convinced that he was the source of this mischief. Maintaining a stoic expression, he replied, If my inquiry is interpreted as backtalk, then there is little I can do about it. This marked the first instance of Jibei addressing Ji Zhongshi in such a manner. Absent was the usual subservience or frantic wailing, replaced instead by a calm dialogue. Their interaction felt less like that of father and son, and more akin to two equals engaging in conversation. This atmosphere irked Ji Zhongshi immensely. Nanchuan, seizing the moment, put down his chopsticks and gently patted Ji Zhongshi's back, whispering, Dad, don't be angry. It's not worth jeopardizing your health. He then turned to Jibei, raising his voice slightly. Brother, perhaps you should say less. Dad is trying to educate you. If you apologize, he surely won't hold it against you. Befigned ignorance, toi Nanchuan insipid remarks. With a few deft words, Ji Nanchuan had transformed his father's vehement reprimand into an educational moment, conveniently providing Ji Zhongshi with a rationale for his inexplicable wrath. Before Ji Zhongshi could erupt, Ji Bei interjected, "Let us address the matter at hand. You probably wouldn't want to be labeled as unreasonable." Ji Zhongshi inhaled deeply, regaining some composure. "Fine. You wish to converse earnestly. Then I shall engage you in earnest. Did you get into a fight with some ruffians today?" This was indeed the truth, leaving Ji Bei with little to refute. "Yes. And should you not kneel?" Ji Bei chuckled lightly, feeling no sense of guilt for his altercation with the ruffians. "Should one kneel for a mere scuffle? I believe even the police do not adhere to such a protocol." "This is the Ji family," Ji Zhongshi retorted. "Am I to be punished for acting heroically? Is that also prohibited in the Ji household? If so, I can always discuss it with the police." As I just returned from there, Ji Zhongshi found himself amused by Ji Bei's audacity. "You a hero?" Ji Bei ignored the derision, responding simply, "Indeed." Zi Zong, unable to bear the unfolding drama any longer, candidly voiced the speculations that had arisen prior to Ji Bei's arrival. "Ji Bei, are you not merely jealous of Nanchuan?" Ji Bei was perplexed. He chose not to inquire further, preferring to wait silently for their elaboration. "Nanchuan just signed a contract to debut today. He is destined to become a top-tier star. Your brawl with the ruffians, was it not an attempt to create scandalous material for him later on?" Song Yaji finally managed to articulate her thoughts. "Ji Bei, your intentions are truly profound." Ji Bei shouted softly. Initially, they had indeed followed such a thought process. Upon Ji Dong's assertion that Ji Bei's actions were motivated by a desire to tarnish Ji Nanchuan's future, all present nodded in agreement. Yet a more insidious possibility remained unspoken. The fear that Ji Bei might discover the efficacy of this tactic and employ it frequently, deliberately inflicting harm upon Ji Nanchuan to draw the Ji family's attention. "You are overthinking this. Outside, no one knows of my connection to the Ji family, and my actions are naturally unrelated to them." Chapter 17. Did Ji Bei steal Ji Dong's belongings? The Ji family exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their shared realization. Ji Nanchuan seized the opportunity to comfort, "Mom, Dad, and Sister, please do not be angry. Brother did not mean it. He simply desires your affection." As expected, Ji Bei's words only intensified their ire. It became evident to Ji Bei that returning to his room that night would be an impossibility. He pulled out a chair and sat down. "I am the one who has garnered fame for singing on short videos. The one whose identity as the Ji family's young master has been usurped. What gives you the right to believe I am the one who has taken advantage of the situation, constantly usurping from Ji Nanchuan? What have I stolen from him?" Ji Zhongshi, who had been seething with anger, was momentarily taken aback. Initially, when Ji Bei returned to the Ji family, he intended to publicly acknowledge Ji Bei as his son. However, due to Ji Nanchuan's frail health, this matter had been postponed repeatedly, extending to the present. In truth, Ji Bei was indeed his son, and despite his son's seeming lack of ambition, perhaps it was time for others to recognize this. Ji Zhongshi remained oblivious to the tempest brewing within Ji Nanchuan during those fleeting moments of hesitation. Gripping his chopsticks tightly, Ji Nanchuan felt his fingers turning pale. He pressed his lips together, striving to maintain his facade of compliance. "Dad, allowing the Ji family's reputation to suffer is something brother failed to consider. He certainly did not intend for it. He merely wishes for others to acknowledge him as part of the Ji family, though ostensibly defending Ji Bei." Each word served to accuse Ji Bei of being self-serving and neglectful of the family's interests. Ji Zhongshi's vanity was deftly manipulated by Ji Nanchuan. Growing anxious, he insisted, "Dad, you need not worry about me. After all, in the entertainment industry, everyone has their share of scandals. I'm not afraid of being criticized. Even if it jeopardizes my future, I would not fear it. No amount of wealth compares to my brother's significance." In just a few short sentences, Ji Nanchuan had effectively extinguished Ji Zhongshi's inclination to publicly acknowledge Ji Bei as his biological son. Ji Zhongshi, belatedly aware, lamented that he was growing old, becoming sentimental and indecisive. In his youth, he was not so. How could a son raised in poverty possibly surpass the carefully nurtured Ji Nanchuan. Seeing Ji Zhongshe abandon the idea of revealing Ji Bei's identity, a triumphant Ji Nanchuan cast a victorious glance at Ji Bei. He remained indifferent. He had no desire to be associated with the Ji family. His presence there was solely for the sake of the upcoming college entrance examinations. Once those were concluded, he intended to sever all ties with the Ji family. Should Ji Zhongshe choose to disclose their relationship, it would only complicate matters for Ji Bei. Sensing his advantage, Ji Nanchuan continued with his insipid banter. It's all my fault. Brother's sudden behavior must surely stem from his anger at me for seizing his opportunity to debut. Acting as if to rise, he declared, "No, I must inform Sister Lu that the one who has gone viral for singing on short videos is brother, not me. Even if Sister Lu adores me, assuring me that I will become a great star and earn vast sums of money, I must return the opportunity to brother. Sit down." Jidong firmly grasped Ji Nanchuan, who was already pretending to be aloof, and pulled him down to sit. Once Ji Nanchuan settled, Jidong cast an irked glance at Ji Bei, her tone laced with profound sarcasm. P.S. Entering the entertainment industry? With his disposition, who would ever take a liking to him? With that, Jidong turned her gaze back to Ji Nanchuan. Despite being brothers, her expressions towards them were strikingly different. One might easily mistake Ji Nanchuan for her biological brother, and Ji Bei for an adopted one. It was undoubtedly Ji Nanchuan's amiable nature, kind-hearted, obedient, and clever, that endeared him to the audience at first sight. Flattered by Jidong's praise, Ji Nanchuan beamed with joy. Ji Bei observed their antics like a monkey, watching for a while before leisurely interjecting, "If my personality is unlikable, then what precisely is likable? Is it the cunning and deceitful types? Or perhaps those who steal?" The mere mention of theft struck a nerve with Jidong, igniting her fury. "Who exactly is the thief here? Ji Bei, how dare you speak such things?" The root of Jidong's disdain for Ji Bei stemmed from a particular incident. This spineless wretch had the audacity to give away his worn clothes to classmates in a bid to curry favor. The school's belle wearing his used items would surely attract attention from the male students. Thankfully, Jidong intervened in time. Otherwise, the situation could have been utterly revolting. This was Jidong's perspective. In truth, Ji Bei's experience was quite the opposite. Upon arriving at the Ji family, he found himself despised by all, save for his fourth sister, Jidong, whose hostility was less overt than that of the other family members. Ji Bei believed there was a chance she might actually like him, thus investing considerable effort into winning her approval. One day, Ji Nanchuan tossed a few of Jidong's dirty clothes at Ji Bei, claiming they were to be hand-washed as per their sister's instructions. He was aware that many of the girl's garments required delicate handling. Elated to be tasked by Jidong, he had no inkling of the storm that awaited. Before he could even begin washing, Jidong barged into the bathroom, unleashing a torrent of insults, calling Ji Bei disgusting and shameless, demanding he leave the Ji family. Ji Bei could easily guess it was Ji Nanchuan's trickery at play. Unfazed, he retorted, "If you want proof of my innocence, then let those who accuse provide evidence. Surely you, dear sister, are not oblivious to that?" He continued, "If you truly believe I am guilty without evidence, then I must question your academic credentials." As Jidong prepared to speak, Ji Bei cut her off. "If you wish to accuse me further without substantiation, I could very well pursue a defamation case." With the situation escalating, Ji Nanchuan rushed to mediate, pleading, "Sister, please don't scold brother. It's all my fault. I've basked in the affection of our parents and sisters, which has upset brother." Jidong, feeling slightly overwhelmed, decided to set aside the clothing issue for the moment. "Let us not discuss that for now. What about the matter of you painting curses all over Ji Nanchuan's room with red paint? Let us not pretend there's no evidence. We all saw it clearly, and that bucket of leftover paint was found by Aunt Lee in your room." Ji Bei scoffed. "And so what? Why not investigate whose handwriting is on the walls of curses? Or look into how I procured that red paint. How did it end up on the second floor in Ji Nanchuan's room? And how did I manage to bring it back to my own room?" Chapter 18. The Marriage Alliance with the Jiang Family. Jidong paused, realizing Ji Bei had made a valid point. This reasoning was not difficult to verify. Yet everyone had immediately assumed Ji Bei was the culprit. Moreover, When Nanchuan had seen the cursed walls, he had nearly fainted with rage. It was no wonder no one listened to Jibei's explanations. His apparent calmness made Jidong ponder whether there was indeed more to the story. She fell into deep thought, oblivious to Nanchuan's pale face and the sweat pooling in his palms beneath the table. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The Ji family members were taken aback, and Jidong, unable to delve into the pain incident, rushed to check on Nanchuan's condition. Jibei cast a sidelong glance at Nanchuan, mocking him lightly. "Oh, how fragile our dear Jinan is. I wonder if he'll withstand the adoration of his fans in the future." His blatant derision incensed the Ji family. Ji Zhongshi barked, "Get out." Jibei merely pouted and turned to leave. His swift retreat left Ji Zhongshi feeling deprived of the satisfaction of reprimanding his son, as it felt akin to striking a punch into cotton. In the past, Jibei would have meekly accepted the scolding, taking care to appease his father. This thought only fueled Ji Zhongshi's irritation further. "Get out of here, back to your room. You're not allowed to eat dinner tonight." Jibei quickened his pace, ignoring Nanchuan altogether. He had no intention of eating anyway. In truth, he wasn't even hungry. He had already indulged in plenty while wandering the snack street with Yang Jinjin that evening, gobbling up most of what she wished to taste yet couldn't finish. Recalling how he had savored that half of a starch sausage from Yang Jinjin, he found her adorable expression of heartbreak, which she bravely concealed, utterly charming. Once Jibei left, Nanchuan's asthma eased considerably. The Ji family, anxious about his well-being, attempted to take him to the hospital, but he smiled at them, putting on the perfect son act. "Mom, Dad, and sister, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. You've all had a long day, and I wouldn't want you to rush to the hospital on my account." This display of thoughtfulness moved them deeply. Look at how considerate he is. And then look at that ungrateful Jibei. If it weren't for the paternity test clearly stating otherwise, they might genuinely believe Jibei was not their biological son, but rather that Nanchuan was. At the dinner table, the television, acting merely as background noise, aired an entertainment news segment featuring Yang Jinjin. The moment her name was mentioned, Nanchuan's gaze snapped to the screen, captivated. The news reported how Yang Jinjin had been disguised and nearly harmed by a nefarious individual, but was rescued by a high school student. The police confirmed that the mastermind behind the incident was a small entertainment company owner, now in custody, with further investigations pending. Clearly, arrangements had been made, as the broadcast featured only Yang Jinjin and the company owner, while the face of the heroic high school student was obscured by heavy pixelation. Nanchuan gazed at Yang Jinjin's image, his expression one of infatuation. He had harbored feelings for her since his previous life. In this life, entering the entertainment industry was partly to usurp Jibei's existence, but primarily to win Yang Jinjin's heart. After all, how could one resist when Yang Jinjin's beauty and figure perfectly aligned with Nanchuan's aesthetic preferences? "Jinan! Jinan!" Song Yaji called out repeatedly before Nanchuan snapped back to reality. "Mom?" Seeing him return to himself, Song Yaji continued. "Your father and I were discussing a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, specifically with Miss Jiang Mengrue. We'd like to know your thoughts on this." The engagement with the Jiang family had been arranged since childhood, and it was undoubtedly Nanchuan who was to marry Jiang Mengrue. Later, Jibei returned, and Ji Zhongshi hesitated. After careful deliberation on several fronts, the parents of the Ji family ultimately resolved that the union should be granted to Nanchuan. The mention of the Jiang family's young lady conjured a flurry of memories in Nanchuan's mind. His impression of Jiang Mengrue was indelibly etched in his memory. In his previous life, Nanchuan indeed attempted to forge a relationship with Jiang Mengrue for a time. Jiang Mengrue possessed a degree of beauty, but most notably, her eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of Yang Jinjin, both featuring the alluring, captivating quality of fox-like eyes that could make a man's heart flutter. However, Jiang Mengrue's temperament was exceedingly poor. Proud and brash, she responded with disdain regardless of Nanchuan's efforts, leading to the gradual depletion of his patience. After all, who among them was not cherished by their parents? Why should he strive to curry favor with Jiang Mengrue? After a period of acquaintance, Nanchuan severed ties with her, and their final encounter was rather awkward. Later, when the Ji family faced bankruptcy, Ji Nanchuan sought Jiang Mengrue's assistance. She crossed her arms, looked down at him with an air of superiority, and coldly remarked that her family was not the Ji family and would not pick up trash as if it were treasure. The humiliation from that day still lingered in Ji Nanchuan's heart. Karma, it seemed, was swift, as the Jiang family soon followed suit into ruin, while Jiang Mengrue, that wretched woman, became a mistress to an older man. In this lifetime, he would certainly have no desire for Jiang Mengrue and would relish the opportunity to trample on her when she fell from grace. With that thought, a smirk tugged at the corners of Ji Nanchuan's lips. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Father, mother, sister, I cannot accept this union. Song Yaji was the first to voice her concern. Why? Ji Nanchuan blinked, tears cascading down the corners of his eyes. Father, mother, sister, I am acutely aware of my own status and understand that the love of my family is something I have not earned but have been fortunate enough to enjoy. My heart is overflowing with gratitude. Every time Ji Nanchuan spoke with red-rimmed eyes, the Ji family felt as if their hearts were being twisted in anguish, wishing to present the very best of the world to Ji Nanchuan. Song Yaji sniffed, her voice tinged with emotion. Do not say such things, Nanchuan. Father, mother, and your sisters cherish you because you are a wonderful child. You deserve to be loved. Ji Dong added, Nanchuan, do not overthink it. Your sister will always love you. Ji Zhongshi, reflecting on Ji Bei, wondered if that troublemaker had said something to him. With his propensity for bringing shame to the Ji family, how could he possibly be worthy of being a Ji? Hearing the Ji family's reassurances brought a semblance of joy to Ji Nanchuan. Thank you all. I truly love you. Yet, regarding this union, he reiterated, this is meant for my brother. I have already taken too much from him. If I were to seize this union as well, he would surely blame me. Zizong's blame you? What right does he have to blame you? Nanchuan, whatever the Ji family has given you, accept it without any psychological burden. Ji Nanchuan certainly bore no such burden. However, he resolutely could not accept this union. Not only would he refuse, but he also intended to pass the unfortunate Jiang Mengrue to Ji Bei. No, father, mother, sister, this union must belong to my brother. Chapter 19. Preparing for the competition 2 months hence. The Ji family was, of course, eager to bestow this advantageous union upon Ji Nanchuan. Jiang Mengrue, the young lady from the Jiang family, was reputed to be beautiful, academically accomplished, and exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, making her a rare prospect for marriage within their circle. Such a fine young woman was a gem that could not be easily replaced. So how could they consider giving her to Ji Bei? Nevertheless, Ji Nanchuan's insistence left the Ji family with little recourse to argue. Upon returning to his room, Ji Bei was unaware that Ji Nanchuan had been contemplating how to pass the Ji family's young lady on to him. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed something was amiss. His room had been ransacked. Pulling open a drawer, he discovered, as expected, that all his USB drives were missing. It was obvious that Ji Nanchuan was responsible. He and T merely copied the songs from the USB drives. He had stolen them altogether, fearing that Ji Bei might reveal his true self if he ever became famous. Ji Bei had no intention of exposing him. In fact, he believed Ji Nanchuan had not made significant progress in this new life, remaining as foolish as he had been before. Did Ji Nanchuan really think he needed USB drives to unmask him? The true treasure lay in his own exceptional voice, not in any mere USB drive. Upon inspecting other areas, Ji Bei found that his certificates of honor were also missing. While other families displayed their certificates like trophies in a personal exhibition, Ji Bei's were different. He had amassed so many honors that there was simply no space to showcase them. After returning to the Ji family, he had stowed them away like discarded paper. Now that they were gone, Ji Bei surmised they had caught the attention of Sun Yulu, who likely intended to craft a scholar persona for him in the entertainment industry, given he had previously established such a persona in his last life. The distinction was that he was a genuine scholar, while Ji Nanchuan was merely a phony who could be easily exposed. Did Ji Nanchuan believe that by discarding the certificates, his facade as a scholar would remain intact? He was sorely mistaken. Certificates could only attest to the past, and were ultimately just a stack of worthless paper. The true value resided in the knowledge within one's mind. After checking everything else for damage and finding none, Ji-Bei pulled up a stool and began his studies. Indeed, there was little left in this small room. It was the height of summer in the humid southern region, and even the nights offered no respite from the heat, compounded by the incessant chirping of cicadas, which only served to heighten his irritation. Ji-Bei's room was poorly located, lacking ventilation, and devoid of air conditioning. He wore only a simple short-sleeved shirt, his broad chest gradually revealing the physique of a mature man, with sweat slowly soaking through the thin fabric, clinging to his skin and subtly outlining the contours of his muscles. The room was dim, lacking a proper desk lamp, so Ji-Bei turned on the small, dim light and leaned over his makeshift desk to study. He needed to reacquaint himself with the knowledge from his textbooks. After entering the industry in his last life, despite attempting to study whenever he could, Ji-Bei found himself overwhelmed, ultimately regretting that his family had not even allowed him to sit for the college entrance examination. His humanities subjects were manageable. He could pick those up again, but the sciences were a different story. The formulas, theorems, and various problem types had nearly slipped from his memory after so long. Now, he needed to review them bit by bit. Time flew by when he was engrossed in his studies. As he stretched while switching subjects, he suddenly recalled an important matter. A physics competition was scheduled 2 months after the start of the senior year, and if he could represent his school, Ji-Bei was confident he could secure a position in the province. A strong enough rank could lead to a recommendation for further studies. And if he could represent the province in the national competition and achieve a high ranking, there was a significant chance he would gain entry into the National Research Institute. Ji-Bei had little interest in being recommended for admission. His sole desire was to participate in the college entrance examination. However, the prospect of joining the National Research Laboratory was an immense temptation for him. If he could gain entry, his fingertips trembled slightly at the thought. The opportunity to bring glory to his country made Ji-Bei feel that his rebirth in this life would be fulfilled. With this thought, his motivation surged even further. Immersed in a sea of books, Ji-Bei was exceptionally focused. This time he was studying physics, a subject he both enjoyed and excelled in, even after years of absence. He found it effortless to engage with the material. Instead of starting from scratch, he unfolded a test paper and reviewed the questions from beginning to end, consulting the answers for any concepts he was unsure of, followed by targeted revisions. This method not only reinforced his understanding of the material, but also illuminated which concepts carried more weight on the exam. By the time Ji-Bei regained his awareness, it was already past 11 at night. Having sat for a prolonged period and feeling somewhat parched, he stood up, opened the door, and intended to fetch some water from the refrigerator. At this hour, the housekeeper had already retired, and the members of the Ji family were all in their respective rooms. The living room was dark and silent. Standing before the refrigerator, he twisted open a bottle of water and took a couple of swigs, then grasped the remaining half-full bottle to return to his room. As he passed the sofa, he suddenly noticed a shadow upon it, startling Ji-Bei. Had it not been for his relatively steady nerves, he might have jumped in fright. There sat a figure on the sofa, motionless and shrouded in darkness. Anyone would have been alarmed. After a couple of glances, Ji-Bei confirmed it was Nanchuan. What an odd occurrence. Ji-Bei couldn't help but mentally scoff. Nevertheless, he had no intention of greeting him. Both were acutely aware of their relationship, and there was no need to put on a show with the family absent. Besides, Ji-Bei would not pretend, even if they were present. Neither spoke a word, and Ji-Bei headed straight back to his room, locking the door behind him. This minor incident barely registered with him. Once inside, he gulped down the remaining water, wiped his sweat with a towel, and resumed his battle with the questions. This time, he was tackling a complex chemistry problem. Ji-Bei had made significant progress in his recent revision, yet his grasp of the knowledge still felt somewhat deficient. After successfully navigating the first 2 parts of the question, he found himself stuck on the third, having tried several methods without success. Rather than immediately checking the answers, he continued to ponder deeply. 5 minutes later, with frustration, Ji-Bei let his hand drop from his hair. He could not solve it. When one is anxious, they can manage anything, except for math problems and chemistry questions. Just then, a knock resounded at his door. Chapter 20. Ji Nanchuan's debut contract is full of pitfalls. Ji Bei ignored it, focusing on the answers. The knocking persisted. He remained unresponsive, his expression impassive, though the heaviness in his hand as he flipped through the answers betrayed his irritation. The knocking grew louder. This time, it was accompanied by nails scraping against the door, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Ji Bei remained motionless, searching for the corresponding answer by problem number. Whether it was a matter of cost-cutting or sheer negligence, the answers were densely printed and the font exceedingly small. Even Ji Bei's vision, rated at 50, struggled to decipher them. The scraping intensified, along with Nanchuan's voice. "Brother, are you asleep? I know you're awake. The light in your room is still on." Ji Bei finally located the answer to the problem, staring at it for 3 seconds as if he didn't recognize the character. 3 seconds later, all his emotions coalesced into a single expletive. "Damn." After calling for a while without response, Nanchuan raised his voice. "Brother, could you please open the door? I have something I want to ask you. If you don't, Mom, Dad, and the sisters will surely misunderstand you." "Misunderstand my ass." Ji Bei slammed a black marker, which cost $1, onto the table and abruptly opened the door. His sudden motion took Nanchuan by surprise, having leaned against the door. He lost his support and nearly toppled over. It took him a few steps to regain his composure. "Brother, what's the matter?" Ji Bei had no patience for idle chit-chat. "If you have something to say, be quick about it. I have other matters to attend to." With his belongings strewn across the table, Nanchuan immediately spotted the half-completed chemistry problem. He scoffed disdainfully. "What is so good about studying? Being a bookworm now means you'll just end up as a corporate drone later. It's far better to enter the entertainment industry. Unlimited glory, flowers, applause, and enough money to last a lifetime." Ji Bei did not miss the contempt on his face. However, he chose to remain silent. For someone with a modicum of looks, but lacking talent and a solid background, thinking they could smoothly sail through the entertainment industry was nothing short of delusional. The taste of reality was something Nanchuan would have to experience for himself. "If there's nothing else, I'm closing the door," Ji Bei said expressionlessly. He felt no obligation to display any emotion towards someone as inconsequential as Nanchuan. Yet, to Nanchuan, this demeanor suggested otherwise. Ji Bei seemed upset with him. What could possibly be the reason for his discontent? Was it not because he had seized the opportunity to enter the entertainment world? This was merely the beginning, and Nanchuan could hardly contain his anticipation of seeing Ji Bei auctioned off, while he himself was celebrated as the film emperor, basking in the adoration of financial backers. He produced a stack of papers from behind him. "Brother, this is the contract I signed today with Sister Lu. Can you take a look and see if there are any issues?" Ji Bei declined, stating that their father should have reviewed it. Nanchuan's expression turned slightly troubled, but he insisted, "You're a top student, and you know so much. I'd feel more at ease if you looked it over." Hearing Nanchuan's words, this debut contract was indeed problematic. What kind of debut contract was this? It was nothing short of a slave contract, binding him for a decade. The contract stipulated that a newcomer like Nanchuan would require company-arranged training, and only upon passing would he be able to accept offers for variety shows. Once he began earning money, he would first have to repay the company for the expenses incurred on him. He was prohibited from accepting any resources not provided by the company, under threat of tenfold compensation. During the contract period, he would have to unconditionally comply with company arrangements, again under threat of tenfold compensation for company costs. At first glance, these terms seemed innocuous, but upon closer examination, they were fraught with issues. The requirement for passing training lacked any specified standards. The repayment of company costs was left to their discretion. The prohibition against accepting outside resources was utterly absurd. Which film company would refuse to allow its artists to secure resources? These were pitfalls unique to contracts in the entertainment industry. Ji Zhongshi, being an amateur, could not discern them, and Nanchuan, feeling guilty for taking the opportunity, had not scrutinized the document word for word, having never heard of any problems from Ji Bei in his previous life. Ji Bei's previous contract had indeed been problematic, having read a plethora of diverse books. He often visited secondhand bookstores during his free time before coming to the Ji family. The bookstore owner, pitying him, never chased him away, and often offered him treats. Jibei had perused numerous legal texts. Back then, he had debated the terms of this disastrous contract word by word with Sun Yulu, and even through such extreme negotiations, he had still signed an inequitable agreement. Ji Nanchuan, having barely glanced at this one, was bound to suffer significant losses, disturbed by the incessant interruptions while tackling his assignments. Jibei felt a sudden urge to be mischievous. With a feigned look of astonishment, he pointed at Ji Nanchuan's contract and exclaimed, "Could it be? Could it possibly be? Ji Nanchuan, with all the books you've read, have they all gone to waste? How could you not see the pitfalls in this contract?" Ji Nanchuan, who had intended to flaunt his achievements, suddenly wore an unflattering expression. Jibei, seemingly oblivious to his discontent, continued, "Signing this contract is akin to signing away your very soul. Are you preparing to be sold off, all the while counting someone else's money?" The mere mention of being sold struck a nerve with Ji Nanchuan, as it brought forth memories that haunted him. A veritable nightmare that plagued him both physically and psychologically. Each time he closed his eyes after his rebirth, visions of being caged, scolded, and beaten invaded his mind. Noticing Ji Nanchuan's pallor, Jibei inquired with feigned concern, "Ji Nanchuan, what's wrong? Fear not. Even if you were sold, your parents and sisters would still love you. You needn't worry about being forsaken. If you were truly sold, they'd find a way to rescue you." The bitterness in Ji Nanchuan's heart simmered. He longed to seize Jibei, to devour him whole, to exact revenge for his torment. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that Jibei's current triumph was fleeting. He was destined to become a film emperor, adored by countless fans. While Jibei would ultimately find himself confined like livestock, auctioned off to the highest bidder. Jibei, fully aware of Ji Nanchuan's thoughts, found himself suddenly inspired by a previously troublesome chemistry problem. Lacking the patience to continue this back and forth, he declared, "Is there anything else? If not, please return to your own room. Your incessant pacing is rather irksome." To Jibei's surprise, Ji Nanchuan, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly plopped down onto the floor with an exaggerated groan, a true picture of indignation. Jibei blinked in disbelief. "Nanchuan, are you so weak that you can't even stand?" Chapter 21. Jibei, where are you off to now? Ji Nanchuan did not respond. Instead, an irate voice interrupted, that of Ji Dong. "Jibei, what are you doing?" Looking up, Jibei saw Ji Dong at the end of the corridor, clad in pajamas. Her hair a tousled mess, yet her figure remained undeniably appealing. Her face was etched with anger as she approached swiftly, carefully helping Ji Nanchuan back to his feet, as if protecting a fragile chick. "How many times have you bullied Ji Nanchuan in our absence, Jibei?" As Jibei observed the smile on Ji Nanchuan's face peeking from behind Ji Dong, a sense of annoyance washed over him. This charade was far too juvenile for his taste, and he had no desire to indulge in it. "I did not bully him," he replied. Ji Dong frowned, retorting, "If you didn't bully him, why is he sitting on the floor?" "Jibei, I now have reason to suspect that you bought your way into university," she added. "What?" Jibei, taking advantage of his height, gestured towards Ji Nanchuan. "You should be asking him, not me. Furthermore, this is the entrance to my room. You should inquire why your dear brother is loitering here." Jibei's logical explanation momentarily swayed Ji Dong. She turned to Ji Nanchuan, who merely pouted, "Sister, I'm in pain." Ji Dong's fleeting rationality vanished, and it became apparent that resolving the matter was not as difficult as it seemed. It was merely Ji Dong's bias. After all, this was his home, and he could go wherever he pleased. Jibei nodded. "All right, you wish to know how I bullied him? Is that it?" Ji Dong remained silent, her meaning clear. Jibei picked up his shattered phone, brandishing it with the gravitas of a high-end device. "I recorded everything that just transpired. If you wish to hear it, I shall gladly play it for you." Ji Dong's expression suggested she anticipated being subjected to this recording. However, Ji Nanchuan's face turned pale with fear. Although he hadn't uttered anything too outrageous, and Jibei had indeed not bullied him, Jibei's reputation within the family was already tarnished beyond repair, making him indifferent to further damage. But for Ji Nanchuan, if Jibei played the recording for Ji Dong, his good standing within the family would be irrevocably shattered. Cursed Jibei! How had he suddenly become so cunning? "Sister." Before Ji Bei could play the recording, Ji Nanchuan feigned discomfort, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Ji Dong was startled, her irritation towards Ji Bei momentarily forgotten as she rushed to support Ji Nanchuan. Nanchuan, are you all right? Yanan Hun grasped the Dong's clothing. Sister, I feel unwell. Having frequently witnessed Ji Nanchuan's episodes, Ji Dong's concern rendered her momentarily dazed. I'll call for an ambulance. That's unnecessary, Ji Nanchuan gasped, his breathing slightly improving. It's late. I don't want to disturb Mom and Dad. If they knew, they would surely blame my brother. Just help me to my room. Ji Dong's heart ached for him. Upon glancing up, she saw Ji Bei watching Ji Nanchuan with an expression of amusement, igniting her ire. Ji Bei, do you have no conscience? Look at Nanchuan, and then at yourself. In a short time since your return today, he has already been driven to illness twice. Ji Bei shook his phone. Are you still interested in this recording? If so, I'll send it to you later. Before Ji Dong could respond, Ji Nanchuan, trembling in her embrace, tightened his grip, causing her cartoon pajamas to wrinkle. Sister, I feel unwell. Please help me to rest. Ji Dong quickly assisted him, leaving no opportunity for Ji Bei to play the recording. Ji Bei mused, what recording? This was merely a result of my frustration with that vexing chemistry problem, and Ji Nanchuan happened to be my outlet. Watching Ji Nanchuan feign illness to escape the situation, Ji Bei felt his irritation from the chemistry problem dissipate. As for Ji Dong, she was merely a fool lacking discernment. He held no concern for her. As he observed their retreating figures, a playful impulse surged within Ji Bei, and he called out, Ji Nanchuan, heed my warning about the pitfalls. Exercise utmost caution. He knew Ji Nanchuan would heed none of his warnings. That was precisely the desired effect. Ji Bei could already envision Ji Nanchuan discovering the devastating flaws in the contract he had signed, despite Ji Bei's repeated cautions, only to be left in regret. Lamenting his misfortune, whether Ji Nanchuan ultimately sought medical attention was of no consequence to Ji Bei. He was far more interested in the satisfaction of having solved the chemistry problem. Without a moment's delay, Ji Bei closed his door, seized the black pen that had suffered some damage, and began fervently inscribing his thoughts onto paper. After extensive calculations, he arrived at the correct answer within 15 minutes. It was a thoroughly gratifying endeavor. Ji Bei felt a clarity wash over him from head to toe. Not daring to take a moment's rest, he sought out similar problems to tackle, seizing the opportunity to review diligently. As everything came to a close, it was already 2 a.m. Aware that ample rest enhances productivity, the studious Ji Bei refrained from rising at 5 or 6 o'clock. When the alarm rang at 7:30, a refreshed Ji Bei stretched and sprang from his bed, quickly donning his clothes and dashing to the bathroom for a brief wash-up before heading out. Just before leaving, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly how splendid youth is. His skin, delicate and radiant, was unmatched by the aging processes of future generations, not even with the countless late nights, aesthetic treatments, or the most luxurious foundations. Moreover, he possessed vitality. Regardless of how late he had slept or how exhausting the previous day had been, a single night of honest rest ensured he would awaken rejuvenated the next day. Ji Bei gazed at his youthful reflection, admiring it more with each glance. Such a promising life ought to be dedicated to pursuing one's passions, rather than squandered on appeasing those unworthy of his efforts. Today he intended to study at the library, drawn not only by its conducive environment and the allure of air conditioning and reference materials, but also by the tranquility it offered, free from interruptions. Otherwise, he would be constantly disturbed by knocks at the door or someone collapsing. As Ji Bei exited, he found his family gathered for breakfast, including Ji Chun, who had either returned this morning or the night before. They did not intend to invite him to join, and he had no desire to eat at home. Passing through the living room, he casually greeted them, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by Ji Zhongshi. Ji Bei, where are you off to this time? Chapter 22. Ji Chun took the initiative to offer Ji Bei a ride. Without turning his head, Ji Bei asked, are you all heading out soon? Nanchuan, eager to boast, chimed in, I'm off to my dance class. Ji Bei responded with a simple, oh, then turned to Ji Zhongshi, Ji Nanchuan's off to have fun. Perhaps you should keep an eye on him. Ji Zhongshi stuttered. He has gone to class, and you call that having fun? What are you implying? Jivbei waved the book in his hand. I'm going to study. You suggest I'm off to indulge in frivolities. What are your intentions? Oof. Yizvongsi scoffed dismissively. With your abysmal grades. Who has to say you're not just putting on show out there? Ji Zhongshu had never inquired about Jibei's academic performance, relying instead on preconceived notions about the local schools and Ji Nanchuan's occasional insinuations of Jibei's poor grades, leading him to believe Jibei was a source of embarrassment for the Ji family. Finally, Jibei turned to face them, his gaze calm as he regarded each family member. So what would you have me do? The moment Jibei turned, Ji Zhongshu realized his son displayed no overt emotions, while he himself was seething with anger. Such is the nature of their rivalry. Whoever shows frustration loses from the outset. Ji Zhongshu remained silent, but Jibei would not let it rest. Since there seems to be no hope for my studies, perhaps I shall simply make videos and sing, becoming a singing sensation instead. The last song I casually performed went viral. Surely a more dedicated effort would yield even greater acclaim? Ji Nanchuan's expression immediately soured. Suddenly, he regarded Ji Zhongshu with a hint of disdain. This father is truly foolish. No wonder the company has encountered such enormous pitfalls under his management. Even with the so-called genius daughter Ji Chan at the helm, she lacks the ability to avert the impending collapse. Though he thought this, Ji Nanchuan's face betrayed none of his sentiments. He maintained a cheerful demeanor. Father, today's dance class instructor is renowned in the industry, usually teaching only top-tier celebrities. Ji Zhongshu, stung by Jibei's words, felt his heart lighten slightly at Ji Nanchuan's obedient charm. He looked at Ji Nanchuan with hopeful eyes. My son is truly making me proud. Entering the entertainment industry will surely bring glory to the Ji family. In the midst of their conversation, Yi Zhongxi unsonsjosli gaz glances at Jibei. It suddenly dawned on him that Jibei had shifted strategies. Previously, he had relentlessly sought the approval of the Ji family, which only made them regard him as an irritating presence. Recognizing that his efforts to please were futile, Jibei adopted this distinctive, unconventional style to garner their attention. One must admit, Jibei's tactic was indeed clever. He nearly fell for it. Ji Zhongshu observed Jibei, who remained unfazed. Inwardly, he scoffed. What a convincing performance. Ji Nanchuan, perceptive as ever, noticed Ji Zhongshu glancing at Jibei while speaking to him. His smile faltered slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He forced a smile to appear natural and pouted. Father, rest assured, I will strive to bring honor to the Ji family. Ji Zhongshu, satisfied, patted Ji Nanchuan on the head. Taking advantage of the moment, Ji Nanchuan added, Teacher John's classes are rather expensive, and to protect the artist's privacy, Sister Lu suggested one-on-one lessons. Ji Zhongshu displayed remarkable generosity. Of course, how could my son, Ji Zhongshu's child, not afford such lessons? Having overheard everything, Jibei felt no particular emotion. He remained indifferent to the Ji family dynamics, whether they were loving or at odds. He stood by as a mere spectator, finding amusement in their antics. Yet he felt a pang of sympathy for his past self, grieving for his sincere feelings cast aside like refuse, lamenting that his conscience was squandered like fodder for dogs. Seeing Ji Zhongshu in high spirits, Ji Nanchuan promptly stood and offered to massage his shoulders, stating, the tuition needs to be paid for 20 classes up front, totaling 100,000. Such a hefty sum did not faze the jubilant Ji Zhongshu, who without a second thought declared, pay for 200 classes for my son. Ji Nanchuan gleefully accepted the card Ji Zhongshu handed him. Thank you, father. Song Yaji, witnessing Ji Zhongshu showering Ji Nanchuan with money, smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly squinted shut. For reasons unknown, she appeared displeased when Ji Zhongshu gave money to his 5 daughters, but not to Ji Nanchuan, leading one to wonder if Ji Nanchuan was her illegitimate child with another man. Jibei, expressionless, turned to leave. Jibei, stop. Where do you think you're going? With growing impatience, Jibei turned back, adopting a nonchalant tone. I've already said I'm going to the library to study. Why? Because I can't afford to buy books. Are you going to give me some money? Of course, Jibei would not ask the Ji family for money. Once he completed the college entrance examination, he would move out. However, he knew that should he request money, Ji Zhongshu's reaction would be predictably irate. Get lost. All you want is money. Have I ever owed you anything in this lifetime? Ji Bei turned and left. Damn it, I've already wasted enough time. That time could have allowed Ji Bei to solve a couple of problems at the library. Wait, just 2 steps away, he was called back. This time, it was Ji Chun, who had been silently eating throughout the meal. Ji Bei had glanced at her several times while speaking. She was eating but stealing glances at him, though for what reason, he could not fathom. Prepared for work, Ji Chun was dressed in a sharp business suit, tailored impeccably to exude a blend of professionalism and subtle allure. Though her bosom was not particularly ample, and her legs not excessively long, the combination created a harmonious and pleasing appearance, an exceptionally rare type among women. Having already squandered precious time, Ji Bei did not pause. And it was only after a brief sprint that Ji Chun managed to catch up. Just as Ji Bei anticipated a reprimand for her tardiness, she was taken aback when Ji Chun inquired, "Ji Bei, would you like me to give you a lift for a stretch?" These few simple words left not only Ji Bei's family in a state of confusion, but also caused Ji Nanchuan, who had been consuming an egg, to drop it onto his plate. Even Ji Bei herself was at a loss, unsure of Ji Chun's intentions. Akter Thuthing Yi Nanchuan's warning glance, Yi Bei replied, "Alicht." Ji Nanchuan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. All right? What do you mean by all right? I would rather walk on my own. Who could predict whether Ji Bei's family would abandon her mid-journey? Clearly, Ji Chun was reminded of the time Ji Bei had been unceremoniously tossed from the car by the family. She wished to clarify that the previous incident had occurred due to Ji Nanchuan's fever, but upon reflection, she felt that explaining the circumstances now would be rather inappropriate. So she opted to bypass the matter entirely. Rest assured, I will ensure you are safely transported to your desired destination. This statement, neither too soft nor too harsh, could certainly be considered a rare moment of gentleness from Ji Bei's family. A sense of unease unfurled within Ji Nanchuan. He pondered why Ji Bei had not contended for an opportunity in the entertainment industry. It became evident that her primary focus lay in vying for the affection of their family. He was resolute in ensuring that Ji Bei would not succeed. Absolutely not. Chapter 23. Father, you are my only father. Song Yaji's voice was gentle as she addressed Ji Chun. Since Ji Bei does not permit you to escort her, then let it be. Without waiting for Ji Chun's response, Ji Bei hastily departed. She walked briskly, nearly breaking into a run, fearful that they might catch up with her, oblivious to the various expressions of Ji Bei's family, who stood rooted in place watching her hurried retreat. Ji Chun stamped her foot in frustration. Presently, the company officially belonged to Ji Zhongshu, yet in reality, she was the one at the helm. With broader resources at her disposal, she was privy to more information. The incident involving the top-tier star Yang Zhenjin's injury and rescue had circulated online. Yet the photos and videos were heavily pixelated, rendering it impossible to identify the male high school student involved. However, Ji Chun had seen a poorly pixelated image that bore a slight resemblance to Ji Bei. Clinging to this faint hope, she contemplated asking Ji Bei if it was indeed him. The more Ji Chun managed the company, the more she recognized the vast vulnerabilities within the Ji family's business. Even at its zenith, the Ji family was merely a notable name in Sioux City and held no significance on a provincial or national scale. The current decline of the Ji family was becoming increasingly apparent. Despite Ji Chun's utmost efforts, she could only slow the descent of the family's fortunes. She realized that the most promising solution was to find a well-regarded celebrity with substantial clout to endorse her company. While there were celebrities with considerable following, finding another like Yang Zhenjin, who boasted both popularity and a stellar reputation, appealing to a diverse fan base and possessing numerous works, seemed impossible. However, endorsements were a two-way street. As long as Yang Zhenjin remained in her right mind, she would never endorse the Ji family's company. Ji Nanchuan had endured his frustration long enough and finally restrained himself from confronting Ji Chun about her sudden concern for Ji Bei. He maintained a seemingly innocuous smile. "Sister, do not be upset. My brother has grown up in the slums, and this disposition has not developed overnight." Ji Chun suddenly had an epiphany. She lightly tapped her forehead, realizing how overwhelmed she had been lately, even contemplating relying on Ji Bei to salvage the family business. Given Yi Bei Betty temperament. If she were acquainted with a top-tier star like Yang Jinjin, she would undoubtedly boast about it, until even the neighborhood dogs were aware. There was no way she would remain so low-key. Carrying a faded backpack, Ji Bei walked some distance after leaving the Ji residence before arriving at the nearest bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Ji Bei accumulated a new ancient poem. In an age where everyone was glued to their phones, he stood out as he read, drawing puzzled and incredulous glances from several passers-by, all of which he ignored. He had matters of great importance to attend to, and he could not afford to be distracted. The bus was not overly crowded, allowing Ji Bei to secure a window seat where he commenced his listening practice. Despite being adequately prepared for the college entrance examination, he sought to enhance his skills further, aiming to bolster his confidence come June of the following year. His outdated headphones, worn thin after 3 years, paired with a damaged phone, were hardly ideal, yet he held no disdain for them, having previously scrimped and saved to spend on Zhao Qingning. He now resolved to alter that approach. He still could not indulge in the luxury of life. The several thousand yuan he had earned from part-time jobs before joining the Ji family would need to be preserved for his college expenses. He could not even afford to purchase study materials, let alone extravagant electronic devices like phones or headphones. With summer vacation in full swing, the library was bustling with patrons. Ji Bei circled around before finally locating a suitable seat. He hung the straps of his backpack over the chair and laid out his books, pens, and notebooks on the table. After hesitating between coffee and warm water, he ultimately decided to fill his cup with water. Having poured half a cup of warm water, he filled it to the brim before sealing the lid and returning to his seat. Once he settled the cup, spread his books and notebook open. He picked up his pen and focused intently on his work. The first problem he tackled was a mathematics question. With several volumes of high school mathematics at his disposal, he found the material challenging. By the time he extricated himself from a sea of problems, half an hour had elapsed. He unscrewed the lid of his cup and took a few sips of water. While hydrating, he glanced at his phone, noting a barrage of messages from his close friend. His friend, Wu Shuai, lived up to his name. He lacked charm but was kind-hearted and somewhat clueless, often speaking his mind without much thought. They had played together since their student days, and Wu Shuai had frequently advised Ji Bei against being so kind to Zhao Qingning, insisting she was unworthy. Yet Yi Bei, infatuated, had turned a deaf ear to his counsel, even getting angry at Wu Shuai for uttering unflattering remarks about Zhao Qingning, which in turn had frustrated Wu Shuai due to Ji Bei's obstinacy. After the college entrance examination, their communication dwindled, and Ji Bei feared they might part ways. However, during Ji Bei's lowest point in the entertainment industry, Wu Shuai had unexpectedly messaged him in the dead of night. He intended to seek help. It was merely one of those random moments when he stumbled upon Ji Bei's contact in WeChat. Yi Bei astonishment. Wu Shuai quit his job the next day and flew to his side, delivering a punch to his shoulder. Ji Bei felt immensely touched, but to his surprise, the first words out of Wu Shuai's mouth were, "What do you have to eat?" "I'm starving." Reflecting on their past, Ji Bei's gaze turned somewhat complex. He opened WeChat to find Wu Shuai bombarding him with a flurry of messages. "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Bro, you've made a name for yourself. Link, we agreed to share both fortune and hardship. How come you're enjoying the benefits of being kept by a wealthy woman all by yourself? You can't keep the rich lady a secret. You must at least tell me who she is, right? No, wait. You're still obsessed with Zhao Qingning. How could you even think about a wealthy woman? What a scandal. Is there truly a wealthy woman out there? To be frank, my brother, as long as this affluent lady isn't celebrating her 90th birthday, I believe pursuing a wealthy woman is far superior to chasing after Zhao Qingning. Zhao Qingning is decent looking, yet she keeps her distance and spends your money. People hurl insults at you, but your guardian will retaliate on your behalf. There are too many people around. Why haven't you responded to me yet? You aren't contemplating something dire, are you, guardian? Hurry and reply. You can't genuinely be thinking of something tragic, can you? Father, you are my biological father. My only father. Please respond. Chapter 24. If the wealthy woman is Yang Jinjin, I shall call you my dear father. Jibei couldn't help but chuckle upon reading this. He sent an O emoji, depicting a fluffy white creature sprawled on the ground playing with a phone, continuously mirroring Wu Shuai's remark that you are my only father. The reply came instantly. You haven't committed suicide, have you? Jibei responded with a speechless emoji, then snapped a photo of the math problem he had just completed. Study diligently and strive for progress every day. Wu Shuai replied in seconds. Have you turned over a new leaf? Not chasing after Zhao Qingning's every move anymore? Jibei replied earnestly. In books, one can find beauty. Wu Shuai, whether beauty exists in literature, I cannot say. However, the math problems, akin to English, leave me utterly bewildered upon a mere glance. Wu Shuai, did you even look at the link I sent you? Jibei silently thought to himself that he had not. Then clicked the link, which took him to the school forum. The post bore a bold and enlarged title. Shocking. A certain male student in his second year of high school is being kept by a wealthy woman, extravagantly spending hundreds of thousands in a single night. What a jaw-dropping revelation. The title was not particularly captivating. Jibei had seen far more sensational titles regarding himself in celebrity gossip posts from his previous life. If such titling skills were employed in a promotion department, they would likely not make it past the probationary period. Scrolling down a few times, he found the typical opening image, with the content relying entirely on fabrication. After a cursory glance at the comments, Jibei closed the link and replied to Wu Shuai. I've read the post. Wu Shuai, what do you think? Do you feel like you've suddenly become famous? Does it give you a taste of being an internet celebrity or a star? Jibei mused that, to be honest, not even in his previous life did he garner as much attention as he did with a simple video of himself singing online. Any post with that topic would attract more traffic than this pathetic forum post. Jibei replied candidly, the traffic isn't high. I don't feel anything. Wu Shuai, keep boasting. Jibei sipped his water, ignoring him. Wu Shuai, tell your guardian the truth. Has this post affected you at all? Initially, I intended to contact the admin to have it deleted, but the admin said someone is specifically monitoring it, so he can't remove it. Jibei could guess without question who it was. Who but Wang Ba would engage in such foolishness? So young and so naive, thinking that just because someone cannot confront him in real life, they can hide behind a screen online. Jibei reassured him, it's fine, you needn't worry. I'm aware of what's going on. If he said not to worry, then there truly was nothing to fret about. Wu Shuai's curiosity was piqued again, and he first sent a cheeky emoji before asking, so, who is the wealthy woman mentioned in the post? Jibei did not conceal the truth. Yang Jinjin. However, Yang Jinjin has no intention of keeping me. I am not spineless enough to allow someone to do so. Jibei spoke the truth, unembellished and honest. Wu Shuai thought Jibei was bragging and didn't believe him at all. So, what you mean is that you and Yang Jinjin are friends, and yet others are spreading rumors about you being her kept man. Jibei contemplated for a moment. It's pretty much the case. Wu Shuai, my brother, there's no need to exaggerate. That's Yang Jinjin we're talking about. Not just the boys in our school, but indeed every man across the nation. Oh no, every male would desire to marry Yang Jinjin. If you're truly friends with her, I will call you my godfather and Yang Jinjin my godmother for life. Jibei couldn't help but chuckle at this absurdity. Alahite, Dioson. You may start practicing your address right now. Wu Shuai replied with a read and block emoji. After a brief moment of relaxation, Jibei immersed himself back into his studies. He organized the subjects and the difficulty of the problems in a reasonable manner, focusing diligently on the exercises with great efficiency, feeling as though he were enveloped in a sea of knowledge throughout the morning. Once the others who were studying had departed, Jibei checked his phone. It was nearly 1 o'clock. With his brain operating at high speed, he felt a bit hungry. Tidying up his desk, Jibei picked up his phone and went downstairs, intending to find something to eat on the lower level. The library was on the 4th floor, while the 1st and 2nd floors were dedicated to clothing and footwear stores. The entire 3rd floor housed restaurants. However, the prices at these restaurants were too steep for Jibei, characterized by an upscale environment with exorbitant prices, small portions, and mediocre taste, suitable only for couples dining together. He recalled a fast food self-service restaurant on the 1st floor. It offered a variety of dishes, where one could eat to their heart's content for just 12 yuan, provided there was no waste. Ji-bei enjoyed a richly flavored braised chicken leg, a marinated egg, a spoonful of cold eggplant salad, and a spoonful of hand-torn cabbage. The proprietress, noticing his handsome features, served him a large bowl of rice while the owner wasn't looking and even secretly added a portion of oil-braised shrimp, which typically required an extra charge. Gratefully, Ji-bei bestowed a radiant smile upon the proprietress. "Thank you, sister." Calling her sister made her cheeks flush, and she cheerfully referred to Ji-bei as a little rascal, even offering him a bottle of drink. Sensing the proprietor's gaze upon him, Ji-bei quickly waved his hand to decline. After devouring his meal voraciously, Ji-bei had consumed everything except for the chicken bone and the chili skin. Not a grain of rice remained on the plate, which could even serve as a mirror to reflect his jawline. After returning the plate to the recycling area, Ji-bei intended to head back and continue his exercises. Next to the fast food restaurant, a trendy milk tea shop had just opened. This new milk tea establishment had gained popularity, with slogans like the first cup of milk tea in autumn, "Love her, buy her milk tea." Meals can be skipped, but milk tea is a must, plastered all over social media, successfully brainwashing a multitude of girls who would rather stand in line for an hour to have a taste. Of course, it was typically their boyfriends who queued for them. While Ji-bei was returning the plate, he encountered two girls. The slightly plump one was dressed more fashionably, while the slender girl was still in her school uniform. Each of them was holding a takeout of rice noodles and was in line to buy milk tea. Ji-bei recognized the more fashionable one, named Wang Rong, who was a close friend of Zhao Qingning. The other girl looked familiar, but Ji-bei couldn't quite recall her name. When Ji-bei glanced at Wang Rong, she also noticed him, just as he hesitated whether to greet her or not. Wang Rong unexpectedly let out a cold huff in his direction. The sound was quite audible. Ji-bei, taken aback, instantly abandoned the thought of greeting her, deciding to wait until school started to speak to that girl. "Stop right there." Hearing her voice, Ji-bei did not halt nor turn back. "Ji-bei, stop right there. I'm calling you. Did you hear me?" Called by name, Ji-bei had no intention of stopping. Wang Rong rushed over, attempting to grab the hem of Ji-bei's shirt. Ji-bei sidestepped, causing Wang Rong, caught off guard, to nearly stumble, inadvertently bumping her takeout of rice noodles against the passerby. The passerby, whom Wang Rong encountered, appeared to be a fierce middle-aged woman. With a face marred by excess flesh, she cast a menacing glare at Wang Rong, demanding, "Are you blind?" Wang Rong felt a swell of indignation within her. Faced with a woman who was clearly both too loud and too strong for her to contend with, Wang Rong cast a pleading glance towards Ji-bei for assistance. However, Ji-bei chose to ignore her. The woman, seeing that Wang Rong had burned herself and was not apologizing, while instead flirting with a handsome young man nearby, became irate. "My husband was seduced by such a vixen," she exclaimed. "Are you deaf as well as blind?" Wang Rong's face turned pale. She could hear perfectly well. The woman scrutinized Wang Rong from head to toe, scoffing. "I thought you were merely deaf. Turns out you're just blind. Apologize." Wang Rong, her expression one of distress, replied, "I didn't do it on purpose. And you've already scolded me." The woman's eyes bulged with fury. "Are you asking for a beating?" Chapter 25. No matter what. Ji-bei must not be easily forgiven. As she advanced menacingly towards Wang Rong, who recoiled in fear, she stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to burn you." "I apologize, I truly do." Repeating her apologies, and noticing that a few bystanders had turned their attention towards them, the woman reluctantly stormed off, still muttering curses. Once the woman departed, Wang Rong glared at Ji-bei. "Why didn't you help me?" Ji-bei feigned innocence. "You burned her. You ought to apologize." "How can I assist you? Moreover, what are you to me that I should help you?" Wang Rong, already furious, became even more incensed. "I am Zhao Qingning's best friend." Ji-bei merely replied with an indifferent "oh." Wang Rong, exasperated, stamped her foot. "Do you realize that to win over a girl, you must first endear yourself to her family?" Ji-bei shrugged. "I don't know." Wang Rong suspected Ji-bei was not absorbing her words, but lacking tangible evidence. She declared, "Zhao Qingning's family is me, so you must win me over. The situation earlier was your opportunity to showcase your capabilities. With so many suitors vying for Qingning's affection, why would she choose you without my endorsement? Jibei twitched his lips. Who gave her the right to act so high and mighty? What audacity! Before Jibei could respond, Wang Rong pointed at a nearby bubble tea shop. Now, go by me and Zhou, inging a cup of bubble tea, and I want to mention how you stood by and let me suffer in front of Qingning. Jibei, understanding her ulterior motive, realized she had been waiting for this moment. A cup of bubble tea wasn't particularly expensive. Neither were two. But what if she demanded 10? Moreover, Jibei wouldn't even spare a cent for himself. So why should he buy her bubble tea? Was it due to her beauty? Or her voluptuous figure? No, he replied curtly. Wang Rong widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Jibei looked at her with exasperation. It seems that lady was right. Wang Rong pondered for a moment, recalling the woman's remarks about her being both blind and deaf. Her face flushed with anger. She retorted, you, sir, are suffering from a severe case of male chauvinism. If you refuse to buy bubble tea, a miser like you will never win over someone like Qingning. And you're not a miserly woman? Why don't you buy me bubble tea then? If you did, I'd certainly speak well of you to any boy you fancied, unlike you, who takes without giving anything in return. Wang Rong felt as though her tail had been stepped on. Jibei, have you no shame? How can you ask a girl to buy bubble tea? Jibei raised an eyebrow. Which law dictates that girls can't buy bubble tea for boys? Left speechless by his retort, Jibei tossed one last comment over his shoulder as he walked away. Women like you, who cling to others for food and drink, are utterly worthless. His words drained the color from Wang Rong's face. Though he may have spoken harshly, Jibei did not believe he had crossed a line. Wang Rong had previously uttered far harsher insults, even ridiculing him in front of the entire class for apologizing to Zhao Qingning, without a thought for his dignity. Jibei, feeling slighted, wished Wang Rong would stop being so petty. Now, he hoped she would extend the same courtesy to him. He sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. He turned around abruptly, meeting the gaze of a girl whose large eyes nearly consumed half her face. Her eyes were captivating, double-lidded with a natural depth, and eyelashes so thick they resembled 2 rows of fluttering fans. A tear mole beneath her eye, combined with her striking features, made her unforgettable after just one glance. Jibei suddenly recalled Yang Zhenjin's fox-like eyes. The girl before him, while not as alluring as Yang Zhenjin, possessed her own unique charm. After locking eyes for 2 seconds, she promptly lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. Jibei examined her further. She was tall, and, even under her mask and hat, her beauty was evident. Her loose clothing could not conceal her stunning waist-to-hip ratio, nor her exceptionally long legs. In stark contrast, however, was the assortment of food she held: rolling dough, cold noodles, grilled cold noodles, starch sausages, fried yogurt, and candied hawthorn. There were several items packed in bags that Jibei could not quite make out. This girl had quite the hearty appetite. Before Jibei had ventured far, Wang Rong furiously messaged Zhao Qingning, even snapping a picture of Jibei's back as proof of her claims. Darling, you want to believe who I saw today? The internet connection on the first floor was rather poor, so she sent the image first, followed by her message. By the time that WeChat message was sent, Jibei's image had not yet been dispatched. Meanwhile, in Zhao Qingning's bedroom, she lay on her pink bed in pajamas, scrolling through her phone while the air conditioner hummed softly. Her sleepwear was rather modest, with only a hint of lace at the edges revealing her subtle sense of style. Half a watermelon sat beside her, with a spoon resting atop it, as she occasionally took bites. After swallowing a few pieces, she shifted an ice pack from her left cheek to her right. Her face bore the marks from a recent altercation with Wang Ba. In a foul mood, she swung her bare feet in the air, her irritation evident. When she saw Wang Rong's message, she swiped it aside without even opening it. Feeling a bit fatigued, Zhao Qingning stretched her legs and rolled over. The contours of her developing figure were becoming quite lovely, graceful lines hidden beneath her pajamas. As she turned, her previously loose sleepwear tightened, accentuating her curves even more. Wang Rong sent another message. Darling, do you know who I saw today? Zhao Qingning, lacking the energy to care, brushed the WeChat notification aside. Wang Rong y Sam Yibe. In an instant, Zhao Qingning leaped from her bed, casting aside the ice pack that had been resting on her face. She quickly opened Wang Rong's message, ignoring any replies and immediately clicking on the photo of Ji Bei. The candid shot was slightly blurry, yet he stood out in the crowd, tall and slender, with broad shoulders that hinted at his maturity, distinguishing him from other boys. Even the bare arms exposed by his half-sleeve shirt revealed subtle muscle definition. Zhao Qingning couldn't help but imagine the feeling of those strong arms enveloping her, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Once, how was it that she never noticed Ji Bei's admirable qualities? Ji Bei remained the same Ji Bei, yet it seemed as though he had suddenly become more handsome. Regardless of the multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhao Qingning maintained her composure and replied with a single word. Oh. Wang Rong had grown accustomed to this. Zhao Qingning had always shown little interest in matters concerning Ji Bei. Her response is consistently brief. Wang Rong had once inquired why Zhao Qingning felt this way, to which Zhao Qingning coldly retorted, "Goddesses are like that. You wouldn't understand." Without further contemplation, Wang Rong recounted the events of the day with embellishments. Zhao Qingning scrutinized every word but refrained from expressing any opinions. Once Wang Rong had finished her tale, she huffed, "Regardless, dear, you must not forgive Ji Bei so easily this time. He's gone too far." In Chapter 26, Zhao Qingning contemplated punishing Ji Bei by making him kneel on a washboard. Not seeing any news regarding Ji Bei's new romantic interest left Zhao Qingning somewhat disappointed. After a moment of thought, she subtly replied, "Ji Bei has a new love now. His affairs are no longer my concern. Wang Rong interested is Ji Bei chatting." Lacking any information about Ji Bei's new flame, Zhao Qingning could scarcely muster the energy to respond. On the other side of the screen, Wang Rong remained oblivious to this. What gave him the right to cheat? How can he waste your years like this? What a scoundrel! Who is he cheating with? Tell me, and I shall confront him. After a brief pause, Zhao Qingning sent Wang Rong a link. Wang Rong skimmed through the link and exclaimed, "Who wrote this nonsense? It must be fabricated. My dear, think about it. Are there any girls in this school more beautiful than you? None. As long as Ji Bei isn't blind, he cannot possibly cheat." Wang Rong's words brought a sense of comfort to Zhao Qingning. Indeed, there were no girls more beautiful than her, yet many were wealthier. Having managed to stay close to Zhao Qingning, Wang Rong possessed her own capabilities, always detecting the reasons behind Zhao Qingning's anger and articulating precisely what Zhao Qingning yearned to hear. "Do not be disheartened, my dear. It is undoubtedly Ji Bei's way of provoking you." Zhao Qingning quickly replied, "How so?" Wang Rong, having never experienced a relationship in person, analyzed the situation like a seasoned relationship expert. "You know, for men, first loves are unforgettable. Although you and Ji Bei never dated, you were the first girl he liked. Moreover, his affection for you is evident to all. He brings you breakfast every morning, buys you bubble tea, and has he ever forgotten your period? Not once has he merely suggested you drink hot water. He always prepares warm brown sugar water for you. And tutoring. Considering Ji Bei's academic prowess, the cost of tutoring elsewhere is exorbitant, yet he willingly sacrifices his own study time to help you with your lessons." Ji Bei had done so much for Zhao Qingning. Wang Rong could effortlessly list examples without needing to remember them meticulously. As Zhao Qingning stared at the dense text on her phone, she blinked in self-doubt. Had Ji Bei truly done so much for her? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Ji Bei's actions exceeded Wang Rong's accounts. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhao Qingning's mind. Could she truly find someone better than Ji Bei by keeping him dangling? Resolving this, she vigorously shook her head, dismissing those peculiar ideas. Ji Bei was excellent, yet he lacked wealth. Even if she ended up with him, it would only be a fallback choice should she fail to find someone better. She thought this to herself, but she would never articulate aloud. "Even if he tries to provoke me, I will not entertain Ji Bei any longer. We shall have no further relations." The sentiment was clear to both. Wang Rong understood that Zhao Qingning intended for her to convey these words to Ji Bei, while Zhao Qingning was aware that Wang Rong would indeed relay her message. This was meant for Ji Bei's ears, with the true meaning being a desire for him to seek her out promptly. After typing the final word, Zhao Qingning pouted in frustration. After Ji Bei's egregious actions, She had lowered herself before him. When he finally approached her, she would not easily forgive him and would ensure he faced the consequences. After some contemplation, Zhao Qingning once again opened Jibei's WeChat. Gazing at the red exclamation mark, she felt a mix of anger and grievance, her eyes reddening. Jibei had truly gone too far this time. When he sought her out, she would certainly impose a severe punishment upon him. He must kneel on a washboard. Her sisters on Little Red Book had all said that if a man loves you, he would be willing to do anything. Dignity pales in comparison to love. Once she had vented her frustrations, Wang Rong indignantly closed her phone. Just wait, Jibei, I will make you pay. As she prepared to discuss which bubble tea to buy with Zhou Yingying, Wang Rong noticed a displeased expression on Zhou Yingying's face. What does that look supposed to mean? Zhou Yingying had not meant to stare. During Wang Rong's tirade against Jibei, she had read aloud every message, including her own WeChat and Zhao Qingning's replies. Observing the rising frustration, she had joined in the complaints. Zhou Yingying pondered for a moment before stating, "What you're doing is not right." Wang Rong raised an eyebrow. "In what way is it not right?" Zhou Yingying replied earnestly, "What you're doing is wrong, and so is Zhao Qingning. Even if Jibei and Zhao Qingning were dating, he is under no obligation to treat us to bubble tea. If he willingly does so, we should appreciate it and find an opportunity to reciprocate." The points Zhou Yingying made had never crossed Wang Rong's mind, let alone prompted her to act accordingly. She dismissed it, believing that it was only natural for boys to treat girls to bubble tea. Zhou Yingying shook her head. There is no such thing as natural. If Jibei wishes to use bubble tea to persuade you to speak well of him in front of Zhao Qingning, accepting the tea means you should fulfill your part of the bargain. This is called equitable exchange, a verbal contract. Wang Rong thought Zhou Yingying was merely seeking trouble. If a boy offers bubble tea, why not just accept it? Why put on an air of superiority? She mused that perhaps Zhou Yingying's lack of attractiveness led to her never being treated to bubble tea. She found herself missing Zhao Qingning. Had it not been for Zhao Qingning feeling unwell and unwilling to go out, Wang Rong would never have strolled through the mall with this bookish girl. Lost in thought, she murmured, "If only Qingning were here." Zhou Yingying shook her head. Zhao Qingning is being unfair to Jibei's feelings. Wang Rong paused. Clearly, it was Jibei who had wronged Zhao Qingning. Zhou Yingying was aware that Wang Rong was referring to the school forum. No. Let's not discuss the forum's credibility. Even if it is true, they have not established a relationship. It is Jibei's freedom to be with whomever he chooses. As for Zhao Qingning, if she doesn't like Jibei, she should simply reject him. Why keep him hanging? Zhou Yingying's arguments were well-founded, leaving Wang Rong momentarily speechless as she struggled to find an appropriate counterargument. She swallowed hard. But isn't Qingning testing Jibei? Zhou Yingying shook her head. That is not the right way to test him. Just as Wang Rong was about to continue the debate with Zhou Yingying, the clerk called their number, and both girls ordered their favorite bubble teas. Once the drinks were in hand, the dispute regarding Jibei and Zhao Qingning's rights and wrongs was cast aside. After finishing their meal, Jibei prepared to return and continue tackling his assignments. Feeling a bit drowsy, Jibei stopped by the restroom to splash some water on his face. At the spirited age of youth, he carried an air of vigor as he walked. And after washing his face, he simply shook his head, allowing the droplets to cling to his hair, which was somewhat coarse to the touch. As he approached his seat, he noticed a cup of coffee had mysteriously appeared before him, accompanied by a girl in a JK uniform seated across the table. The girl had an exquisite figure that was strikingly alluring. While most donned JK uniforms with a youthful and innocent charm, she exuded a sultry appeal. Her long, elegant legs rivaled any, and her ample bosom strained against the buttons of her uniform, leaving one to wonder if they would hold under pressure, fearing they might pop open unexpectedly as she walked. The girl was engrossed in a sizable comic book, which she raised to shield her face completely. The library's seating arrangement consisted of 2 tables facing each other, and in the morning, Jibei had found himself alone across from an empty seat. He surmised the coffee was likely a mistake made by the girl opposite him. Upon picking up the cup, Jibei recognized it as a summer special from the CAF downstairs. Having previously invested in a coffee shop, he had some understanding of the pricing. Regular coffees available year-round were typically affordable, catering to white-collar workers. Essentially, those who bought their own pick-me UPS to enhance productivity. In contrast, seasonal specialty coffees were marketed to those who led leisurely lives or sought to capture Instagram-worthy moments, and thus were priced considerably higher. Jibei approached the girl, lowering his voice to inquire, "Excuse me, is this your coffee?" The girl did not lower the book that concealed her face. Her slender shoulders trembled, as if she were suppressing laughter. Just as Jibei was about to speak again, she finally lowered the book, revealing a radiant smile. Surprise. Chapter 27, Jibei Gige. Would you like me to model it for you? Jibei was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Yang Zhen. Yang Zhenjin lifted her delicate index finger to her lips, pouting cutely. Shoo. Jibei fell silent, his smile unwavering. Yang Zhenjin set aside the book she had been using as a shield and donned a mask from her small bag, leaning closer to Jibei to whisper, "All right, now you can talk to me." Jibei leaned in as well, his voice barely above a whisper. "What brings you here?" Yang Zhenjin gestured toward the seat beside her, indicating they should sit together. She then pointed to the coffee in his hand, explaining, "I bought it for you, fearing you might feel sleepy. It has 3 sugars. I hope it suits your taste." Jibei, not particularly picky, replied, "I can handle it." They returned to their seats, with Jibei resuming his place from earlier, while Yang Zhenjin sat opposite him. "I came with a female artist from my company. She is working out in the gym upstairs, and when I passed by, I spotted you studying. After I dropped her off, I figured you must have gone out for a meal since your things were still here." There was an unspoken concern lingering in Yang Zhenjin's thoughts. She felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Jibei eating fast food in the basement, wishing to treat him to something better, but unsure how to broach the subject. Jibei suddenly recalled the girl he had encountered while waiting in line for bubble tea. She seemed to be a new artist signed under Yang Zhenjin's studio and appeared poised for future success. However, he didn't voice his thoughts, pondering why it mattered if the young girl enjoyed her food. After all, any weight gained would eventually be shed in the gym. By the way, what happened with that little troublemaker from yesterday? I mean, the person behind him. In terms of physical strength, Yang Zhenjin was merely a petite girl. But when it came to intellect, capability, or networking, she was undoubtedly in her element, leaving Jibei unconcerned. Regarding Boss Wang, a formal investigation is underway. I was already looking into him, and I suspect he sensed something was amiss, prompting him to act rashly. All the evidence has been submitted to the police, and I doubt he'll be out anytime soon. Jibei finally felt a sense of relief. Be careful. This industry can be quite dark. I've experienced it firsthand. Hum. Yang Zhenjin nodded obediently, resembling a charming emoji. I'll be cautious, especially with you looking out for me. The girl was simply too adorable. Jibei couldn't resist reaching out, pinching her cheek through her mask. Yang Zhenjin was all soft curves, 2 ounces on her chest, half an ounce on her rear, and a little less than an ounce on her face, yielding a delightful texture. Wait a moment. Jibei pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Yang Zhenjin's face. Do that head nod again, just like you did a moment ago. Without hesitation, she complied, giving a cute nod for the camera. Jibei marveled at her beauty, exclaiming, "Stunning." The quality of his phone's camera did justice to Yang Zhenjin's allure. Her smile widened at the compliment. If you like it, that's what matters. Jibei imported the video into an app to create a meme, casually asking, "What if I don't like it anymore?" Yang Zhenjin tilted her head and thought, "Then I'll strive to become the kind of girl Jibei Gige likes." Jibei chuckled. "You truly are adorably naive." He presented the completed meme to her. "Look how cute you are." In the meme, Jibei had added blush to her cheeks and placed a small grass decoration atop her head, captioning it simply hum. Yang Zhenjin mimicked her meme, nodding hum. Jibei laughed. "I'll send it to you." Yang Zhenjin pulled out her phone. All right. Their phones clashed together, and only then did they realize they hadn't exchanged WeChat information yet. Their comfortable interaction had made them overlook the fact that they had only met the previous day. "I'll scan you." Yang Zhenjin opened WeChat to scan the code. Jibei promptly opened his contact card, upon receiving a notification of a successful addition. He sent the meme to Yang Zhenjin. After sending it, he glanced at her profile picture, which was a selfie, and scrolled through her moments, filled predominantly with her selfies and pictures from outings. The latest post dated back to yesterday, showing Yang Jinjin with damp hair, a flushed face, and misty eyes as if freshly out of the shower. The accompanying caption read, "Old friend." Before he could scroll further, his phone erupted with WeChat notifications. Opening them, he found a slew of selfies from Yang Jinjin. Stealing a glance at her, noticing she wasn't looking his way, Ji Bei sent her a via WeChat. Yang Jinjin replied almost instantly, "I'm making you a meme." Ji Bei examined the photos she had sent. Goodness, he nearly lost control. This girl was utterly uninhibited, sending photos that left little to the imagination and, notably, one in particularly revealing attire. In the photograph, Yang Jinjin poses in front of a mirror, draped in scant fabric that accentuates her curves, revealing her smooth back reminiscent of soft silk. The mere sight evokes a desire to touch. Her ample, perky backside is enticingly elastic, while the sheer, skin-tone material barely covers her lower half, exposing a pair of legs that gleam with a striking whiteness. Yang Jinjin possesses a petite frame, her round legs exemplifying the classic contrast of looking slender in clothes, yet voluptuous when disrobed. As for her bosom, she attempts to shield it with her hand, yet it does little to conceal the burgeoning allure threatening to overflow, inadvertently pushing her breasts into a slightly askew position. Brother Ji Bei, it seems you are particularly fond of this one. Yang Jinsen unexpectedly leans in closer, startling Ji Bei, who fumbles to turn off his phone while his other hand awkwardly reaches to touch his nose. Fortunately, there is no sign of a nosebleed. Yang Jinjin tilts her head thoughtfully. If you prefer this style, I shall take a few more photos to send you. Yi Bei. To whom else have you sent this picture? Yang Jinjin shakes her head. I'm not foolish. I sent it to no one but you. Yi Bei. Why only to me? Yang Jinjin suddenly raises her head, looking at him with utmost seriousness. Ji Bei feels a twinge of unease under her gaze. Because you're a good person. Ji Bei is taken aback. He had anticipated Yang Jinjin would say something like, because you are handsome, or I mistakenly sent it to you. What does this good person card mean? What do you mean? Because I feel you are a good person, hence you are one. Yi Bei. Stunned. Do you like this photo? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Bei ultimately concedes his true feelings. Yes, I do. Then I shall take more for you. If you can't wait, I can snap a few right now. Or, Brother Ji Bei, would you like me to model for you? Chapter 28. Ji Bei is indeed vexed with her. Purification incantation. If only someone could grant him such an incantation, he would instantly pledge allegiance to them as a godfather. Yang Jinjin possesses an unparalleled charm. Fearing the conversation may spiral out of control, Ji Bei awkwardly shifts the topic. What would you like to eat? Are you in the mood for the teppanyaki squid we missed out on yesterday? Or perhaps the starched sausages? Yang Jinjin visibly swallows hard, then shakes her head with difficulty. No, I must maintain my appearance for the camera. I need to exercise some restraint. I'll save the delicious treats for when I particularly crave them. Ji Bei ponders this. After all, aren't female celebrities notoriously busy? Can you manage to stay seated here for long? Yang Zinzin Fagens Apot brought to you. Are you trying to hurry me away? Of course not. Now reassured, she adds, I've started a company and am a boss now, so I want to be as busy as before. Yi Bei nods. Yang Zhenjin smiles at him without further words, but in her heart, she hopes that if Brother Ji Bei is willing, he would assume the role of the boss while she enjoys being the boss lady. Going to work together each day and igniting envy among many. After a while of refreshing their minds, Ji Bei resumes his studies, while Yang Jinjin reads beside him. After tackling a few biology questions, Ji Bei finds himself stuck. He furrows his brow, scribbling and sketching on paper, attempting several methods, yet failing to solve the problem. Yang Jinjin softly interjects, I can help with that question, Brother Ji Bei. Ji Bei's eyes light up in surprise. Seeing Ji Bei's expression, Yang Jinjin feels a swell of pride. Don't underestimate me, Brother Ji Bei. Had I not entered the entertainment industry, I would have returned to school to engage in research with my teacher. Yang Jinjin had never used this aspect of her past to craft a persona in the entertainment world, and today is the first Ji Bei learns of it. Is that so? Of course. I even promised my teacher that if I didn't achieve fame within 5 years, I would return to continue my studies. Yang Jinjin's explanations are clear and concise, and Ji Bei, being astute, grasps concepts quickly effortlessly navigating through challenging questions. This is far more efficient than Ji Bei's methodical step-by-step explanations to Zhao Qingning, who often required him to repeat everything from the beginning when she didn't understand. As the afternoon drifts by even faster than the morning, Ji Bei, having switched to coffee, neglects water entirely. A single cup of coffee swiftly disappears. Yang Jinjin glances at the coffee cup discarded in the trash. I'll check on her fitness routine while I'm at it and grab you another cup of coffee. Ji Bei nods, advising, just don't buy the limited edition. It's too expensive. Yang Jinjin nods, refraining from mentioning that she isn't financially constrained. After a lap around the upstairs gym, Yang Jinjin discovers no one is there. While making a phone call to locate someone, she decides to get coffee for Ji Bei. After conversing briefly, the barista has already prepared the coffee. Hesitating, Yang Jinjin informs the server of Ji Bei's exact location, offering extra money for them to deliver it directly. The barista, eager for a tip, readily agrees. Wang Rong and Zhou Yingying enjoy rice noodles and milk tea, perusing the clothing and accessory stores on the first and second floors. Zhou Yingying purchases only a basic short-sleeve shirt, while Wang Rong indulges in multiple items, buying several bags and clothes for herself. However, none of these purchases are from her own pocket. They are funded by Zhao Qingning, who she has been dating online. Exiting a cosmetic store, Wang Rong grabs a trending lipstick shade and asks Zhou Yingying, "You only bought one short sleeve? Don't you want anything else?" Zhou Yingying nods. "I initially had 3 short-sleeve shirts, but I spilled oil on them, and they can't be cleaned, so I had no choice but to buy another one for outings." Wang Rong pouts internally, thinking of her as a bookworm. Upon spotting the library, Zhou Yingying's eyes light up. "Let us wander around the library. I have a reference book I'd like to purchase." Zhou Yingying is like this. She is not particular about food or clothing, but is willing to spend on study materials, excelling academically as the class representative. Wang Rong, initially reluctant, glances around at the clothing and cosmetic shops she has already explored. Finding little else to do and not wanting to stand alone, she begrudgingly follows. As Zhou Yingying enters the library, she is akin to a fish returning to water, touching one book after another, eager to take them all home. Wang Rong, disinterested in the books, wanders aimlessly, contemplating whether there are any handsome boys to observe. To her surprise, her gaze indeed lands on someone noteworthy, a familiar handsome face she had seen not long ago, Ji Bei. He is not alone. Seated beside him is a girl with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Even in loose clothing, her impressive figure is evident. However, she is a quintessential back-view killer. Her dark complexion and unremarkable features, broad brows, small eyes, a bulbous nose, and protruding lips, render her less appealing, even compared to Zhao Qingning, let alone Wang Rong herself. When Wang Rong spots them, Ji Bei is assisting the girl, and they appear rather intimate. She feels a surge of excitement, quickly snapping a photo to send to Zhao Qingning. "Wife, is this Ji Bei's new flame? What a far cry from a beauty. Even your hair strands surpass hers." At that moment, Zhao Qingning lies in bed, berating Ji Bei for not coming to find her yet, venting her frustrations, and, in the process, even scolding Wang Rong. This utterly useless item, I wonder if she even conveyed my message to her. Upon hearing her phone ring, Zhao Qingning sprang up from her bed, instantly retrieving her device to check. It was a message from Wang Rong concerning Ji Bei. As she opened the photos surreptitiously captured by Wang Rong, Zhao Qingning bit her lip, staring intently at the images for several moments. After a while, she forwarded the photo to Wang Ba. "Zhao Qingning, isn't this the woman Wang Ba brought yesterday?" Both Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba struggle to recall the woman's features. Such is human nature. One tends to incessantly revisit significant and thrilling events, only to find their memories becoming increasingly distorted, culminating in a blank slate. When the mind reaches this emptiness and attempts to recollect, memories often reshape themselves in accordance with one's desires. Moreover, they had indeed not seen Yang Jinjin's face the previous day. Before long, Wang Ba replied to Zhao Qingning, "It seems to be her. It should be." Given that woman's financial stature, Ji Bei would undoubtedly lack the audacity to pursue another. Zhao Qingning felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ji Bei still harbored feelings for her. He had merely sought out another woman to provoke her, to incite her jealousy regarding her association with Wang Ba. If it were otherwise, how could Ji Bei possibly disregard a beauty like her in favor of an unattractive woman? In Chapter 29, Ji Nanchuan endured a rigorous physical training session. Zhao Qingming's spirits lifted, and the pain on her face seemed to diminish. She cradled her phone against her chest, her bare feet swaying in the air, and the remnants of her confidence, which had been battered the previous day, began to resurface in that moment. Oblivious to the fact that he had been photographed, Ji Bei remained unaware of the misunderstanding involving the girl beside him. She was merely a young lady who had accepted a tip from Yang Jinjin to deliver coffee to Ji Bei. In a library, many individuals were engrossed in their studies with laptops in hand, and with limited power outlets against the walls, numerous students brought their own power strips, generously sharing them with others. This arrangement was quite convenient for everyone, albeit with the drawback of power cords strewn across the floor, posing the risk of tripping. The young girl delivering coffee to Ji Bei was among those who stumbled over a power cord, fearing that the coffee in her hands would spill, resulting in her injuring her leg. Ji Bei was startled and quickly assisted her to a seat. The girl, youthful and resilient, merely needed a moment to recover before she departed. After searching the gym without success, Yang Jinjin scoured the third floor but still could not locate her. Eventually, she found the young lady in a corner of a basement eatery specializing in Xinjiang fried rice noodles, relishing a bowl of exceptionally spicy noodles. Beads of sweat forming on her nose from the heat, clearly savoring the indulgence. Yang Jinjin chose not to confront her, understanding that those in their profession often had to exercise restraint when it came to food. Having finally relented, Yang Jinjin allowed her to enjoy the moment. However, she did send a message to her assistant, instructing her to weigh herself upon her return and to ensure that any weight gained would be worked off diligently, leaving no room for complacency. The assistant, well versed in the patterns of their industry, immediately understood the situation, having witnessed such behaviors before. Meanwhile, Ji Nanchuan clutched the 100,000 yuan given to him by Ji Zhongshi, filled with great anticipation as he arrived for his physical training class. The first lesson was personally led by Sister Lu. Ji Nanchuan held a strong sense of novelty regarding the entertainment industry, suppressing his excitement. As the car veered further off course, his initial exhilaration began to wane, prompting him to inquire of Sun Yulu, Sister Lu, "Are we really having our physical training class in such a place?" The vehicle came to a halt outside what appeared to be an older shopping mall. The mall was sizable, yet few stores were open, with several doors bearing for rent signs, and the interior devoid of customers. Sun Yulu, aware of Ji Nanchuan's discontent regarding the desolate mall, patiently explained, "Nanchuan, there are certain things you may not grasp. This is a rare find I worked hard to secure." Ji Nanchuan remained silent, gazing at her with evident skepticism. "Consider this. You aspire to be a major star. Any misstep before your debut could be scrutinized. If any training blunders were to be captured and circulated, it would tarnish your reputation at that critical juncture." Ji Nanchuan listened intently, acknowledging the validity of Sun Yulu's points. She appeared earnest in her counsel. "Think about it. If I were indifferent to my responsibilities, I could have chosen any random location. Why would I go to such lengths to bring you here?" Ji Nanchuan absorbed her words, offering her a smile. "My apologies, Sister Lu. I misjudged the situation." Sun Yulu bore no ill will, leading Ji Nanchuan inside. The two ascended the elevator and climbed a flight of stairs until they reached the designated location, which was a small establishment. The entrance was modest, with faded plastic sheeting displaying the words International Physical Training. Despite the name, there was nothing international about the interior. Upon stepping inside, they encountered two small rooms. Ji Nanchuan noticed that in one room, possibly due to water damage, the walls near the floor had begun to peel, with some plaster even having fallen away. The outer room served as a reception area and teacher's office, containing a moderately aged computer atop a wooden desk and a dusty, subpar office chair. Opposite were two single sofas, just enough for Ji Nanchuan and Sun Yulu, leaving no space for additional occupants. The other room was designated for their classes, featuring a discolored yoga mat with fraying edges, and even a large mirror on the wall appeared foggy suggesting many years of use. Yet, Sun Yulu maintained an air of enthusiasm, pointing out the dilapidated surroundings. Nanchuan, this is a place I fought hard to secure. Nanchuan offered a non-committal acknowledgement. Sun Yulu persisted in her persuasion. Consider this. If the instructor lacked competence, could they truly thrive in this industry for so long? The instructor assigned to Nanchuan was a robust woman, her muscular frame accompanied by sparse hair, fashioned into a small bun, braided into a thin plait, not particularly appealing. She introduced herself as Ms. Zheng. From today onward, I will teach you physical training. Nanchuan, instinctively drawn to engage with anyone of merit, greeted her. Sister Zheng. However, she firmly declined, insisting, just call me Teacher Zheng. Caught off guard, Nanchuan managed to maintain a smile. Teacher Zheng. She nodded, placing her hands behind her back, scrutinizing him with a critical gaze. Nanchuan stood still as Teacher Zheng circled him, offering her professional assessment. You are too slender, with a small frame but a disproportionately large head. Your torso is elongated while your legs are short, and your nose lacks prominence. Your posture is slightly hunched, and there are numerous areas requiring improvement. Though Nanchuan was relatively well-built among average individuals, Teacher Zheng evaluated him against the higher standards expected of someone in front of the camera. Under such scrutiny, Nanchuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired, Teacher Zheng, may we begin? Unperturbed by his demeanor, Teacher Zheng instructed, go change your clothes. We can commence. The inaugural lesson in physical posture commenced with an emphasis on standing correctly. Instructor Zheng first guided Nanchuan into an appropriate stance, making meticulous adjustments to ensure he could maintain this posture when under the camera's gaze in the future. Nanchuan, unconvinced that his stance was flawed, complied obediently with the instructor's directions. This standing exercise endured for a grueling half-hour. During this interval, Instructor Zheng intermittently sipped water, visited the restroom, conversed with Sun Yulu, and practiced on his own, seemingly oblivious to Nanchuan's presence. Overlooked and feeling increasingly neglected, Nanchuan gritted his teeth in frustration. How dare this instructor, Zheng, disregard him? By the conclusion of the half-hour, Nanchuan felt as though his legs and feet had become entirely foreign to him. Instructor Zheng then proceeded to critique his stance, declaring it unsatisfactory and mandating that Nanchuan stand for at least half an hour each day henceforth. Nanchuan yearned to retort that anyone could stand, but ultimately decided to swallow his words. Instructor Zheng rapped his knuckles against the wooden frame designated for physical training and announced, now, we shall commence leg stretching. Nanchuan approached and, following the instructor's guidance, placed his leg upon the apparatus, without so much as a word of introduction. Instructor Zheng forcefully bent Nanchuan's upper body forward and pressed down. Ouch! The sound that erupted from the physical training room was reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Unmistakably, Nanchuan's voice. The pain was excruciating. Clutching his agonized leg, he grimaced and cried out. Instructor Zheng, whose own flexibility was rather lackluster and whose age was perhaps a hindrance to his ability to stretch, reassured Nanchuan that with more practice, he would improve. Barely recuperated, Nanchuan was summoned once again for leg stretching. There were numerous techniques for stretching, and, as Nanchuan discovered, the initial method presented by Instructor Zheng was the least painful. Each subsequent method was exponentially more torturous. In addition to leg stretches, there were also waist bends, arm stretches, and shoulder openings, none of which were remotely comfortable. Upon hearing the word break, Nanchuan collapsed onto the floor, staring vacantly at the ceiling, feeling as though the rigors of physical training had nearly claimed his life. However, he recalled that in his previous life, he had never heard of Beishong attending physical training classes, yet he still achieved fame and garnered numerous accolades. Did this imply that one could indeed become a star without undergoing physical training? Contemplating this notion, Nanchuan rose from the ground. He wished to propose to Sun Yulu the possibility of reducing the frequency of physical training classes. Naturally, Nanchuan would never admit to his inability to endure the rigors of these classes. He would merely argue that since he had no intention of dancing, Excessive physical training was futile, and he would be better off focusing on acting. Before he could reach Sun Yulu, Ji Nanchuan overheard her conversing with Zheng Yanan. Ji Nanchuan harbored discontent towards Zheng Yanan, who, in turn, regarded Ji Nanchuan with disdain. His on-camera presence was rather mediocre, and his appearance was only passable among ordinary individuals. How could they even consider signing him? Ji Nanchuan's footsteps faltered at this remark, his gaze dropping momentarily as a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Sun Yulu sighed in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. While he appeared acceptable, under the scrutiny of a high-definition camera, he was disappointingly average. Yet his singing was undeniably exquisite. Fate had bestowed upon him a voice perfectly suited for this profession. I've thought it over. I'll first try participating in variety shows, and if that doesn't work out, I'll become a singer. After all, as long as one can sing well, audiences tend to be relatively forgiving regarding a singeress looks, Zheng Yanan remarked, to which Sun Yulu conceded. It seems we have little choice. Sun Yulu then recalled Ji Bei. Her brother possessed commendable looks and met all the standards for appearing on camera, but alas, he could not sing. If only he could sing, that face paired with a good voice would secure him a permanent place in the entertainment industry, provided he avoided self-sabotage. Ji Nanchuan, lurking in the corner, felt an overwhelming darkness cloud his expression. He loathed such comparisons. It was one thing to deem him inadequate, but to simultaneously praise Ji Bei was something he could not abide, particularly concerning the matter of becoming a star. The mention of handsome men piqued Zheng Yanan's interest immediately. What does he look like? Show me, she inquired, not genuinely expecting Sun Yulu to have any photos. To her surprise, Sun Yulu produced a snapshot she had stealthily taken of Ji Bei the previous day. Though the image was somewhat blurry due to its clandestine nature, it did not diminish Ji Bei's attractiveness. Zheng Yanan examined the photo closely, her gaze lingering longer than necessary. Indeed, he is quite the handsome fellow, Sun Yulu lamented. It's such a pity he cannot sing. Zheng Yanan, unfazed, retorted, what if he can't sing? He could still be signed as a pretty face. The industry is already saturated with eye candy. What difference does one more make? This proposition had crossed Sun Yulu's mind as well. But I noticed yesterday that their family seems rather biased. If I were to force a contract with him, they might refuse to sign anything at all, she mused. Zheng Yanan acknowledged the logic in her reasoning. Yet, the thought of Ji Bei left her feeling quite regretful. Why can't such a splendid voice be paired with that handsome face? Lu Jia, Ji Nanchuan suddenly interjected, startling both women, who were uncertain whether he had overheard their previous conversation. Sun Yulu's heart sank, sensing the impending dread. Ji Nanchuan spoke plainly, Leah. I request a change of instructors. A flicker of irritation flashed in Sun Yulu's eyes, but she quickly masked it. What is the matter, darling? Yi Nanchuan, fully aware that he would be bound to Sun Yulu for an extended period, refrained from confronting her directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zheng Yanan. Luya, I seek a teacher who appreciates their students, rather than one who merely nitpicks. Sun Yulu wished to negotiate with Ji Nanchuan, but his expression was unwaveringly resolute. I want to change my physical training instructor. Sun Yulu still hoped to secure this position for her good friend. This marketplace was increasingly desolate, and her friend's studio had not welcomed any new students in quite some time. Moreover, her friend possessed genuine talent. She was not merely a superficial figure. With patience, she endeavored to explain to Ji Nanchuan, but instructor Zheng's expertise is quite high. Ji Nanchuan, brimming with confidence, retorted, even without instructor Zheng's guidance, I am certain I will emerge as a top male star. This conviction had never wavered in Ji Nanchuan's mind. Sun Yulu longed to inquire about the source of his confidence, but held her tongue. This time, my father has provided me with 100,000 yuan to take physical training classes. If the results are satisfactory, he will allow me to continue. The implication was clear. He had ample funds and did not require a good instructor. With no alternative, Sun Yulu arranged for Ji Nanchuan to switch to a new physical training instructor. This new instructor's studio was located in a recently opened shopping mall, occupying a prime position directly across from the elevator on the second floor. The entrance was adorned with several life-size cutouts of the instructor, all showcasing impressive physiques in yoga attire. The spacious and tastefully decorated studio appeared significantly superior to the previous one. The instructor who welcomed Nanchuan was a young woman. Her voice was soft and gentle, and after inquiring about his situation, she introduced herself. "Hello, you can call me Teacher Bingbing. I will be your instructor for physical training from now on." The first order of business in physical training classes was to assess the students. While Zheng Yanan scrutinized Nanchuan with her gaze, Teacher Bingbing employed a measuring tape to evaluate him. During the measurement, Teacher Bingbing's slender, fair hands glided over Nanchuan's skin, causing it to flush a rosy hue upon contact. Particularly during the measurement of his thigh circumference, Nanchuan felt an overwhelming anxiety. Unsure of where to place his hands, he nervously lowered his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of the two soft mounds that became visible as Teacher Bingbing bent down. His face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Sensing Nanchuan's unusual reaction, Teacher Bingbing smirked subtly. At this age, boys are easily swayed by a mere flick of a wrist. It was almost effortless. While measuring Nanchuan, Teacher Bingbing's lips were never idle. She lavished praise upon him, complimenting his long legs, slender waist, and flawless skin. In essence, Nanchuan was a paragon of virtues. Flattered by her accolades, Nanchuan pondered, "Am I truly that exceptional?" With her enviable figure and striking beauty, Teacher Bingbing gazed at him with starry eyes, affirming, "Indeed, you are remarkable. My compliments merely reflect my own limited standards." Overwhelmed by the praise, Nanchuan turned to son Yulu and declared, "Sister Lu, I shall be taking my physical training classes here." Son Yulu reasoned, "If Nanchuan can do it, then surely I can as well." Upon hearing Nanchuan's agreement to attend classes here, Bingbing's joy knew no bounds. As she continued to extol him, assuring Nanchuan that she would personally conduct all his physical training classes, never entrusting them to anyone else. Nanchuan found himself utterly captivated by Bingbing. "Will you always dress like this for our classes?" he inquired. Bingbing feigned innocence, responding, "Of course. My yoga attire is my work uniform. What else would I wear?" Subsequently, she imparted a wealth of advice regarding the industry. As a star, one must remain exceedingly slim. There are many dietary restrictions to adhere to. Some seasoned celebrities have confided in me that they have never been truly full since debuting. Nanchuan reflected on his previous life as Bei, who seemed quite slender. He still bore some baby fat and did not match Bei's leanness. Unbeknownst to him, Bei's initial slenderness stemmed from enduring hardships, and his later physique was the result of a carefully curated diet by a nutritionist, coupled with rigorous exercise, rather than mere starvation. Teacher Bingbing took out her phone to show Nanchuan a video of her favorite idol, a recent sensation named Tang Tang. "Look, only girls who are this slim attract attention. Most fans these days are female, so one must conform to their aesthetic standards." Nanchuan found this reasoning quite compelling. His ideal physical instructor embodied professionalism, gentleness, beauty, and a splendid figure, all while being generous and unpretentious in offering Nanchuan some benefits during class, far surpassing someone like Zheng Yanan. Once the classes were confirmed, Sun Yulu contacted the manager to finalize Nanchuan's schedule. Afterwards, she exited, promptly calling Zheng Yanan to vent about Nanchuan's decision to take lessons from Teacher Bingbing. What Nanchuan did not realize was that everyone in the industry was well aware of the situation. Teacher Bingbing was notorious in the realm of physical training, lacking any genuine expertise, possessing a warped sense of aesthetics, and relying solely on her striking appearance and figure to attract male students, often engaging in ambiguous relationships with each of them. There had been an incident in the past where Bingbing was involved with a much younger male student. The student's parent had barged into the classroom, grabbing her by the hair and forcefully admonishing her for her indiscretion. It was only due to the owner's infatuation with Bingbing, coupled with her moderate charm, that she managed to stay afloat in this profession. Zheng Yanan expressed disbelief. "Are you truly sending your artist into the clutches of this poison?" Sun Yulu shrugged off his concern. "What does it matter?" She asked, still relatively unknown. "Once the 10,000 yuan is secured, it's a win. I've instructed the owner to keep an eye on Bingbing. She wouldn't dare overstep, perhaps a kiss or a touch at most. Zheng Yanan recognized that Sun Yilu was seeking a measure of revenge. How much does 10,000 yuan even contribute to the physical training studio? Sun Yilu chuckled. A handsome sum, a full 1,000. I wept tears of joy while pocketing 9,000. How about it? Shall I treat you to steak tonight? Zheng Yanan readily agreed. I want to dine at the most expensive place in the city center. Absolutely. That evening, Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin visited an authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant. Yang Jinjin fretted throughout the meal, worrying that indulging might lead to weight gain, while Ji Bei patiently reassured her that she wouldn't gain a pound. Yang Jinjin remained skeptical until Ji Bei, smiling, declared, Our Jinjin's figure is perfectly proportioned. Her curves are in all the right places. Yang Jinjin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You're the one who gained weight. You rogue. She playfully swatted Ji Bei, who deftly evaded her, leading to a light-hearted chase reminiscent of a young couple in love. Caught up in their playful banter, Ji Bei failed to notice Yang Jinjin's unintentional admission of affection. In a moment of distraction, Yang Jinjin slipped, nearly tumbling to the ground. Ji Bei, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, his thoughts solely focused on preventing her fall, unaware of where he had placed his hands. It was only in that suspended moment that he realized the nature of his grasp. Soft and yielding, the sensation was exquisite. Ji Bei's mind immediately conjured thoughts of a luxury mattress, but he quickly dismissed it. He had experienced the finest in his past life, and this was a different caliber entirely. As he became lost in thought, Yang Jinjin's voice, deceptively frosty yet tinged with shyness, broke through. Is it nice to touch? Still dazed, Ji Bei responded earnestly. It's ample, soft, and incredibly yielding, far superior to anything else. Yang Jinjin's icy demeanor melted slightly, replaced by a hint of bashfulness. Would you like to try again? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Ji Bei hastily withdrew his hand, riding Yang Jinjin and standing tall. As he contemplated whether to apologize, Yang Jinjin remarked, Brother Bei, your method is quite inaccurate. Ji Bei, puzzled, queried, What do you mean? Yang Jinjin suggested, Let us switch locations and give it another go. Ji Bei longed to question her intentions, but upon meeting her innocent gaze, he realized she was being sincere. Yang Jinjin glanced down and then back up at Ji Bei, her eyes fluttering. I'm wearing a bit too much. If you wish to see or feel, we could find a more suitable place. Ji Bei paused for a few seconds, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Yang Jinjin, how many men have you said this to? She began counting on her fingers before finally extending 3 fingers towards him. Ji Bei's forehead throbbed in response. 3? Yang Jinjin nodded. Indeed, just 3. Ji Bei pressed his fingers to his throbbing temple, muttering, Which 3 unfortunate souls? After a moment's reflection, he realized he had inadvertently insulted himself and quickly rephrased his question. Who are those other 2 unfortunate souls? Yang Jinjin extended 3 fingers with one hand to signify 3 individuals, while the other hand pointed with her index finger, counting one by one. One represented the former Ji Bei Ge, another the current Ji Bei Ge, and the last the future Ji Bei Ge. Chapter 32. You will have a grand stage. Following that incident, both felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yang Jinjin found herself perplexed by her emotions. Although she refrained from filming intimate scenes, her daily interactions with various male actors were unavoidable. Even in moments of misalignment, they had to be in close proximity to create the illusion of intimacy. After each such scene, the male actors would often blush profusely. Yang Jinjin was utterly bewildered. Was she some kind of son? Why did every male actor who approached her appear so flustered? To her, they were no different from a piece of wood, a tile, or even a cabbage, perhaps even less enticing than a starch sausage. Yet now, she too felt a sense of warmth. It was an intense longing to alleviate this heat. In this regard, Ji Bei was far more composed than Yang Jinjin. He pondered over her earlier statement. The former Ji Bei Ge, the current Ji Bei Ge, the future Ji Bei Ge. Without dwelling on the latter two, what did the former Ji Bei Ge signify? Her words gave him an illusion that she might know the Ji Bei of yore. How could she be acquainted with the past Ji Bei? In his previous life, Ji Bei had clearly sensed Yang Jinjin's affection. He had assumed such affection was merely a facet of the entertainment industry's ambience, a game fueled by good looks. However, today's encounter seemed to diverge from his expectations. As both were lost in thought, the sight of the steaming hot pot made them forget everything else. Ji-bei was aware of his preferences, choosing to indulge in the tomato broth throughout the meal. Conversely, Yang Jinjin opted for the beef tallow pot, insisting on a particularly spicy variant. As she ate, she would flick her tongue out, fanning herself to relieve the heat, while her other hand reached for the tripe that had been submerged in the fiery broth. The sight of the red, succulent meat made Ji-bei feel the heat. Are you able to handle it? Can't manage the tomato pot? After consuming a piece of tripe, Yang Jinjin fanned herself vigorously. A woman must not admit defeat. She offered Ji-bei a slice of tripe that had been cooked in the spicy pot, exclaiming, "Ji-bei ge, you must try this tripe. It's incredibly flavorful, fragrant, crisp and spicy, delicious." Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-bei declined. "If you keep eating like this, your tongue will be overwhelmed by the flavors of the hot pot." Yang Jinjin swallowed the hot pot contents and took a sip of refreshing, sweet-sour plum soup. Suddenly, she stuck out her little tongue, somewhat indistinctly, saying to Ji-bei, "Ji-bei ge, my tongue is now sour, sweet, and spicy. It must taste better than the tripe. Would you like to try?" Ji-bei paused mid-bite. From his perspective, Yang Zinzen apparaît exceptionnellement alluring. The fiery atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant had slightly reddened her eyes, and the spiciness rendered them misty, lending her fox-like, captivating eyes and innocent, vulnerable appeal that struck Ji-bei's heart. Yet, Yang Jinjin remained utterly unaware. Her little tongue merely peeked out, and Ji-bei could only see the tip, a petite, pink appendage that seemed to beckon, stirring a desire to explore further. Ji-bei suddenly chugged a large glass of ice water. Rising from his seat, he declared, "I'll take care of the bill." The hot pot meal cost just over 100, a modest expense, but only Ji-bei knew whether he enjoyed it. He had little money on him and was reluctant to spend, yet he could afford this meal. At present, he simply refused to seek approval or please others by spending on them, though he wasn't stingy to a fault. Yang Jinjin had sincerely helped him the previous afternoon at DL, and he was not one to be ungrateful. That encounter had undeniably enhanced Ji-bei's reputation in front of those people, a group of immature youngsters. Ji-bei was indifferent but appreciative. He cherished every individual who treated him sincerely, for he understood well that genuine kindness was a rare treasure in this world. After finishing the hot pot, the pair took a leisurely walk to aid digestion. As they strolled, Ji-bei suddenly recalled something. Did the remaining 100,000 from Wang Ba get settled yesterday afternoon? Yang Jinjin shook her head. "No, but I settled it with something else." Ji-bei casually inquired, "What did you use?" Yang Jinjin quickened her pace, creating some distance from him, then turned around to walk backwards, tilting her head playfully as she looked at Ji-bei. "It's a secret." Ji-bei felt a jolt of unease. Could it be that she had offered herself as payment? Yang Jinjin ignored his concerns. The bad premonition in Ji-bei's heart intensified, and he hurried to walk alongside her, grasping her slender arm. "Really? Yang Jinjin, are you out of your mind? What is Wang Ba worth? Even if he offered you 10,000, you should refuse." Observing Ji-bei's anxious demeanor, Yang Jinjin burst into laughter, realizing he had been overthinking. "Ji-bei ge. I'm not a scavenger. Why would I accept anyone's offer?" At last, Ji-bei felt relieved. If Wang Ba had truly offered himself as payment to Yang Jinjin, Ji-bei would have been left to lament in the northwest. They chatted about various topics, and Ji-bei noticed that although Yang Jinjin was smiling, she occasionally sighed, as if troubled by something. Ji-bei asked directly, "How come you're so perceptive, always able to notice when my mood is off?" Yang Jinjin gazed at him with admiration. Ji-bei found himself at a loss for words. "You're so obvious. How could I not notice?" Yang Zenzen chuklet ligfully. "It's just some work-related issues." Ji-bei remained silent, patiently waiting for her to elaborate. Their essay television series adapted from a novel that has completed filming. We are currently working on the dubbing. One of the characters, though not prominent, is supposed to have a very pleasant voice. However, the voice actor we contracted encountered a sudden issue with their vocal cords and cannot perform. Our contract has a deadline, and breaching it incurs a hefty penalty. We cannot find a suitable replacement in time. As she spoke, Yang Jinjin furtively glanced at Ji Bei to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, he did not appear as angry as she had anticipated. In fact, he wore a faintly helpless smile. Yang Jinjin felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, not knowing how to proceed. Ji Bei, if you want to introduce me to a job, just say so directly. No need to take such a roundabout route. Realizing he had seen through her, Yang Jinjin pouted. I was just worried you might be upset. She had inquired around and found that contemporary men often had fragile egos and disliked accepting help from women. In this new life, how could Ji Bei be constrained by such notions? Then let me ask you, can my voice do the dubbing? Yang Jinjin nodded enthusiastically. Of course, your voice is not only suitable for dubbing. You could easily become a successful singer in the industry. Currently, Ji Bei focused on his studies and was unable to pursue singing. Otherwise, Yang Jinjin wouldn't have sought such an obscure dubbing role for him. Then it's settled. This way, I can earn a living through my talent. It's not a matter of pride being hurt. Yang Jinjin finally felt reassured. As long as it's not due to my own incompetence, you could just fund it. Yang Jinjin quickly shook her head. I haven't done anything. I'm merely facilitating. The rest is all up to you, brother Ji Bei. She unreservedly gave Ji Bei a thumbs up. I believe in your capabilities. Ji Bei reached out and gently patted Yang Jinjin's head. Initially, he felt a bit unaccustomed to this gesture, but after a few more touches, he found her soft, fluffy little head remarkably pleasant to the touch. He couldn't help but give a light pat whenever they met. It felt somewhat awkward if he didn't. How did you know I was short on funds? Knowing that Ji Bei was not as fragile as she had imagined, Yang Jinjin spoke more freely than before. You've resorted to copying exam questions in the library. How could you possibly have money? Ji Bei touched his nose and chuckled. That is quite true. Yang Jinjin suddenly became serious, her gaze fixed intently upon him. I'm helping you not solely because we are good friends, but because I perceive you as a person of great potential, destined for significant accomplishments. You are unlike anyone around you. I believe this place will not confine you. In the near future, you will possess a grand stage. Chapter 33. Ji Bei is the owner of Xingchen Media. Ji Bei felt his heart soften, as if a warm current flowed through his chest, enveloping him in comfort. This little girl trusts me so much? Yang Jinjin huffed with a hint of pride, murmuring, since childhood, my judgment of people has always been accurate. My friends' partners often seek my approval. Ji Bei was generous with his praise for Yang Jinjin. Our little girl is truly remarkable. Yang Jinjin felt a mix of joy and bashfulness at Ji Bei's compliment, yet she genuinely believed in her judgment. In her previous life, Ji Bei recalled that several artists Yang Jinjin signed were initially deemed unpromising, yet every artist she managed ultimately soared to fame. There was even one artist with a rather peculiar disposition. Despite lacking outstanding abilities in acting, singing, or variety shows, the audience inexplicably adored him, making him a household name. Without hesitation, Yang Jinjin took Ji Bei to the company's recording studio. The company was situated in a prime location, right in the heart of Sioux City South's most luxurious commercial street, occupying an entire building with each floor serving a different function. The recording studio was on the 17th floor. It was barely 8 o'clock, and the commercial park was ablaze with lights, bustling with people still at work, including Yang Jinjin's company. From a moment they entered the company's doors, people greeted Yang Jinjin as President Yang. With her hands clasped behind her back, she walked at a leisurely pace, acknowledging each greeting with a simple without any unnecessary words or gestures. This behavior was somewhat unfamiliar to Ji Bei, who was already accustomed to her cute and naive demeanor. She switched to work mode again. Yang Jinjin's cool demeanor had become second nature to everyone. However, no one disliked her in the company. Who else had a boss as beautiful as Yang Jinjin? Not only was she stunning, but the company also offered unparalleled benefits. Their salaries were famously high within the industry, with triple pay for overtime and various subsidies. Every month came with red envelopes, and there were year-end bonuses. For any employees getting married or having children, Yang Jinjin would present them with generous red packets. Last year, when her assistant got married, she even gifted a complete wedding apartment. Yang Jinjin led Ji Bei to the recording studio, but before she could say much, someone called for her. Familiarize yourself with the equipment. I'll be right back, she said apologetically. The company's recording equipment was top-notch, far superior to the quality of recordings Ji-Bei had made with a 1,000 yuan machine uploaded onto a 20 yuan USB drive. Ji-Bei found himself increasingly enamored with the setup. He inspected this and that, and couldn't resist picking up the microphone to sing a song. His voice was not the syrupy bubblegum pop style. Instead, it was a youthful, clear, and pure tone, slightly husky due to his changing voice. If he were to sing a love song, he would undoubtedly enchant a multitude of young girls. Yet, Ji-Bei did not particularly enjoy singing love songs. He grasped the microphone and began to sing, "One cup to the morning sun, another to the moonlight, awakening my longing, softening the cold window." After finishing, Ji-Bei felt an insatiable desire to continue. He loved singing and was quite adept at it. Heaven had blessed him with a fine voice, and he would not abandon singing just because he wasn't entering the entertainment industry. As he set the microphone down, Ji-Bei caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning, he saw a young girl. At first glance, she reminded him of a delightful little pig bun, the kind that was both adorable and sweet, reminiscent of the charming buns one might find in a dim sum shop. She was leaning against the recording studio door, gazing at Ji-Bei with starry eyes, her expression utterly endearing, complete with 2 charming dimples when she smiled. Her hair was styled in 2 little braided pigtails adorned with colorful clips, and she wore a tank top and shorts, standing at around 160 centimeters. Her legs were not particularly long, but strikingly fair, with a bit of baby fat. On her feet were wedge sandals, her tiny toes resembling a row of polished shells. She was a completely different type of beauty compared to Yang Jinjin, yet equally pleasing to the eye. Ji-Bei recognized here. This sweet girl was known for her resilience. In her previous life, despite the entertainment industry's bias against sweet types, she carved out a path for herself through sheer effort in a series of hit dramas. Although she never reached the pinnacle of stardom when she passed, she had amassed a certain following and recognition, thanks in no small part to Yang Jinjin paving the way for her with each project. Yang Jinjin took great care in mentoring every artist she signed, leveraging her connections to recommend them to investors whenever an opportunity arose. Seeing Ji-Bei pause, the young girl knocked on the door. The studio's glass door and walls were specially designed to allow visibility while sound remained one-directional. They could hear the conversations inside, but voices could not penetrate out. Ji-Bei nodded, signaling her to come in. The door was somewhat heavy, and the girl had to use both hands to push it open. As she entered, she bounced over to Ji-Bei's side, exclaiming, "You sing beautifully. Are you the company's newly signed artist?" "No," Ji-Bei replied. "I am," the girl said, familiar with him already. She extended her round little hand. "Hello, I'm Fong Yuan. Ji-Bei shook her hand with utmost courtesy before releasing it, introducing himself with just 2 simple words, Ji-Bei. Ji-Bei, Fong Yuan repeated in her mind. What a lovely name. "Thank you. You're not a newly signed artist? Are you about to be signed or coming from another company? I've heard many singers, but none sing as beautifully as you. If you were to become a singer, you would surely achieve great success." Fong Yuan glanced at Ji-Bei's face. "But with your looks, you'd definitely be successful in acting as well. I'm still in school. After this summer, I'll be starting my senior year." "You're still in high school?" Fong Yuan was surprised, noting his tall stature and youthful visage. "I'm a newly signed artist too. I've played a couple of minor roles, but they didn't make much of a splash. I'm feeling quite lost right now. They say the market doesn't favor sweet types anymore. Yet this isn't the look I envision for myself. I have no idea what the future holds." As she spoke, her little face fell with disappointment. She possesses a profound passion for acting and is diligently striving to excel in her performances. Under the guidance of a professional acting instructor hired by the company, she attends every class with utmost seriousness, never once skipping a session. Even after the course is concluded, she diligently reviews the material, which is why she remains at the company at this late hour. Observing Fong Yuan's furrowed brow, Ji-Bei finds it somewhat amusing. Who would have imagined that the formidable Fong Yuan of the future is currently just a nameless, anxious soul fretting over whether she has a role tomorrow? Rest assured, you are destined for greatness. Fong Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you truly believe in me?" "Not in you," Ji-bei harshly dispels her fantasy bubble. But in your boss, Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin is an exemplary leader, certainly far superior to Ji-bei's previous employer. While she may lack the power to transform the entire industry's ecological environment, she adeptly protects her artists, shielding them from the various indulgences of the entertainment world, thus preserving the last vestige of purity within it. Fang Yuan, your faith in my boss is commendable. Indeed, signing with Yang Jinjin's agency means you have already succeeded halfway. As long as you approach your craft with diligence, favorable outcomes shall inevitably follow. Fang Yuan beamed, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, her dimples enhancing her charm. So you genuinely admire your boss. It seems we may soon have a venerable leader. Ji-bei playfully tugged at Fang Yuan's braid. What nonsense are you spouting? I see you're merely embarrassed, Fang Yuan retorted, one hand pressing against her slightly sore braid. So, what brings you to the recording studio, oh esteemed leader? Chapter 34. Encountering Ji Qiu at Xingxin Media. Ji-bei candidly replied, to earn some extra income. He spoke plainly, unaware that the girl's mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. She let out a prolonged sound of exasperation, the playful banter between a boss and a leader. Ji-bei imitated her, letting out an exaggerated TCH. What playful banter? This is self-reliance. Seeing Ji-bei's earnestness, Fang Yuan began to believe him. Let me share a place where you can earn extra income. You must speak highly of me before the boss. As she spoke, Fang Yuan reached into her denim shorts pocket to retrieve her phone. Ji-bei dismissed it lightly. Where can one earn extra income? A foot massage parlor? Fang Yuan shot him an incredulous glare. What are you thinking? How would I know what jobs are available at a foot massage parlor? Besides, if I were to recommend you there, the boss would surely send someone to eliminate me. Ji-bei feigned seriousness. She wouldn't dare. After all, murder carries the death penalty. Fang Yuan glared at Ji-bei, feeling her ire was insufficient, and shot him another glare. She could freeze me to death. In the midst of their banter, Fang Yuan had already opened her phone. She navigated to an app typically used for listening to audiobooks, which featured a section filled with accomplished voice actors. All you need to do is register an account and record a few excerpts from popular novels for reference. If a producer takes notice, you could land some gigs and earn extra income. Ji-bei leaned in to inspect the app, and it indeed appeared promising. The app displayed a leaderboard, and upon clicking it, one could see the works of various individuals. Ji-bei selected one to preview, and after a moment of silence, he merely pursed his lips, saying nothing. Fang Yuan spoke candidly. Given his high number of accepted jobs, his vocal qualities are far inferior to yours. Bei simply smilet, refraining from comment, as a show of respect for the recording instructors. The prices here are quite low, but the convenience is unparalleled, as long as the surroundings are quiet. You can work at any time. Ji-bei made a mental note of the app's name. I'll give it a try later. But how did you discover this app? Fang Yuan made a dismissive gesture, her expression conveying, I help you, and yet you stab me in the back. Don't ask. It's just that a penniless college student knows how to do everything. So why aren't you doing it now? Fang Yuan seemed to be metaphorically stabbed again. That is obviously because my voice isn't pleasant enough. No one wants to pay to hear me speak. Ji-bei acknowledged her with an O, indicating his understanding. Fang Yuan felt as though her heart had shattered into a million pieces. Then she heard Ji-bei mutter, as if to himself, but loud enough for her to hear. There should be someone willing to pay to listen to my voice. Fang Yuan. At that moment, it wasn't just her heart that felt shattered. She felt as if she were on the verge of breaking apart completely. Should she confront this obnoxious man, yet fear the repercussions from her boss? Oh, it seemed that without her boss's assistance, she would be unable to contend with this irritating man. In the stairwell at the end of the corridor, several individuals emerged. At the center of the group stood a girl, slightly over 5 feet tall, exceedingly slender, her weight estimated to be no more than 80 pounds. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, resembling a porcelain doll. Although she was in her 20s, she appeared to be merely 18. She wore an off-the-shoulder dress that fell to her knees, showcasing her graceful shoulder and neck lines, paired with delicate legs and white canvas shoes. The dress was voluminous, making her petite frame appear as if she had borrowed her mother-esque clothing. Despite her diminutive stature, those around her treated her with deference, showering her with compliments. Choda, the adaptation materials for this book have all been sent to your email. Do you find it satisfactory? The girl's demeanor remained largely unchanged, responding with a nonchalant, not bad. The girl was none other than Ji Zhongshi's third daughter, Ji Bei's elder sister, Ji Qiu. She had been passionate about writing since childhood. Initially, both Ji Zhongshi and Song Yaji opposed her writing endeavors, particularly Ji Zhongshi, who believed that Ji Qiu's romantic tales were a disgrace to the Ji family. On one occasion, when he discovered one of Ji Qiu's manuscripts, he tore it to shreds. Following that incident, Ji Qiu ceased to share her writing pursuits with him. However, when Ji Qiu's work began to garner success, bringing both wealth and recognition to the Ji family, Ji Zhongshi's attitude shifted. Ji Qiu became a source of pride for him. He even boasted to others about how he raised a daughter who became a writer. Upon hearing Ji Qiu's response, the individual beamed with joy. Have you considered selling the rights to your next book to us? We assure you of a high-quality production, suitable casting, and the greatest creative freedom regarding script modifications. Ji Qiu replied indifferently. Let's discuss it for the next book. In truth, she had already resolved to sell the rights to Xingchen Media. An agency like Xingchen Media, which offered generous compensation, refrained from drastic changes, and allowed authors significant creative freedom, along with the promise of quality actors and production, was unparalleled in the entertainment industry. Among readers, works adapted from Xingchen novels were also the most well-received. Ji Qiu would be foolish not to grant her rights to Xingchen Entertainment. Yet, while she was willing to sell, she maintained a facade of dignity. After exchanging pleasantries and receiving a barrage of flattery, Ji Qiu thoroughly enjoyed the attention. Just as this enjoyment was about to continue, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Initially, she thought she was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, she realized she was not. That figure was indeed Ji Bei. A look of disdain crossed Ji Qiu's face. What was Ji Bei doing here, lurking in someone else's company? This was utterly outrageous. As for why Ji Bei would know of her presence in this company, Ji Qiu needed no further contemplation. It was undoubtedly because Ji Bei had been secretly monitoring her Weibo to cultivate a fan base. Many authors, particularly those capable of selling their copyrights, establish Weibo accounts, and Ji Qiu was no exception. This book had gained substantial popularity, and upon hearing that the copyright had been sold, many readers expressed concern over the adaptation, fearing significant deviations from the original work. Ji Qiu had consistently updated her Weibo regarding the adaptation's progress and had even announced her visit to Xingchen Entertainment early that day. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. How shameless could Ji Bei be, following her to someone else's company? What was he thinking? Growing up in the slums, he clearly had no sense of decorum. Engaging in lively conversation with others, he was undoubtedly probing into her whereabouts, truly manipulative. Since his arrival at the Ji family, Nanchuan had suffered numerous hardships at his hands. Everyone, please wait a moment. I will return shortly. The adaptation of Ji Qiu's novel was poised to bring profit to the company, and everyone held her in high regard. Naturally, upon hearing her request to step out momentarily, they all readily agreed. Ji Qiu burst into the recording studio without even knocking. Ji Bei, who permitted you to be here? In Chapter 35, even if the Ji family turns a blind eye, I will not. Ji Bei, who had been conversing with Feng Yuan, was startled by the sudden voice. Turning to see Ji Qiu, he was momentarily taken aback. How had Ji Qiu arrived here? However, he would not breach the boundaries of decorum as she did by immediately questioning her presence. He understood that she was under no obligation to explain why she was there, just as he was not obliged to inform her of his own presence. Unfortunately, this reasoning escaped Ji Qiu. Ji Bei felt that he must not emulate her lack of etiquette. I came because I wanted to. Why should I seek anyone's permission? He conceded, exhibiting a modicum of politeness, albeit minimal. Ji Qiu's brow furrowed, her face a mask of disdain. If he sought her out, so be it. He was merely an irksome nuisance, akin to an inescapable muck. Yet, he had the audacity to lie. Ji Dong had been right. Ji Bei had become even more intolerable than before. With such a Ji Bei, how could the innocent Nanchuan ever stand a chance against him? Displeased by Ji Bei's presence, Ji Chio had no desire to engage further. Ji Bei, I do not care what means you employed to come here. You need to return home immediately. This is not a place for you. Ji Bei wore a bemused expression. I am not leaving. Fang Yuan, somewhat bewildered by Ji Chio's remarks, found herself disliking Ji Chio for her tone. Once admiring Ji Chio's work, she had even hoped to portray a character from one of her stories. Moreover, considering Ji Bei was family, she tentatively interjected. Ji Bei entered through proper channels. It was legitimate. Professionals. Yikviu retorted. What legitimate means could he possibly have? Just then, she spotted Fang Yuan standing nearby and immediately connected the dots. Your proper channel is her, isn't it? You work here? Let me warn you, do not be deceived by his fade. He is adept at manipulating young girls. Fang Yuan, wishing to mediate, felt a surge of indignation. She longed to voice her thoughts, but restrained herself, recognizing the closeness of their relationship. Yizu, intent on confronting Yibei, found that he was unfazed by her anger. The Ji family had always behaved this way, and Ji Bei had grown accustomed to it. Yet Fang Yuan was an innocent bystander. As Ji Chio lashed out, Ji Bei's patience began to wane. He dropped the formalities and addressed her directly. Yikviu, my reasons for being here are none of your concern, nor do they involve the Ji family. Noticing that others outside were eavesdropping, Ji Chio's composure began to falter. In the past, no matter the circumstances, Ji Bei had always swallowed his pride, even at the expense of his own dignity, to preserve the family's honor. Yet today, he seemed like a stranger to Ji Chio. Lowering her voice, she warned, Ji Bei, you must exercise restraint. Do not go too far, lest the situation spiral out of control. If you continue to behave recklessly, I will ensure you cannot return to the Ji family. Ji Bei raised an eyebrow, unfazed. The Ji family? It matters not whether I return. Ultimately, it is merely for the sake of the college entrance examination. If need be, I shall endure a bit of hardship, work part-time, and life will carry on. Ji Chio believed Ji Bei's words were merely spoken out of frustration. After some contemplation, she finally grasped the underlying reason for his behavior. You are envious of Nanchuan, aren't you? Ji Bei instinctively responded with a sound of acknowledgement, admitting his feelings. He had failed to follow Ji Chio's train of thought, yet she mistakenly believed she had articulated his sentiments accurately. I understand your envy towards Nanchuan and your desire to enter the entertainment industry. It is a realm where fame and fortune abound, and I too find myself often lured by its allure. Ji Chio recalled the comments of some readers, realizing that her current aspirations leaned more towards becoming a star, a social media influencer. Her focus had shifted away from writing for quite some time, with no visible improvement in her work. However, Ji Chio quickly redirected her thoughts. But the entertainment industry is not so easily navigated. This domain requires not only good looks and talent, but, most importantly, resources and connections, combined with a stroke of luck. Ji Chio wished to convey that as a student, one should prioritize academics, but then remembered Ji Bei's lackluster performance in school. She voiced her thoughts, yet Ji Bei remained unperturbed, leaning against the table, his expression indifferent as he regarded her. Then tell me, what does my future hold? Ji Chio nearly blurted out that a child of the Ji family was destined to inherit the family fortune. The words hung on her lips, yet she swallowed them. They had previously discussed the matter. Coming from the slums, how could Ji Bei possibly manage the Ji family's affairs? In this regard, Nanchuan was undoubtedly more suitable, having been exposed to better opportunities from a young age and excelling academically, thus possessing the capability to handle the family's assets in the future. The most significant reason, however, was favoritism. Ji Chio opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately fell silent, realizing that they had considered Nanchuan extensively while neglecting Ji Bei entirely. The earlier tension dissipated under Ji Bei's probing question. Ji Chio struggled for words, finally managing to say, "You should return home at once. Your wandering about will only cause concern for your family." Ji Bei, however, showed no intention of acquiescing. Do the Ji family truly care about me? You should know better. Ji Chio felt a lump form in her throat. Nanchuan would be burdened with guilt. Ji Bei's scoff echoed with sarcasm, as if he had said nothing yet everything at once. The atmosphere in the recording studio plummeted to an icy silence. Fong Yuan bit her lip, wishing to diffuse the tension but feared that any misstep might exacerbate the situation. Since rising to fame, Ji Qiu had been accustomed to being revered wherever she went and had not faced such an awkward predicament in a long while. Fortunately, a voice from outside called her name, shattering the frigid atmosphere. "Qiu, we need to finalize on our teacher. Could you come take a look?" Relieved, Yi Kvu sighed deeply. She contemplated for a moment before turning to Ji Bei once more. "In any case, you must return quickly. This is not a place for you." Regarding your future, Ji Qiu pondered for a moment, a trace of difficulty surfacing on her face. As the biological son of the Ji family, they would not neglect you. Even if the Ji family would turn a blind eye, I would still consider your well-being to some extent. Before Ji Bei arrived, the Ji sisters had conferred, deciding to focus their attention solely on Ji Nanchuan. They could not afford to overlook a brother they had never met in favor of one who had been cherished for so many years. However, considering Ji Bei's future should not harm Ji Nanchuan, should it? After all, Nanchuan has always been the kind-hearted and understanding one. After Ji Qiu departed, it took a while for the timid Fong Yuan to muster the courage to speak. What is Ji to you? In the literary world, many readers affectionately add the term de after an author's pen name. Ji Bei recognized that Fong Yuan was referring to Ji Qiu. He could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids, coolly uttering 3 words, "a stranger." Ji Bei's audition went exceptionally well. During the audition, Yang Zhenzhen was busy, and no one knew Ji Bei was brought by her. Due to his outstanding vocal quality, he was immediately cast. They even inquired whether Ji Bei would consider more substantial and challenging roles. He felt quite tempted, yet ultimately declined. For now, his studies took precedence. With merely a few months left until the physics competition, other contestants had been groomed from a young age, receiving continuous tutoring throughout high school. Ji Bei relied solely on himself, having lost several years due to his reincarnation. To compete with them, he needed to devote every ounce of his energy. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous web novels adapted into television dramas and had read many novels. Thus, he was well aware of the existence of systems. He knew that many individuals who reincarnated possessed systems. Ji Bei did not, nor did he envy those who did. He felt immensely fortunate to have a second chance at life, a rare opportunity to choose anew. When Yang Zhenzhen returned to find Ji Bei, he had already signed the contract. The compensation was precisely what it should be, neither more nor less. Upon seeing Yang Zhenzhen's affectionate demeanor towards Ji Bei, the recording supervisor was taken aback and hurriedly rose from his chair, striding over to Yang Zhenzhen. "I must say, this young man possesses remarkable voice acting skills at such a tender age. It turns out he is brought by the boss. My apologies for the oversight." Chapter 36. I want to hear brother Ji Bei sing. With a single phrase, he complimented both Yang Zhenzhen and Ji Bei. Yang Zhenzhen bounced over to Ji Bei and sweetly called out, "Brother Ji Bei." Upon hearing the supervisor's praise, Yang Zhenzhen's voice noticeably cooled. Quite discerning. This was already enough to delight the supervisor. Typically, Yang Zhenzhen spoke sparingly, often using mere interjections like or "o," and when she did speak at length, it was usually to scold someone. To utter 4 words in a non-derogatory manner could indeed be considered a compliment. Yang Zhenzhen promptly reviewed the contract. The supervisor was unconcerned about not offering Ji Bei a higher remuneration, well aware of Yang Zhenzhen's character. Business was business, and personal matters were personal. As anticipated, after reviewing the contract, a satisfied expression graced Yang Zhenzhen's face. Just as they were about to exit the company, she retrieved a mask from her bag and handed it to Ji Bei. Without hesitation, he tore open the packaging and donned it, observing Ji Bei's obedient compliance. Yang Zhenzhen felt uplifted. Even the regret of missing his voice recording faded somewhat. "Brother Ji Bei, I was busy earlier and didn't get to hear your voice acting." Ji Bei reassured her, "There will be another opportunity." "No," Yang Zhenzhen replied, clearly dissatisfied. "I don't want to wait until next time. Moreover, I not only want to hear your voice acting, but I also want to hear you sing." Yang Zhenzhen was well aware of the character she introduced, a role destined for solitude, devoid of any romantic interest. She couldn't help but envision Ji Bei singing love songs. With such a melodious voice, he would undoubtedly excel in that realm. Recently, there had been a singing variety show requiring participants to sing with their faces concealed, with no names disclosed, relying solely on the audience's impressions of their voices for voting. The masks would only be removed on the reveal day. Jibei was aware of this show. There were numerous singing competitions, but only one adopted this masked gimmick. The episode where the champion unveiled their identity often garnered astonishing viewership. Some contestants, blessed with striking appearances, saw their fan base soar, hailed as the chosen ones of beauty and talent. Others, whose voices were exquisite yet bore average or even unattractive appearances, faced playful jests from fans. You should keep the mask on. In his previous life, Jibei had once been a guest on such a show. At this moment, the masked singing competition had yet to gain popularity. One had to admit, Yang Zhenzhen possessed keen insight. Should Jibei participate, with his looks and voice, alongside his status as a student, becoming a sensation would pose no challenge. What? Do you want me to join? Yang Zhenzhen nodded, her gaze fixed on Jibei. Brother Jibei, if you go, you will definitely win the championship. You have such faith in me. Jibei observed her with a hint of admiration. I will always believe in you, Brother Jibei. Yang Zhenzhen's adoring gaze carried a tinge of pleading, and Jibei could easily imagine her rosy lips pouting enticingly beneath the mask. I really want to hear you sing. Jibei remained silent, extending his hand towards Yang Zhenzhen. She looked at him in confusion, and he kept his hand outstretched without speaking. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Zhenzhen tentatively placed her hand in his. Jibei's large hand was warm and dry, enveloping her small, delicate one, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Their hearts raced, yet they feigned calmness. I'll take you somewhere. Yang Zhenzhen blinked her beautiful eyes, wide and bright. Her innocent gaze paired with her alluring fox-like eyes, resembling a feather that could tickle a man's heart. Before she could inquire where they were headed, Jibei had already pulled her along. As they ran, she was grateful for her canvas shoes. In the summer night air, with the evening breeze and cicadas chirping, the silhouettes of the young couple darted through the streets, creating a picturesque scene that caught the attention of passers-by. Before long, Jibei brought Yang Zhenzhen to a halt. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, seemingly animated by an incident. Standing on a slightly elevated spot, Jibei and Yang Zhenzhen could clearly see the situation unfolding below. In the midst of the crowd stood a girl, appearing to be around Jibei's age. She was tall and slender, her skin somewhat pallid, suggesting malnutrition, sporting blunt bangs and wearing what appeared to be somewhat rigid black-rimmed glasses. She donned a simple white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, her shoes devoid of branding. The clothing looked quite old, the t-shirt and sweatpants distorted from numerous washes, and the sneakers frayed at the edges. At that moment, she hung her head, seemingly at a loss, her hands clenching the corners of her clothing tightly by her sides. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to do it. I promise it won't happen again. The crowd's anger was palpable. Her apologies did little to quell their ire. Accusatory voices rang out one after another, and among them, a particularly hot-tempered individual nearly pointed a finger at her face. Lip-syncing? Apologizing for lip-syncing is enough. At such a tender age, one has not learned the virtues of honesty, but rather the art of deceit. From a young age, she has been deceiving others for food and drink. What will become of her as she matures? It is one thing to feign singing other songs, but to sing the songs of my beloved idol? Are you courting disaster? Simply returning the money will suffice. If I were to rob someone and be apprehended, would returning the stolen money absolve me of guilt? Who are you trying to present this pitiful facade to? It is utterly revolting. Just look at her, and then look at others, despite being of similar age. How vast is the chasm that separates them. Look how kind-hearted others are, and then reflect on your own malice. The girl, hailed by onlookers as a kind-hearted young lady, feigned sincerity as she repeatedly bows an apology, as though she herself were the one in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Xiao. She truly did not mean it. The crowd murmurs. So this little deceiver is called Xiao Xiao? Kind-hearted young lady. We are to take the college entrance examination next year at Sioux City No. 1 High School. Please, for Xiao Xiao's sake, forgive her this once. It was not intentional. The crowd responds, from Sioux City #1 high school? How could such a wretch belong to such a prestigious institution? Kind-hearted young lady. Despite my repeated admonitions against deceptive singing, Xiao Xiao remains unheeding. Yet, I believe that with persistent encouragement, she will surely amend her ways. I apologize on her behalf and hope for your forgiveness. The crowd retorts, Xiao Xiao, is it? Look at her and then look at yourself. The kind-hearted young lady believes she has concealed her true self well. However, from Jibei's perspective, he can clearly see her barely suppressed smirk. The impassioned crowd remains oblivious. Though you may be taller, slimmer, and more beautiful than her, your character is vastly inferior. The kind-hearted young lady's smirk, which she once struggled to suppress, suddenly vanishes. Chapter 37. Jibei will sing for you. Unable to contain himself, Jibei bursts into laughter. Even the typically aloof Yang Jinjin lets out a chuckle. A compliment delivered with a cutting edge can pierce the heart. The speaker remains unaware of the pain caused by their words, as they incessantly berate the girl named Xiao Xiao, insisting that a girl should not be vain. Mere beauty is of no consequence, although you may be more attractive than her. Even a simple wash can make you look better than her elaborate efforts. Yet true beauty lies in a pure and kind heart. The kind-hearted young lady, Meng Xiao Xiao, feels her cheeks burn under the scrutiny of the crowd, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Her mind is a whirlwind, too confused to grasp the flaws in Ren Huixin's speech. I'm sorry, I will change, whether it was the harshness of those words or not. Ren Huixin's gaze drifts toward the machine used for singing. Xiao Xiao, your vanity has led you to deceive others time and again. I suggest you muster your resolve and smash these machines. Without them, you cannot commit this error again. The moment Ren Huixin hears Meng Xiao Xiao's intent to destroy the machines, her eyes widen in alarm. She rushes forward to protect the equipment. No, you cannot smash my machines. Meng Xiao Xiao appears wounded. Xiao Xiao, does my counsel mean nothing to you? These machines do not aid you. They harm you. Some in the crowd feel that destroying the machines is excessive, yet many remain emotionally charged, believing that such action is beneficial for Meng Xiao Xiao. Smash them. I'm in favor of smashing them. If you're already scheming as a high school student, what will you become as an adult? Will you aspire to be a deceitful streamer? Smash them. I find these children's trivial pursuits utterly vexing. Yang Zhenzhen suddenly interjects. Jibei, uncertain of whom she refers to, asks, who are you talking about? That troublemaker. Yang Zhenzhen points at Ren Huixin, declaring, she is ugly and has a wicked heart. I haven't encountered such an odious person in ages. I wish to teach her a lesson. Jibei cannot help but touch his nose. This girl speaks so candidly, yet her words ring true. Ren Huixin is indeed not merely unattractive. She stands out in a crowd for all the wrong reasons. Meng Xiao Xiao is tall and slender, appearing even taller than she truly is. In contrast, Ren Huixin seems to be around 155 centimeters, and her weight is considerable. Jibei conservatively estimates her at about 160 pounds, as her figure is quite square, with no discernible jawline. Were that all, one might begrudgingly label her as plump and full of hope. However, her skin is not merely dark but unevenly pigmented, giving her an unwashed appearance. Just looking at her invokes a sense of discomfort. Yet she is one who loves to adorn herself. A loose pink top is worn as a form-fitting garment, and her skirt stretches perilously tight, while a pink headband only accentuates her dark complexion. Ren Huixin is also fond of makeup, yet her skills are lacking, compounded by the poor quality of her foundation, which runs and leaves white streaks upon sweating in the summer. Her half-hearted apologies only serve to fan the flames of anger among the crowd. As the agitated onlookers prepare to confront Meng Xiao Xiao, she nearly breaks into tears, for all the machines are rented. If they are destroyed, how will she repay the owner? Jibei keeps his gaze fixed ahead, his face unturned, and leans slightly toward Yang Jinjin, whispering, shall I go teach her a lesson? Yang Jinjin stamps her foot. Of course, that girl is insufferable. Jibei licks his back teeth, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just wait here, and I'll sing for you, as you wished. The crowd is large, yet Jibei skillfully navigates through the throng, swiftly reaching Meng Xiao Xiao's side. The moment Ren Huixin sees Ji Bei, she freezes. So handsome, even in understated attire, his natural charm is undeniable, though he is but a youthful boy. An air of mature masculinity surrounds him, and with his striking face, it is enough to drive girls of her age into a frenzy. Ren Huixin's face flushes crimson, though it is not very noticeable against her dark complexion. At that moment, Ren Huixin makes a decision to break up with her online boyfriend and confess her feelings to this boy. Ji Bei remains unaware of her thoughts as he bends to pick up the microphone, unaccompanied by music, and begins to sing for Yang Jinjin amidst the crowd. In my heart, there is beauty that blooms like flowers. My sister does not speak, but simply smiles at me. I know she awaits my grand arrival. His youthful voice is clear and melodious, imbued with a hint of mirth, as his body sways rhythmically to the song, each movement perfectly timed to the song's beats. What should have been an excruciatingly awkward performance, devoid of accompaniment, is transformed into an electrifying spectacle by Ji Bei's exceptional talent. His deep, lustrous eyes fixate on Yang Jinjin, igniting a fire within her, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade. The atmosphere was charged with embarrassment, not just for Yang Jinjin, but also for Ren Huixin and the audience present. The cacophony of noise dissipated, and Ji Bei's unique voice, devoid of accompaniment, resonated through the air, capturing the undivided attention of all. Soon, someone discreetly pulled out their phone, recording Ji Bei as he sang. His striking appearance and melodious voice compelled them to capture the moment for future enjoyment. After a brief interval, a girl, a regular at music festivals, murmured, "His singing prowess surpasses any performance I've witnessed at a festival." Immediately, a voice nearby shushed her, signaling for silence. The girl promptly fell silent, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation coloring her cheeks. Indeed, such a beautiful voice should not be overshadowed by her chatter. As the song concluded, the entire audience was enveloped in the ambience crafted by Ji Bei. His simple expression of gratitude was met with a resounding applause. As everyone found themselves immersed in the atmosphere he had cultivated, momentarily forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. Chapter 38. She had just sung a deceptive tune. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Yang Jinjin. Her small hands clapped incessantly for Ji Bei, transitioning from a position at her chest to raising them triumphantly above her head. "Brother Ji Bei, you are amazing." Her exuberant voice reached Ji Bei, standing at a distance, waved back in acknowledgement. For someone with social anxiety, it was an extraordinary feat for her to express such emotions in front of a crowd. And Ji Bei felt compelled to respond. Her face flushed even deeper upon receiving his acknowledgement. The crowd erupted in playful teasing, with someone leading the chant of "Together," and many others eagerly joining in, transforming the venue into a chorus of enthusiasm. Yang Jinjin's face was flushed with embarrassment. Caught up in the fervor, she even shouted, "Brother Ji Bei, I love you." Unfortunately, the noise was too overwhelming for Ji Bei to hear her confession. He merely noticed her seemingly directed exclamation and raised his hands above his head, forming a heart shape for her. The atmosphere ignited even further, with many capturing the moment on their phones. Both Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei were relieved to be wearing masks, particularly Yang Jinjin, who had donned a cap when leaving the company. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were unabashedly displaying their affection for one another. Ren Huixin's eyes turned red with jealousy as she glared at Yang Jinjin, her gaze piercing enough to bore holes through her. "Wretched girl, all of them are wretched," she muttered under her breath, cursing Yang Jinjin's lineage in a silent tirade. What's so impressive about being slim? What is so remarkable about having a good figure? Just brazenly seducing men. It's evident she cannot survive without them. She is nothing but a disgrace to modern independent women. Those breasts, either a man's doing or the product of technology designed for men's pleasure. Her whispers, laced with venom, went unheard. Seeing Ren Huixin's discontent, Ji Bei noticed that no one else was blaming Meng Xiao, so he returned the microphone to her and took Yang Jinjin's hand to leave. However, just as he grasped Yang Jinjin's hand, Ren Huixin shouted from behind, "In light of this handsome man's enchanting singing, I implore everyone to cease misunderstanding Xiao's lip syncing. While such deception may push away genuinely talented singers, let us forgive her, considering she is still a young girl. I apologize once more. Had Ren Huixin remained silent, the crowd would likely have forgotten about Meng Xiao's pretense. Listening to Ji Bei's remarkable voice was a delightful experience for all, capable of uplifting their spirits for the entire evening. Yet, Ren Huixin's reminder rekindled the memory. No matter how splendid Ji Bei's singing was, it had no bearing on Meng Xiao. His talent did not excuse her actions. Deceivers were indeed despicable. Exactly. If it weren't for this little girl's reminder, we might have nearly forgotten. What luck for this swindler to have a handsome savior. Ji Bei cast a cool glance at Ren Huixin. She was determined to provoke him, but he was not easily deceived. Her level of cunning was far inferior to that of Ji Nanchuan. He released Yang Jinjin's hand, instructing her to remain in place and wait for his return. Yang Jinjin obediently nodded. I will listen, brother Ji Bei. Ji Bei stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Meng Xiao to confront the accusers. What do you wish to do? They had contemplated Ren Huixin's suggestion of smashing Meng Xiao's equipment. However, under Ji Bei's forthright gaze, they hesitated to voice their intentions, feeling inexplicably guilty. Ji Bei smirked inwardly, realizing they were aware of their overreach. Akter Yi Bei inwudet. The crowd babbled for a while, but none dared to articulate a course of action. Finally, it was Ren Huixin who spoke. Fatsing Yi Bei. She refrained from suggesting they destroy Meng Xiao's belongings. Her tone was soft and gentle, striving to appear pitiful, but her physique rendered the attempt somewhat comical. Those who deceive others should publicly apologize. Ji Bei was not unreasonable. She has apologized. All the money received tonight has been returned. She is neither a celebrity nor a singer, merely a street performer. While she erred, her transgressions do not warrant such punishment, do they? His argument was coherent, infuriating Ren Huixin, who ground her teeth in frustration. Her eloquence only thrived against someone as naive and inarticulate as Meng Xiao. Against Ji Bei, who was quick-witted and sharp-tongued, she was rendered utterly ineffective. Ren Huixin scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing her gaze on Yang Jinjin. She bit her lip and shouted, "Can't you see your boyfriend flirting with another girl?" At this exclamation, all eyes turned to Yang Jinjin. Had Ji Bei not brought along a young girl, most would have assumed he favored Meng Xiao, as did Ren Huixin. Ji Bei had been aware of this possibility, which was why he had publicly acknowledged Yang Jinjin to avert any potential misunderstandings. However, Ren Huixin's shout altered the dynamics. It suggested Ji Bei was playing both sides, openly flirting with one girl in front of another. Accustomed to the scrutiny of others, Yang Jinjin remained unfazed by their gazes, maintaining an air of calm. In fact, aside from Ji Bei, she seemed oblivious to anyone else's presence. I didn't see anything you mentioned. All I see is you bullying someone, and my good friend intervening to stop you. Her words drew a stark contrast between the two. While one was frantic and provocative, the other stood composed and unyielding against manipulation. The two girls stood together, embodying the clash of their natures. Ren Huixin suddenly felt akin to a mere jester. She glanced at Yang Jinjin, then lowered her gaze to her own figure. The latter possessed a voluptuous physique, while she herself was burdened with layers of excess flesh. Yang Jinjin stood tall and statuesque, whereas Ren felt diminutive, akin to a stunted sweet potato. The contrast was stark. Yang's porcelain skin seemed to glow, while Ren's complexion was dark, reminiscent of something charred in the embers of a fire. In every conceivable aspect, Yang Jinjin effortlessly overshadowed her. Finally, Ren's gaze settled on Yang Jinjin's face. The latter donned a hat and mask, and with the dim evening light, all Ren could discern was the vague outline of a face, approximately the size of a palm. A cold scoff escaped Ren's lips internally. This woman's visage must surely be unsightly. She clenched her teeth, repeatedly muttering to herself that Yang Jinjin's face must be ugly, seeking solace in the thought. Ren Huixin called out to the crowd. Many had paid to listen to music, and her actions were deception not only of their finances, but also of their sentiments. With events having escalated to this juncture, some in the audience began to feel that Run had overstepped her bounds. Conversely, others believed that her betrayal of familial ties was justified. A deceiver should not be coddled. Yet, amidst the discord, a common desire emerged. They wished to hear Ji-Bei sing once more. A young man shouted to Ji-Bei, urging him to perform the very song Run had just deceived them with, assuring him that they would reward him appropriately should he fail to deliver. They threatened to destroy his equipment. Chapter 39. A Mentor from NetEase Cloud. Ji-Bei turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. It was a rather unremarkable-looking boy. Standing beside him was a girl whose physique and appearance would easily score an 80 on any scale. However, her demeanor was haughty, her eyes fixated on Ji-Bei, oblivious to the boy's attempts at flattery, as he carried her designer handbag on his back. Ji-Bei glanced a couple of times and surmised the situation. Yet another iteration of him and Zhao Qingning, albeit with the distinction that he was more handsome than this boy. Upon hearing the boy's words, the crowd began to murmur. They yearned for music, yet found the boy's demands somewhat unreasonable. It was entirely normal for someone to know a few songs. After all, even those with little musical talent would practice a few popular tracks to belt out at karaoke. However, knowing a few songs and being expected to sing them all were two entirely different matters. Meng Xiaoxiao, lacking in vocal prowess and comprehension, could only recognize a handful of well-known tunes. Thus, she had casually selected a playlist filled with obscure songs for her lip-syncing performance. Among the audience were both casual listeners and connoisseurs. A few frowned, questioning how anyone could possibly sing all the obscure songs in the playlist. Isn't this a bit too much to ask? One remarked. The boy scoffed. Isn't that the point? How can one stand out without a challenge? The knowledgeable among the crowd regarded him with disdain. You're merely seeking petty vengeance. Noticing the girl beside him growing cold, the boy quickly amended his stance, declaring that allowing such blatant deception to go unchallenged would only encourage further fraud. The knowledgeable crowd silenced him with a retort. You're just being unreasonable. A well-meaning individual interjected, suggesting that they let the boy sing a few songs, any song, as long as he performed well, the matter could be settled. Opinions divided. Some agreed, while others resisted. The crowd soon splintered into three factions, with two sides arguing and another simply recording the spectacle on their phones. Yi-Bei, who had remained silent, requested the playlist from Meng Xiaoxiao. Upon examining its contents, even he broke into a cold sweat. This girl truly knew how to select challenging material. The list included contemporary pop, English songs, Korean tracks, and Cantonese melodies, even classical bel canto pieces. No wonder she had been exposed. Anyone capable of singing these songs would likely have amassed millions of followers on a singing platform, rather than resorting to street performances. Fortunately for Yi-Bei, he possessed the ability to sing them all. All right, he declared, lifting the microphone with a voice that was both light and resolute, devoid of any superfluous words. Is that what you said? The boy, aiming to undermine Ji-Bei's confidence, inadvertently offered him a chance to showcase his talent. He caught sight of the girl beside him, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she observed Ji-Bei, and he finally understood the concept of shooting oneself in the foot. Ren Huixin had not anticipated Ji-Bei's prompt acceptance. Her narrowed eyes darted, formulating a new thought. While singing, one could not glance at their phone nor misstep on a single lyric. Yi-Bei unfazed radili afgiset. The owner of the playlist had been someone Ji-Bei recognized from previous life. Back then, this individual had been even more pretentious, incessantly playing an array of esoteric songs, claiming that popular music was pedestrian and that true connoisseurs appreciated the obscure. Ji-Bei had scoffed at his claims, but the constant exposure had thoroughly familiarized him with even the most elusive tracks. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, only Yang Jinjin's eyes sparkled with unwavering trust in him. Ji-Bei reciprocated her gaze, for despite their brief acquaintance, Yang Jinjin offered him her unwavering faith and support. Following the playlist, Ji-Bei sang each song in succession. His voice oscillated between fervent and profoundly moving, soaring to high notes and resonating with deep bass. As he sang poignant ballads, Tears welled in the eyes of many in the audience. Some particularly sensitive girls covered their mouths, their voices choked with emotion, lamenting, "He is so pitiful. I wish to marry him." Beside them, their boyfriend's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rin Huaixin, her expression stony, clutched her phone while meticulously comparing the lyrics to Ji Bei's performance. Not only did he not falter, but he also delivered each word with perfect precision, mirroring every nuance of the original. The professionals listening noted his impeccable pitch. 15 songs in, all executed flawlessly and with unnerving stability. In the midst of the performance, Yang Jinjin returned with water for Ji Bei. Though he felt parched, he refrained from drinking, mindful of the multitude recording the event. Someone leaned closer to Yang Jinjin, remarking, "Your boyfriend is quite impressive." Yang Jinjin gazed at Ji Bei with pure joy. "He is not even my boyfriend yet." The onlooker appeared astonished. "With such a wonderful boyfriend, aren't you afraid of someone stealing him away?" Yang Jinjin's eyes remained glued to Ji Bei. "Afraid? As long as I'm by his side. That is enough for me." As the final song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, echoing around them. The ovation persisted, with Ji Bei standing at the center, gracefully accepting the accolades, as though this moment were a familiar routine. Initially, a few bold girls had shouted, "You're so handsome. I want to marry you." This enthusiasm soon spread, igniting a chorus of voices, both male and female, that left Ji Bei feeling overwhelmed. He had fulfilled every promise he made, and the crowd no longer cared about Rin Huaixin's earlier deception. After all, the money was fully refunded, and today they heard melodies that could never be purchased. In the future, when recalling this day, they would merely feel fortunate to have listened to such beautiful songs, rather than being deceived by a mere girl with golden hair. The professionals present could no longer maintain their composure. Their eagerness to sign this charming young man was palpable. One individual hastened to approach, but before he could utter a word, Ji Bei interjected, "I'm sorry, but I'm still a student, and I'm not considering signing at this time." The man's enthusiasm deflated instantly. After a brief pause, he stubbornly inquired, "May I ask, handsome, under whose tutelage did you learn to sing?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man, who had already been somewhat crestfallen, now appeared utterly defeated. It was as if a tiny figure within him had sprung forth to mock him, saying, "See, I told you not to ask. Now you've humiliated yourself. This person, merely experimenting with Neti's cloud, sings better than you do after years of training." Chapter 40. For every wrongdoing, a corresponding punishment shall be meted out. Rin Huaixin bit her lip fiercely to suppress the tears of frustration. Why did that wretched Meng Xiao possess such extraordinary fortune? These men were insufferably superficial, only able to see the few extra points of beauty in Meng Xiao's appearance, never recognizing her kind-hearted nature. Just then, as Ji Bei was about to inform everyone that it was time to disperse and intended to leave with Yang Jinjin, Rin Huaixin unexpectedly spoke up. "Even though a handsome guy came to our aid, I still wish to apologize on behalf of my good friend." She even exaggeratedly bowed to everyone. Meng Xiao's complexion was no longer as pale as before. This sudden appearance of an unfamiliar young man provided her with a strong sense of security. While singing, she couldn't help but gaze dreamily at him. Rin Huaixin's sudden action left her utterly unresponsive. She hurriedly stepped forward to help Rin Huaixin up. "Huaixin, please get up." Rin Huaixin shook her head. "You don't understand. I cannot be as thoughtless as you. As a good friend, I have the duty to apologize for you." The unease in Meng Xiao's heart intensified. Yet, so many events had transpired that day, and she was merely a young girl in her teens, her mind overwhelmed and unable to process everything. Ji Bei, who was already holding Yang Jinjin's hand, could no longer contain himself. Out of consideration for Rin Huaixin being a girl, Ji Bei had been enduring the situation for her sake. This was not what Rin Huaixin desired. Apologizing repeatedly on her behalf, what was she truly trying to achieve? Was she attempting to convey that she was irredeemably wicked, or seeking praise for her thoughtfulness and kindness? Ji Bei's outburst left Meng Xiao in a state of shock. This was precisely the sensation she had been trying to articulate, but had not yet fully comprehended. Regardless of Run Huaxin's expression, Jibei summarized, "Having a friend like you is indeed unfortunate. Being confronted by a good-looking young man with a melodious voice, someone she had recently harbored a modicum of affection for." Run Huaxin felt as though she had been publicly slapped twice, the pain searing. She cast a pleading gaze at Jibei, but the Jibei who had previously tolerated her was now utterly indifferent to her eyes. Of course, there was another reason. Her small eyes struggled to see clearly in the dim light, and Jibei's vision, rated at 50, was also somewhat compromised. The humiliation on Run Huaxin's face gradually morphed into hatred. Her voice, loud and grating, resembled that of a quacking duck, unpleasant to the ears. "Don't elevate yourself so high. Are you seeking attention for any particular reason? Is it merely because she possesses a modicum of beauty? You, who flaunt your girlfriend while flirting with other women, truly have no shame." Jibei's expression remained serene, completely devoid of the irritation Ren Huaxin had expected. She could not see Yang Zhenjin's expression. The latter's gaze was fixed firmly on Jibei, never wavering. Ren Huaxin even began to doubt whether this girl beside him had heard her words. "Am I deliberately seeking attention? Singing all these songs? Was it you all who concocted this to make things difficult for me? The reason I am not troubled is due to my own capabilities. Not because I am trying to seduce other girls. Helping an old classmate from the next class, what's wrong with that? Do you really believe everyone shares your sort of mindset?" There were words Jibei had originally wished to keep unspoken. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jibei addressed the crowd, maintaining that same expression. Yet those close enough could discern a rare seriousness in his eyes. This so-called lip-syncing classmate is indeed a student of Su Chengno. One high school, just like me. She did deceive everyone with her lip-syncing, and I am not here to defend her. However, I hope you all can understand a bit more about the circumstances behind it. Jibei's voice was melodious, whether in song or speech. No one in the audience began to leave. Some were still entranced by the music, while others were purely eager for gossip. First and foremost, she is neither incompetent nor vain, with a singular ambition to become an internet celebrity. On the contrary, she studies diligently, coming from a challenging family situation, a sick mother, a school-going younger brother, and her own fractured existence. Her excessive diligence and frugality rendered her an anomaly, making her a target of bullying among her peers. After a brief pause, Jibei continued, "This malicious classmate, Run Huaxin, has puoed her, and the consequences of that manipulation are evident. The act of lip-syncing was born out of necessity. Her mother's severe illness meant that even working 3 jobs daily could not cover the medical bills, leading her to contemplate lip-syncing. I am not suggesting that a reason justifies lip-syncing. It is akin to a starving person stealing a bun. Though it is wrong, it can be understood." Everyone present was taken aback. They had only known that this young girl had deceived them, unaware of the multitude of hidden struggles behind her actions. Apologies had been made, and all the money refunded. One must show mercy where it is warranted. For every wrongdoing, a corresponding punishment must be meted out. We cannot simply call for retribution because someone has erred, can we? Jibei spoke with exceptional candor, neither singling anyone out nor failing to address everyone present, especially those who revel in the spectacle. Eager to witness Meng Xiaoxiao's rented equipment being smashed, now bore expressions of shame. If such destruction were to occur, those who sought mere entertainment would find fleeting joy. But what of Meng Xiaoxiao? This compensation would undoubtedly exacerbate her already precarious family situation. Most individuals were inherently kind, yet easily swayed by the crowd, quick to adopt whatever others said without taking the time to reflect. In this atmosphere, even those harboring ill intentions and wishing to witness chaos felt reluctant to voice their thoughts. After singing 15 songs, Jibei received a generous amount of tips. Yang Zhenjin held Jibei's phone, the screen illuminating the payment code, with nearly half the crowd contributing to his rewards. Among the largest donations came from professionals inquiring about Jibei's mentorship, as well as requests for him to sing 15 songs alongside the young goddess beside him. Jibei counted up the contributions, totaling over 4,000 yuan. Once the crowd dispersed, he handed the entire amount to Meng Xiaoxiao. Though Meng Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed with gratitude for his assistance, adamantly refused the money, Ji Bei insisted, "While I too am not wealthy, it is evident that this sum would serve you far better. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, consider this a loan. When you are able, you may repay me 100-fold." As Ji Beijing uttered these words, he was blissfully unaware of the repercussions that would soon unfold. With a mere gesture, the wheels of fate began to turn, and he was destined to alter the course of a young girl's life. Unbeknownst to him, in the years that followed, this very girl would come to his aid in a moment of great need. Chapter 41. From today on, we are no longer friends. As the crowd dispersed, Ren Huixin stood awkwardly in place, resembling a comical jester. In the past, regardless of the cause of their disagreements, Meng Xiaoxiao would always take the initiative to seek her out. However, this time, Ren Huixin found herself waiting in vain for Meng Xiaoxiao to approach her. Clenching her fists, she ultimately decided to reach out to Meng Xiaoxiao herself. Yet, before she could grasp Meng Xiaoxiao's hand, the latter evaded her touch. Ren Huixin was taken aback, not anticipating such a reaction from Meng Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, are you angry with me?" Meng Xiaoxiao wished to voice something, but her gentle disposition hindered her from articulating anything harsh, and she found herself unable to summon any venomous words. Ren Huixin adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Xiaoxiao, you must believe me." She clasped Meng Xiaoxiao's hand, which she attempted to shake off, but to no avail. "Please don't be upset. I truly did not mean any harm. I only wanted to prevent you from going astray. It was a misguided attempt, and I promise to think twice before acting in the future. Can we not let this situation persist?" Meng Xiaoxiao remained silent, her face devoid of expression. "Xiaoxiao, consider this. Am I not your best friend in the entire school? Who else would befriend someone with your temperament, if not me?" This statement struck at the very core of Meng Xiaoxiao's vulnerabilities. What Ren Huixin failed to realize was that her willingness to befriend Meng Xiaoxiao stemmed from the latter's own isolation in the school. By befriending Meng Xiaoxiao, she could manipulate her as though she were a servant. At the slightest display of discontent from Meng Xiaoxiao, Ren Huixin would retort, "Who else would want to be your friend if not me?" Before departing, Ji Bei left Meng Xiaoxiao with a poignant remark. "The essence of friendship lies not in quantity, but in quality. Those who do not treat you well, be they objects or individuals, need not be retained." With that, he took the hand of Yang Jinjin and walked away. Those words resonated deeply with Meng Xiaoxiao, as if she had received an epiphany. Her body swayed slightly before she steadied herself. A sense of panic surged within Ren Huixin. Should Meng Xiaoxiao choose to ignore her, she would find herself utterly alone at school. "Xiaoxiao, don't listen to him. He simply cannot stand to see others thrive. He is no different from those men who malign the very concept of friendship among women." Noticing that Meng Xiaoxiao remained motionless, Ren Huixin's unease began to diminish. She intertwined her arm with Meng Xiaoxiao's in a familiar manner. "After such a long day, you must be famished. I know a place nearby that serves delectable hot dry noodles. Let me treat you. Afterward, I'll buy you some watermelon juice." Meng Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, even withdrawing her arm from Ren Huixin's grasp. With a cold expression, she addressed her for the first time by her full name. "Ren Huixin, I do not wish to join you for hot dry noodles, nor do I want watermelon juice afterward." Ren Huixin instinctively pressed on. "Where do you intend to go?" Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, meticulously packing the rented equipment she intended to return to the vendor. "Where I go is none of your concern." Ren Huixin's face paled. "Meng Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by that?" Meng Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged. "My meaning is quite clear. Starting tomorrow, we are no longer friends." With that, Meng Xiaoxiao hastened her packing. Ren Huixin continued to plead with her, initially berating Ji Bei for his meddling, claiming that the incident today was entirely unintentional. Then she began to enumerate the pros and cons, emphasizing that she was Meng Xiaoxiao's only friend at school and urging her to reconsider. Ultimately, realizing Meng Xiaoxiao's resolve, Ren Huixin resorted to insults. Meng Xiaoxiao recognized that engaging in a verbal battle would yield no victory and chose silence instead. After all, a single mouth could hurl insults, while two ears could only listen to the self-deprecations. Moreover, It was through these words that Meng Xiaoxiao would gain a clearer understanding of Ren Huixin's character, ensuring she would not be swayed by empty pleasantries in the future. Once Ren Huixin departed, Meng Xiaoxiao gazed in the direction Ji Bei had taken, where his figure had long since vanished. Yet, she remained lost in thought for a considerable time, her eyes filled with gratitude tinged with slight bitterness. Even though Ji Bei had softly reassured her that his actions were solely for the sake of serenading his girlfriend, urging her not to overthink it, she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. In her moments of greatest embarrassment and helplessness, when she wished to shrink into the ground or leap from a rooftop, that young man had appeared before her like the sun, rescuing her from despair with selfless assistance. How could she not be moved? Soon enough, Meng Xiaoxiao recalled Yang Jinjin, who undoubtedly deserved Ji Bei's affections. Her unrequited crush had barely begun. It was already fraught with turmoil. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she quickened her pace, bolstered by newfound hope and the courage to face the challenges of this chaotic world. After a brief distance, Ji Bei released Yang Jinjin's hand. "I'm sorry." He feared that Meng Xiaoxiao might develop feelings for her, worried that this unreciprocated affection might hinder her. Thus, he felt compelled to project an image of being in a relationship. Yet, relinquishing Yang Jinjin's hand was not without reluctance. He marveled at how youthful and delicate her hands felt in his. "It's all right, Ji Bei Gij," Yang Jinjin replied, lowering her gaze to conceal her disappointment. Changing the subject, she added, "I'm so happy that you are this kind-hearted." Ji Bei chuckled lightly. "What brings you joy? Because by doing this, Ji Bei Gij will be happy." The smile on Ji Bei's face broadened. "Don't you wish to inquire about the reason?" Yang Jinjin shook her head, her long dark hair swaying with emotion, revealing the contours of her figure. Her already slender waist appeared even more delicate in contrast to her curves. Ji Bei stole another glance before reluctantly averting his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jinjin had noticed his lingering gaze. Hidden beneath her mask, she allowed herself a subtle smile, playfully puffing out her chest. "No matter what Ji Bei Gij does, I trust that you have your reasons." A sense of warmth spread through Ji Bei. The feeling of being unconditionally trusted was truly delightful. Nevertheless, even without her inquiry, he would still elucidate the situation to her. "Those two are indeed from Sioux City now. One high school, my classmates from the adjacent class. We had exchanged glances before, but we were not acquainted. What I mentioned earlier was not mere exaggeration to elicit sympathy. It was all genuine. There were further details he chose not to divulge." Chapter 42. An awkward encounter discovered by Ji Qiu. In his previous life, he had been acutely aware of Ren Huixin's attempts to manipulate Meng Xiaoxiao, but he was unfamiliar with either of them, even to the extent of not knowing their names. As for the matters between the two girls, Ji Bei felt it was not his place to intervene. At times, he even questioned himself, wondering if the dynamics between girls were simply as such. After all, Meng Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed. What could he possibly say? The incident of lip-syncing caused quite a stir, and the school was well aware of it. Particularly, while Ren Huixin appeared to apologize, her intentions were clearly to promote herself, which led to Meng Xiaoxiao's reputation deteriorating further. The pressure from public opinion surrounding this matter ultimately compelled Meng Xiaoxiao to withdraw from school. Later, Ji Beitong received the heartbreaking news of Meng Xiaoxiao's suicide by jumping off a building. When he arrived at her community, paramedics were covering her lifeless body with a white sheet. Nearby, her sick mother and younger brother were weeping inconsolably, even fainting at times. Many years have passed since then, yet the image of her mangled form remains etched in Ji Beidong's memory, an indelible mark. In the quiet hours of the night, he occasionally reflects on the past. Had he only spoken up then, perhaps Meng Xiaoxiao would have avoided such a tragic fate. Upon returning to the Ji household, it was unusually empty. Ji Beitong paid no mind to their whereabouts. Having already eaten dinner and taken a leisurely walk, he felt invigorated, ready to immerse himself in his studies and tackle the myriad of challenging problems awaiting him. After 2 hours of intense study, he shook his head and stretched lazily, reveling in the delightful sensation of being engrossed in an activity oblivious to the passage of time. During a brief respite, he downloaded the app that Fong Yuan had mentioned, registering an account to explore the platform's order-taking and money-making mechanisms. He was determined to seize every opportunity to learn and earn, seeking a sense of security. After familiarizing himself with the app, Ji Beidong donned his headphones, selected several popular novels to read, and recorded his voice, hoping to catch the attention of potential sponsors. The leading figures on the popularity charts were evidently well-versed in voice modulation. Although their timbre might not surpass Ji Beidong's, they adeptly adjusted their voices according to the characters' personas, ages, and emotional states, an area where Ji Beidong fell short. The trending novels predominantly revolved around romantic themes, and Ji Beidong selected the most popular excerpt, thinking that even a slight increase in traffic would be beneficial. The top-ranked title was A Tale of Possessive Love, a classic narrative of pursuit and escape. Such stories were exhilarating to write, yet somewhat awkward to read, especially as Ji Beidong had to continuously switch voices between the male and female leads. Male lead: Woman, you are provoking me. Female lead: Let me go, ye situ, please. I promise to take the child far away and never appear before you or that woman again. As the male lead gripped the female lead's chin, his face drew closer, his breath enveloping her. Male lead: You dare to run away with my child? You're the first woman in the world to attempt such a thing. Ji Beidong delivered the lines with fervor, appearing thoroughly engrossed in the performance. Meanwhile, beneath the table, his toes were engaged in a grand endeavor. He was confident he could transform even a 3-story villa with a garden, let alone a simple 3-room apartment. Upon finishing the segment, relief washed over Ji Beidong. Just as he began to exhale, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the door, appearing somewhat wooden. It was Ji Qiu, wearing an expression that spoke volumes. He was uncertain how long she had been there, or if she had witnessed his recording session in its entirety. From that moment, Ji Beidong resolved to close and lock the door whenever he returned, regardless of whether anyone was home. Another glance at Ji Qiu revealed she was still watching. What are you staring at? Ji Beidong couldn't help but mentally scoff. Isn't it writers like you who pen these awkward, yet trending online novels? Especially this blockbuster hit. He found it hard to believe Ji Qiu hadn't read it. With that thought, Ji Beidong disregarded Ji Qiu and returned to his work. He pulled out his exercises and, after 2 minutes of futile attempts to focus, he slammed his pen down on the table. The black pen, which had already been broken the day before, met its demise after being dropped for the second time. Noticing Ji Beidong's cessation, Ji Dong finally spoke. Ji Beidong, your primary task now is to study. His expression remained impassive. And then what? Ji Qiu proceeded to share her thoughts from her journey home. I've considered that, given your grades, gaining admission to a good university will be challenging. If you can't sustain yourself post-graduation, I will assist you in finding a job. Ji Beidong neither accepted nor declined the offer. What kind of job? Ji Qiu had pondered this as well, acknowledging it was premature to discuss specifics, as it depended on the university and major Ji Beidong would pursue. Ji Beidong responded with a non-committal, his expression unyielding. Fine, thank you. He moved to close the door. Ji Qiu believed she had resolved the matter and that Ji Beidong would no longer be upset. Yet, she could still sense his indifference and impatience. She reached out to prevent him from shutting the door. I haven't finished speaking. Ji Beidong neither closed the door nor opened it wider. He merely leaned against it, awaiting her next words. Ji Qiu took a deep breath, though her luxurious surroundings masked any signs of distress. Since I am alleviating your concerns, shouldn't you be able to abandon those distractions and focus solely on your studies until the college entrance examination? Distractions? You don't check out lightly. Echoing Ji Qiu's words as he flung the door open, revealing his modest room. Come, take a good look at my room. Look closely. He gestured toward the area behind him. The servants' quarters are far superior to mine. Have the Ji family ever covered my tuition, material costs, or living expenses? Should I wait idly for windfall while starving? Should I enter the college entrance exam with an empty stomach? Ji Qiu, I am a human being. I need to eat and drink. Water alone, or the metaphorical wind, cannot sustain me. What Ji Beidong expressed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Ji family had only provided him with funds during the initial days after his return. After that, every allowance was directed solely to Ji Nanchuan. On one occasion, When Ji Beidong had requested money, he was scolded by Song Yaji. All you know is to ask for money since your return. It seems you were born to be a burden. That single instance marked the end of Ji Beidong's request for financial assistance. Chapter 43. The one supporting Ji Beidong is an ugly creature. Ji Qiu nearly exclaimed that the Ji family could not possibly have denied him funds, but she restrained herself. It was evident whether one had wealth or not. Ji Beitong's room was starkly barren. The furniture was remnants used by the servants. The space was cramped, and even the light was dim. His belongings consisted of little more than a pair of cheap slippers and 2 pairs of sneakers, with all his clothes fitting snugly in a small wardrobe. The backpack hanging on the chair was faded and worn, bearing signs of considerable use. Ji Beidong truly lacked money. In that moment, Ji Qiu realized that Ji Beitong's financial struggles within the Ji household were not recent developments. It had taken her until now to recognize it. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, the Ji family will support your university education. Ji Beitong, the Ji family won't, and I don't require it. Once he passes the college entrance examination and turns 18, he will leave the Ji household without a second thought. During this period, Ji Jia had only a meager sum of money to spare, which he willingly offered in its entirety. Ji Qiu disregarded the latter half of Ji Bei's statement, which suggested that even if the Ji family did not fund your university education, I would. In a previous life, Ji Bei would have been moved to tears. However, in this lifetime, Ji Bei remained unperturbed, responding with indifference, no need. Ji Qiu, do not act out of spite, Ji Bei remarked. I am not. Yi Kviu sighed. You should not constantly compare yourself to Nanchuan. He is in poor health, and his family naturally dotes on him more. As his elder brother, you ought to be more accommodating. Surely you understand? Ji Bei, unwilling to engage further, simply acknowledged with a grunt, wishing to close the door and focus on his studies. Alas, his desire to devote all his time to his studies was never fulfilled. He even began to doubt whether today was merely another day of review, reminiscent of the saying about the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. First, his embarrassing novel was overheard by Ji Qiu, followed by Ji Dong hearing his conversation with Ji Qiu, and then there was Ji Nanchuan, likely returning just as Ji Dong arrived. Ji Nanchuan wore a somewhat displeased expression, though Ji Qiu and Ji Dong seemed oblivious. Just as Ji Bei was about to ignore them and shut the door, Yi Dong interested puling yizu aside. Sister, why engage in conversation with someone like him? Ji Qiu blinked in confusion, momentarily at a loss. Ji Dong disregarded Ji Bei entirely, continuing, did we not agree that even if Ji Bei returned, our focus should remain on Nanchuan? How heartbroken do you think Nanchuan would be if he knew about this? Ji Qiu nodded, of course recalling their agreement. I am prioritizing Nanchuan. I merely came over to speak a few words with Ji Bei. The distinction between the two brothers was evident in the way she referred to them, one as Nanchuan and the other as Ji Bei. In Ji Qiu's heart, Nanchuan held greater importance. Zizong, Pu Dao, Destined. Then why did you seek out Ji Bei? Ji Qiu, equally perplexed by Ji Dong's words, replied, Ji Bei is also my brother. I simply inquired about his recent circumstances. Besides, you are not Nanchuan. How can you presume to know that Nanchuan would be upset? To this, she turned to Nanchuan, asking, Nanchuan, if I ask your brother a few questions, would you be unhappy? Even if Nanchuan were displeased, he could only respond affirmatively. He wore his signature smile. It is only natural for sisters to care for their brother. Chuan would not be angry. Ji Qiu bore an expression that conveyed her certainty. Knowing Nanchuan as well as she did, Ji Dong understood he would not be upset, but that did not mean they could act without restraint just because he was not angry. What sort of brother is he? You are well aware of his character. Ji Qiu spent little time at home, and thus was less informed about the family situation. What character? Ji Dong shot Ji Bei an irritable glance, recalling his numerous misdeeds. He was like a persistent pest, unpleasant to behold. He had, upon entering his new school, sought to curry favor with classmates by distributing Ji family's money as if he were a benefactor, even gifting them my old clothes and defacing Nanchuan's room with curses. Moreover, Ji Bei had recently exhibited a sudden change in demeanor, arguing with anyone who spoke to him. Even Nanchuan had suffered asthma attacks due to his provocations on several occasions. Ji Chio was momentarily taken aback. She turned to Ji Bei, who remained expressionless. I have already stated it was not me. I do not wish to repeat myself. With that, he forcefully shut the door. Ji Chio pursed her lips, attempting to reason with Ji Dong. Even if what you say is true, we ought to be more forgiving of Ji Bei. After all, he is our brother, and blood relations matter. Moreover, he has not been entirely unhelpful. Did he not offer his opportunity in the entertainment industry to Nanchuan yesterday? Ji Dong scoffed. That opportunity was rightfully Nanchuan's. Just consider Ji Bei's character. Who would like him if he entered that world? It would be Nanchuan who would be adored and would undoubtedly rise to fame. Ji Chio agreed, otherwise, they would not have repeatedly impeded Ji Bei's entry into the industry. Yet, regardless of circumstances, that opportunity had been willingly relinquished by Ji Bei. Ji Dong remained ungrateful. So what? Enough about that infuriating fellow. Let me tell you about something from today. Nanchuan said our physical education teacher is particularly wonderful and praised him for being naturally photogenic. As Ji Dong spoke, she and Ji Chio turned their attention to Nanchuan. Upon laying eyes on him, Ji Dong gasped, Nanchuan, why are you crying? Ji Nanchuan wiped his tears away, lamenting, it is all my fault. I should not have remained at home. I ought to return to the slums. As he spoke, he genuinely began to head to his room, appearing ready to pack his belongings. Ji Chio and Ji Dong hurriedly pursued him. If he moved out while they were at home, they would surely face severe repercussions from the others upon their return. The pace at which Ji Nanchuan was moving was slow, merely a pretense. Ji Chio and Ji Dong caught up to him swiftly. Nanchuan's sobs intensified. It is all Chuan's fault. Chuan is leaving, returning you all to brother. The two sisters were dismayed. Ji Dong incessantly apologized to Ji Nanchuan and scolded Ji Bei in his presence, claiming that it was all Ji Bei's fault. Ji Chio retained a shred of composure. Nanchuan, do not be sad. This situation has nothing to do with you. How we treat Ji Bei is a matter for the Ji family and Ji Bei. I promise you, no matter how we treat Ji Bei, you will always be cherished as our dear brother. To be treated as a dear brother is not the same as being a dear brother. Ji Nanchuan's tears fell more fiercely. He did not articulate his reasons. He simply sobbed, gasping for air, which left the two sisters in a difficult position. Ji Chio continued trying to reason with him. Nanchuan, do not feel too burdened. Ji Bei is also your brother and will care for you. Enough. Ji Dong impatiently interrupted Ji Chio, glaring at her. Do you have no conscience? Nanchuan is crying like this, and you still say such things? What have I said? Ji Chio was taken aback. Ji Dong felt a surge of pain. It seemed Ji Bei's tactics were ineffective against him, but had a profound impact on Ji Chio, even to the point that she appeared to forget her own surname. You are truly heartless. With no desire to utter another word to Ji Chio, Ji Dong left her with that harsh statement and took Ji Nanchuan away, leaving Ji Chio standing there in bewilderment. Completing his review for the day, Ji Bei took a shower in the shared bathroom for the servants, returning to his room with a plastic basin for dirty clothes. Just as he set the basin down, his phone began to buzz incessantly with notifications. Chapter 44, Elegant Legs and Stockings on Duty. Ji Bei placed the plastic basin on the floor and opened his phone. The majority of the messages were from Wu Shuai, another link to the school forum, filled with Wu Shuai's messages. Damn it, G-Dog, this seems quite serious. Who is that girl in the photo? What should we do? It's definitely not feasible to approach the homeroom teacher. Wang Tan has always looked down on you. If he gets involved, who knows how he might retaliate? Should we speak to the principal instead? G-Dog, say something. Elegant Legs and Stockings on Duty. I'll crush you with my 3060 bust. Wu Shuai was the first to save 2 emoji stickers he had somehow acquired. Then clicked on the forum link he had sent. Regarding the news about him, it was another post concerning Ji Bei being kept by someone. The original poster updated the thread, claiming that the affluent woman who was allegedly supporting a certain high school student with the surname J from Sioux City No. One high school had been revealed. Is this a manifestation of humanity's distortion or a decline in moral standards? The title was rather lackluster. This time, the post even included a so-called photo of the wealthy woman. Ji Bei clicked on the image, and when he disowned who was in the picture, Even the typically composed Ji Bei exhibited a hint of bewilderment. These individuals were indeed predictable. He even entertained thoughts of whether it could be Yang Jinjin without a mask. Or perhaps someone had recognized her. Or worse yet, someone might have captured him singing 15 songs in one night, fabricating rumors about him and Meng Xiao. In a more bizarre turn of thought, someone might uniquely speculate that his benefactor was Ren Huixin. However, Ji Bei could never have anticipated that it was the girl who had delivered coffee to him that very day. Moreover, this girl had been deliberately altered to appear unattractive. From Ji Bei's experience, mingling in the entertainment industry, having encountered a plethora of beautiful women, the coffee shop girl was neither striking nor ugly. She was merely an ordinary girl, commonly seen in everyday life. The photo attached to the post was clearly sharpened, darkening her skin and adding several large black moles to her face. Those individuals at school were truly despicable. The girl had only come to deliver coffee, and yet they spread such rumors and distorted her image. The comments beneath this post were significantly harsher than before, filled with various insults. Disgraceful. What a shame for our school. Get out of Sioux City No. 1 High School. If I'm not mistaken, Ji Bei didn't transfer from Sioux City affiliated high school, did he? Can someone who just barged in halfway be considered a student of Sioux City No. 1? You're right. Ji Bei came from slum school. The high school he attended before was hardly a prestigious institution. It hardly sent anyone to even a few undergraduate programs in a year. Frankly, he should return from whence he came. His shame is his alone, not ours. Agreed. If people didn't know any better, they might think all of us at Sioux City No. 1 are like that. That woman looks like she's at least 50. Clearly, she's starving and will eat anything. A barrage of comments, almost entirely laden with vulgarities. The forum allowed for anonymous comments, and Ji Bei clicked on several accounts, all of which were low-rated. Occasionally, there were voices defending Ji Bei. The images did not reveal much, and I believe they cannot be taken as evidence that Ji Bei was indeed being kept. I agree. Ji Bei doesn't strike me as that type. He excels academically and is quite helpful. I once asked him for help with a problem, and he patiently explained it to me. When I didn't understand after the first explanation, he didn't lose his temper, but kindly explained it again. I just want to ask, among the surrounding classes, who doesn't know Ji Bei has a crush on Zhao Qingning? With such infatuation, how could he possibly be kept? The few who spoke in Ji Bei's defense were each clicked on by him, and most were not anonymous. One could even guess who they were from their comment history. The majority were individuals who had previously sought Ji Bei as help. Those defending him were also subjected to considerable backlash, primarily from those few anonymous low-rated accounts. You girls must be out of your minds. Ji Bei has a bit of charm, and you're also enamored? Stop being sycophants. Ji Bei can't see you. From now on, go twist screws and plan a 5-year scheme to earn enough to support Ji Bei instead. It seems there are reasons why Zhao Qingning is reluctant to accept Ji Bei. The comments escalated to over 2,000 threads. After scrolling a few more pages, finding the arguments largely repetitive, Ji Bei decided to stop his descent into the chaos. Exiting the thread, he finally responded to Wu Shuai's message. It's all fabricated. A quick reply was forthcoming. I knew it would be like this. A true brother shares both fortune and adversity. How could you enjoy the luxuries of being kept by a wealthy woman while I toil through school? Ji Bei sent Wu Shuai a photo of the problems he had completed that day. If I had a rich benefactor, I wouldn't go. I'd just grind problems to buy my brother a Panamera. Wu Shuai responded with a meme. Impressive. Ji Bei sent back a previously saved meme. I'll crush you with my 3060 bust. The two exchanged a flurry of banter, and upon noticing that Ji Bei's mood was relatively unperturbed, Wu Shuai finally broached the topic at hand. What are we going to do about this? Should we confront Wang Ba directly? Wait until that scoundrel is alone, in an unmonitored alley, and then give him a taste of his own medicine? Ji Bei contemplated the scene for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. Assaulting someone is illegal. Wu Shuai was the type who was straightforward but not particularly quick-witted. Then what? That old bastard Wang must be in cahoots with his son. The forum is anonymous. Even if we approach the grade supervisor, there's no evidence. Ji Bei replied to Wu Shuai. We want to approach the grade supervisor. What then? Wu Shuai pressed. We'll approach the principal. The principal? Who is that? We're at the principal's office. Can the principal address this matter? Ji-bei first replied with a meme before speaking. Just watch how your father performs. Sure, no need to worry. Just watch how I impress you. After that, regardless of Wu Shuai's incessant calls of I am your father, how could you be so unfilial as to want to become a father? Ji-bei chose not to respond. He changed his previously in used forum nickname to Ji-bei and prepared to update his default avatar to a photo of himself. Having opened the modification page, Ji-bei scoured his album but could not find any photos of himself. However, there were plenty of pictures of Zhao Qingning. Closing the forum, Ji-bei selected all of Zhao Qingning's photos and deleted them with a single click, then removed them from the cloud before reopening his phone's camera function. Switching to the front camera to take a picture of himself. His photography skills, well, he had no skills whatsoever. In his past life, he had gained fame, and his fans often envied others whose idols had selfies to share. Occasionally, Ji-bei would update with a couple of selfies, all taken from the most unflattering angles. He couldn't even compare to the casual snapshots taken by passers-by. Once at an offline event, Ji-bei received a gift from a fan, a book titled 100 Tips to Master Selfies. After receiving it, Ji-bei genuinely practiced with the book, sending photos to the fan, only to receive feedback. Maybe you should just stop learning. Ji-bei, I want to listen, I will learn. In this life, Ji-bei's phone was far inferior to the one he had in his previous existence, compounded by his eternally unflattering angles. The photos he took were not even a fraction of his true self. Nevertheless, once he uploaded a photo, it attracted quite a bit of attention. Primarily because Ji-bei had been exceedingly prominent on the school forum these past few days. During their student years, everyone was quite bored, and it was hard to tell how many people were glued to their screens, fearful of missing even the slightest scoop or not being the first to hear the original poster's response. As Ji-bei edited his response, someone discovered his account. Wow, so handsome. How had I never noticed Ji-bei before? He seems rather unremarkable at first glance. Has he just emerged from a shower? His hair appears damp. Hee. I wonder if he is properly dressed underneath. Let this fairy have a look. Rubbing hands. I assure you, I am not infatuated at all. Flushed, drooling. My goodness. Finally, someone has recognized Ji-bei. I mentioned my admiration for him to my best friend, and she accused me of having poor eyesight. Aggrieved. In reality, Ji-bei is undeniably handsome. However, he seems to lack confidence, perpetually keeping his head down, with his bangs long and trailing after Zhao Qingning, which doesn't help his image at all. The way girls fawn over him is quite nauseating. Goodbye. He is indeed handsome. Otherwise, how could he attract the attention of wealthy women? What purpose does it serve for you to be a sycophant here? If you have the ability, earn some money to take care of him. If he is to be pampered, why not have him come forward himself? So what of Zhao Qingning? What are her thoughts at this moment? Soon, Ji-bei released an official statement. Hello everyone. I am Ji-bei from Suqing No. 1 High School. I have just seen the forum post regarding my alleged involvement with an unattractive wealthy woman, and I would like to clarify. The girl in the photo is a stranger to me. The situation was simply that I was solving problems, and the young lady, who works at the CAF downstairs, came to deliver coffee. She stumbled, and I assisted her in sitting down. That's all there is to it. Lastly, I hope everyone studies hard and refrains from spreading gossip. That is all. The viewership for this statement swiftly surpassed 100, then 1,000, and ultimately exceeded 10,000. In a high school forum, the user base is limited, and posts that reach 100 views are scarce, let alone those that break 1,000, much less 10,000. As the discussion intensified, users began to scrutinize the nuances of Ji-bei's statement. He only clarified that he was not being supported by an unattractive woman, without denying that he was being supported at all. Indeed, it seems he is deliberately obfuscating the truth. Almost fell for this pretty boy's trick. It wouldn't be surprising if this statement was crafted while Ji-bei reclined in the embrace of a wealthy woman, would it? This is indeed a revelation. He is the first person in history to self-deprecate so harshly. Late into the night, due to Ji-bei's response, the post's popularity surged once more. He searched for keywords on a certain platform. Sure enough, discussions about this incident had already begun. though the titles of these posts were rather unrefined and the content lacked substance, garnering less attention than the campus forum. However, the trend was aligning with Ji Bei's intentions. Should Wang Ba and his associates prove to be inadequate, Ji Bei would not hesitate to lend them a push when necessary. After completing his shower, Ji Bei solved a couple of problems before setting down his pen. He opened the app recommended by Fang Yuan to check for any potential gigs and to explore whether the platform offered other avenues for income. While browsing, he stumbled upon options labeled custom-built boyfriend and custom-built girlfriend. Essentially, a patron pays to have a voice actor record the desired content, which is then delivered to them. The terminology of custom boyfriends and girlfriends is indeed quite explicit. However, recently, as the platform expanded, there were fears of attracting unwanted attention, prompting the implementation of restrictions on sensitive language to regulate the more outrageous behaviors of users. Ironically, these constraints have only fueled the frenzy among men and women alike. Ji Bei felt that he could not profit from this. Just as he was about to explore further, he heard a knock at the door of his room. In his haste to respond to Wu Shuai's message, Ji Bei had properly secured the door. It was ajar and could be easily pushed open. Curiosity piqued. Ji Bei opened the door to find Ji Qiu standing there. "What brings you here?" His expression remained neutral, neither pleased nor displeased, a demeanor he had maintained when confronted by members of the Ji family lately. Conversely, Ji Qiu appeared somewhat uneasy, still clad in the wrinkled attire from earlier in the day. "Ji Bei, here, this is for you. It was our oversight." Ji Bei looked down to see a bank card. He did not take it. "What is this for?" Ji Qiu bit her lip, her voice lacking conviction, significantly weaker than during her earlier encounter at Xingchen Media. "I called to ask about the matter at Xingchen Media today. I realize now that I wrongfully accused you, and I owe you an apology." Ji Bei raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You called to inquire? You're here to apologize? Is this typical behavior for the Ji family?" "Noticing Yi Beigaze, Yizu felt interestingly embarrassed. So you went to Xingchen Media to earn money." "I thought about it, and it indeed was our mistake. The Ji family neglected to provide you with an allowance, and you didn't mention it. You must have suffered during this time." Her words elicited no response from Ji Bei. He remained steadfastly silent, recalling how the Ji family never forgot to provide Ji Nanchuan with his allowance. Ji Qiu stood awkwardly at the door, pushing the bank card forward. "Regardless, take this card. If you need something, buy it yourself. You are also a young master of the Ji family. They would not treat you poorly." Ji Bei did not reach for the card. He refused to accept it. "I am not a young master of the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan is the only one. This is what you told me on my first day at the Ji house." His recollection of her words was clear, indicative of how much he once valued her opinions. "As for this bank card, I shall not accept it, lest someone sees it and claims I have stolen from the Ji family." Chapter 46. Which outfit do you prefer? Ji Bei, "I will wear it for you." Ji Qiu seemed anxious. "That is not it. The Ji family would not lack that modicum of trust in you." Ji Bei spoke plainly. "Your trust is reserved solely for Ji Nanchuan." Repeatedly rejecting Ji Qiu's goodwill visibly frustrated her. "Ji Bei, I have apologized to you. What more do you want from me?" Ji Qiu, initially calm in her approach, now exhibited impatience and irritation. Yet Ji Bei remained unfazed, his voice steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Let me ask you this. If today I were Ji Nanchuan, would you have tossed me a bank card?" Ji Qiu opened her mouth, but the response was caught in her throat. She knew she would not. Had Ji Nanchuan been in Ji Bei's position, she would have immediately empathized, considering what Ji Nanchuan might be struggling with, what he required, and how to ease his burdens. Instead of merely tossing a bank card his way, rather than genuinely recognizing Ji Bei's predicament and assisting him, it seemed she had merely realized the flaw in her good sister persona and urgently sought to rectify it. Handing Ji Bei a bank card was the quickest, most effective, and least troublesome method to fill that gap. Ji Qiu's visit stirred something within Ji Bei, though it was not directed towards the Ji family, but rather towards Yang Jinjin. Lost in thought, he unconsciously opened Yang Jinjin's WeChat. As I gazed at the photos of Yang Jinjin sending me emoticons in the chat box, her meticulous kindness toward me began to play in my mind like an automatic film reel. Aware of my precarious situation, she would tirelessly endeavor to alter my circumstances, all while being considerate of my feelings. To genuinely care for someone and to indulge in a persona for one's own gratification are two entirely distinct matters. After spending an hour on an app to create emoticons using these photos and pairing them with fitting words and animations, I felt it was worth every moment. Checking my phone, I saw it was already 11 p.m. I sent Yang Jinjin a good night emoticon in an attempt to surprise her. I chose not to use the set I had just created with her images, but instead sent a small animation. Yang Jinjin replied almost instantaneously with a simple good night. Lying in bed, my leg crossed casually, I suddenly stiffened. What was this little minx up to at such an hour? While she did send a good night emoticon, it was accompanied by one of her own images. A selfie in fishnet stockings. She lay on a plush bed, revealing only half her face while playfully gesturing towards the screen. The suggestive glimpse of her chest and the small patch of negative space above her hand and face, along with her petite feet peeking out, rendered her both adorable and alluring. She captioned the emoticon with just 2 words, good night. Good night, indeed. Who could possibly say good night after seeing such a photo? I would be rushing to the bathroom in no time, which was already a testament to my restraint. I typed a response with a bit more force than intended. Yang Jinjin, are you doing this on purpose? To which she cheekily responded, of course. I deliberately stayed up late just to say good night to my brother, Chi Bei. Ki Bai. If you don't start speaking properly, I might just rush over to your place. Do you believe me? Instead of being intimidated, Yang Jinjin appeared quite exhilarated. Are you coming to take me out? Brother Chi Bei, I'm ready and waiting. Which outfit do you prefer? I can wear it for you. Photos. Photos. When I opened them, I almost lost my composure. Yang Jinjin had captured images of her wardrobe. Her summer wardrobe was devoid of substantial clothing, dominated instead by tank tops, hot pants, and miniskirts. Just gazing at these sizzling styles, I could envision how stunning she would look in them. With her figure, she could effortlessly distort even the most innocent designs into something tantalizing. But that was not all. I had braced myself for what I would find. The most outrageous sight was a corner filled with a transparent glass cabinet, overflowing with stockings of various styles, nude, white, and predominantly black. Had I not seen Yang Jinjin's wardrobe, I would have never guessed that stockings could come in such an array. Beneath the stocking cabinet lay a smaller one, presumably containing her collection of high heels, various colors and styles, with black being the most prevalent. If that were all, I might have managed to endure it. I couldn't tell if she had done this intentionally. While photographing her wardrobe, Yang Jinjin had inadvertently captured her reflection in the glass cabinet, dressed in a spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her figure was accentuated, with no trace of excess flesh at her waist or arms, presenting a graceful and alluring silhouette. Even though I was already aware of her enchanting physique, I couldn't help but be astonished once more. Any lingering drowsiness vanished without a trace upon viewing the photos. Rubbing my face, I reminded myself to remain composed. Just as my irritation had yet to subside, Yang Jinjin changed the subject. When are you taking me out for grilled squid? My current mood could only be described as a volcano on the verge of eruption, suddenly doused by a shower of icy rain, cooling the fires within. At this moment, I had no desire for grilled squid. Perhaps a couple of grill buns would suffice. No, even grill buns turned into pancakes, losing their once pristine allure. I still believed that freshly steamed buns were the most delectable. Snow white and soft, they were utterly irresistible. In my response, I maintained a semblance of seriousness. If you're craving it now, you could order takeout. Yang Jinjin replied with a voice message. No, only the things you buy for me when you take me out are the tastiest. I contemplated foregoing sleep entirely that night. My frustration was rising, and only by grinding through 300 math problems could I hope for any reprieve. I wondered if the little minx had just gotten out of the shower, enveloped in steam, or if she had merely woken up before messaging me. Her words lacked the usual playful spark and bore an unusual softness, reminiscent of a hoarseness acquired through excess. It was an enticing sound that danced into my ears, resonating through my bones, leaving me feeling utterly undone. Fearing my inability to sleep would result in an all-nighter spent solving math problems, I once again attempted to shift the conversation. All right, I'll take you out to eat. Before school starts, I'll basically be studying at the library. You can come find me whenever you're free. If I'm not going one day, I'll let you know in advance." Yang Jinjin responded with a cheerful emoticon. Fortunately, this time it was quite normal, one created by her fans that she had saved for fun. Chapter 47, A Moment of Passion with Teacher Bing Bing. After tossing and turning for 15 minutes on my cramped single bed without falling asleep, I suddenly sat up with a start, agitatedly running my fingers through my hair. I uttered a classic exclamation in exasperation. Damn! Throwing off my thin blanket, I flipped to the floor and began doing push-ups until I was utterly spent, finally succumbing to sleep. In my dreams, I remained oblivious to the events unfolding online. I was brewing a plan to escalate the situation regarding the wealthy woman, making it known throughout the school forum, ensuring that Wang Danbao could not maintain his facade. However, what transpired more swiftly was the matter of standing up for Meng Xiaoxiao. Even more attention-grabbing than that was the astonishing feat of singing 15 songs in succession. All of these performances were recorded and posted online. In an age where anyone can capture videos and become an internet sensation, no one could have guessed that the seemingly ordinary person they brushed past might have millions of followers online. The 15 songs were transformed into numerous videos, some capturing highlights, others featuring full performances, and even the entire sequence of events from that night. The video with the highest likes was produced by a dedicated content creator, showcasing exceptional clarity, angles, and audio editing. Initially, it began as a casual recording, but as the views and likes surged, it transitioned into a mainstream video, leading to an all-nighter of editing. This video skyrocketed to 6 million likes overnight, with prospects of reaching 10 million. I gained a plethora of admirers who scoured the internet for any trace of me, yet found nothing. Despite the abundance of videos and images online, not a single one revealed my face without a mask, and due to the dim lighting, my features remained indistinct, leaving only an aura of mystery. Nonetheless, this did not hinder my growing fan base. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on this handsome guy. Come forth, fortune and charm. I had forgotten to mention earlier that my husband is not at home, and I am suffering from a high fever of 39 degrees. Subsequently, I also forgot other details, and ultimately, I was left wondering where your home is as I'm seeking home service. Rest assured, I am far more competent than a young girl. Once again, it appears to be mere hype. Just wait, soon we will see another million followers internet celebrity emerge. Does it sound pleasant? I personally do not find it melodious. Nowadays, can internet celebrities sing without a sound card? Do not be envious. If you think it is unpleasant, why not showcase your own talent? I was present at the scene and witnessed the entire process. Had it not been for an unpleasant man's voice, this handsome fellow would have hardly sung so much. To some extent, I must express gratitude towards that young man. The more elusive something becomes, the more the online community is driven to seek it out. Their relentless pursuit only heightens the topic's popularity, and before long, terms related to Ji-Bei are consistently on the rise, subtly hinting at a trending topic. Ji-Bei's singing video caught the attention of Nanchuan, who was unable to sleep. Upon watching the video, Nanchuan's expression darkened ominously, his displeasure growing with each viewing. He gripped the blanket with increasing intensity, mentally transforming it into Ji-Bei. Nanchuan was filled with resentment. Why? He walked the path of Ji-Bei. Why does Ji-Bei not adhere to the course set in his previous life? What discrepancies have arisen? Why has Ji-Bei lost his opportunity for a contract, yet still gained online fame? Why can Ji-Bei not simply relinquish his aspirations of singing? After his rebirth, he perused numerous reincarnation novels. In every one of these tales, the protagonists wield their past life memories as golden keys, reclaiming all that was lost and achieving extraordinary success in every endeavor. Why then does this not apply to him? Aside from seizing Ji-Bei's opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, Nanchuan feels that nothing else goes smoothly for him. Could it be that Ji-Bei has also been reborn? This notion flitted through Nanchuan's mind for but a fleeting second before vanishing entirely. Impossible. Rebirth is not a common occurrence. It is not as if one can find another like it on every corner. If Ji-Bei had truly been reborn, how could he possibly forfeit such a golden opportunity to debut in the entertainment realm? The sensation of Ji-Bei gradually slipping from his grasp, is unsettling. Switching to the forum app, Nanchuan scrolled through discussions regarding Bei alleged sugar daddy. At present, only the harsh criticisms of Bei provided him with a modicum of comfort. Naturally, many of these disparaging comments were penned by Nanchuan himself under a pseudonym. Initially, he had intended for this post to be seen by Bei's family inadvertently. However, at this moment, Nanchuan dared not proceed. He could not rule out the possibility that Bei might show this video of his online popularity to his family. Nanchuan could not completely guarantee that Bei's family would not regret allowing him to take Bei's place in the entertainment industry upon witnessing Bei's ability to gain fame so effortlessly online. But should Bei take the initiative to speak? Nanchuan bit his lip, panic etched across his face. He must take action, especially after overhearing Show knocking on Bei's door today to give him a bank card. As he stared blankly at his phone, Nanchuan received a WeChat message. It was from Teacher Bing, the instructor of the physical training class he attended today. A voice message. Teacher Bing's voice was sweet, gently laced with a playful tone that Nanchuan found delightful. He lowered the volume slightly and brought the phone closer to his ear to play the message. Nanchuan, Teacher Bing is here to check on you. Have you been good and eaten as I instructed? Her saccharine voice brought a faint smile to Nanchuan's lips. He listened to Teacher Bing's voice message again before responding with a voice note of his own. I've been very obedient, following Teacher Bing's advice. Before sending it, Nanchuan listened to it once more. It did not sound pleasant. He deleted that recording and re-recorded it. I've been very obedient, following Teacher Bing's advice. This time, he was finally satisfied. Soon, Teacher Bing sent another voice message, still imbued with that same sweet tone. Keep it up. Nanchuan, I have a feeling you will become a shining star in the future. Don't forget your teacher when you do. Nanchuan replied, I won T. Please rest assured, Teacher Bing. Nanchuan, how did you find today's class? What did you think of the content? Nanchuan struggled to recall the lesson. All he could visualize was Teacher Bing clad in snug yoga attire, beads of sweat trickling down her collarbone, disappearing into regions unseen by Nanchuan. He recalled the time she corrected his posture, her body unconsciously leaning toward him, and even the moment she assisted him, her chest brushing against him inadvertently. Lost in thought, Nanchuan felt his toes curl. Though Teacher Bing's visage and figure paled in comparison to his dream goddess, Yang Zhenzhen, before meeting Yang Zhenzhen, a brief romantic interlude with Teacher Bing seemed quite appealing. Nanchuan was not truly in his teenage years. He could perceive the signals emanating from Teacher Bing. Nanchuan whispered, if 10 is the full score, I could give Teacher Bing a 12. An annoying emoji was sent in response. Hearing that Nanchuan enjoyed her class made Teacher Bing happier than on the day she received her monthly salary. Laughter punctuated their exchange, and across the screen, Nanchuan could almost envision Teacher Bing laughing heartily, saying, with your words, I must add an extra egg to my instant noodles tonight. Before long, Teacher Bing sent a photo of her instant noodles. A large cup of noodles sat on a marble countertop, yet to be filled with hot water, accompanied by a freshly unwrapped marinated egg. More striking than the cup noodles was the reflection of her figure on the marble surface, clad in two cool pieces of fabric, seemingly more revealing than if she were not wearing any at all. Nanchuan swallowed hard. Both were acutely aware of the underlying tension, yet they pretended it was all casual. After a lengthy pause, Nanchuan attempted to send a voice message to Teacher Bing. He struggled to find the right tone after several attempts, ultimately deciding to type instead. Teacher Bing, do you only eat instant noodles? They are lacking in nutrition. You should only eat them once or twice a week. Teacher Bing's voice sounded sorrowful. What can I say? At the end of the month, that is the reality for a working person. But I just paid my tuition. That should be enough for you to get by for a while. In her voice, Teacher Bing sighed heavily. I'm just working for the studio. What I actually receive is quite little. I see. I genuinely wish I could help you. Teacher Bing. After a considerable pause, Teacher Bing did not respond. Nanchuan waited patiently, growing a bit restless, and decided to step out onto the balcony for some fresh air. His bedroom was not far from Jichio's. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to spot Jichio's long-haired white cat sleeping on the windowsill. Even in slumber, animals remain alert, especially to the gaze of non-owners. This cat was a stray Jichio had rescued. When she first brought it home, the little white cat was emaciated and injured, weighing barely over a pound, cradled in one hand as if it might perish at any moment. Under Jichio's tender care, the little white cat now weighed nearly 10 pounds. On her social media platform, aside from promoting her book, she frequently shares images of her little white cat from various angles. Particularly during her work hours in autumn, the little white cat often perches in front of the computer, acting as her first reader. Her followers often remark that the notion of every novelist owning a cat is indeed true. The little white cat, initially lounging in serene slumber, reacts to Nanchuan's presence with wide, startled eyes, resembling two beams of flashlight cutting through the night as they fixate on him. With a startled meow, it leaps from the windowsill back into Jichio's room, as if it had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Nanchuan squints slightly, murmuring softly, "Little beast." Hearing the sound of his phone, he returns indoors from the balcony. The sudden movement of the little white cat startles Jichio, who had been lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone. She quickly drops the device and gathers the fluffed-up little white cat into her arms, soothing it gently. "Don't be afraid, little bye. It's all right. Sister is here." "What happened?" The little white cat cannot speak, only able to meow softly in response. Once she calms the cat, Jichio approaches the windowsill, recalling vividly that the feline had been peacefully napping there until something startled it back inside. Peering outside, she notices only Jibei's room still illuminated. Instantly, her expression grows cold. So it is Jibei again. When she first arrived at the Ji residence, the little white cat was still small, and Jichio took great care of it for some time. The cat grew plump and confident, eager to snuggle with anyone, meowing insistently for affection. When it was petted just right, the little white cat would roll over, inviting others to scratch its belly, until the day it went missing. On that day, Jichio nearly lost her mind, filled with a mix of anger and worry, fearing for the little white cat's safety in the outside world. No one understood the turmoil she felt during those days of uncertainty, longing for news of the cat while simultaneously fearing what that news might entail. Her sisters could not empathize with her plight. To console her, Ji-chun even casually remarked that it was merely a cat, promising to buy her 10 more if she wished. Jichio did not hold it against her. No one could truly grasp the bond between her and the little white cat. During those solitary days of writing, when no one seemed to care, and during her struggle with a creative block that only seemed to worsen the more she wrote, it was this little white cat that kept her company. Perched beside her as she worked, she envisioned that when she eventually married and took wedding photos, she would include her little white cat. The cat had been missing for several days, and so had Nanchuan. The day Nanchuan returned, dusty and weary, he cradled the injured little white cat in his arms. As Jichio joyfully received the cat, Nanchuan, overwhelmed by exhaustion, collapsed on the spot. His health had been poor, and the household was in disarray. Ji Zhongsher and Song Yaji were furious. One maid was so frightened she began to cry, trembling as Ji Zhongsher shouted at her, insisting she had acted under Jibei's orders when she mistakenly let the cat outside. She pleaded, claiming it was a moment of folly, believing she had to obey the young master of the Ji family. Jichio, infuriated, declared with conviction, "The young master of the Ji family? What right does he have to be called that?" With this thought, her mood soured. Slipping back into her room in her slippers, she threw herself onto the bed, kicking her slippers away in frustration. Grabbing her phone, still aglow with messages from sales, she reflected on how just 10 minutes prior, she had been possessed by something, wondering if the Ji family had treated Jibei poorly, and if, as his older sister, she ought to be kinder to him. She resolved to show him no kindness whatsoever. With her irritation mounting, Jichio pressed her finger on the phone screen with more force. The clothes she had just viewed no longer interested her. She didn't want any of them sent to the Ji family, not a single piece. After sending this message, she switched to another contact. The latest Apple phone, computer, and tablet were all unnecessary. Switching again, she decided she no longer needed the study materials she had just ordered. Not a single book was required. When asked why, she would simply respond that the person who had been speaking to them moments ago was not herself. She had been possessed by a spirit. Ji Chio returned everything she had arranged for Ji Bei, leaving not a single item behind. Yet, she still felt it was insufficient revenge. That insufferable Ji Bei had made her momentarily soft-hearted. Just recently, she had even contemplated moving the piano from Ji Nanchuan's room on the second floor, so Ji Bei could stay there. His unintentional actions had extinguished Ji Chio's fleeting desire to be kind to Ji Bei, as he had already devised a method to use the little white cat to instill disdain for Ji Bei in Ji Chio. In Chapter 49, Ji Bei had recently gained quite a reputation on the forum. Picking up his phone, Ji Nanchuan noticed that just 2 minutes ago, Teacher Bingbing had replied to him. It was not the previous flirtatious banter, but several forwarded links and images. Upon opening them, he discovered a shop named Teacher Bingbing's Private Boutique, which bore a resemblance to the decor of the physical training class he had attended that day, albeit with a more pastel and feminine touch. The links led to a location that appeared to be the address of this boutique, and at the bottom was a voice message from Teacher Bingbing. Nanchuan, this is my private studio where I offer specialized vocal lessons. If you're willing to support me, I could generously add 2 eggs to our next instant noodles. Ji Nanchuan felt a twinge of reluctance. Presumably sensing his delayed response, she sent another voice message. Every course at this private studio is taught personally by me. All one-on-one sessions. If you trust me, you can try a few lessons. If you're satisfied with the results, we can continue. Ji Nanchuan, already contemplating how to politely decline, suddenly found himself intrigued. He deleted the half-composed rejection and crafted a new message. It contained but a single word. Okay. The next day, just as Ji Chio stepped out, Ji Nanchuan stealthily entered her room. The little white cat, initially sprawled on its back, basking in the sunlight and leisurely grooming its paws, seemed utterly content until it sensed the approach of a stranger. Upon spotting Ji Nanchuan, the little white cat's fur bristled in alarm. Its pupils dilated instantaneously, and with a startled meow, it attempted to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ji Nanchuan paid no heed to whether he might hurt the frightened creature. He grasped its tail and yanked it toward him, dragging the little white cat closer. Forcefully prying open its mouth, Ji Nanchuan produced a piece of dark chocolate from his pocket, breaking off a chunk and shoving it into the cat's mouth. Terrified, the little white cat froze. Its eyes wide, its forepaws flailing desperately to escape Ji Nanchuan's grip. Even with its nails trimmed, it managed to scratch him twice. The pain irritated Ji Nanchuan, and he seized the little white cat's head, slapping it firmly. Little beast, you will pay for this. Startled into a state of panic, the little white cat unleashed an unexpected surge of strength as it struggled fiercely. In a moment of distraction, Ji Nanchuan found himself caught off guard, allowing the cat to break free. Seizing the opportunity, the little white cat bit down on Ji Nanchuan's wrist. The last time Ji Nanchuan took the little white cat from the Ji family, the cat was utterly defenseless against him. When he eventually made his move outside, Ji Nanchuan was gloved. This time, he sought to avoid any suspicion by arriving empty-handed. However, he was taken aback by how difficult it was to deal with such a seemingly small creature. Die, you wretched beast. Yenanhun grulet. Seizing the little white cat by its head and forcefully scraping it against the wall. The moment the cat's body collided with the wall, it emitted a painful howl and swiftly darted beneath the bed, disappearing from sight. Ji Nanchuan spat vehemently, then turned to leave Ji Chio's bedroom. As Ji Nanchuan made his way to Ji Bei's room, he found Ji Bei had already departed. The door was somewhat worn, allowing for only a simple lock from the inside. Locking it from the outside was utterly impossible. Ji Nanchuan entered with ease. He surveyed the room to see if Ji Bei had acquired any new possessions, only to find it nearly as barren as before. One could almost describe it as a shell of a home. A sneer crossed Ji Nanchuan's face, yet he felt a sense of relief within. He tossed the remaining half of the chocolate bar mint for the little white cat under the bed before exiting the room. He was well aware of Ji Chio's cat. Ordinary cats should not consume chocolate, and Ji Chio's cat was particularly susceptible. Any contact with chocolate could prove fatal, let alone having half a bar shoved down its throat. Having concluded his actions, Nanchuan felt considerably more at ease. Even if he could not expel Nanchuan from the Ji family, he would certainly face a scolding, and he could simultaneously extinguish Chio's affections for Bei. With this thought, he strode forth with an air of triumph, oblivious to the fact that a servant had witnessed his every move. Meanwhile, on Bei's side, early in the morning, he had just stepped out of the Ji family home, intending to head to the library to study, when he received a phone call from his homeroom teacher, Wang Tan. Unlike the exaggerated bravado of Wang Ba, who wore his arrogance like a badge of honor, Wang Tan presented himself as refined and gentle, speaking in a soft tone. Were it not for the familiarity his students had with him, one might mistake Wang Tan for a selflessly devoted educator. Without hesitation, Bei pressed the answer button. "Hello, this is Wang Laosher," came the voice on the other end. "Hello, Teacher Wang," Bei replied, his eyelids drooping, sounding somewhat indifferent. "How was your summer vacation, Bei? Have you been studying at home? In a few days, school will resume, and I will be administering exams," Wang Tan continued. Although it was summer, Sioux City No. 1 High School organized collective tutoring sessions, especially for students transitioning from sophomore to junior year. With 2 full months of summer, they certainly would not allow students to squander all their time. Tutoring would take place for the better part of July, with a few days off in between, then again for the bulk of August, culminating in the traditional start of school in September. Wang Tan referred to the start of school, indicating the tutoring in August. "Understood, teacher," Bei replied, maintaining his previous demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Tan finally broached the main topic. He adjusted his glasses and said, "I hear that you have been quite famous on the forums these past few days, Bei." Feigning ignorance, Bei responded, "Thank you for the compliment. But no student can surpass the fame of their teacher." Wang Tan was momentarily taken aback. Bei's retort gave him the impression that his attempts to exert control over him were futile. Suppressing his displeasure, Wang Tan straightened his expression. "I have seen the content on the forums and would like to have a word with you. You're all growing up, and I cannot oversee every aspect of your lives. While I understand the immense pressure of the college entrance examinations, you must not entertain any misguided thoughts out of fear of challenges. Shortcuts are ultimately treacherous paths that lead to dire consequences." Though his words seemed to carry the weight of concern, he had not inquired about the events at all, opting instead to pass judgment on Bei. It was clear that Wang Ba had embellished the situation out of personal vendetta, relaying the information to Wang Tan. Bei, who typically remained indifferent, took Wang Tan's words as mere ramblings. He even purposefully reiterated, "Yes, shortcuts are indeed treacherous paths that lead to dire consequences." Wang Tan felt a pang of frustration. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or a reflection of his own transparency, Bei's words gave him the impression that Bei was fully aware of everything, deliberately responding in a cryptic manner. How could this be? Bei was merely a high school student. "Teacher genuinely wishes to protect you," Wang Tan continued. "The situation on the forums has escalated significantly, with many students calling for your expulsion to prevent you from tarnishing the reputation of Sioux City No. 1 High School." Bei remained silent, waiting for Wang Tan to elaborate. Wang Tan, hoping for gratitude from Bei, was met with silence. He pressed on. "In light of the circumstances, I have devised a plan. You should refrain from attending school in August and instead reflect at home, writing a simple 20,000 word self-critique. When school resumes in September, I will consider how to safeguard your academic record. Bei understod dans true intentions." This money-hungry teacher would go to any length for profit. In the brief interval from late July to early August, he could easily entice wealthy students to spend lavishly on a so-called immersive tutoring experience. During the tutoring sessions, all attention would be on textbooks and exercises, leaving Wang Tan no time to address Bei's situation, thus allowing Bei to avoid school in August. On the surface, this appeared to be a protective measure, but in truth, agreeing to this would tacitly acknowledge the veracity of the forum's claims. In August, Wang Tan and his son could spin whatever narrative they wished, and by the time Bei returned in September, it would be nearly impossible to rectify the situation. After a moment of silence, Wang Tan did not receive a response from Bei, who merely hummed in acknowledgement. Wang Tan attempted to continue, but someone called for him on the other end. He hastily relayed a few final instructions, reassuring Ji Bei that listening to his teacher was the right choice, as he would never wish harm upon him. Ji Bei did not reply. Instead, he raised his hand and ended the call. Had it not been for Wang Tan's eventual downfall 3 years later, when his numerous misdeeds were publicly revealed, Ji Bei might have almost believed his deceitful words. Once the call ended, Ji Bei noticed a WeChat message from Wu Shuai. "Not good, Brother Ji." This was typical. When nothing was amiss, he called him Ji Dog. But when trouble arose, he switched to Brother Ji. About the forum incident, it was merely gossip among students, but unexpectedly, a parent escalated the matter to the principal, claiming you brought negative influence to Sioux City No. 1 High School and demanding your expulsion. Ji Bei replied, "They took it to the principal? Are you certain?" Wu Shuai responded, "Of course I'm sure. Brother Ji, think of something quickly. There's less than a week until the next tutoring session." Why was he expected to come up with a solution instead of Wu Shuai? Because Wu Shuai understood that Ji Bei was far more resourceful, although he rarely admitted it. He recognized it now that they were in a predicament. First, he sent a message to Yang Jinjin, informing her that he would not be going to the library today and advising her not to waste her trip. Then he dialed a number from memory, whispering a few words before sending another WeChat message to Wu Shuai. "To the principal's house. Shall we go?" Whenever there is a holiday, Wu Shuai, like a dog eager for freedom, could easily spend all 24 hours glued to his phone, whether engrossed in games or chatting with girls. Whenever Ji Bei sends him a message, he typically replies in an instant. However, this time, Wu Shuai took a considerable amount of time to respond, waiting until Ji Bei had passed 3 bus stops. It was unclear whether he was startled or simply caught off guard, even though it was merely text. His reply was stuttered and hesitant. Going to the principal's house? One could hardly blame him. Ever since childhood, students are indoctrinated with the values of respecting teachers and honoring the tradition of knowledge. In the minds of students, there exists an inviolable chasm between teachers and students, a sacred divide that no one dares to cross. Even the most lively of students shrink into quail-like nervousness upon encountering a teacher. And the mere thought of visiting the principal's home is enough to make them wish to disappear. Ji Bei sent a simple hum, followed by, "Are you going?" No pressure. Wu Shuai's immediate reaction was to decline. With the holidays at hand, who would willingly venture to the principal's residence? However, upon further contemplation, he realized that Ji Bei was not one to seek flattery. Surely, there could be no ulterior motive in visiting the principal's home at this time. He silently prayed that it wasn't related to the forum. Just then, his prayers went unheard as Ji Bei replied with a single word, "Yes." Dang it. Wu Shuai couldn't help but exclaim, hastily responding to Ji Bei on WeChat, "I'm in, ready to stand by my brother." Ji Bei chuckled softly. It's not that dramatic. After agreeing on a rendezvous point, Wu Shuai set off first, while Ji Bei headed to another location with his backpack. Wu Shuai, being quite a distance from the principal's house, met Ji Bei just as he disembarked from the bus, burdened with his backpack. Nervousness clouded his thoughts, and he forgot to ask Ji Bei how he knew the way to the principal's residence. Upon their meeting, Ji Bei playfully punched Wu Shuai on the shoulder. "Nervous?" Wu Shuai, known for his sharp tongue, retorted me. "Nervous? Well, have I ever been nervous?" Ji Bei remarked. "If you're not nervous, then why are you shaking?" Under the scorching sun, Wu Shuai retorted, "I'm freezing." Ji Bei chose not to call him out, instead asking, "Why are you walking in sync like that?" Wu Shuai replied, "I'm practicing a new way of walking. A girl said it looks cooler. Do I look cool like this?" The silence from Ji Bei was deafening. After a 3-second pause, he finally admitted to himself that it wasn't particularly cool. Wu Shuai, disinterested in the subject, inquired, "What's in your bag? It looks quite bulky." Noticing someone following them out of the corner of his eye, Ji Bei didn't turn around, but rather patted his bag. "It's a secret to keep the principal from expelling me." Wu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you bringing a gift for the principal?" Ji Bei threw an arm around Wu Shuai's shoulder, guiding him forward. "You'll find out when we get to the principal's house." To anyone else, this sounded like an unspoken agreement. Wu Shuai's eyes widened even further. "Where did you get the money for this? Didn't you say your family is struggling?" How did you come into such wealth? You must tell me. Chapter 51. A rookie still yearning for fried chicken. The principal's residence contrasted starkly with Wang Tan's home. The principal was an educator, his wife a teacher, and their son also in the field of education. Having devoted their lives to teaching, they possessed only a modest townhouse in the suburbs, acquired with a down payment and funded through a salary-based housing fund. The villa was old, its decor exceedingly simple. On the way, to prove his bravery, Wu Shuai assured Ji Bei that he would boldly knock on the door upon arrival. Yet, as they stood before the principal's home, Wu Shuai shrank back, feeling as timid as a quail. Ji Bei, unfazed, approached and knocked on the door. Catching a glimpse of their actions being recorded, Yi Bei smirked silently. After all, he had been in front of the camera for a decade. He was hardly oblivious to the attention. Soon, the door swung open, revealing the principal's wife, who also happened to be Ji Bei's mathematics teacher. Upon seeing Ji Bei and Wu Shuai, the math teacher appeared momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" she inquired, a simple question. Generally, students do not visit the principal's home unless there is a particular reason. Feeling utterly intimidated, Wu Shuai trailed behind Ji Bei, head bowed in silence. Ji Bei, maintaining his composure, smiled politely. "We have a small matter, but we mainly wanted to visit you." He gestured towards the interior. "May we come in?" The math teacher, momentarily surprised by the lack of invitation, quickly smiled and welcomed them inside. Come in, come in." After glancing at Wu Shuai, she casually greeted him. "Wu Shuai is here too." Suddenly addressed, Wu Shuai, who had been anxious the entire time, was at a loss for words and instinctively bowed. "Hello, Teacher Kai." His voice was loud and clear, displaying the typical demeanor of a student before a teacher. Teacher Kai chuckled. "Oh, Wu Shuai, your voice is still a tad less impressive than the snores you make during my class." Wu Shuai scratched his head awkwardly, feeling as if he had just been chastised in class. Upon entering the house, Ji Bei instinctively stood at the doorway. "Teacher Kai, do we need to change our shoes?" Teacher Kai handed them 2 pairs of disposable slippers, instructing them to wear these. Yi Bei bin don totange. At that moment, the principal emerged from within, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, presumably having been cooking. "Ah, Ji Bei is here." He then turned to Wu Shuai. "Hello, I'm Wu Shuai, a classmate of Ji Bei's, both of us in Teacher Kai's class." The principal acknowledged Wu Shuai by name. As Wu Shuai leaned closer to Ji Bei, he whispered, "Why does the principal remember you, but not me?" Ji Bei quietly replied, "Probably because of the forum." Wu Shuai nodded, adding, "It could also be that your reputation as a sycophant precedes you." Ji Bei shot him a disapproving look. After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Kai invited them to stay for a meal. Wu Shuai, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, contemplated how to decline, only to hear Ji Bei respond affirmatively. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "How dare you eat at the principal's house?" Ji Bei offered a reassuring glance. "It's fine. The principal's food isn't poisonous. It won't kill us." Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed to grasp the humor. The principal did not often cook, and aside from a few signature dishes, there was little to showcase. As one dish was prepared, Teacher Kai entered the kitchen to prepare another. Just then, a chubby boy of around 8 or 9 burst out, holding a phone and shouting at Teacher Kai, "I don't want to eat at home. I want to go out for fried chicken." The boy was noticeably overweight, his weight exceeding that of his peers. Teacher Kai softly reassured him, "Ming Ming, the doctor said we need to control your weight to grow taller. We'll eat at home today, and tomorrow Grandma will take you out for fried chicken, okay?" In contrast to her demeanor at school, Teacher Kai was gentle and nurturing at home. Unfortunately, Ming Ming was not persuaded. His short legs stomped on the ground, and the little fat on his face and belly jiggled with his movements. "I want fried chicken. If I don't get fried chicken, I won't eat anything today." He began to cry, a quintessentially spoiled child. Regrettably, this generational bond manifests itself as the principal and Teacher Kai indulge this mischievous child. Just as they grappled with the dilemma of whether to send the principal out for fried chicken, they overheard Ji Bei's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, remarking, "The little chicken still wishes to eat fried chicken." Those few words struck directly at the heart of this troublesome child. Instantly, he forgot his earlier cries for fried chicken. his eyes fixed on Ji Bei with an intense glare. Wu Shuai felt his heart race in trepidation. Why provoke this unruly child? To his astonishment, Ji Bei not only did not deny it, but, in front of the child, reiterated, "You, the little chicken, still wish to eat fried chicken." By referring to him as little chicken, it was evident he was alluding to the game the child clutched in his hands. Though visibly irked and unwilling to concede, the child protested, "What gives you the right to call me that? How skilled are you anyway?" Ji Bei paused deliberately before responding, "Not exceptionally skilled, but certainly far superior to you." This only fueled the child's anger further. "I don't believe you. If you're so capable, help me win a match." Ji Bei glanced at the child's record, noting he had already lost 11 consecutive games. "You're too inexperienced. I have no desire to play with you." The child grew even more incensed, retorting, "If you're afraid to play with me, it means you're just spouting nonsense. Trying to provoke me won't work. That's something I've just experienced." He pointed at Wu Shuai, declaring, "He's slightly less skilled than I am. You must defeat him before you can challenge me." Meanwhile, Wu Shuai, trembling in fear, thought to himself, "Why are you directing this fire towards me?" Ignoring Wu Shuai's evident reluctance, the child dashed over, clutching his phone. "Help me win a game." Wu Shuai shot Ji Bei a murderous glance. Was he truly inviting his doom by playing games in front of the principal and the math teacher? Stealing a furtive glance at the principal and teacher Kai, he noticed them watching Wu Shuai with a mix of anticipation and intensity. Wu Shuai felt overwhelmed, akin to a student during an exam, grappling with a question he could not answer while the principal and math teacher loomed behind him. "It's as if I'm taking a math test," Wu Shuai thought. He forced a smile, his deception painfully obvious. "Well, I don't usually play games." Ji Bei immediately exposed him. "Last night at 11:30, when I sought you out, you claimed to be busy playing games." Wu Shuai, taken aback, thought, "What the hell? You devious Ji Bei, if you want me dead." There are countless ways to do so, but not in front of the principal and a math teacher while playing games with their grandson. Too intimidated to meet their eyes. Wu Shuai couldn't even fathom the expressions the principal and math teacher must be wearing. After a brief pause, expecting reprimands that never came, the child grew impatient. "Hurry up and play. Can you even play games?" With gritted teeth and a steely resolve, Wu Shuai declared, "Fine, let's play. Just watch me defeat you." Chapter 52. From now on, just call me Uncle Tang. In real life, the timid Wu Shuai transformed into a formidable force within the game. The child's jaw dropped in astonishment. This seemingly clumsy and timid brother was unexpectedly skilled at gaming. Soon, the child sidled up to Wu Shuai, engrossed in his gameplay, completely abandoning thoughts of fried chicken. The principal and math teacher sighed in relief. The math teacher retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while the principal beckoned Ji Bei into his study. Upon entering, the principal settled into the office chair at his desk. Before he could invite Ji Bei to sit, Ji Bei had already taken a seat after discreetly closing the study door. The principal raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Typically, students would hesitate to sit unless invited, even in the presence of an open seat. Yet Ji Bei's demeanor did not resemble that of a mere student. It was as though they were equals. Remarkably, Ji Bei maintained a level of decorum befitting a younger individual. As he pondered this, the principal instinctively reached for a cigarette. With a strong addiction, he refrained from smoking at school to uphold the image of a principal and avoided it at home due to the presence of children. In this moment, he momentarily forgot Ji Bei was a student and unconsciously considered smoking. As he hesitated, Ji Bei spoke up, "Go ahead, smoke." He even picked up the lighter beside the cigarettes and lit one for the principal. After taking a puff, the principal contemplated whether Ji Bei had come to him for a specific purpose, only to witness Ji Bei light a cigarette for himself as well. A principal and a student, seated face-to-face in the principal's study, both exhaling smoke, a rather bizarre sight. Yet, with Ji Bei, it felt surprisingly harmonious. The principal hesitated. Neither party broached the topic of smoking, and they casually conversed about other matters. Minutes later, the principal's phone chimed. Upon checking it, his expression darkened immediately. Hearing the familiar notification tone, Ji Bei casually inquired, "Lost money?" The principal's face, already clouded, darkened further at Ji Bei's words. He retorted, "You're the one who's lost." Ji Bei pointed at the principal's phone, clarifying, "I meant stocks." The principal deflated like a punctured balloon. "Yes, I've lost a fortune." "Yi, bei schutklet. How much of your secret stash have you lost?" Before he could finish, the principal realized something was amiss. "What nonsense are you spouting? I control the family finances. There's no such thing as a secret stash." Jibei offered no quarter. Men who fear their wives love their wives and yield to them. There's no shame in that. This time, the principal evaded his trap. "I'm not afraid of my wife." "Right," Jibei replied with skepticism. "But you should sell those stocks quickly. The longer you wait, the more you'll lose. Soon, there'll be no escaping it." The principal retorted, "Impossible. Stocks fluctuate. How could I keep losing? The losses are indeed substantial now. But if you don't sell, there remains hope for a rebound someday. Once you sell, it's a loss. Even if it rebounds later, it won't benefit you." Jibei understood the principal's mindset. The majority of those who lose money in stocks operate under this illusion. He pointed to 3 other stocks, saying, "These 3 will rise." These 3 were likely on the verge of collapse, something most investors would overlook. Yet, they were poised for an imminent upward trend. You might want to observe them first before deciding whether to invest. Jibei's understanding of stocks was not profound, but he had dabbled in it. Primarily, these 3 had surged so dramatically in the past that countless individuals had transformed their fortunes, achieving a significant leap in social status, while many others lamented their missed opportunities. Subsequently, Jibei shared more insights about stocks with the principal. The information wasn't overly complex. Rather, compared to its widespread understanding in a few years, it was indeed niche at present. By the time Jibei exited the principal's study, the principal no longer regarded him as an ordinary student from Sioux City No. 1 high school. Rather, he felt a camaraderie that prompted him to consider Jibei a brother. Casting a glance at the now gray-haired principal, Jibei felt even in a past life he couldn't possibly address him as a brother, thus humbly replied, "Just call me Xiao Ji." The principal waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with titles. "Ji, I trust you. Invest all my secret funds into these 3 stocks. You must help me turn a profit." Before Jibei could utter a word, Teacher Kai approached, carrying a plate of braised fish. "What money?" The principal instinctively tensed up, signaling Jibei with his eyes to ensure he did not inadvertently reveal anything. "Pocket money." The principal, taken aback, quickly glanced away, eager to avoid the piercing gaze directed at him. I inquired whether men should conceal pocket money, and the principal asserted that men ought to surrender their earnings to their wives. Hiding money is absolutely unacceptable. A sense of relief washed over the principal. Teacher Kai chuckled upon hearing this. "Indeed, my spouse has never hidden any pocket money." Jibei graciously acknowledged, "Teacher Kai, you truly married a wonderful man. Which teacher at our school does not envy you?" With this diversion, the principal grew warmer towards Jibei. The constant reference to the principal felt overly formal to him. "Oh, just call me Uncle Tang from now on." Jibei's lips twitched at the thought of addressing him as Uncle Tang. Wu Shuai and Ming Ming were still engrossed in their game. It was evident that Ming Ming was being soundly defeated, his little mouth forming an O as he intermittently expressed awe at Wu Shuai's skills, clearly having succumbed to the onslaught. Wu Shuai, reveling in a long-lost sense of superiority, became utterly absorbed in the game. Teacher Kai called out to them, "It's time to eat." Ming Ming, too engrossed, replied, "No way, I don't want to eat," completely forgetting about the fried chicken they had planned to enjoy. After finishing a round, Wu Shuai tucked his phone away. "I'm too tired now. I need to eat before I can play again." "Then let's go eat fried chicken," Ming Ming exclaimed. "But think carefully. It takes a while to eat fried chicken. My mom asked me to be home by 4, so I won't have much time left to play." Jibei's lips twitched even more at this family hierarchy. He called the principal Uncle Tang, while Wu Shuai had the principal's grandson calling him brother. Thus, he was Wu Shuai's adoptive father. This made perfect sense. In Chapter 53, will I be expelled for this unfounded matter? Ming Ming was torn, and Jibei nudged him again. "Ming Ming, remember, fried chicken is available every day, but brother Wu Shuai doesn't come every day. Adults can have both. They can go to the fried chicken shop and play games." Still an innocent child, Ming Ming could only make choices. "All right then, I'll eat at home today and let brother Wu Shuai play games with me after dinner." The principal and Teacher Kai nearly beamed with joy. although it was merely one meal from Ming Ming, who typically dined out for every meal laden with oil, sugar, and calories. Having a simple home-cooked meal was a rare treat. At the dinner table, Teacher Kai poured 2 glasses of juice for Ming Ming and Wu Shuai. When it came time to pour for Ji Bei, he had already filled the principal's glass with wine and served himself a glass as well. Teacher Kai Wu Shuai, and the principal toasted, referring to him as Uncle Tang. Ming Ming and Wu Shuai toasted, calling each other brother. Teacher Kai resigned, simply ate her vegetables without partaking in any drinks. Observing the lively conversation, Wu Shuai subtly hinted to Ji Bei to bring up the forum issue. He had never realized Ji Bei was so socially adept. Even at the principal's home, he could navigate the social waters so smoothly. Even if the forum post could not be deleted, Ji Bei's academic status needed to be preserved. However, no matter how hard Wu Shuai tried to catch Ji Bei's eye, he acted as though he were oblivious. Teacher Kai, who had been watching everything, quipped, "Wu Shuai, are your eyes bothering you?" Wu Shuai forced a smile, replying, "No, Teacher Kai." Teacher Kai, of course, was aware that he was fine. Considering the few days of summer vacation remaining, she couldn't let him slide by with his math skills in disarray. As Wu Shuai was adding chicken legs to his plate, a sense of foreboding settled in. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Kai stated, "When school starts, you will need to come to the teacher's office for half an hour every day after class for some math tutoring." Wu Shuai's chicken leg immediately fell back onto the plate. He managed to muster a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Teacher, is that really necessary?" Teacher Kai's expression turned frosty. Ji Bei recognized that she was not truly angry, but was merely trying to instill discipline in her students, a habitual reaction. As expected, Wu Shuai quickly capitulated. "All right, I promise, is that good enough?" He understood the implications. This commitment meant that he would have to pay close attention in all math classes once school resumed, or else he would be exposed during after-class sessions. Moreover, while Teacher Kai mentioned half an hour, if he struggled with too many problems, that half an hour could stretch indefinitely. Wu Shuai cast a forlorn glance at Ji Bei. Ji Bei offered him an encouraging look. "You should thank Teacher Kai. She usually doesn't offer extra tutoring." This was not said out of schadenfreude, but rather genuine concern. With the start of senior year approaching, if Teacher Kai continued to help Wu Shuai, his math scores could improve significantly. And once a student excels in one subject, others often follow suit. Broadly speaking, this could potentially alter Wu Shuai's college entrance examination scores and even reshape his destiny. The reason? It was simply that Wu Shuai had sacrificed one less meal of fried chicken for Ming Ming. Noticing Ji Bei's lack of response to his pleading gaze, and adhering to the principle that good brothers should share in each other's burdens, Wu Shuai impulsively dragged Ji Bei into the fray. "Teacher Kai, could Ji Bei join me for tutoring after class?" Teacher Kai's face once again bore that previously frosty expression. "Join for tutoring? How many questions do you think Ji Bei can answer correctly? How many can you answer correctly? If I go over the basics with you, wouldn't that waste Ji Bei's time?" After years of teaching, Teacher Kai was well aware. Basic questions needed to be addressed, while advanced, challenging problems required students to grapple with them independently. After saying this, she turned to Ji Bei and said, "Feel free to come and ask about any questions at any time. I'm usually in my office." Ji Bei responded with a smile, "Sure." After a couple of glasses of wine, the principal, already feeling tipsy, asked Ji Bei, "What are your plans after the college entrance examination?" Ji Bei replied with a somewhat cliché yet heartfelt statement, "To study diligently, repay my country, and bring glory to it." The principal, inebriated and somewhat dazed, hardly grasped what he had heard. Wu Shuai once again hinted to Ji Bei to bring up the forum issue, given the principal's current state. It was undoubtedly the best moment to do so. Not only could they secure his academic status, but they could even delete the posts or unearth the person behind them. Unfortunately, Ji Bei remained reticent. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Wu Shuai hesitated briefly before summoning his courage to speak. "Principal, before he could finish, Ji Bei poured Wu Shuai some juice, urging him to drink more. Teacher Kai noticed this exchange and inquired, "Did you come here today for no particular reason?" "Actually, yes," Ji Bei replied, moving towards the sofa where his backpack was placed. Teacher Kai had previously mentioned a set of practice papers that are particularly suitable for our current stage. And I brought them to see if this is the one. Ji-bei began to extract the contents of his bulging backpack. Wu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do we not agree to bring a gift? How come you actually brought practice papers?" He was utterly flabbergasted. Ji-bei's unconventional approach left him completely bewildered. Teacher Kai examined the practice papers. "Indeed, it is precisely what I mentioned earlier, and I commend you for locating it and delivering it from such a distance." Bei offered a feinsmida. After the meal, the principal, whose tolerance for alcohol was lacking, succumbed to slumber, while Wu Shuai continued to engage in gaming with Ming Ming. With little to occupy his time, Ji-bei found himself at the mercy of Teacher Kai's suggestion. "Since you brought the test papers, why not complete a set in front of me? I'll set a timer, and once you finish, I'll mark it. Should any questions remain, I will elucidate them for you." Wu Shuai chuckled at this. The gleam of his prominent white teeth was unmistakable. Teacher Kai struck with a pointed remark, suggesting that had he attempted to tackle the test, he would still be discussing the errors long into the night. Wu Shuai's grin faltered, frozen in place. 2 hours later, Ji-bei had completed the test, which was promptly marked. As they discussed the mistakes, what was initially a mere pastime unexpectedly turned into a delightful surprise for Teacher Kai. Ji-bei's intellect had evidently surpassed that of his peers. The errors he made were primarily due to insufficient revision, which was entirely understandable. The difficulty of this test far exceeded that of the college entrance examination, and given that the first round of review for the third year had yet to commence, it was only natural that he had forgotten some concepts learned long ago. Upon finishing the test, the principal had awakened from his nap. As they departed, he and Ming Ming accompanied them to the entrance, aware that men had matters to discuss. Teacher Kai only escorted them to the living room door before refraining from following further. Ming Ming, holding Wu Shuai's hand, sought his counsel on how to excel in gaming. "Brother Wu Shuai, what must I do to play as skillfully as you?" Wu Shuai, with a straight face, jested, "Eat less fried chicken." "Why?" questioned Ming Ming. "Because eating fried chicken will turn you into a noob." The principal broached the subject of the forum, presuming Ji-bei's visit was motivated by this topic. Yet, he was taken aback that Ji-bei had not mentioned it at all before departing. When Ji-bei did not respond, he countered, "Will I be expelled for this baseless accusation?" The principal's eyes widened. "Of course not. Even if you hadn't come today, there would be no grounds for expulsion. I may be aging, but I'm not so foolish as to allow myself to be manipulated by others' words." After so many years in this profession, he had encountered all manner of storms and unsavory characters. He had witnessed students threatening suicide in his presence and parents undressing in his office as a form of intimidation. This was merely another post to him. Ji-bei smiled slightly, acknowledging that while Wang Tan, the homeroom teacher, was inept, the principal was commendable. "From now on, I shall apply myself diligently, let others say what they will." Just then, Teacher Kai emerged with the test papers, only to find Ji-bei and Wu Shuai had already distanced themselves. She complained to the principal, "This child is so forgetful." As they walked away, Wu Shuai impatiently queried, "Didn't you say we were coming to deliver a gift?" Ji-bei blinked. "I did. Where is the gift?" Ji-bei's voice lowered slightly, and from a distance, they appear to be sharing a secret. In reality, Ji-bei was stating, "Didn't you receive it?" Wu Shuai was momentarily baffled. "Teacher Kai offers you free tutoring daily for half an hour. Is that not a gift?" Wu Shuai's bewilderment deepened. It seemed that in this world of disappointments, he alone had failed to grasp the situation. With a lament, he imagined his classmates enjoying ice pops and gaming after school while he labored alone in Teacher Kai's office, feeling as though life held no hope. Counting the days until school resumed, despair clouded Wu Shuai's expression. "No, you must compensate me. Treat me to a foot massage at Hong Langman, or I shall not let you off the hook." For them, Hong Langman was the most alluring yet intimidating place, exuding an irresistible charm. Wu Shuai's exclamation was merely a jest. He lacked the courage to actually go. To his surprise, Ji-bei casually acquiesced. "All right." Lost in his own world, Wu Shuai protested, "I don't care. How would you be so cruel? Sending me into Teacher Kai's den of lions without treating me to a visit to Hong Langman? What is the good in that?" "Wait, are you actually going to take me to Hong Langman?" Ji-bei affirmed. "You're not afraid, are you?" Wu Shuai swallowed hard, then swallowed again. Ridiculous. There's south no place I, Wu Shuai, would dare not to go. I have the courage to venture into the dragon's den or the tiger's lair. It's merely a foot massage at Hong Langman. Ji Bei, unimpressed, pointed out, "You're walking with your feet in sync again." Wu Shuai bristled, "I've told you. I'm doing it on purpose. Why can't you remember that?" Ji Bei merely hummed in response, visibly skeptical. Wu Shuai, disgruntled, suppressed his irritation, fearful that Ji Bei would mock him for his naivety. On the bus ride, Ji Bei gazed out the window without much reaction, even finding time to listen to some English audio. In contrast, Wu Shuai fidgeted in his seat, restless as if there were nails embedded in the bus seat. "Have you been there?" he inquired. Ji Bei, wearing headphones, could not hear him. Based on his knowledge of Wu Shuai, he knew the topic would inevitably circle back to Hong Langman. He offered a nonchalant unaware of the shock it would elicit in Wu Shuai. "Really? You've been?" Ji Bei responded again with a simple "How many times?" Wu Shuai pressed. Ji Bei replied with yet another "Stop with the Share your experiences with me. What are the foot massage techniques like at Hong Langman?" Wu Shuai's excitement was palpable as he envisioned a woman's hands working on his feet, and his heart soared at the thought. Ji Bei maintained his stoic expression. "Should I wash my feet beforehand? If I present my smelly feet to them, they might flee." Wu Shuai pondered aloud, but Ji Bei's indifferent fa remained, oblivious to Wu Shuai's fixation on Hong Langman, overwhelmed with anxiety. Wu Shuai even searched online for tips on how to alleviate nervousness and what to be cautious of for first-time visits to Hong Langman, as well as how to appear experienced when going with friends. Finally disembarking from the bus, Wu Shuai felt his legs weaken, not from exhaustion, but from sheer tension. He had never been this anxious, even when visiting the principal's home. He took several steps after exiting when he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Isn't this the route to the library?" Ji Bei, not accustomed to wearing headphones while walking, overheard Wu Shuai's words and confirmed, indeed. Wu Shuai halted in his tracks. "Didn't we agree to go to Hong Langman?" Ji Bei continued walking, taking a few steps ahead of Wu Shuai. "Who told you we were going to Hong Langman? But we can't just go to the library," he exclaimed, hastening to catch up with Ji Bei. "The summer vacation is but a fleeting few days. Why do you not rest properly and instead find yourself in the library to study?" Wu Shuai had already put a small distance between himself and Ji Bei, but after a moment's contemplation, he caught up again. "Studying during the holidays. Are you unwell?" Ji Bei retorted, "What is a student to do if not study?" Wu Shuai was left speechless. After a pause, he announced, "You study your own. I shall not study any longer. I will return home." Ji Bei remained unfazed by the threat. "Do not forget, you are the one who will soon face the wrath of Teacher Kai for a little extra tutoring. If you choose not to study now, are you prepared to bear the consequences of Teacher Kai discovering your inadequate grasp of mathematics?" Wu Shuai longed to assert his bravery. Yet, the words stuck in his throat. He could not deny his true feelings. Ultimately, he admitted, "I am afraid." His last struggle was, "I do not wish to solve problems either." Ji Bei knew precisely where to strike. "If you do not diligently work through your problems, I shall inform Teacher Kai of your gaming spree over the past few days." Wu Shuai wished to retort, "Go ahead and tell. Do not think I fear you." And yet, he truly did. With no resolution in sight, Wu Shuai could only grit his teeth and tackle the exercises. This was his first encounter with mathematics since the onset of the holiday. His academic performance had always been lacking, and having not practiced for several days, his skills had dulled. Even basic questions proved to be a struggle. Unable to continue, he glanced toward Ji Bei. Chapter 55, To What Red Romance? To the library. Ji Bei was engrossed in his work, oblivious to Wu Shuai's plight. Upon a second glance, he noted that while Ji Bei was tackling advanced problems, Wu Shuai was still mired in the basics, making little progress. Moreover, Ji Bei exhibited unwavering focus. He had seamlessly entered a productive rhythm, while Wu Shuai found his concentration slipping after only a few solved problems. Wu Shuai felt a twinge of envy. Being an academic prodigy seemed rather delightful. Ji Bei's diligence made him hesitant to interrupt, so he continued to gnaw on his pen, though it was rapidly becoming worn down without any tangible advancement. Noticing Wu Shuai's pen was nearly chewed to pieces, Ji Bei took a momentary pause from his own work. He glanced at the problem Wu Shuai was attempting. Do as much as you can. Do not leave anything blank. Even if you cannot fully solve a problem, write down whatever you can. Once you finish this page, I will explain the questions you find difficult. Wu Shuai complied without hesitation. After completing the page, he turned to the answers and reviewed each question before laying the workbook open before Ji Bei. Anxious, he awaited Ji Bei's response. Instead of mockery, Ji Bei quietly and earnestly explained each mistake, meticulously marking the relevant knowledge points in the workbook. Refer to the sections I marked and review the formulas and theories thoroughly. Ji Bei's explanations were concise, quickly re-engaging Wu Shuai's attention. Most often, Ji Bei did not directly reveal the next steps. Rather, he gently guided Wu Shuai to think for himself, allowing for a deeper understanding of the concepts. Wu Shuai suddenly found that mathematics did not seem as tedious and dreary as he had previously thought. Did you explain problems to Zhao Qingning in this manner? He inquired. No, Yi Bei repeated honestly. I had suspected as much, Wu Shuai chuckled. Women are like clothing, brothers are like kin. After all these years, my bond with you is certainly more significant than with Zhao Qingning. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Bei added, I explained things in greater detail to her, and even have to coax her into working through problems. Wu Shuai's mind raced. Ji Bei realized he had been rather foolish. Zhao Qingning had a fiery temperament. When encountering difficult problems, she never acknowledged her own lack of attentiveness or shaky foundational knowledge. Each time, she blamed Ji Bei's explanations. For her, Ji Bei had even gone so far as to learn how to teach effectively. Wu Shuai felt a tinge of envy for Zhao Qingning. You are quite the charmer. No wonder she spends all her time on fashion and maintaining her goddess persona while still achieving such good grades. It seems this is all thanks to your efforts. Ji Bei did not deny it. It was foolish. I shall not do so again. Wu Shuai was taken aback. What do you mean you won't do it again? Ji Bei enunciated deliberately. I will never explain problems to Zhao Qingning again, not even once. Furthermore, I shall no longer be kind to her. Wu Shuai was skeptical. After liking her for so long, how could you just stop? You might find yourself falling for her again once school starts. Seeing Wu Shuai's expression, Ji Bei understood his disbelief. However, he was unperturbed. Time would reveal true intentions. As they worked through problems in the library, Ji Bei periodically explained concepts to Wu Shuai, and time passed quickly, creating a serene atmosphere. In stark contrast, the online world was rife with turmoil. The incident of Ji Bei gifting presents to the principal had been uncovered by local reporters, who captured him entering the principal's home with a backpack, only to emerge empty-handed. The principal's smile as he sent Ji Bei off became evidence of his satisfaction with the gift. With the encouragement of ill-intentioned individuals, this incident sparked widespread discussion online. Alongside this, a thread emerged claiming Ji Bei was being supported by an unattractive wealthy woman. In an instant, Ji Bei found himself ensnared in a maelstrom of public opinion. The comments from netizens were harsh. First came the accusations of being supported, then the scandal of gifting the principal. What merit did such a student have to remain enrolled? Would this not corrupt the other students? Calls for a thorough investigation of Sioux City No. 1 High School and its principal flooded in. My son was rejected from Sioux City No. 1 High School for missing the cutoff by mere points. What right do they have to accept a student of such dubious character? On a side note, hey rich lady, take a look at me. I may not be as handsome as Ji Bei, but I assure you, I possess greater capability and experience. As public sentiment escalated, Ji Bei's notoriety began to overshadow that of the 15-year-old boy, a nickname given to a popular figure who had sung 15 songs. As netizens struggled to locate the actual 15-year-old boy's social media, their curiosity and yearning grew, taking on a somewhat nostalgic glow. Being from the same school, some compare Ji Bei to the 15-year-old boy. One is grounded, and the other is elevated. How can one not feel a sense of pride for the former while being disillusioned by the latter? Another remarked, Ji Bei, perhaps you should learn from the 15-year-old boy. One ascends through the support of a wealthy woman, while the other relies on his own abilities to assist others. It's clear who stands superior. Ladies, I advise against comparing Ji Bei to the 15-year-old boy. It is an affront to the latter. As Wu Shuai completed his problems and opened his phone, Ji Bei received a news notification. While perusing the article, Yang Jinjin called. Ji Bei answered and moved to a secluded corner, lowering his voice. Jinjin, with his voice subdued. Ji Bei's tone became even more melodious, causing Yang Jinjin to blush. Yet, she understood that this was not the time for such feelings. Brothir Ibe, have you seen the online discourse? Ji Bei replied earnestly. I am in the process of reviewing it. Do not worry, I will handle it. It will be effortless. Our company has professionals for such matters. Upon witnessing the public outcry, Yang Jinjin felt an immediate urge to intervene, yet she hesitated to contact Ji Bei, believing it prudent to first ascertain his perspective before meddling in his affairs. Ji Bei declined her assistance, asserting that he was fully aware of the situation. Are you truly certain, Brother Ji Bei? You need not be so courteous with me, she pressed. Do you trust me, Jinjin? After a brief conversation, she reluctantly ended the call. No sooner had she hung up than Ji Bei received a photograph from Yang Jinjin that sent his composure spiraling. The disquiet he felt was far more intense than when he realized he was ensnared in the maelstrom of public opinion. This thoughtful girl, Yang Jinjin, had indeed struck a chord. Accompanying the image was a message. Brother Ji Bei, I know you appreciate legs. Here, essay little consolation. Curiosity piqued. Ji Bei enlarged the photo. It was evidently a candid shot taken by Yang Jinjin, devoid of her face, showcasing only her legs. She sat with her leg crossed, her slender limbs remaining elegantly shaped despite their position. Clad in sheer black stockings, her legs appeared exceptionally alluring, accentuated by her delicate, fair hands resting atop her thigh. The long fingers made her thighs seem even more slender, prompting Ji Bei to wonder if his own hand could encircle her thigh with ease. A glimpse of her upper body was visible, clad in a casual black suit that perfectly complemented the stockings, exuding an air of serious professionalism juxtaposed with a playful spirit. In his mind's eye, he conjured an image, an office meeting where the renowned and formidable Yang Jinjin was presenting, her colleagues engrossed in her words. Meanwhile, Ji Bei, seated beside her, feigned attentiveness while his hand discreetly wandered to her thigh, indulging in the thrill of the moment. Though her expression remained cool, a subtle flush crept up to her ears. Once the meeting concluded, Ji Bei would decisively press her against the cold office desk, the chill of the surface contrasting with the heat of his presence. Outside, their colleagues were blissfully unaware of the tension within. Reflecting on this, Ji Bei pulled himself back to the present, chiding Yang Jinjin for her relentless teasing. He sent her a playful "I'll block you" meme and returned to his seat in the library. Nearby, Wu Shuai was fervently typing on his phone. Yi Bei, with his keen eyesight, quickly deciphered Wu Shuai's words. What kind of rubbish school would accept a student of such dubious character as Ji Bei? Yet not my son? Your son's grades are abysmal. He simply didn't perform well, Wu Shuai replied. First he's being kept by someone, then he's bribing the principal. Why shouldn't he be expelled? Why don't you become the principal then? Oh, but principals can't expel students at will. Perhaps you should aim for the Education Bureau Director role, able to accept whomever you please, came the retort. Trash, trash, trash. Self-introduction? Ji Bei must be faking his grades. If he is not, I'll eat excrement on livestream. Stop making excuses for your free meals. A warmth enveloped Ji Bei's heart. Whether in this life or the previous one, Wu Shuai remained steadfastly loyal, playful in idle moments, yet fiercely protective when it mattered. Ji Bei vowed never to let him down, determined to help Wu Shuai elevate his grades. At present, Wu Shuai, still oblivious, instinctively hid his phone as Ji Bei approached. I saw everything, Ji Bei remarked. They're merely spouting nonsense, idly passing time. Ji Bei recounted the entirety of the situation to Wu Shuai. The online discourse was fervent, and their classmates were equally intrigued. Initially, a link was shared in their group chat, igniting curiosity. Is this for real? I bet everyone's waiting for someone to kickstart the conversation. As soon as the link dropped, it was a stampede of messages, the chat exploding to 99 notifications in no time. Ji Bei fond of Zhao Qingning? How then is he suddenly being kept by a rich woman? Is he abandoning Zhao Qingning? Impossible. Ji Bei has loved Zhao Qingning for years. We all witnessed it. Did he spend too much on her and run out of funds, hence seeking a wealthy benefactor? Waiting for updates. With Ji Bei's stellar grades, Surely they must have been bought with gifts? Don't say that. What if he sees it? P.S. Busy celebrating his girlfriend's 60th birthday. He wants to have time to glance at the group chat. Let us not speak ill. We're all classmates here. Classmates? Who doesn't he know you're infatuated with Ji-Bei? Ji-Bei perused the group messages, remaining silent as he observed the unfolding drama. When the discussion reached its peak, he decided to interject with a simple message: eating melon. The fervor of the chat rendered them oblivious to his brief comment. After several more exchanges, someone cautiously inquired, "Wait, was that Ji-Bei?" Swiftly, another responded, "Who are you trying to scare?" Ji-Bei isn't even in the group. Everyone knows Ji-Bei left all the groups to please Zhao Qingning. Is Ji-Bei actually watching us discuss him? In broad daylight, can we stop with these ghost stories? The account that it sent, eating melon, followed up with "It's me, Ji-Bei." An eerie silence enveloped the chat. Through the screen, they could almost sense the palpable embarrassment, akin to suddenly slamming the brakes at 150 km/h. For simple words, accompanied by an emoji, wielded more power than an army. As the group fell silent, Ji-Bei remained quiet as well. The stillness was profound. Those who had been most vocal began a private chat. Why is Ji-Bei here? How should I know? Didn't he say he left the group? Is he trying to scare us in a cardiac arrest? What is up with the group admin? The admin is Wang Ba. If it's not Ji-Bei, who is playing a prank? After 2 minutes had passed, it was too late to retract their messages. Their panic and urgency were of no concern to Ji-Bei. After all, they were merely a group of children amusing themselves in boredom. His focus was on Wang Dan. Having previously offended Wang Ba, Ji-Bei knew that Wang Ba would certainly inform Wang Dan, seeking retribution and causing Ji-Bei trouble. Rather than being reactive, Ji-Bei chose to take the initiative now. Among their classmates, there were varied motivations at play. Ultimately, it boiled down to 3 sentiments: indifference, schadenfreude, and genuine concern for Ji-Bei. Among them, one individual's feelings were particularly complicated: Zhao Qingning. She, too, had been among the first to learn of Ji-Bei's entanglement in the public uproar, leaving her with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, exhilaration, apprehension, and a greater sense of secret delight, she surmised that Ji-Bei would seek her out regarding this matter. After a brief interval, she sent a message, but after several attempts. The persistent red exclamation mark signified that Ji-Bei likely had not anticipated she would possess evidence. She held the chat records with Wang Ba, wherein he had boasted, in fragments, about how he intended to deal with Ji-Bei. She believed that if Ji-Bei were to obtain these records, he would surely be able to turn the tables. Should Wang Ba become aware, she would feign that Ji-Bei had intoxicated her and clandestinely captured the chat records. Chapter 57 primarily revolved around his looks, didn't it? Torn between the urge to send something to Ji-Bei and being blocked, Zhao Qingning could not muster the courage to approach him. After much internal conflict, she resolved to consult Wang Rong regarding the best course of action. Wang Rong promptly advised against sending anything to Ji-Bei. Zhao Qingning was perplexed. Why not? Wang Rong queried. Do you not wish for Ji-Bei to lower his guard? To regard you as he once did? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingning replied, Isn't that obvious? Of course I do. Previously, she had relished the thought of Ji-Bei being dispensable. However, the past few days, with Ji-Bei not reaching out and even blocking her, had made her realize she had grown accustomed to his presence. She did not harbor feelings for Ji-Bei, yet she wished for him to remain by her side, much like an older brother would for his sister. Wang Rong, your desires make it all the more crucial to exercise restraint. Zhao Qingning's patience was nearing its limit. What do you mean? Wang Rong continued. The more leverage you possess that could evoke Ji-Bei's gratitude, the more you must wield it judiciously. Consider this. Even if you reveal it now, Ji-Bei might only remember you fondly. If you wait until he is cornered by public opinion, nearly hopeless, and then present him with the evidence that could save him, would he not be grateful to you for a lifetime? Zhao Qingning's perspective transformed in an instant. Wang Rong was indeed correct. This time, she desired not merely an apology from Ji-Bei or a return to their former rapport. She sought his unwavering commitment to her well-being for eternity. Enlightened by this realization, Zhao Qingning felt an overwhelming surge of joy. I understand now, Wang Rong. Thank you. What for? Wang Rong teased, Who said you could thank me? After all, you're my wife." After her conversation with Wang Rong, Zhao Qingming felt buoyant. Even humming a tune from 15 Boys, each song resonated deeply with her. Soon, she sought to learn the lyrics to a similar song. A sigh escaped her lips as she mused about how wonderful it would be to meet one of the 15 boys and experience romance with someone like him. Sadly, he remained an enigma. She was acquainted with all the handsome boys at Sioux City No. 1 High School, yet the 15 boys seemed to belong to another school, reluctant to disclose their identities. Shaking her head to dispel her errant thoughts, Zhao Qingming padded barefoot to her wardrobe. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a plethora of exquisite garments, each more splendid than the last, particularly the assortment of handbags that filled 7 layers. Yet, Zhao Qingming was merely a high school student. She retrieved a pink, fluffy princess dress, deeming it somewhat childish. Next, she considered a sky blue fitted dress, finding it too plain. A floral sundress seemed a tad outdated, and a short skirt adorned with ruffled edges and embellished with rhinestones appeared overly extravagant. After 2 hours of trying on every outfit, she had yet to find a perfect dress for Ji Bei's anticipated apology. With a cry of frustration, she collapsed amidst the pile of beautiful clothes. "I have nothing to wear." She sprang up and snapped a photo of the garment strewn across her bed to send to Wang Rong. Photo: Rong Rong. "Accompany me to the mall tomorrow. I have nothing to wear." Wang Rong replied, "But these are all clothes." Zhao Qingming insisted, "I find them all unappealing." As she typed, Wang Rong's message finally came through. "Darling, I think you're beautiful and have a great figure. You would look incredible in anything, like a fairy come to life." In truth, Wang Rong scoffed at the other end of the line, thinking, what is there to boast about? Yet, she unceremoniously saved the image and forwarded it to her online romantic interest. "Sweetheart, she has nothing to wear." The response arrived swiftly. "Baby, your clothes are exquisite. I can't wait to see you in them." Wang Rong coyly replied, "I want to buy new ones to show my sweetheart, but the ones I like are too pricey. Oh dear." The online partner responded, "Send me a photo, and I'll send you a red envelope for new clothes." Wang Rong promptly shared Zhao Qingming's private photo, which was candid and unfiltered. The picture was taken without the intention of sharing on social media, and Zhao Qingming's inquiry to Wang Rong about her weight was evident. Dressed lightly, the garment barely concealed her modesty. The online partner was thoroughly pleased with the new photo and promptly transferred 5,200 to Wang Rong. "Thank you, darling," she replied. "Make sure to wear your new clothes quickly for your husband to see. I can hardly wait." Wang Rong affirmed, "Of course." Ji Bei dined with Wu Shuai at the self-service restaurant on the basement level. The food was mediocre, not particularly appetizing, yet not unpalatable, perfect for young men like Ji Bei and Wu Shuai, who had hearty appetites but limited funds. Both meals were priced at 12 yuan. But Ji Bei had an additional serving of oil-braised shrimp. Seeing Ji Bei's delectable portion, Wu Shuai's eyes widened with envy as he rushed to the serving area, exclaiming, "Annie, I want some oil-braised shrimp too." After Ji Bei had called her sister, he was further addressed as auntie by a lad who appeared older than Ji Bei. Much to the displeasure of the restaurant owner, she struck the serving pot with her spoon, creating a jarring clang that resonated throughout the space. With an irate expression, she declared, "ISNT, it clearly stated, these dishes incur an additional fee." Wu Shuai, incredulous, retorted, "Then why does he get it, and I don't?" The owner, feeling emboldened as the boss was absent, replied, "Because he is handsome, and you, my dear, are not." Wu Shuai felt both aggrieved and furious, ready to argue. But Ji Bei pulled him aside. "Sister, he is my classmate. Please don't be upset. He is just oblivious." Instantly, the owner softened, serving Wu Shuai a modest scoop of shrimp, though it was notably less than Ji Bei's portion. Nevertheless, it was something. Ji Bei flashed a broad smile, thanking her profusely. "Please come again." The owner beamed with satisfaction. Ji Bei readily agreed, leaving Wu Shuai bewildered. Is it really that simple? He wondered. Why call her sister when she is so much older? Ji Bei took the opportunity to impart wisdom to Wu Shuai. The seemingly innocent grandmother is referred to as aunt, while those addressed as aunt are called sister, and those identified as sister are labeled as beauty. Wu Shuai, somewhat bewildered, let out a sound. questioning whether this was the reason the proprietress had prepared the extra spicy shrimp for him. Not entirely. Ji-bei, peeling the largest shrimp, popped it into his mouth, attributing it mainly to his handsome appearance. Chapter 58. Ji-chio seeks out Xiaobai. After dining, Ji-bei did not venture elsewhere, but returned home to diligently tackle his assignments, making up for the time lost during his visit to the principal's house. Engaging with challenging problems is a unique experience. Initially, one may struggle to focus, but once in the zone, concentration deepens to the extent that the surrounding world fades into oblivion. Ji-bei immersed himself in his studies, gradually achieving this profound state. While contemplating a particularly complex problem, just as he was a step away from reaching a solution, a loud banging on his door startled him. It was not the typical knocking, suddenly forceful. It caught Ji-bei off guard, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily, leaving a mark on the paper with his black pen. Having endured the rigors of the college entrance examination, Ji-bei was acutely aware of the significance of a neat presentation. Thus, even while solving math problems, he ensured his work was immaculate, devoid of any scribbles apart from the answers. He pursed his lips, feeling somewhat irked. With a resounding crash, he flung the door open to reveal Ji-chio, her face contorted with genuine anger, far exceeding the irritation she had displayed during their encounter at Xinxian Media the day before. Her once innocent, round eyes now blazed with fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Explain, Ji-chio demanded, leaving no room for ambiguity. Ji-bei, puzzled, lifted his gaze, only to catch sight of Nanchuan, following Ji-chio with an expression of naive innocence. Wherever Nanchuan was present, Ji-bei had little doubt about the situation at hand. What explanation could there possibly be? Ji-chio's terse demand was the culmination of her dwindling patience, which evaporated upon witnessing Ji-bei's indifference, even as he feigned ignorance. The moment she spoke, reason dissipated like smoke. How could you be so malicious? Xiaobai is merely a little cat. What fault does she bear? Even if you dislike cats, I've confined Xiaobai to my room, preventing her from venturing out. Why can't you let her be? Her voice rose in a fierce shout. Yet, Ji-chio's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unable to contain her emotions in front of Ji-bei, the perceived perpetrator, she yearned to maintain her composure and seek justice for Xiaobai. But the tears flowed freely down her cheeks, especially at the thought of Xiaobai's frail state in the hospital. Though unaware of the specifics, Ji-bei grasped the essence of the situation. His first instinct was not to clarify his innocence to Ji-chio, but rather to turn his attention to Nanchuan. Nanchuan, taken aback by Ji-bei's sudden gaze, found himself trapped in a fleeting moment of eye contact. Ji-bei's eyes were resolute, scrutinizing Nanchuan as if he could see through his little schemes. The latter, feeling exposed, lowered his head. It wasn't me, Ji-bei. I left early this morning. Nanchuan had initially intended to let the matter slide if Ji-bei would simply admit his fault, allowing them to part ways as strangers. However, Ji-bei's stubborn denial was something Ji-chio could not accept. You still refuse to admit it? Are you so obstinate? You claim you did not reward Xiaobai. But what do you say about this half piece of chocolate I found under your bed? As she spoke, Ji-chio presented the half piece of chocolate before Ji-bei. He made no move to take it. He had not touched that item. It would not bear his fingerprints without reason. What does this half piece of chocolate have to do with Xiaobai? Or with me? Nanchuan, with a timid voice, implore brother, just admit it. Apologize to Sister San, and she will forgive you. Ji-bei found Nanchuan's incessant prattling irritating. What am I to admit? I did nothing wrong. Why should I confess? Without hesitation, Nanchuan turned to Ji-chio, apologizing. Sister San, please forgive my brother. He was merely confused in the heat of the moment. I, Chuan, apologize on his behalf and hope you won't hold it against him. Before Ji-chio could respond, Ji-bei interjected, directing his ire at Nanchuan. Spare me. We share neither father nor mother. I am not your brother. I do not require your apologies, nor do you have the right to offer them. The phrase neither father nor mother pierced Nanchuan like a dagger, conjuring memories of his first encounter with his biological parents. The crude individuals who referred to him as son, instilling in him a sense of degradation akin to theirs. Brother, Ji Nanchuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing somewhat pitiful. Ji Bei understood that Ji Nanchuan aimed to divert attention, allowing the blame for harming Xiao Bai to rest on Ji Qiu's shoulders. He would not be deceived. This half-piece of chocolate was discovered under my bed. Xiao Bai is in the hospital? Did she consume the chocolate? Is there anything else? Yi Qiu retorted angrily. She has visible injuries. When I opened the door, she lay there, barely clinging to life, blood on her face. She's still in a hospital, having nearly succumbed. Ji Qiu almost felt gratitude for the few blows Xiao Bai had sustained. Without those injuries, she would not have expelled the chocolate. And Ji Qiu feared whether Xiao Bai would survive until her return. Ji Bei nodded, understanding the gist of the situation. The one who harmed Xiao Bai is not me. Ji Qiu's tears streamed down her face once more. Why are you so unwilling to admit it? I was the one who spoke harshly yesterday. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not at Xiao Bai. Her voice, fraught with emotion, grew sharp. Ji Bei rubbed his temples, pained by her piercing tone. Calm down. If I were truly responsible, would I have left the remaining half-piece of chocolate under my bed? Am I a fool, or so dim-witted that I would do something so idiotic? How I dispose of that half-piece of chocolate is up to me. Whether I eat it, throw it away, or even flush it down the toilet would be better than leaving it conspicuously under my bed for you to find. Why would I leave it there? Just waiting for you to discover it? Ji Qiu found herself momentarily taken aback, as if his reasoning held some merit. However, she recalled past transgressions. But you have harmed Xiao Bai before. Ji Qiu endeavored to remain composed, reflecting on the events of the day. Ji Bei had a history. He had once abandoned Xiao Bai, and yesterday she had indeed cowered in fear upon seeing him. Lastly, the chocolate had undeniably been found in Ji Bei's room. The notion of his previous misdeeds aside, concerning the current matter, I stated it has nothing to do with me. Even if that half-piece of chocolate was found under my bed, it does not prove anything. My room doesn't lock. Anyone could have entered. In the past, Ji Bei would not have articulated his defense so coherently. He would have prioritized soothing the emotions of the Ji family, preventing them from becoming upset or distressed. This was a significant reason why Ji Nanchuan felt emboldened. Once Ji Bei calmed the family's emotions, they had already concluded that the wrongdoer was the culprit, disregarding any explanations he might offer. This time, however, Ji Bei was different. Ji Nanchuan appeared anxious. Brother, your arguments cannot prove your innocence. Chapter 59. Ji Qiu's disappointment in Ji Nanchuan. Ji Bei chuckled softly, unhesitatingly dismantling Ji Nanchuan's flawed logic. Prove I am not guilty? The burden of proof lies with the accuser. It is you who must substantiate your claims against me, rather than I proving my innocence. Moreover, Ji Bei's gaze, imbued with a mocking smile, sent a shiver down Ji Nanchuan's spine. I could just as easily accuse you. How can you prove it is not you? Ji Nanchuan's eyes reddened. You are slandering me. Ji Bei, revealing the truth, retorted, you were the one who first slandered me. Third sister, Yinan Huna's helpless gaze turned to Yi Qiu. Yet, Ji Qiu remained absorbed in Ji Bei's words, entirely oblivious to Ji Nanchuan's distress. Yi Bei, witnessing the anxious facade Ji Nanchuan attempted to maintain, suddenly felt a surge of indignation, a desire to confront him in earnest. The members of the Ji family did not concern him. After all, in a past life, it was he who had actively sought their attention. Ji Nanchuan, however, was a different matter. Chocolate, is it? I have never had a penchant for sweets, and the allowance from the Ji family is hardly sufficient to purchase such extravagant chocolate. You may verify my spending records to see if I ever bought that brand. Ji Bei, however, shifted the focus on the contrary. I remember that Nanchuan is quite fond of chocolate, particularly this variety. Ji Nanchuan shot Ji Bei an incredulous glare, his eyes darting anxiously towards Ji Qiu. Third sister, I did not buy any. You must believe me. Ji Qiu merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, evidently not processing Ji Nanchuan's words. Yi Bei, undeterred by Ji Nanchuan's plight, pressed on with meticulous logic. Earlier, you claimed that Xiao Bai was locked in your room. I must ask, did you lock the door? Who possesses the key to your room? I certainly do not. Ji Qiu, following Ji Bei's train of thought, considered. When she was not at home, Her room was always locked, with the keys safely in her bag, never removed. Jibei lacked even the faintest notion of what the key looked like. Yet, Nanchuan had been given a key a few months prior to retrieve something for her. What if he had made a copy of her key during that instance? The thought sent a chill of realization down Ji Chio's spine. If Nanchuan had indeed surreptitiously duplicated her key months ago, she shuddered at the implications of his intentions. Ji Chio's unease did not escape Nanchuan's notice, his face draining of color. A hasty decision had not allowed him the luxury of contemplation. Panic rendered him indiscreet. Even without a key, he could have climbed in through the window. It was summer, and such warm weather typically meant the windows remained open. Ji Chio scrutinized Nanchuan, her eyes filled with contemplation. Before we came here, you advised me not to engage with Jibei. The inconsistency in his behavior unsettled her. Nanchuan bit his lip, feigning composure. Third sister, you misunderstand. I merely wished to place the blame upon me. Jibei interjected, denying Nanchuan further opportunity to explain. He gestured toward the staircase. I had no knowledge of Xiao by being home. I did not ascend the stairs today. There are cameras at the staircase. Feel free to verify. In his fluster, Nanchuan's voice rose. Brother, why do you slander me? Ji Chio's expression as she regarded Nanchuan was complex. In her memory, Nanchuan had always been innocent and kind-hearted, often with misty eyes. Even when angered, he merely pressed his lips together, looking at you with pleading eyes. This grim demeanor was a first for her. Noticing Yi's expression, Nanchuan endeavored to regain his composure, mentally surcing Yi bei repeatedly. His hands, resting at his sides, clenched tightly, and his eyes brimmed with tears once more. Third sister, I was too hasty, too concerned for the Ji family. You all know that apart from a Ji family, I have nothing. If my parents or sisters were to command me to die at a moment's notice, I would comply without hesitation. Seeing Nanchuan's pitiful demeanor softened Ji Chio's heart. She realized her folly. Her younger brother, whom she had watched grow up, was a character she understood well. How could she let mere words from others sow seeds of doubt in her mind? It was neither Nanchuan nor Jibei. It appeared that the one who harmed Xiao Bai was someone else entirely. Just as Ji Chio was about to assert Jibei's innocence and continue her investigation, a servant suddenly stepped forward, her hands fidgeting nervously before her, a clear indication of a fierce internal struggle. I can testify that it was young Master Nanchuan who harmed Xiao Bai. Ji Chio was taken aback. What did you just say? As the servant continued, she found that voicing the truth was not as daunting as she had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, she recounted all she had witnessed. I saw young Master Nanchuan emerge from Miss Ji Chio's room, holding half a piece of chocolate. Then he proceeded to young Master Jibei's room. Around 9:30 this morning. If Miss Ji Chio doubts my word, she can check the surveillance footage from this morning at 9 to see if young Master Nanchuan descended from upstairs around that time. Panic seized Nanchuan once more, even more pronounced than before. Why are you slandering me? You are merely a lowly servant. Who gave you the audacity to accuse me? Was it Jibei? Nanchuan turned to Jibei, a wounded expression adorning his face. Brother, how have I offended you to the extent that you would bribe a servant to slander me? Ich bin silent, observing Nanchuan's theatrics. Tears flowed from Nanchuan as freely as a dam bursting. Brother, I know I have taken more than I should, clinging to what I shouldn't. Aside from the condition of not allowing me to be with my family, I am willing to do anything you ask. Just please do not attempt to force me away. As he spoke, Nanchuan awkwardly raised a hand to dab at his tears, careful not to wipe them away entirely, lest he lose the precious drops he had managed to summon. Jibei watched Nanchuan's display for a moment. Have you treated the wounds on your hands? The moment those words left his lips, Ji Chio's gaze pierced through Nanchuan like a knife. In a flurry of panic, Nanchuan instinctively withdrew his hands. Ji Chio had seen nothing, yet Nanchuan's reaction was unmistakable. Realizing his subconscious action, Nanchuan's face turned pale, the facade of the wronged, pitiable victim shattering. Third sister, Ji Chio's eyes were filled with frost. The person with a childlike appearance, when angered, exuded an undeniable force, especially against someone like Ji Nanchuan, who had relied on the Ji family for his existence. There were no raised voices, no hysterics. It was a calmness that was chilling. Yi Nanchuan, tell me the truth. Was it you? Ji Nanchuan's heart plummeted, the weight of despair crashing upon him. Trapter shishazdeshimt. Yizu facet atsutyons from yi don, regarding Yi Nanchuan. Tears flowed freely from the genuinely panicked Ji Nanchuan, far more than the previous forced ones. Third sister. Do not call me third sister. The voice that emerged from Ji Qiu was as cold as ice, her tone unwavering, her eyes glistening with frost as she regarded Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, I ask you, was it you who harmed Xiaobai? Ji Nanchuan reached out to grasp the hem of Ji Qiu's garment, resembling a forsaken puppy, pitiful and desperate. Do not abandon me, third sister. Ji Qiu stepped back, evading his grasp. Answer my question, Ji Nanchuan, addressing him by both name and surname. The weight of her words bore down upon him. Bunyits engulfed Yi Nanchuan. You glanced at Ji Beikong, who was watching the play, while Ji Nanchuan hurriedly pointed at Ji Beikong, anxiously defending himself. It's all Ji Beikong's doing. All his slander. Third sister, you know him well. He is always scheming, and I cannot compete with him. Even at this moment, you still wish to blame Ji Beikong? Despite the calmness in her tone, Ji Qiu's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. Did Ji Beikong hold a knife to your throat, compelling you to harm Xiaobai? Did Ji Beikong steal your half-piece of chocolate and hide it under his bed? Or did he threaten you in some way, forcing you to defame him? Ji Nanchuan's lips trembled, rendered speechless by Ji Qiu's words. Ji Qiu's voice softened further. Ji Nanchuan, you truly disappoint me. Ji Nanchuan's tears flowed even more fiercely. Third sister, I'm sorry. Please don't look at me that way. You're all I have. I cannot bear your gaze. Did you not consider your actions beforehand? Ji Nanchuan remained silent, crying incessantly. In the past, even a slight frown from Ji Nanchuan would soften Ji Qiu's heart, compelling her to present the finest treasures to him. But now, with Ji Nanchuan's tear-streaked face, Ji Qiu felt only annoyance. A sudden thought took root in Ji Qiu's mind. Ji Nanchuan's tears were not genuine sorrow, but rather a tool for him to gain advantage. This notion startled Ji Qiu, and she dared not delve deeper. Did I scold you or strike you? Why do you cry the slightest provocation? Ji Qiu's impatience flared. I ask you one last time, was it you who harmed Xiaobai? Third sister, please don't treat me this way. I am so sad. Ji Nanchuan suddenly grasped Ji Qiu's hand, his movement abrupt and swift, startling Ji Qiu. Overcome with revulsion, Ji Qiu instinctively withdrew her hand. Despite using no force, Ji Nanchuan, towering at over 1.70 meters, fell as if a kite with severed strings. And Ji Qiu reflexively reached out to support him, only to find he was already being steadied by another, Ji Dong, whose face bore an expression of fury. She had no awareness of when she had arrived or how long she had been watching. Ji Dong. Ji Qiu intended to explain the situation to Ji Dong, but was immediately met with her reprimand. Ji Qiu, what is wrong with you? How can you stand by while outsiders bully your own kin? I did not. How had she bullied Ji Nanchuan? Why was Ji Beikong deemed an outsider? Unfortunately, Ji Dong was too enraged to heed Ji Qiu's explanation as she shielded Ji Nanchuan behind her, declaring, Nanchuan is crying. How can you not acknowledge it? His tears mean I am the one bullying him? Ji Dong found no fault in this logic, believing that if it weren't for Ji Qiu's bullying, he would not be in tears. Ji Qiu was almost driven to laughter by her irritation. He was the one who harmed Xiaobai and framed Ji Beikong. She could not fathom why he had the audacity to weep. The weight of her words seemed too heavy, causing Ji Nanchuan's body to tremble violently. Ji Dong's heart ached at the sight. She glared at Ji Beikong. It's your schemes at play again, isn't it? You may fool third sister, but not me. Ji Beikong shrugged, indifferent to her accusations. Let her say what she wishes. Ji Qiu could no longer restrain herself from defending Ji Beikong, asserting that he had nothing to do with the matter. Ji Dong was utterly unconvinced. Third sister, you have truly been brainwashed by Ji Beikong. Previously, she had been adamant that even if Ji Beikong changed his tactics to please them, they would not spare him a second glance. They needed to make it clear to Ji Beikong that within the Ji family, The only brother could only be Ji Nanchuan. Unexpectedly, Ji Qiu had succumbed to Ji Beikong's influence. In that moment, Ji Qiu seemed to grasp the sentiment of Ji Beikong's past grievances, which had been unvoiced. No matter what he did or said, as long as Ji Nanchuan cried, he bore the blame. It did not even require Ji Nanchuan to cry for the family to side with him. Ji Dong, calm down. Yizu attempted to bat Yi Dong's folder. But she sidestepped, her brow furrowed tightly. Do not speak to me until you apologize to Nanchuan. Ji Qiu paused for 2 seconds, confirming she had not misheard Ji Dong's words. Apologize to him? He was in the wrong. Why should I apologize? Ji Dong replied with utmost seriousness. Nanchuan is such a kind-hearted boy. How could he possibly have done anything wrong? Even if he did, it must have been for a good reason. Ji Qiu found this utterly absurd. Kind-hearted? He had the audacity to steal her room key, almost costing Xiao by her life, and was plotting to frame Ji Beikong? Ji Dong took Ji Nanchuan by the hand and turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. Third sister, I'm serious. I will not forgive you until you apologize to Nanchuan. Once Ji Dong and Ji Nanchuan's figures disappeared from view, Ji Qiu reluctantly accepted the absurdity of the situation. She was evidently the one wronged, yet it felt as though she were the one wielding power over others, while Ji Nanchuan, a perpetrator, was portrayed as the victim. Was it not absurd? Ji Beikong watched the farce unfold with an impassive expression. Not only was he not angry, but his emotions remained entirely unruffled. Such spectacles played out before him nearly every day. The injustices and grievances Ji Nanchuan had endured far exceeded those of today. Had Ji Beikong said this in the past, Ji Qiu would have believed he was merely justifying himself. Yet today she believed it. She even found herself questioning whether the accusations previously levied against Ji Beikong were indeed his doing. In the past had no bearing on me. I do not wish to speak of it. Observing the farce as if it were a television show, Ji Beikong felt sufficiently relaxed and decided it was time to return and continue his studies. Oh, right. The incident of Xiao by going missing had nothing to do with me. If you wish to investigate, you may do so. If not, you may ascribe it to me, for I am indifferent. With that, without waiting for Ji Qiu's reaction, Ji Beikong slammed the door shut, leaving Ji Qiu in stunned silence. She stared at the firmly closed door, blinking repeatedly. The events of today felt as surreal as a dream. Chapter 61. Ji Nanchuan believed Ji Qiu was purchasing luxury items for him. Standing at the door for a full quarter of an hour, Ji Qiu struggled to digest the events of the day, particularly the realization that Ji Nanchuan was not as virtuous as she had imagined, nor was Ji Beikong as irredeemably wicked as she had thought. For someone like Ji Qiu, who had always harbored a prejudice against Ji Beikong, this was indeed a difficult pill to swallow. Regardless of the past, it was evident that Ji Qiu had misjudged Ji Beikong today. She ought to apologize to him. As she raised her hand to knock, Ji Qiu hesitated for several seconds before lowering it again, then raised it once more, only to hesitate again, repeating this cycle 3 or 4 times until she ultimately abandoned the idea of knocking to apologize. It was not that she was unwilling. She merely needed to consider the situation from a different perspective. If she were the one being falsely accused today, a mere flippant apology from the other party would not suffice for her to forgive them. Such an apology would feel far too dismissive and thoughtless. Ji Qiu recalled Ji Beikong's words about the first time Xiao Bai went missing. Without having investigated, she was almost certain in her heart that it was not Ji Beikong. She pressed her lips together, deciding not to dwell on it further. For the time being, Ji Qiu could not accept the harsh reality of Ji Nanchuan's maliciousness. She needed some time to process it. Once she uncovered the truth, if Ji Beikong were indeed innocent, she would apologize to him and thereafter regard him as her own brother. If this matter was indeed orchestrated by Ji Bei, then she and Ji Bei would become strangers henceforth. Upon returning to her room, Ji Qiu tossed and turned for considerable time, unable to find solace in sleep. She retrieved her phone, illuminating the darkness, and located the sales representative from whom she had intended to purchase items for Ji Bei. She instructed the sales representative to deliver all the selected items she no longer desired to the Ji residence the following day. After a moment's contemplation, Jichio reached out to two more upscale sales representatives, selecting numerous items for Jibei. In the late hours of the night, it is often the individuals most immersed in the online realm who exhibit the greatest activity. They lie in their beds, clutching their phones, their eyes adorned with dark circles. Yet devoid of any inclination to rest, they have long since acclimated to the nocturnal lifestyle, with half-eaten takeout beside them. The most significant news in Sioux City these past few days has revolved around Jibei. As time progressed, more scandals surrounding Jibei began to surface. The truth and falsehood intertwined, tarnishing Jibei's reputation irreparably. With a myriad of thoughts swirling through their minds, they tapped out self-righteous messages on their phones. Gifting the principal? Such individuals are nothing short of parasites within the educational system. I heard their grades were commendable in the past, surely fabricated. The financial aid for impoverished students must also be theirs. I wondered why so many deserving students fail to receive assistance each year. Apparently, the slots are monopolized by such people. It is utterly revolting. My heart aches for those genuinely in need who cannot access funds. To the impoverished students of Sioux City No. 1 High School, I shall provide assistance to ensure you can complete your studies without worry. One individual stepped forward, and several others shared their contact information, pledging to help the true impoverished, rallying together with slogans. United, let us resist the forces of evil. This issue had also caught the attention of Wang Ba, who had been monitoring the developments. He regarded it with disdain. A group of inexperienced individuals. What could they possibly offer? Merely a collection of tattered clothing and unappealing books. He had no interest in such trinkets. After a mental critique of Wang Ba, he refreshed his feed, dismissing the matter entirely. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Jibei headed straight to the library without so much as a morsel of breakfast. Observing the somber faces at the G table, he thought it preferable to grab a multi-grain pancake from a street vendor, as it would at least spare him from digestive discomfort. Strangely enough, no one in the G family commented as he departed. Even Ji Nanchuan, known for seeking trouble, was uncharacteristically quiet, simply eating his meal. Once Jibei had left, Ji Nanchuan set down his spoon after only a few bites. Song Yaji immediately inquired, "Nanchuan, what is the matter? Is the food not to your liking?" Ji Nanchuan offered a weak smile to Song Yaji, assuring her, "I'm fine, Mom." Yet, the concern etched on Song Yaji's face remained. "You must eat well. If you don't, it will worry your mother." Ji Nanchuan obediently nodded, "I understand, Mom." Although directed at Song Yaji, his gaze frequently darted toward Ji Chio. In a fit of anger, Ji Dong deliberately distanced himself from Ji Chio. Ji Chio pretended not to notice, silently sitting down to eat her meal, seemingly oblivious to the tension between Ji Dong and Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, feeling dejected, sought conversation with Ji Chio, but she feigned ignorance. In his frustration, Ji Nanchuan trailed behind her like a lost puppy. Eventually, exasperated, Ji Chio turned to Ji Nanchuan with a grave expression, asking, "Nanchuan, tell me, did you do something to Xiaobai?" Ji Nanchuan's face instantly contorted with a look of victimhood. "Sister, please don't treat me this way. It makes me very sad." Ji Chio sighed lightly, choosing not to respond. To express his sorrow, Ji Nanchuan refused to attend his physical education class that day, even ignoring messages from teacher Bing Bing. Ji Nanchuan was deeply distressed. Calculating the days, he realized it was merely half a month until the variety show that had catapulted Jibei to fame in his previous life. He needed to resolve matters within the Ji family before the show aired, ideally managing to expel Jibei from the household. Lost in thought, he heard some commotion outside. The butler entered, accompanied by several individuals dressed in suits and white gloves. "Who are they?" Ji Nanchuan inquired of the butler. The butler replied honestly, "They are individuals Miss Ji Chio summoned and have already confirmed with her." The suited individuals directed those behind them to carry in various items. It was a rack upon rack of clothing, all meticulously packaged in plastic and hung carefully, with the suited individuals handling them cautiously, fearful of soiling or damaging the garments. Subsequently, several cabinets were brought in, 2 filled with shoes and another 2 containing leather bags, wallets, ties, and brooches, all for men. The The styles were youthful and contemporary, clearly not suited for Ji Zhongshi, and the sizes indicated they were intended for someone else. Ji Nanchuan's spirits lifted. Surely, Ji Qiu recognized she had been too harsh with him the day prior, and as an older sister, felt embarrassed to apologize directly, opting instead for this roundabout method to convey her remorse. Moving closer, he examined the clothing and shoes. All were the latest styles, and, at a glance, he spotted several pieces he particularly fancied. In that moment, he even began to fantasize about the day he would become famous, wearing the clothes Ji Qiu had purchased for him on the show, proudly proclaiming they were gifts from his sister, while effortlessly promoting his affluent background and the harmonious family dynamic as the beloved younger brother. The sales representative, noticing Ji Nanchuan's interest, quickly interjected. "Sir, this is for Mr. Ji," he stated. Ji Nanchuan, visibly displeased, retorted, "Is there another Mr. Ji here besides me?" Chapter 62. In truth, all these items were intended for Ji Bei. The sales representative hesitated, but replied, "We require Miss Ji Qiu to verify the items before we can hand them over to you." Ji Nanchuan, growing impatient, shot back. "You clearly lack flexibility. Once I inform my sister, you will no longer be delivering items here." The sales representative understood that Ji Nanchuan's attitude was undermining their livelihood. A knot of anxiety formed in the sales representative's stomach, and just as he was about to apologize, Ji Qiu emerged from behind, overseeing the delivery. Ignoring what Ji Qiu was having brought in, Ji Nanchuan rushed forward to confront her. "Sister, you must tell those lowly beings to leave." The sales representative's heart sank. "I apologize. We were unaware this was Mr. Ji," he said, bowing slightly. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ji. I failed to recognize your importance." The sales representative had done nothing wrong, nor was there any intent to belittle Ji Nanchuan. He was simply adhering to protocol, ensuring these items, each worth more than a month's salary, were securely delivered to the appropriate client. That was all there was to it. Nanchuan scoffed, turning to seize the very outfit he had set his sights on, a casually coordinated ensemble. The clothing Ji Qiu had sent covered all seasons, but this particular casual outfit was the only one paired with jeans. It featured earth tones of yellow, brown, and a hint of ginger, while the jeans sported a rare, cool hue with some distressed detailing, appearing effortlessly stylish and brimming with design, promising to make him look youthful and even enhance his complexion. Aside from the fact that the jeans require a little shortening, Ji Nanchuan felt that this outfit was practically tailor-made for him. "Thank you, third sister, for your generosity." "Wait." Before Ji Nanchuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ji Qiu. "These items are not for you." Ji Nanchuan's hand, which had reached for the clothes, froze in disbelief as he stared at Ji Qiu, his expression one of shock, as if the very muscles in his face had lost their sensation. "Third sister, what did you say?" Seeing his expression, Ji Qiu instinctively felt a twinge of sympathy. However, this slight compassion was not enough to sway her. "These items are for Ji Bei." After a pause, Ji Qiu added, "Ji Nanchuan, you already possess many things, while Ji Bei has nothing." Nanchuan, unwillig to concede, bit his lip, asking, "Does that mean third sister will only love brother from now on?" Ji Qiu felt a pang of frustration. This is unrelated. Ji Nanchuan's rationality suppressed his emotions. He was adept at navigating unfavorable situations to his advantage. Since these gifts were meant for brother, would it be acceptable for third sister to give this outfit to me instead? I truly adore it. In the past, Ji Qiu would have given everything to Ji Nanchuan just to see him happy. But now Ji Qiu shook her head, asserting that these items were meant for Ji Bei. Ji Nanchuan's tears cascaded down his cheeks. Is third sister unwilling to part with even this? Have you truly abandoned me? Ji Qiu pinched her brow, explaining that these items already belonged to Ji Bei, and she had no authority to decide for him. If you wish to purchase clothes, your parents have given you a card and ample funds. You should not lack for this outfit. Ji Nanchuan certainly did not lack for it. He merely wished to seize Ji Bei's possessions. As he pondered a course of action, Ji Nanchuan noticed Ji Qiu instructing someone to remove his piano. This piano had been in the second-floor room for quite some time, and he was puzzled as to why Ji Qiu suddenly decided to move his beloved instrument. He struggled to suppress the ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Third sister, why are you moving my piano? Only then did Ji Chio remember the piano. She ordered the workers to continue carrying it out. I noticed that your piano has been sitting idle for a long time. I thought to move it to create space in the room. The room designated for the piano, situated on the second floor and bathed in sunlight, was certainly inferior to Ji Nanchuan's room, yet still quite pleasant. When Ji Bei first arrived, the Ji family intended for him to occupy this room. However, before Ji Bei could move in, Ji Nanchuan suddenly expressed a desire to learn the piano, thus claiming the space for himself. Since then, aside from a few days of pretending to play, he had not touched it again. But what if I want to play the piano? Ji Chio had contemplated this issue as well. The piano had been bought so long ago with little use from him. Furthermore, if you wish to play, you could easily do so on the first floor. Ji Nanchuan immediately retorted, how could I possibly go to the first floor? It's merely playing the piano. Why can't you go to the first floor? Realizing he had misspoken, Ji Nanchuan looked up at Ji Chio with tear-filled eyes. Ji Chio remained unresponsive. If there is anything that displeases you, Ji Nanchuan, you may speak directly to me, all right? Ji Chio, this is truly making me anxious. I apologize. Third sister, please don't intentionally upset me. Just as Ji Chio was about to express her confusion over the situation, she caught sight of Ji Dong arriving and instantly understood Ji Nanchuan's motives. In that moment, she regretted her momentary softness towards him. This person truly could manipulate anyone. Predictably, as soon as Ji Dong approached, he began to accuse Ji Chio of bullying Ji Nanchuan without grasping the situation. Ji Chio nodded, saying good, as if to affirm his words. What confidence does Ji Nanchuan possess, believing he could outshine a novelist? A novelist who toils late into the night, crafting scenes that play vividly in their mind, often improvising when inspiration strikes? Ji Nanchuan, it is merely a room you no longer require. What harm is there in giving it to Ji Bei? Ji Nanchuan was momentarily taken aback. Ji Chio, Ji Nanchuan, have you not always been the kindest and most generous? Did you not claim that you would give your sisters anything they desired? Why then, are you unwilling to part with an unused room? Was your previous kindness merely an act for our benefit? In truth, are you simply a petty and vindictive person? Her words struck Ji Nanchuan like a weapon. He was reluctant to concede, but felt compelled to comply. Maintaining his public persona was far more crucial than a mere room or a few discarded items. He did not lack such things. Ji Bei's possession of them would not affect him. He merely found it irksome. Ji Dong successfully moved all the items into that room and arranged for additional furnishings. Within a few short hours, a carefully decorated bedroom was ready, far superior to Ji Bei's original small room. Initially, there were plans to directly transfer Ji Bei's belongings upstairs. However, after some reflection, Ji Chio felt it was essential to respect Ji Bei's privacy and not disturb his belongings in his absence. Ji Nanchuan wore an expression of utter despair. Yikviu feignet ignorance. Ji Dong continuously attempted to comfort Ji Nanchuan, though it appeared to have little effect. Chapter 63 Wu Shui. Damn, is that really Yang Jinjin? Online, Ji Bei faced a barrage of criticism. In reality, Ji Bei sat quietly in the library, diligently completing his homework, while the masked Yang Jinjin diligently read a fashion magazine beside him. After their previous phone call, Yang Jinjin repeatedly confirmed that she would not interfere, choosing instead to place her complete trust in Ji Bei. Of course, she remained vigilant, prepared to intervene if necessary. In real life, no one recognized Ji Bei. A multitude of individuals, both familiar and unfamiliar with him, were engaged in heated debates online, their differing opinions leading to fierce arguments. No one could have predicted that the protagonist of the incident, Ji Bei, was calmly seated there, engrossed in his studies. After completing a couple of problems, Wu Shui arrived. He too carried a backpack filled with homework, though he was not wearing a mask. Upon spotting Ji Bei among the crowd, he decisively approached, intending to sit beside him. As he drew nearer, Wu Shui noticed the young girl sitting next to Ji Bei. The girl wore a mask, revealing only her fox-like large eyes, her most striking features being her curvaceous figure and impossibly long legs. Wu Shui was nearly rendered speechless. with such a stunning beauty beside him. Ji-bei was indeed fortunate today. He wished to sit beside the beauty, but alas, she was flanked by Ji-bei on one side and a wall on the other, leaving him to merely fantasize. Fortunately, the seat opposite Ji-bei was vacant. Wu Shuai placed his backpack on the table and softly called out, "Ji-bei." Ji-bei looked up from his work, pleased that he hadn't been delayed too long, and suggested, "Let us get to work. Just like yesterday. Write as much as you know. If you can't figure something out, just circle it for me to explain later." However, as he spoke, Ji-bei noticed that Wu Shuai was gazing intently at the young girl beside him. Following Wu Shuai's line of sight, Ji-bei realized that Yang Jinjin had set her book aside. Ji-bei said, "I forgot to introduce you. This is my childhood friend Wu Shuai, and this is my good friend Yang Jinjin." Upon hearing Yang Jinjin's name, Wu Shuai's first reaction was the parent certainly has a knack for naming. The daughter's name is strikingly identical to that of the sensational Yang Jinjin, right down her eyes. Suddenly, a certain possibility struck Wu Shuai, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He raised his head in disbelief. Yang Jinjin removed her mask, extending her fair hand towards Wu Shuai, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, my name is Yang Jinjin." Wu Shuai, utterly astonished, exclaimed, You are truly Yang Jinjin?" Overwhelmed with excitement, Wu Shuai unintentionally raised his voice. Quick to react, Yang Jinjin shielded her face with a magazine, pretending not to recognize him. Ji-bei, likewise, bowed his head to focus on his homework, feigning ignorance of Wu Shuai's presence. The onlookers in the library turned their gazes towards Wu Shuai, their expressions tinged with varying degrees of irritation. Some even audibly scoffed to convey their displeasure. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Ji-bei offered apologies to those around, except for the one seated opposite him. Wu Shuai's apologies were sincere, prompting the crowd to refrain from further comments. A few murmurs questioning his volume and lack of consideration for others' concentration went unnoticed by him. His attention remained fixed on the enchanting figure across from him. Without taking a seat, he leaned closer to Ji-bei, his gaze solely fixed on Yang Jinjin. You truly are Yang Jinjin?" Yang Jinjin partially emerged from behind her oversized magazine, her right index finger raised in Aisha gesture towards Wu Shuai. He nodded vigorously, understanding her silent cue. Shall I comprehend?" he replied, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Yang Jinjin. Unable to endure the intensity of his stare, Ji-bei abruptly pressed a book against Wu Shuai's face. "What are you staring at? Return to your homework." Wu Shuai obediently complied, his eyes still lingering on Yang Jinjin. It was not that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts. He was simply astounded that a top-tier celebrity, typically seen only on screens, was now standing right before him. It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Not long after Wu Shuai settled down, Ji-bei's phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. Aware it was Wu Shuai's doing, Ji-bei ignored it until the vibration ceased, at which point he opened WeChat to discover an avalanche of messages from Wu Shuai. "What the heck? Is it really Yang Jinjin? Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming." Yang Jinjin in person was far more stunning than on television. Ouch, that hurt. So it's true. The one who supports you is Yang Jinjin? They even spread rumors about you being kept by an ugly person? How ridiculous. I can't wait to see their reactions when they find out the wealthy benefactor is Yang Jinjin. Wait, didn't you mention before that it was Yang Jinjin? How could I have doubted it? Your adoptive father? So that makes Yang Jinjin my adoptive mother? What a twist, having the top star become my godmother. I've never heard of a wealthy woman who tutors a little boy with homework. The thoughts of a top-tier celebrity are truly beyond me. In a matter of moments, Wu Shuai managed to flood the chat with messages. Ji-bei succinctly replied to two, one acknowledging his role as an adoptive father, and the other clarifying, "It's not a sugar relationship. We are merely friends." The final message was initiated by Ji-bei himself. "It's time to send this." Meanwhile, Wang Ba, who had been closely monitoring Ji-bei's updates at home, stared intently at his phone screen, his eyes growing weary from scrolling through endless posts. Switching to WeChat, he casually browsed through the moments, the first post catching his attention being one from Wu Shuai. The caption read, "A grateful student supported by kind sister." The accompanying photos, poorly taken with erratic lighting and lacking composition, reflected Wu Shuai's amateur photography skills. The first image depicted the latest model of an iPhone, followed by an Apple laptop, then the newest Apple headphones, and finally a pair of AJ sneakers that were sold out, with their price skyrocketing to nearly 10 times the retail price. Wang Ba had a penchant for collecting AJs and initially intended to purchase a pair to flaunt at school. However, all his money had been squandered at a DJ bar, even selling the 2,000 yuan watch gifted to him for his birthday to pay off debts. Presently, Wang Ba found himself without funds to buy AJs. While he lamented his own misfortune, the possession of such items by others only intensified his envy. In an instant, his jealousy surged. How could Wu Shuai, the country bumpkin, possess AJs while he did not? Nonetheless, Wang Ba wasn't foolish. He sent screenshots to Xiao Yanjing and Wan Mao, delivering identical messages via WeChat. Can you see Wu Shuai's post? Chapter 64. Wang Ba's live broadcast slandering Ji Bei. Both replied almost instantly. Xiao Yanjing, I can see it. Wan Mao, it's from Wu Shuai's moments. Anticipating Wang Ba's displeasure, Xiao Yanjing and Wan Mao began to speak ill of Wu Shuai, remarking on his lack of charm, claiming that even with those shoes and fine possessions, he could not compare to Wang Ba. They mocked him for flaunting what was given, questioning the dignity in showcasing such expensive items, and speculating on the true cost of such gifts. Wang Ba absorbed none of it, his gaze fixated on his phone in a daze, as if plotting something. After a while, Wang Ba reopened Wu Shuai's moments. The original post had been deleted, replaced by a new one time-stamped just moments ago. Sorry everyone, for the previous post, please pretend you didn't see it and keep it confidential. Wang Ba's suspicions were further confirmed. He was indeed planning something, differentiating himself from Wu Shuai, who was seemingly content with petty favors. If Wu Shuai could acquire such items, then surely, if Wang Ba took action, he could obtain what he desired with ease. As for what to do and how to do it, Wang Ba sat on the floor, leaning against his bed, pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. A few hours later, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon opening it, he found an anonymous email. Cursing under his breath, he almost dismissed it, but caught sight of a line. The inside story of Ji Bei's sponsorship. Wang Ba scoffed, muttering that he had no interest in whether Ji Bei was being sponsored or by whom. Despite his dismissive thoughts, his fingers obediently clicked the link. To his surprise, it was not a spam advertisement or a malicious link. It was an actual video regarding Ji Bei's sponsorship. Wang Ba's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Struggling to suppress his excitement, he concentrated intently. From the video, he learned that the alleged ugly girl rumored to be sponsoring Ji Bei was actually a coffee shop employee, and she was nowhere near as unattractive as described on Sucheng Yizhong's forum. However, the latter half of the video proved to be far more explosive, featuring the owner of DL Bar attending a banquet abroad. In the video, a man raises his wine glass amidst a gathering of elegantly dressed individuals, engaging in jovial banter. Adorning his wrist is a watch of exquisite craftsmanship from a prestigious luxury brand, a piece so exclusive that mere wealth cannot procure it. Even borrowing it is an unattainable dream for Wang Ba. The mere thought of donning such a timepiece is beyond his wildest aspirations. In the upper right corner of the video, a clock hangs in the banquet hall, displaying the date and time of that fateful day when they were humiliated by Ji Bei at the DL Bar. On that day, the owner of the DL Bar was not even in the country, and crucially, the proprietor was a man. The woman claiming to be the owner was an imposter. The humiliation Wang Ba endured that day ignited a fierce desire for vengeance against Ji Bei and that woman. He could only wonder what lengths Ji Bei went to in order to entice her into spending such a fortune to stage this charade for him. Now, whether the woman from the DL Bar was a mere coffee shop employee had become irrelevant. If she were not a barista, she was merely a mistress indulged by the DL Bar's owner. Despite his fervor, Wang Ba was not foolish enough to take an anonymous video at face value. He bore in mind the possibility that it could be a trap set by Ji Bei. Although his instincts leaned toward the former scenario, he took it upon himself to conduct some research online. The DL Bar's owner rarely made public appearances. Yet fortune favored Wang Ba when he stumbled upon a photograph of the man representing the DL Bar at a mall opening 3 years prior. The image was somewhat blurred, but it was unmistakably the same individual. Ecstatic, Wang Ba's imagination ran wild with visions of Ji Bei's downfall and the consequences that would follow. However, These fantasies did little to quell his seething hatred. He resolved to meticulously devise a plan, seizing every opportunity to ensure Ji Bei faced the most catastrophic of downfalls, preferably one from which he would never recover. Soon enough, Wang Ba took decisive action. He unearthed a collection of spare phones tucked away in a drawer, charged them, and downloaded various live-streaming applications, registering accounts with uniform avatars and usernames identifying him as a financially disadvantaged student from Sioux City No. 1 High School. He initiated multiple live streams, steering the conversation toward Ji Bei, Sioux City No. 1 High School, and calls for Ji Bei's expulsion, all trending topics that naturally attracted attention. Within 10 minutes of broadcasting, the peak audience surged to over 8,000, with the lowest hovering around a few hundred. Collectively, the viewership across all platforms approached 20,000. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Ba turned to the camera, recounting his misfortunes. Yes, I am a student from Sioux City No. 1 High School, and Ji Bei is my classmate. He exerts his power at school without remorse. We harbor animosity towards him, but what can we do? His connections are formidable. Anyone daring not to address him as Brother Ji finds it impossible to navigate the class. There is a student who endured relentless bullying from him and ultimately transferred. Wang Ba painted a grim picture of the situation, detailing how Ji Bei monopolized the quota for financially disadvantaged students, making it impossible for anyone else to access it. He lacks for nothing, using his allowances for clothes, shoes, and phones while classmates who can barely afford meals watch and envy. My circumstances are slightly better. I can manage to purchase some vegetarian dishes in the cafeteria. As Wang Ba continued his lament, the audience grew increasingly engaged, thrusting Ji Bei into the epicenter of public scrutiny. The live chat overflowed with vitriol directed at Ji Bei, igniting a frenzy across various platforms as viewers clamored for the story behind the scandal. Wang Ba adeptly recognized the audience's desire for more details. He recounted a fabricated account of past bullying, merely swapping the names of the aggressors and victims, creating a narrative so believable that it left little room for doubt. A significant majority accepted his claims, showering him with virtual gifts that animated the screen, nearly overwhelming Wang Ba with elation. Only a handful questioned the authenticity of his surroundings, suggesting they did not align with the life of a purportedly underprivileged student. However, these skeptics were swiftly blocked, leaving no impact on the prevailing narrative. Following Wang Ba's live stream, Ji Bei's name soared to the top of trending searches, inundated with derogatory comments. It was uncertain whether a new group had been created or if Ji Bei's previous engagement in a chat had sparked this reaction. Amidst the uproar, Ji Bei remained unfazed, engrossed in his studies, unaffected by the chaos. During a brief pause in his exam, he noticed several WeChat messages from Zhao Qingning. The first read, Ji Bei, I am Zhao Qingning. Chapter 65 unfolds with Ji Bei rejecting Zhao Qingning's offer of assistance. Uncertain of her intentions, Zhao Qingning waited for a response. Ji Bei noticed a 10-minute gap between her messages. I possess something that can assist you. Following this, another message arrived 5 minutes later. You need not fear. I do not intend to use this against you. If you apologize and acknowledge your past mistakes, promising to treat me as you did before, I will share this with you. After a few more minutes, another message arrived. I assure you, what I have can aid you. Be mature, Ji Bei. Do not act out of spite. The online criticism is overwhelming, and I understand you must be feeling disheartened. Yet, it is crucial to remain composed during such times. If you do not trust me, I can send you a sample of what I possess. She attached an image, revealing a chat log between Wang Ba and Zhao Qingning. Such evidence was only capable of swaying a fraction of public opinion, barely influencing the overarching narrative, yet Zhao Qingning treated it as invaluable. Ji Bei contemplated blocking her outright, but reconsidered, given that this was Wang Rong's account and they would still share a classroom. Instead, he muted notifications, replying with a simple no thanks before returning to his studies. On the other end, Zhao Qingning was taken aback. She had approached Ji Bei, claiming to have evidence, and yet he showed no interest in apologizing or even in the evidence itself. Had he truly lost his mind under the weight of public scorn? Frustrated, she began to bombard him with messages. Ji Bei, please calm down. Do not act on impulse. There is still room to counter the narrative. Do not let it all fall apart. Wang Ba is cunning, and you must obtain concrete evidence to clear your name. Do not worry about how this evidence may affect me. Just say it was stolen from me. You still care for me, Ji Bei. Otherwise, why would you be concerned? After sending numerous messages without a reply, Wang Rong fumed. This Ji Bei is utterly ungrateful. How can he pretend not to see this? Qingning, I believe it would be best to disregard him. Let him face the consequences of his actions. He deserves the scorn he receives. Zhao Qingning shook her head, gripping Wang Rong's sleeve tightly. Is it possible that Ji Bei fears that the evidence will implicate me, preferring to bear the scorn himself rather than accept the proof I provided? Wang Rong felt a bit perplexed, unable to follow Zhao Qingning's train of thought. Unfazed by Wang Rong's reaction, Zhao Qingning became increasingly convinced of her rationale. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he dismiss even the opportunity to prove his innocence? Wang Rong. Later, Zhao Qingning sent numerous messages from Wang Rong's phone, yet Ji Bei remained unresponsive, which did not incite Zhao Qingning's anger. Initially, she sent one message and waited a while before sending another, but soon the messages turned into a continuous stream, culminating in a lengthy essay. Yet Ji Bei still did not reply. Ji Bei did not return home until nearly dusk. Dinner was shared with Yang Jinjin and Wu Shuai, as Ji Bei's friend was present, and the meal was treated by Yang Jinjin, featuring Japanese cuisine. During the meal, Ji Bei distinctly observed that Yang Jinjin was not savoring her food. After sending Wu Shuai off in a car, Ji Bei discreetly inquired of Yang Jinjin, "Are you still hungry?" Yang Jinjin's eyes brightened. "How did you know?" Ji Bei smiled, gently ruffling Yang Jinjin's hair. "When you eat something you love, your eyes sparkle, but they lack that glow while we were having Japanese food." Yang Jinjin blushed and chuckled. Ji Bei pointed toward the southeast, where a food street lay 600 or 700 meters away, asking, "Shall we go?" Yang Jinjin's eyes sparkled even further, "Of course. I still want to buy you grilled squid." Upon returning to the Ji residence, Ji Bei headed straight to his room. The family was dining, and with Ji Qiu absent, Ji Nanchuan appeared somewhat unusual, especially with a pair of resentful eyes that seemed to wish to devour Ji Bei whole. Ji Bei paid him no mind. To truly devour someone whole, one must possess not only a heart full of grudges but also the capability to do so. "Halt!" Ji Zhongshi's expression was one of displeasure. "You return and refuse to eat. One might think my Ji family mistreats you." Ji Bei ambled about, nonchalantly pausing, and replied, "Huh? Dinner? I've had my fill of the northwestern winds outside and have no need for a meal." Yizvongskias Enger intensified. Recently, Ji Nanchuan had mentioned to him that Ji Bei seldom dined at home, ostensibly suggesting that Ji Zhongshi should invite Ji Bei to eat more often. Yet, the more Ji Zhongshi was told, the angrier he became. "You wretched child, how dare you speak to your father like that?" Ji Bei opened his mouth to speak the truth. Ji Zhongshi was so enraged that he slammed down his chopsticks and was about to strike Ji Bei. In the past, Ji Nanchuan would have pretended to intervene when Ji Zhongshi was about to hit Ji Bei, but now he dared not. Ji Qiu had been acting strangely toward him lately, and he had to tread carefully. "Father, please do not be angry. My brother did not mean it. He surely has dined out already." Ji Nanchuan's words caused Ji Zhongshi to notice the specks of chili powder on Ji Bei's clothing. It was a tiny mark, barely noticeable, yet Ji Nanchuan had spotted it. Ji Nanchuan murmured, "I like to buy stationery, and my brother enjoys purchasing food. All of it is funded by father's allowance, and we both spend it wisely." Ji Zhongshi suddenly realized something. He had hardly ever given Ji Bei pocket money. Where did Ji Bei find a means to eat outside? Had he perhaps pilfered from the family? Just as he was about to question Ji Bei, Ji Qiu entered abruptly, her face cold, radiating anger, particularly in her glacial gaze directed at Ji Nanchuan. "Ji Nanchuan, I never realized before how skilled you are at sowing discord." Throughout the day, Ji Nanchuan had been on edge. Ji Qiu had been absent during dinner, and by inciting Ji Zhongshi to berate Ji Bei, Ji Nanchuan felt an urgent need to assert his position within the family. He never anticipated Ji Qiu would arrive, and she appeared none too pleased. Ji Nanchuan forced a stiff smile. "Third sister, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Chapter 66. Ji Qiu uncovered the perpetrator behind the harm done to the little white cat. "Do you not comprehend? The last flicker of hope Ji Chio had for Ji Nanchuan extinguished. Before coming, she had contemplated whether she might soften her heart and forgive Ji Nanchuan if he apologized, if he cried and promised to never repeat his mistakes. Yet, it was evident that Ji Nanchuan showed no signs of remorse. He was even attempting to sow discord between Ji Bei and the family. In the past, she had never realized Ji Nanchuan was capable of such behavior. Ye Nanchuan, I will ask you once more, did you lose the little white cat? Ji Nanchuan remained silent, gazing at Ji Chio with pitiful eyes. University student Ji Dong was home for summer vacation, keeping watch to prevent Ji Chio from bullying Ji Bei. Indeed, within just one day, Ji Chio had come to accuse Ji Nanchuan. Third sister, why are you behaving so strangely? Is your little white cat not lying in a hospital right now? Ji Chio paid no attention to anyone else, her eyes fixed intently on Ji Nanchuan, searching for a flaw in his expression. Unfortunately, Ji Nanchuan's cunning was deeper than Ji Chio had anticipated. Even now, he remained unfazed. I spoke of the last time the little white cat went missing. Did you lose it? Ji Dong appeared utterly bewildered. Hadn't Ji Bei been the one responsible for the little white cat going missing last time? Wasn't it Ji Nanchuan who helped retrieve it? How could Ji Chio not only fail to appreciate Ji Nanchuan's assistance, but also turn against him? Ji Chio ignored Ji Dong. Her gaze remained fixed on Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, I want to hear your explanation. Ji Nanchuan sidestepped behind Song Yaji, third sister. I truly do not understand what you're saying. Last time, I was the one who found the little white cat. Why are you accusing me now? Did my brother instigate you to do this? Ji Chio was nearly amused by her own frustration. Who was truly turning the tables? Kumin. Since Ji Nanchuan was being obstinate, she would not grant him any leniency. As her voice fell, a demure middle-aged woman entered. The moment she stepped in, Ji Nanchuan's face turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his fists at his sides, striving to maintain a facade of calm. Third sister, who is this person? Ji Chio chuckled lightly, glancing at the submissive woman. I truly did not mean it. At that time, I thought it was merely a cat, not a precious breed. Losing it would not cost much. Moreover, Master Ji provided me with such a substantial sum of money. Even if I worked as a nanny for 3 years, I would not earn as much. Ji Chio turned her gaze to Ji Nanchuan. What do you have to say now? Ji Nanchuan looked toward Ji Zhongshi, Song Yaji, and Ji Dong, all of whom were equally perplexed by the situation, following Ji Chio's words to look at Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan protested, Third sister, it must be he who is framing me. I truly do not know what is happening. Ji Chio regarded him with cold eyes. Ji Nanchuan's voice trembled slightly. I genuinely do not comprehend the situation, nor do I understand why you would trust an outsider's words over your own brother's. Those words pierced Ji Chio's heart like a thorn. She murmured, why trust an outsider's words rather than believe your own brother? Yes, he is my flesh and blood. She could not help but glance at Ji Bei. Ji Beishun casually pulled up a chair and sat down, exuding an air of indifference throughout the ordeal. In the past, Ji Chio would merely feel anger. She was enraged at Ji Bei for his heartlessness. After all, they were both members of the Ji family. So why did he show no concern for their familial matters? Now, however, her heart ached. She felt a deep sorrow for Ji Bei, pondering how many disappointments he had endured to become so estranged from the Ji family. Everyone in the Ji family, including herself, seemed to trust the outsider, Ji Nanchuan, rather than him, who shared a blood bond with them. In that moment, Ji Chio felt a surge of frustration. This frustration stemmed not only from Xiao Bai, but also from Ji Bei. She was determined to expose Ji Nanchuan's ugly facade in front of the entire Ji family. Very well, Ji Nanchuan, you claim I am slandering you, do you? Ji Nanchuan still clung to the hope of reconciling with Ji Chio, saying, Third sister, I know you would never misrepresent the truth. You are my third sister. Stop. Ji Chio interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Food may be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be spoken carelessly. By blood relation, I am Ji Dong's third sister, Ji Zhao's third sister, and Ji Bei's third sister. Yet I am certainly not your third sister, Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan's body jolted in disbelief as he gazed at Ji Chio, tears streaming down his cheeks. Third sister. Ji Zhongshi cast a disapproving look at Ji Qiu. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems you've read too many novels and are still lost in their stories. Typically, Ji Zhongshi would not chastise Ji Qiu, for this daughter brought him glory. However, Ji Qiu's words had evidently surpassed Ji Zhongshi's threshold of tolerance. Ji Qiu shot a glance at Ji Zhongshi. Wait until you see what Ji Nanchuan has done before you speak. With that, she opened her phone and pulled up the footage from the day Xiao Bai went missing. Ji Nanchuan was clever. He had already deleted that segment of the surveillance footage. Yet, being still young and somewhat less capable, the deleted recordings could easily be restored with the help of a professional. The screen of Ji Qiu's phone displayed Ji Nanchuan's actions with pristine clarity. Animals possess a remarkable ability to sense human sentiments. Xiao Bai had long realized Ji Nanchuan's disdain for her. Thus, she never approached him voluntarily. Even when resting nearby, she would flee at his mere approach. It was only when Ji Nanchuan called Xiao Bai's name that she hesitantly approached him, initially in disbelief. After cautiously observing him, she tentatively walked closer. Upon reaching Ji Nanchuan, she was petted several times, which heightened her excitement as she rubbed her head and body against his hand and leg. Mewing in a submissive manner, Ji Qiu noted how Xiao Bai's tail swept against Ji Nanchuan's leg, a clear indication of the kitten's joy. However, Ji Nanchuan, like a devil cloaked in sheep's clothing, suddenly changed his demeanor as Xiao Bai let down her guard. He seized her with both hands and slammed her against the ground, eliciting a harrowing cry from the poor creature. Unsatisfied, Ji Nanchuan then stomped on Xiao Bai with his booted foot several times. Once the kitten was utterly incapacitated, he grasped her by the scruff of her neck and carelessly tossed her to his servant, instructing them to dispose of the poor cat. After inflicting harm upon the kitten, Ji Nanchuan meticulously washed his hands, using soap multiple times as if he had touched something abhorrent. Ironically, the most repugnant thing of all was himself. The most heart-wrenching moment for Ji Qiu was when Ji Nanchuan, freshly washed and unaware of her knowledge, encountered her and began chatting amiably, even playfully pleading with her to purchase the latest limited edition shoes. Yi Qiu, smiling, acquiesced today, though she had watched the footage numerous times. Each viewing still plunged her heart into anguish. The seemingly angelic Ji Nanchuan concealed a far more terrifying nature than that of a devil. Ji Qiu could scarcely fathom the extent of Ji Nanchuan's misdeeds hidden from her and the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan, with evidence as irrefutable as this. What further defense do you have? Chapter 67. A commotion over a beast. Ji Nanchuan's face turned as pale as a sheet. His mind was a blank, feeling as if he were gasping for air, dizzy from the overwhelming pressure. It was only upon Ji Qiu's sharp reminder that he managed to regain his composure. His first instinct was to protest his innocence, exclaiming, "Third sister, it wasn't me. You must be mistaken." Ji Qiu was taken aback. Even with the surveillance footage presented, Ji Nanchuan remained unwilling to admit his guilt. Then explain how the footage came to be this way. I don't know how it turned out like that. I had nothing to do with it. How could I possibly understand these things, third sister? His eyes were reddened and brimming with tears, projecting a pitiable image. That isn't me in the footage. I have no recollection of it. I didn't do it. Song Yaji was the first to defend Ji Nanchuan. Indeed, Qiu. How could Nanchuan do such a thing? Perhaps the surveillance you found is faulty? Ji Qiu furrowed her brows. Are you suggesting I orchestrated a forgery to slander Ji Nanchuan? Ji Nanchuan furtively glanced at Ji Bei, as if contemplating something, yet ultimately remained silent. If he chose silence, Ji Dong would speak. She scoffed, "Third sister, you would never forge surveillance to malign Nanchuan. However, is it not possible that someone is exploiting you, leveraging your affection for Nanchuan to harm him? That remains to be seen." The implication was unmistakably directed at Ji Bei. Throughout the entire exchange, Ji Bei pretended not to hear, continuing to relish the unfolding drama. After all, as long as it didn't concern him, he found it amusing. This statement instantly incensed Ji Qiu. I had someone restore this footage. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Ji Nanchuan, do you dare deny that you were responsible for Xiao Bai's previous disappearance? Do you dare assert that you did not harm her this time? Once Xiao Bai is discharged, I will take her and move out. With a butcher like you in the Ji family, I genuinely fear that one day she may meet her end at your hands. Ji Qiu had firmly resolved this. No matter how splendid the Ji family home may be, for Xiao Bai, it was a veritable hell, for it housed a demon. Since you are biting like a rabid dog, let us proceed with an examination. The wounds on your hands have yet to heal, correct? A simple test will reveal if they were inflicted by Xiao Bai. Ji Nanchuan instinctively concealed his injuries behind his back. He wept profusely, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Third sister, please don't treat me this way." Ji Qiu was thoroughly disgusted by him. "Spare me your theatrics. I am not your third sister." Ji Nanchuan's body trembled violently, and had it not been for the support of the table, he might have collapsed. Song Yaji felt a pang of pity. "Yikviu, apologize to Nanchuan. How can you call yourself a sister?" The others remained silent. But Ji Qiu could sense their shared sentiment. "Apologize? Yikviu left bitterly. You want the victim to apologize to the perpetrator? What absurd notion. Father, mother. Fourth sister, Ji Nanchuan is no good person. He is not as kind as he appears. You have all been deceived by him. Enough." Ji Zhongshi's expression darkened. "This matter ends here. Do not bring it up again. Anyone who dares to mention it will be expelled from the Ji family." Ji Qiu felt an overwhelming frustration welling within her. She turned her gaze towards Ji Bei. Ji Bei's expression had remained unchanged from the very beginning until now, as if he had long since acclimated to the mannerisms of the Ji family. Ji Qiu felt a pang of heartache. It was Ji Nanchuan who should be cast out of the Ji family, for he was never truly one of them. How foolish we are, to guard against our own kin while cherishing a stranger as if they were a treasure. Ji Zhongshi, in a fit of rage, slapped Ji Qiu across the face. Silence. Ji Qiu, clutching her face in shock, couldn't fathom it. "You struck me? You would dare to hit me for the sake of an outsider?" Ji Qiu looked at Ji Zhongshi in disbelief, slowly realizing that this was not the first time he had struck his own child for the sake of a stranger. In the past, Ji Zhongshi had often berated Ji Bei for Ji Nanchuan's sake, but this was the first time she had been subjected to such treatment. After striking Ji Qiu, Ji Zhongshi felt a flicker of panic. This daughter was capable of bringing honor to the Ji family. However, in mere seconds, he came to terms with the reality. The honor Ji Qiu could bring was ultimately limited, unlike Ji Nanchuan, who excelled academically and had now entered the entertainment industry, destined to bring glory to the Ji family. In this regard, how could Ji Qiu possibly compare? Furthermore, Ji Qiu, being a woman, would eventually marry. How could she be held in the same regard as Ji Zhongshi's son? Ji Qiu gazed at Ji Zhongshi, her face filled with disappointment. How could one who could be so cruel to a mere kitten truly expect filial piety in return? What a delusion! Song Yaji's expression turned icy. She had always been gentle, and Ji Qiu had never witnessed her lose her temper, let alone with her own flesh and blood. This time, however, her gaze toward Ji Qiu was frigid. "Ji Qiu, you are making a mountain out of a molehill." She reached out to pat Ji Nanchuan's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Regardless of whether the surveillance was authentic or whether Ji Nanchuan was truly responsible, Xiao Bai was ultimately just a small creature. How could you speak to your family in such a manner over a mere animal? What has become of your upbringing? It was utterly shocking, entirely absurd. Ji Qiu stood there with her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Ji Nanchuan, displaying remarkable understanding, gently tugged at Song Yaji's hand. "Mom, I'm Fine. Third sister is just overly anxious." He continued, "As long as Dad, Mom, and my sisters love Chuan, I can endure any grievance." With a surge of courage, Ji Nanchuan took 2 steps forward to apologize to Ji Qiu. "I'm sorry, third sister. Even if I did it, please don't be angry, okay? As long as third sister isn't upset, Chuan can bear anything." Ji Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had become the unreasonable one? Upon seeing this, Song Yaji immediately stepped forward, pulling Ji Nanchuan behind her. "Ji Qiu, Nanchuan has apologized. What more do you want? Do you wish to push him into a corner for the sake of a creature?" The term creature bore a double meaning, seemingly referring to Xiao, but yet also hinting at Ji Bei. Creature? Ji Qiu stared at Song Yaji in shock, unable to comprehend that such words would escape her lips, nor that the one she considered family, Xiaobai, was regarded as merely a small creature by the Ji family. Mom, Xiaobai is my friend, my family. Not some small creature. Once spoken, Song Yaji saw no reason to retract her words. Family? Very well, go on with your small creature. And never again refer to me as your mother. Chapter 68. Yizu Bei Forgiveness. Having witnessed enough of the drama, Ji Bei retreated to his room. Ji Qiu followed closely behind. Upon reaching the door, Ji Bei halted, clearly disinclined to allow her entry. Yikviu undeteret. Took a deep breath to steady her overly agitated emotions before apologizing to Ji Bei. I'm sorry, Yi Bei. Today, I acted thoughtlessly, and you were drawn into it. Ji Qiu did not intend to dwell on Song Yaji's caustic remark. Ji Bei responded candidly. It's of no consequence. I have grown accustomed to it. A sharp pain pierced Ji Qiu's heart as she recalled how the Ji family had treated Ji Bei in the past. The anguish felt as if a knife were twisting within her, causing her heart to ache in waves. Indeed, compared to the injustices Ji Bei had endured, a snide rebuke was hardly significant. Ji Qiu stepped back, bowing deeply to Ji Bei. Yapologize, Yi Bei. I misunderstood you regarding Xiaobai's disappearance. And again this time, I am truly sorry. Her apology was sincere. Before gaining fame, she was known as the third miss of the Ji family. After her rise to prominence, she became the renowned Chioda. When had she ever lowered herself in such a manner? Ji Bei sidestepped her gesture, his expression remaining impassive. It's of no matter. This was not merely a statement of anger. It was the truth. Yi Bei felt indifferent. To him, every member of the Ji family was inconsequential. Ji Qiu's heart ached profoundly. She understood Ji Bei's unwillingness to forgive. Ji Bei, I have arranged a room for you upstairs. You should move to the second floor. That room is better. After a moment's thought, Ji Qiu added, it was prepared this morning, not just now. Noticing Ji Bei's lack of movement, Ji Qiu's tone turned pleading. Whether or not you choose to stay is entirely up to you, but could you at least come up and see if you like it? Ji Bei was reluctant to look, even less so to move. I've always lived here and have grown accustomed to it. There is nothing wrong with it. Ji Qiu felt as if her heart were shattering. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a few drops clinging to her lashes, falling like celestial tears to the earth. Regrettably, Ji Bei did not even cast a glance her way. Ji Qiu's voice trembled. Is there truly no room left for reconciliation? Ji Bei understood hier in Query. In contrast to Ji Qiu's emotional turmoil, Ji Bei remained expressionless. In the past, I was unfamiliar with the Ji family. Now that we share the same roof for a time, let it be considered a form of fate. Afterward, we shall revert to how things once were. To revert to how things once were meant to be strangers. Ji Bei had indeed resolved to treat the Ji family as mere acquaintances henceforth. No wonder Ji Bei remained unfazed by anything the Ji family did. It turned out he had long since relinquished hope. It was laughable. She had thought Ji Bei merely sought a different approach to garner their attention. Truly, they had been deluding themselves. Ji Qiu's mind drifted back to the time when Ji Bei first arrived at the Ji family, timid and cautious, afraid of displeasing them. What did the Ji family say about him? They called him insincere, petty, heavy-hearted, and self-deprecating, eager to ingratiate himself. Ji Bei had endured it all, stubbornly trying to be kind to the Ji family. Unbeknownst to him, he had offered them countless opportunities, all squandered by the Ji family's unwillingness to cherish them. Ji Qiu's tears flowed more fiercely, cascading down her cheeks, soaking her clothing, her eyes red and swollen. As she wept, her voice faltered. Yi Bei, please grant me another chance to make amends. I promise to treat you well. You are my dear brother. Ji Qiu reached out to grasp Ji Bei's shirt, but fearing it might irritate him, she ultimately withdrew her hand. Ji Bei feigned ignorance of Ji Qiu's actions, his heart as calm as still water. In his previous life, his pleas and efforts far surpassed Ji Qiu's by countless degrees, yet she had never spared him a glance. How laughable it was. The things he yearned for in his past life were now effortlessly within his grasp. No, I require nothing now. Ji Qiu was about to voice her thoughts but was interrupted by Song Yaji's commanding tone. She was instructing others to move items. These were the very things she had prepared for Ji-bei. The furniture, bedding sets, wardrobe, clothing, shoes, a guitar, small recording equipment, sheet music, and various books, all meticulously arranged by Ji-chio in Ji-bei's room, were now being discarded like refuse. Ji-chio let out a piercing scream. "What on earth are you doing?" Tears streamed down her face, reddening her eyes, yet Song Yaji showed no concern. Her voice remained gentle, but her words were merciless. "Is it wrong to tidy up the piano room that's in utter disarray?" Ji-chio attempted to stop those discarding her belongings, but the sheer number of them thwarted her efforts. Frustration surged as she glared at Song Yaji. "You must command them to halt. These are my possessions." Song Yaji continued to watch the live stream, casting a sidelong glance at Ji-chio, a faint trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. She masked it well. But Yibe noticed. Doubts crept into his mind. Why did Song Yaji harbor such aversion towards Ji-chio? It seemed she was indifferent to all 5 sisters of the Ji family, save for Ji Nanchuan. It was not a case of male preference. For Ji-bei had never seen anyone who favored sons over daughters neglect their own child in favor of another. Unable to unravel the confusion, Ji-bei chose to dismiss it. After all, it was a matter concerning the Ji family and had no bearing on him. "Song Yaji, your belongings? If memory serves me right, this room belongs to Nanchuan, does it not?" Ji-chio replied, "It is indeed Nanchuan's piano room, but he has never used it. The piano has gathered dust. Besides, I am merely relocating the piano downstairs, not discarding it." Ji-chio's face twisted in anger, casting Song Yaji as an ethereal being untouched by earthly concerns. Her tone was flat. "That is Nanchuan's room, and even if he no longer desires it, no one else shall take it." Ji-chio was nearly rendered speechless by Song Yaji's obstinacy. "Mother, is this truly the mother I once knew? How can you behave like this? It's true you've cared for Nanchuan for many years, and I understand your feelings towards him. But Ji-bei is your biological son. Have you forgotten?" The mention of Ji-bei made Song Yaji's expression darken abruptly. It was no longer the superficial anger from before. Rather than being angry, she appeared to take pleasure in Ji-chio's distress. This time, Song Yaji was genuinely furious. "Ji-chio, you seem to have lost your senses." With that, she turned away, her waist twisting like a serpent, dismissing Ji-chio entirely. Ji-chio's tears fell like pearls scattered from a broken string. She murmured, "Lost my senses? In the past, I truly was blind, mistaking outsiders for family, failing to see those who deserve my kindness. From this moment forth, I shall never be so again." Ji-chio turned back, finding Ji-bei still standing in place. She hesitated, wiping her tears. "I'm sorry. I never anticipated it would come to this. Rest assured, within 2 days, I will resolve everything, and you can move in within 3 at most." Ji-bei was genuinely indifferent. He would not be residing in the Ji household for long, regardless. "No need. Even if everything is arranged, I will not be moving in." With that, Ji-bei turned and entered the room, leaving Ji-chio standing alone at the door. She bore no resentment towards Ji-bei's coldness. Reflecting on her past actions and how the Ji family had treated Ji-bei, she recognized that his anger was justified. She, as an elder sister, had been foolish, inflicting countless wounds upon Ji-bei. If she were in his position, she too could not simply forgive due to a fleeting apology. Ji-chio took a deep breath, wiping away her tears. She would strive to atone, to earn Ji-bei's forgiveness, believing that one day he would embrace her once more as his sister. The following morning, Ji-bei awoke, clad in a tank top and slippers, his hair tousled from sleep as he made his way to the bathroom. With a toothpaste-laden toothbrush clenched between his teeth, he was evidently still groggy. Yet, as he passed through the living room, he was jolted awake. Ji Zhongshi and Ji Nanchuan were already dressed and seated on the sofa, looking quite presentable, muttering a curse under his breath. Ji-bei had no intention of engaging with them, and proceeded to the bathroom, only for Ji Nanchuan to speak first. Yi-bei, Bao said, "Yi zvumke." Noticing Ji-bei's casual demeanor, felt irritation rising within him, yet he suppressed it remembering the matter he wished to discuss with Ji Bei. Ji Bei lifted his eyelids, but remained silent, waiting for Ji Zhongshi to continue. Jealousy flickered in Ji Nanchuan's eyes as he recalled the words of Sun Yulu and that burly dance instructor, who had claimed Ji Bei's appearance far surpassed his own, stating that even without singing talent, Ji Bei would be favored for signing. Ji Nanchuan pressed his lips together, relieved that fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to gain an upper hand in many matters. In this life, Ji Bei was destined to lose. Ji Zhongshi raised his chin, adopting a condescending air as he addressed Ji Bei. "Today, I have an important task for you." At this, Ji Bei feigned ignorance, clearly waiting for Ji Zhongshi to elaborate. However, Ji Bei didn't even hesitate. He flatly refused. "Not going. I have plans today." Ji Zhongshi's expression soured immediately. What could you possibly have to do? He was so frustrated that he could have slapped himself. Ji Bei appeared languid, a mere shadow of life in Ji Zhongshi's eyes. "As a student, my foremost duty is, of course, to study." Ji Zhongshi scoffed dismissively. "With your abysmal grades, what difference would it make if you studied?" Ji Bei heiset an ayabol. It was disheartening to be labeled a failure by a family of scholars. He cared little for the opinions of the Ji family. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. Fearing that Ji Bei might become upset, Ji Zhongshi hastily tugged at his sleeve, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. "Dad, please don't be angry. Isn't there's something important to discuss with my brother?" This matter nearly slipped Ji Zhongshi's mind. He cast Ji Nanchuan a look that conveyed a sense of pride in his son's understanding, before turning to Ji Bei. 20 years ago, the Ji family arranged a betrothal with the Jiang family, and it has long been assumed that this engagement was meant for Nanchuan, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Mengrui is also quite fond of him. As he spoke, Ji Zhongshi scrutinized Ji Bei's expression, but regrettably, there was none to observe, particularly in recent years. The Jiang family had flourished remarkably. Currently, the Ji family could hardly aspire to their stature. For many years, both families had tacitly accepted that Nanchuan would become the son-in-law of the Jiang family. However, Nanchuan, being a kind-hearted soul, could not bear the thought of marrying a woman from a humble background and living a life of mundane struggles, so he selflessly relinquished this union to Ji Bei. While Ji Zhongshi spoke, Ji Nanchuan paid close attention to Ji Bei's slightest reaction. The flicker of surprise in Ji Bei's eyes alleviated Ji Nanchuan's worries, and a sense of superiority washed over him. He eagerly anticipated the prospect of Ji Bei and Jiang Mengrui together, yearning for their first meeting. Ji Nanchuan recalled how he had been tormented by that woman during their initial encounter in his previous life. Noting Ji Bei's lack of significant reaction, Ji Zhongshi suppressed his rising frustration and continued, "Today, you will meet with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. It's an opportunity for the two young people to become acquainted." Finally, Ji Bei exhibited some interest. He inquired, "The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, could it be Jiang Mengrui?" Ji Zhongshi expressed mild surprise. "You know of Jiang Mengrui?" Indeed, Ji Bei was all too familiar with her. Jiang Mengrui was one of the few women he admired in his past life. He recalled how, after the Jiang family's downfall, she had become the mistress of a man, turning into a subject of ridicule within high society, as former friends delighted in her misfortune. Yet, Jiang Mengrui adeptly used her situation to ascend the social ladder, ultimately gathering evidence to imprison the man who had once supported her. Ji Bei later learned that this man had played a significant role in the Jiang family's bankruptcy. At such a young age, she exhibited remarkable intellect and tenacity, navigating a world dominated by men of her father's generation and reaping the rewards. She was ruthless yet undeniably capable. While Ji Bei held no romantic interest in her, he was genuinely intrigued to meet her. Fina Yi Bei conceded. Both Ji Nanchuan and Ji Zhongshi felt a wave of relief, especially Ji Nanchuan. However, despite Ji Bei's agreement, the sentiment lacked the gratitude Ji Nanchuan had envisioned. Ji Bei's indifferent response suggested that this meeting held little significance for him, as if it were no different whether he met Jiang Mengrui or a beggar on the street. Ji Nanchuan wore an innocent expression as he addressed Ji Bei. "Brother, there is only one Jiang family in Sioux City. Jiang Mengrui is their only daughter. The entire Jiang family will belong to her in the future. Implicitly, he was suggesting that Ji Bei should be grateful for the opportunity to connect with the Jiang family. Yet, Ji Bei merely responded with a perfunctory "oh," as if the meeting bore no weight in his eyes. Ji Nanchuan felt a pang of frustration, his nails digging into his palm as he battled feelings of resentment. I've heard Jiang Mengrui has a difficult temperament. As a man, you should be more accommodating. Difficult temperament? I've heard quite the opposite, Ji Nanchuan chuckled. Before you came to the Ji family, these wealthy young ladies were merely figures of hearsay for you. It's only natural that you're unfamiliar with them. In a rare moment, Ji Bei nodded in agreement without retorting. Before Ji Nanchuan could feel any relief, Ji Bei's next words nearly sent him into a fit of rage. When I meet Jiang Mengrui, I'll be sure to ask her if it's true that Ji Nanchuan says she has a bad temper. Ji Nanchuan's expression shifted dramatically. Brother, you. He was certain Ji Bei was being deliberately provocative. Anger surged within him, causing his chest to heave as he wished he could tear Ji Bei apart. While it was true that the Jiang family might eventually face ruin, they were currently at the height of their power. Crossing them would bring no benefit to the Ji family, and certainly not to Ji Nanchuan himself. Ji Bei, however, seemed unfazed by the consequences. What about Ji Nanchuan's reputation in the Ji family? Ji Nanchuan thought, the prospect of tears welling in his eyes. Brother, you know I didn't mean it that way. Ji Zhongshi, growing increasingly impatient with Ji Bei, spoke more bluntly. This union is a gesture of compassion from Nanchuan. Meant for you. Do not be ungrateful. Nanchuan quickly interjected, attempting to soothe his voice. Dad, please don't say that about my brother. As long as he finds happiness, I can endure some grievances. Ji Zhongshi's dissatisfaction with Ji Bei only deepened. If you feel no gratitude in your heart, then you need not attend today's meeting. Contrary to Ji Zhongshi's expectations for a plea, Ji Bei responded decisively. All right, I want to go. I'll just spend the day studying at the library. You. Ji Zhongshi was momentarily at a loss for words. As Ji Bei's retort had rendered his earlier threats ineffective, like striking a fist against cotton. Yi Bei remained instead. While Ji Zhongshi felt as though he would suffocate from his own frustration, Ji Nanchuan's reaction was even more pronounced than Ji Zhongshi's. After all, he was the one eager to bring Ji Bei and Jiang Mengrui together. Ji Zhongshi's earlier words had been spoken in anger. No matter what, Ji Bei was still his son, and Ji Zhongshi would certainly consider his feelings. Ji Bei found the entire situation amusing. When had Ji Nanchuan ever truly considered his own interests? Ji Nanchuan continued to plead, Brother, Dad only wants what's best for you. Even if not for Dad. For your own sake, you should meet Jiang Mengrui. Ji Bei's smile was tinged with sarcasm. I don't recall you showing such concern for me before. Ji Nanchuan's tears flowed freely, like a tap that had been turned on. Brother, please don't say that. Ji Zhongshi felt a pang of sympathy for Ji Nanchuan, sensing that Ji Bei's remaining patience was wearing thin. Will you go or not? His tone brooked no argument, as if Ji Bei dared to refuse. Ji Zhongshi's hand would swiftly find its way to Ji Bei's face. Yes, of course I'll go. He realized that to get to know Jiang Mengrui would require some effort, and a fabricated opportunity could never compare to a natural encounter under the pretext of the Ji and Jiang family union. After agreeing, Ji Bei sauntered off to brush his teeth. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, casting a significant glance at Ji Nanchuan. You better think this through. If I go, don't regret it. The seriousness in Ji Bei's expression momentarily gave Ji Nanchuan the impression that Ji Bei was privy to everything. Watching Ji Bei's retreating figure, Ji Nanchuan dismissed the thought, reasoning that if Ji Bei truly knew everything, he wouldn't be willing to meet Jiang Mengrui. For Ji Nanchuan, Jiang Mengrui was akin to a demon. While she possessed a certain beauty, her temperament, character, and demeanor were more masculine than most men. Ji Nanchuan vividly recalled their first meeting in his previous life, a memory that still stirred feelings of anger within him. As Ji Bei's silhouette vanished down the corridor, Ji Zhongshi's countenance turned grave, prompting him to speak softly. Do you truly believe you can win over Yang Jinjin? Were it not for the formidable allure of Yang Jinjin, Ji Zhongshu would never have considered bestowing such an advantageous union with the Jiang family upon Ji Bei. Ji Nanchuan, brimming with confidence, replied, "Father, you must have faith in me." Ji Zhongshu, of course, held unwavering trust in his younger son, who had exhibited remarkable intelligence since childhood. Yet, while Nanchuan, you are destined to achieve great success in the entertainment industry, how can you ensure that you can indeed capture Yang Jinjin's heart? Ji Nanchuan remained unfazed. Father, romance is not akin to a publicity stunt. It does not hinge upon status. In his previous life, Ji Nanchuan had inadvertently learned a crucial detail. Yang Jinjin had preserved her purity in the industry not out of disinterest in men, but rather because she had only ever held feelings for one man, the very individual who had saved her life during her childhood. For all these years, Yang Jinjin had been waiting for that man. Ji Nanchuan had encountered similar narratives in novels and was familiar with such tropes. When Yang Jinjin debuted, a saying had circulated widely: "No one can refuse Yang Jinjin." This sentiment included that man who had rescued her. The absence of any reports suggesting they were together indicated that Yang Jinjin had yet to find him. After so much time, it was entirely possible she had long forgotten his appearance. Ji Nanchuan believed that if he seized the opportunity to reveal to Yang Jinjin that he was the man who saved her, she would undoubtedly fall into his embrace. With this thought in mind, Ji Nanchuan confidently assured Ji Zhongshu, "Rest assured, Father, I possess certain secrets about Yang Jinjin. Once I am in the industry and have the opportunity to interact with her, I will surely win her over. In due time, Yang Jinjin's company will become my own." To further delight Ji Zhongshu, Ji Nanchuan added, "My company will naturally be your company as well, Father." Upon hearing his son's assurances, Ji Zhongshu's face brightened with joy. "Excellent, excellent. Nanchuan truly is my good son." Ji Nanchuan responded obediently. "Well then, Father, I shall tidy up and prepare for my physical training class." Ji Zhongshu generously permitted him, saying, "Son, go ahead. If you require funds, do not hesitate to ask. I will wholeheartedly support you." Ji Nanchuan began contemplating the performance class taught by teacher Bingbing. If the physical training class was so invigorating, he wondered what delightful surprises awaited him in the performance class. However, he was astute enough not to broach the subject of money with Ji Zhongshu at that moment. If he did, the likelihood of Ji Zhongshu casually offering financial support would significantly diminish. Ji Nanchuan was not foolish. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment to discuss his need for funds for the performance class. He did have the money, but asking Ji Zhongshu for it in front of Ji Bei would certainly bring him greater satisfaction. After freshening up and returning to his room, Ji Bei intended to inform Yang Jinjin that he would likely be unable to visit the library that morning, nor was he certain if he could go in the afternoon. To his surprise, he discovered that he and Yang Jinjin were in sync. A message from Yang Jinjin had appeared on WeChat just moments earlier. "Brotier Yi Bei, I have to sign a contract today, so I won't be able to accompany you to the library. I'm so sorry, moi." 3. A smile crept onto Ji Bei's lips as he replied, 3. Chapter 71. Ji Nanchuan is confident he can win Yang Jinjin over. Ji Nanchuan was filled with anticipation for the entire day ahead. He eagerly looked forward to attending teacher Bingbing's class and enjoying the benefits she offered. He also awaited Ji Bei's return in the evening to learn how he fared on his date with Jiang Mengrui and what trial she would put him through. The rendezvous between Jiang Mengrui and Ji Bei was set at the foot of the mountain. The Ji family resided at a distance. By the time Ji Bei arrived, Jiang Mengrui had already been waiting. At the foot of the mountain, a girl clad in a short-sleeved athletic top, paired with a white sports skirt and white sneakers, leaned against a tree trunk while on the phone. It was summer, and despite the lush greenery surrounding her, girls passing by carried umbrellas. Yet Jiang Mengrui had taken no sun protection. After prolonged exposure to the sun, her complexion had developed a lovely sun-kissed hue. She engaged in regular physical activity, resulting in a toned physique, and while her weight was not particularly light, she exuded an air of elegance, with no excess flesh to be seen. When exerting herself, subtle muscle definition could be observed. Her legs, long and straight, could be described as perfectly so, showcasing prominent muscle lines that conveyed both beauty and strength. With her hair tied into a ponytail, she appeared neat and spirited. Even her speech was brisk. Dad, I have no desire to meet Ji-bei at all. The moment he returned to the Ji family, he snatched away the alliance with the Jiang family. He must be incredibly scheming. Moreover, I heard Ji-bei grew up in a slum, so he must be unattractive and uneducated, possibly even unhygienic. As she spoke, Jiang Mengrui wrinkled her nose, clearly displaying her disdain for Ji-bei before even meeting him. Jiang Demon, who had always indulged Jiang Mengrui, listened patiently, his tone remaining gentle despite her complaints. Isn't it well known throughout Sioux City that our families have been engaged since childhood? If the Jiang family were to break the engagement, how could we continue to hold our heads high in Sioux City? Who would still believe in the Jiang family's promises? Jiang Mengrui, growing more displeased, retorted. So the Jiang family's reputation is to come at the expense of my happiness? Of course not, Jiang Demon replied, somewhat helpless. He had no firm intention of forcing a match between Ji-bei and his daughter. The childhood engagement held little significance to him. If the engagement were to be dissolved, the Jiang family could easily withstand the ensuing public opinion. However, the thought of Jiang Mengrui's current boyfriend made him feel a headache. He was merely hoping against hope that perhaps Jiang Mengrui might take a liking to Ji-bei. Jiang Demon reassured her, just meet Ji-bei, spend some time together. If it doesn't work out later, I can always say it was due to your incompatible personalities. Are you sure? Jiang Mengrui asked, half convinced. Jiang Demon himself was not entirely certain, but one thing he was sure of was that, regardless of the outcome, his daughter's happiness was paramount. Jiang Mengrui let out a haughty hum. Now that sounds better. After hanging up, she waited a few minutes before Ji-bei finally arrived. 5 minutes later than their agreed time. To be fair, Ji-bei was not entirely at fault. The two Ji family members, particularly Ji Nanchuan, had evidently been trying to delay Ji-bei, dragging out the time to inform him of the meeting place and time with Jiang Mengrui, and the Ji family's car had no intention of ferrying Ji-bei. He had not wasted a moment and still arrived late. Jiang Mengrui, already in a foul mood, grew even more irritated. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration at Ji-bei, she caught sight of his attire. Clad in a sporty short-sleeved top, athletic shorts, and black sneakers, wearing a black cap, he radiated a youthful, sun-kissed charm. Particularly, the sight of his exposed calves, adorned with soft fuzziness, gave the impression he was wearing thermal leggings. To Jiang Mengrui, Ji-bei appeared as a walking embodiment of vitality. His appearance and ensemble swept away the remnants of her annoyance caused by his tardiness. In this society, the vast majority of individuals merely traverse mountains for show, taking the cable car to the summit to admire the scenery, snap photographs, and then return by the same means, all the while claiming to have conquered the mountain. Jiang Mengrui held a strong disdain for such superficiality. Ji-bei, with his attire, clearly intended to embark on a genuine ascent, regardless of her spirited disposition. She possessed the poise befitting the daughter of the Jiang family. Upon encountering Ji-bei, Jiang Mengrui smiled warmly and extended her hand, greeting him politely. Hello, I am Jiang Mengrui. Ji-bei responded dit a composite de mano velo Ji-bei. As Jiang Mengrui grasped Ji-bei's hand, a frown creased her brow. He was far too thin. In stark contrast to her boyfriend, who spent his days immersed in the gym, Ji-bei's frail appearance suggested a lack of regular exercise. The only possible reason for his presence on this mountain, despite such evident frailty, was that he had deliberately inquired about her preferences and dressed accordingly. This thought caused Jiang Mengrui's expression to cool considerably. It was said that Ji-bei was a person of deep contemplation. While it was only human nature to harbor some annoyance, she found herself less than displeased. The Jiang family represented an excellent match for Ji Nanchuan, let alone Ji-bei. Thus, one must seize any opportunity that arose. Nonetheless, despite her understanding, Jiang Mengrui could not entirely suppress her displeasure. Ji-bei, oblivious to Jiang Mengrui's fluctuating emotions, remarked, Mr. Ji seems to be rather inexperienced in mountain climbing, doesn't he? Ji-bei nodded in affirmation, acknowledging, indeed. I have little experience in climbing. Prior to joining the Ji family, he was engaged in a dual life of studying and working, laboring tirelessly to earn enough to cover his tuition and living expenses, leaving him neither the time nor the funds for leisure. After becoming part of the Ji family, aside from studying and working, He found himself wholly devoted to the family, rendering mountain climbing a luxury beyond his reach. Jiang Menghui silently scoffed at his honesty. There is a Taoist temple atop this mountain. I have heard that a certain Zhang Taoist possesses remarkable fortune-telling skills. Shall we ascend to seek his counsel? She inquired. Miss Jiang is quite fond of mountain climbing, I presume? Assuming his question was a flattering remark, Jiang Mengrui's irritation deepened, and she replied nonchalantly, Yes, I climb mountains frequently. Jibei nodded. Very well, I propose a contest to see who can reach the summit first. And until we do, let us refrain from speaking. Jiang Mengrui was puzzled. Why the silence? Jibei earnestly explained, almost convincing himself. There is a saying, heartfelt sincerity yields results. If we chat idly along the way, our hearts will not be in it. And how could the outcome be genuine? Jiang Mengrui, though skeptical, found herself momentarily questioning whether Jibei was merely trying to avoid conversation with her. Yet, his smiling countenance suggested otherwise. Of course, Jibei added a touch of provocation. If Miss Jiang fears losing to me, you are entirely welcome to concede. After all, competition relies on mutual consent. Who was Jiang Mengrui? When told she could not succeed, she was determined to demonstrate her prowess, as she was exceptionally capable. Chapter 72. Lightly. Misfortune may ensue. Gravely, it could lead to ruin. Let the competition commence. Initially reluctant, Jiang Mengrui readily accepted the challenge. Once we reach the top, we shall consult Zhang Taoist about our destinies. A pairing such as ours is clearly devoid of romantic prospects. Jibei, too, made his stance clear. As for destiny, it is evident that we have none. However, I have no inclination towards fortune-telling. With that, Jibei unceremoniously set off, quickly gaining a considerable lead over Jiang Mengrui, who stomped her foot in frustration. This was not a mere sulking gesture. She was genuinely angry, kicking up a small cloud of dust. She felt a pang of regret for the dust that marred her pristine white shoes. When she looked up, Jibei had already distanced himself significantly. Jiang Mengrui found herself momentarily dazed. Yet, observing Jibei's pace, she felt reassured. Climbing a mountain is a prolonged endeavor, just as in a marathon. An initial burst of speed may seem advantageous, but endurance is key, and one's energy will soon dwindle. Jibei's slender frame clearly suggested a lack of regular training. She anticipated that he would soon tire, panting and struggling. As she contemplated this, Jiang Mengrui became determined. However, she did not match Jibei's speed. Instead, she adjusted her pace according to her own stamina to ensure she would not exhaust herself too soon. After a while, Jibei paused. Seeing him stop filled Jiang Mengrui with excitement. Surely, he had overexerted himself at the outset and was now fatigued. She awaited the opportunity to mock him. Yet, before she could reach Jibei, he resumed his pace, maintaining the same speed as before. Jiang Mengrui was taken aback. Had he rested? She did not question him further and pressed on. Moments later, Jibei halted again. Jiang Mengrui thought, this time, he must surely be feeling tired. However, as she approached him, ready to surpass him, Jibei advanced once more. Jiang Mengrui was baffled. This pattern repeated several times, leading her to a belated realization. Jibei was intentionally waiting for her. Could it be that someone found her climbing pace insufficient? As a seasoned athlete, who regularly trained in the gym and had scaled numerous renowned peaks, she never imagined that one day she would be deemed slow. Realizing this, Jiang Mengrui quickened her pace. Jibei maintained his previous speed, indifferent to whether she surpassed him. However, once she did overtake him, Jibei no longer paused, further confirming that his earlier stops were to wait for her. In less than half an hour, Jiang Mengrui lamentably discovered that she was beginning to pant, her speed unconsciously diminishing. She recognized that her rhythm had been influenced by Jibei. As he passed her once more, Jibei did not simply glide past, but allowed her the option to pause and rest if needed. Others might concede defeat, but Jiang Mengrui would not. Taking deep breaths, she endeavored to regain control over her erratic breathing, gritting her teeth in determination. I can do this. There is no way I cannot. Jibei remained silent, continuing his ascent. Before long, Jiang Mengrui found herself genuinely fatigued. Sweat streamed down her face. Her meticulously styled hair became disheveled, strands sticking to her forehead, and beads of perspiration dotted her skin. The graceful lines of her legs, visible beneath her white athletic skirt, began to tremble slightly. Rather than collapse onto the ground for respite, Jiang Mengray was resolutely holding on. She felt as though her legs were laden with lead. Each step forward a battle of will. Ji Bei, too, slowed his pace, walking at an equal distance from her, neither too close nor too far. Jiang Mengray felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that Ji Bei was also struggling? Yet, when she glanced up at his face, disappointment washed over her. Ji Bei's complexion remained unflushed, his breathing steady, and his steps light. Apart from a few droplets of sweat, he showed no signs of fatigue. His deliberate slow pace was clearly meant to match hers. As they continued, Ji Bei seemed to synchronize his rhythm with Jiang Mengrui's. If she quickened her pace, so did he. If she slowed down, he followed suit, maintaining a consistent distance between them. When exhaustion became unbearable, Jiang Mengruo paused to catch her breath, and Ji Bei stood silently before her, offering no words. Initially feeling awkward, Jiang Mengruo soon grew accustomed to his presence. On their first rest, Ji Bei refrained from taking the opportunity to draw closer or to mock her. This significantly improved Jiang Mengruo's impression of him. In fact, she began contemplating ways to assist Ji Bei upon their return, hoping to elevate his standing within the Ji family as a form of gratitude for his kindness today. As they approached the final step, it was Jiang Mengruo who ascended first. The moment she reached the top, she plopped down onto the ground, her ample bosom rising and falling with her breath, beads of perspiration glistening on her collarbone, her damp clothes clinging to her skin. Even when a beauty sweats, she remains fragrant. Ji Bei climbed the last step right behind her. Aside from a slight sheen of sweat, he appeared no different from when they were at the foot of the mountain. The outcome of their ascent was unmistakable. Once at the summit, Ji Bei did not engage in conversation with Jiang Mengruo, but instead turned away. Exhausted, she was too weary to concern herself with his departure. Shortly thereafter, a bottle of cool mineral water, adorned with droplets of condensation, appeared before her. Looking up, she found Ji Bei holding it, one bottle already opened and sipped from, while the other was clearly intended for her. She accepted the water with a grateful thank you. Ji Bei merely nodded, oblivious to the fact that his standing in Jiang Mengruo's eyes had significantly risen. In her previous life, the first encounter between Ji Nanchuan and Jiang Mengruo also took place at the foot of this mountain. Ji Nanchuan had made a concerted effort to present himself well, donning a casual suit, a bow tie, and polished leather shoes, all while reeking of cologne, looking quite dapper. Although perplexed as to why Jiang Mengruo had chosen such a location, he had never contemplated climbing the mountain. After all, he had been coddled his entire life and had never shared a vehicle with anyone, let alone hiked. Upon hearing of the climb, his face fell. He wished to refuse, but, considering the Jiang family's influence, he forced himself to proceed. Under the blazing sun, the heat seeped into his scalp, and before long, he had shed his meticulously arranged suit, holding it in his hand, and eventually discarded it altogether due to exhaustion. After traversing barely a tenth of the way, he appeared as if he had just emerged from a bath, drenched in sweat, the mingling sense of perspiration and cologne decidedly unappealing. Ji Nanchuan endured it. Yet Jiang Mengruo offered him no kindness, even deriding him as she sped ahead, leaving him in her dust. By the time she reached the summit, Jiang Mengruo had already been waiting for a while, and she didn't even grant him a moment to catch his breath. Instead, she conspired with a local priest, who informed her that she and Ji Nanchuan were ill-fated. If they were to force a union, calamity would befall both families. Enraged, Ji Nanchuan stormed off. Chapter 73. Jiang Mengruo's boyfriend, who values money as worthless. Exhausted from the climb, he found himself scorned by this woman. Ji Nanchuan arrived at the summit far too late. When he sought to descend, the cable car station had already closed, leaving him utterly alone, unable to utilize his resources. He was worn out, famished, and his feet ached. As he descended the stairs, he nearly lost his footing and tumbled down the mountain. Jiang Mengruo's indifference was compounded by her taunts. Never before had Ji Nanchuan, spoiled by the Ji family, endured such humiliation. He immediately engaged in a heated argument with Jiang Mengrui, who was fiery and loud, hurling insults that included boiled chicken and worthless little brat, causing Ji Nanchuan's face to flush in anger as he struggled to contend with her. By the time Ji Nanchuan returned home, it was well past midnight, dragging with him a sense of fatigue and the stench of sweat that made his feet feel foreign. Upon removing his shoes, he discovered blisters on both feet, incensed at Jiang Mengrui, whom he called insane. If not for the desire to let Ji Bei experience similar hardships, he would not have encouraged Ji Bei to meet Jiang Mengrui, even knowing the Jiang family might face ruin in the future. Having consumed half the bottle of water, Jiang Mengrui felt revitalized. She smiled at Ji Bei, who sat on a nearby rock at a comfortable distance. His actions only endeared him further to her. She admitted to having previously held biases against him. "I'm sorry," she said, her forthright nature shining through. Flustered, Ji Bei took a moment to process her apology. Sipping his water before replying, "It's nothing compared to the pain inflicted by the Ji family." Jiang Mengrui's past prejudice hardly registered with Ji Bei. Seeing Ji Bei's sincerity encouraged Jiang Mengrui to be more open. "I have a boyfriend." Ji Bei, unfazed, already knew about her relationship for his past life, even possessing more knowledge about her boyfriend than Jiang Mengrui herself. He replied, but this time it was Jiang Mengrui who appeared surprised. "You're not the least bit shocked?" Ji Bei took another sip of water, explaining, "Our meeting was arranged by our parents. There's no genuine chemistry between us." Jiang Mengrui nodded in agreement. Ji Bei seemed to possess no other virtues beyond being handsome, physically capable, and gentlemanly. Had she been single, she might have been swayed, but at present, she was committed. Ji Bei did not notice the fleeting moment of distraction in Jiang Mengrui's gaze. He continued, "Since we've already met, it fulfills our parents' wishes. Whether we become friends or remain acquaintances is irrelevant to the status of our relationship." They reached a mutual understanding, and Jiang Mengrui felt elated. "So, do you find me agreeable?" Bei nodded Yore Alif. He withheld a crucial truth, that his fondness for Jiang Mengrui was largely influenced by memories from his previous life. Had this been their first meeting, he might have found her rather unappealing, particularly given the sweltering heat of their hike. Oblivious toyi, bastrogs. Jiang Mengrui appeared radiant under the sun, her wheat-colored skin glowing, her smile brightening the atmosphere. She beamed at Ji Bei, devoid of any romantic intent. Her smile as warm as sunshine. "When I get engaged to my boyfriend, should I invite you?" Ji Bei responded with a thoughtful then, as if struck by a sudden idea, inquisitively asked, "What kind of person is your boyfriend?" "Why do you ask?" Jiang Mengrui inquired. Ji Bei's curiosity was partially piqued by the question of what kind of man could captivate her so thoroughly. Jiang Mengrui laughed. "And the primary reason?" "The main reason is to understand your boyfriend's character. After all, I still carry the title of your matchmaking partner. I would want to show up at your engagement and have him think I'm crashing the party." Jiang Mengrui's laughter filled the air. "You wouldn't stand a chance against him." Mentioning her boyfriend brought an unmistakable pride to Jiang Mengrui's face. "He works out regularly and is incredibly strong." Ji Bei responded, "So, working out is the key to winning your heart." "Of course not," she retorted. Jiang Mengrui radiated happiness. Not only was he remarkably skilled, but his personality was also quite unique. He possessed an independent mindset, treating money with utter disdain, a stark contrast to someone like me, who was steeped in the odor of copper coins. When it came to discussing her boyfriend, Jiang Mengrui seemed to open a floodgate of conversation. Without any prompting from Ji Bei, she effortlessly spilled her thoughts as if pouring out beans. While I, along with the entire Jiang family, revolved around the mundane pursuit of money, he was orbiting around dreams, living for aspirations. I found him to be exceptionally intriguing, and I genuinely admired him. For a fleeting moment, Ji Bei, whose social skills had been honed to perfection in a previous life, found himself at a loss for words in response to Jiang Mengrui's enthusiasm. At this point, she was still imbued with youthful wisdom and pride, not yet having evolved into the meticulous Jiang Mengrui of her past life. In this brief pause, Jiang Mengrui remained oblivious to the silence. Curious about someone who dedicated themselves to dreams, Jibei inquired about what such a person spent their days doing. Competing, of course. Jiang Mengray replied matter-of-factly, detailing her boyfriend's participation in numerous boxing competitions across the nation. Jibei acknowledged this with a simple O. From his understanding, the expenses incurred in a single competition were substantial. Transportation, accommodation, meals, registration fees, professional boxing gloves, and sportswear all contributed to a hefty financial burden. Most of these costs had no upper limit. No matter how much one spent, there were always more expensive options waiting. When considering the need to participate in numerous competitions, the total expenses amounted to a significant sum. Sponsorships offered some relief, but for those without, even winning a championship yielded minimal financial reward. Typically, many boxers would take on coaching roles to supplement their income. Yet, Jiang Mengrui's boyfriend had been described as someone who viewed money with contempt. Who covers these competition expenses? Yi Bei Bondered. Surely someone with such a disdain for money must struggle financially. That would be me, Jiang Mengrui answered, her tone almost nonchalant. My skills are lacking, and my natural talent is insufficient. If I couldn't provide support in this regard, why would he still want to be with me? Her words left Ji Bei in a contemplative silence. Well, that is quite a conundrum, he mused. However, observing Jiang Mengrui's reaction further solidified his belief that the Jiang family's financial ruin was closely tied to her boyfriend, who maintained a facade of disdain for money while benefiting from her resources. If he hadn't acted so recklessly, Jiang Mengrui, with her current infatuation, would not have publicly denounced him as a scoundrel and a fraud during the family's downfall, vowing never to forgive him. Chapter 74. They say my life will be filled with official blessings. After gleaning some understanding of the situation, Ji Bei deftly shifted the conversation. They discussed various topics, and Jiang Mengrui unexpectedly discovered that Ji Bei was not only handsome and physically fit, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor that often left her in fits of laughter, alleviating the fatigue of their mountain hike. If it weren't for her boyfriend, she believed she would be immensely satisfied with this match. Shall we visit Zhang Daochong for a fortune-telling? Ji Bei asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is fortune-telling really a thing? Jiang Mengrui replied with a confused him, not fully grasping Ji Bei's implication. I thought you meant fortune-telling as a ploy to get me to hike. Ji Bei chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Mengrui felt a bit embarrassed. At the foot of the mountain, she had harbored little hope that Ji Bei would successfully make it to the top. Her intention had been to humiliate him. Yet in reality, Ji Bei had demonstrated through his abilities that Jiang Mengrui lacked the power to embarrass him, and he had been a perfect gentleman, refraining from retaliating. In terms of both skill and character, he was unimpeachable. There really is a Taoist temple, and I hear that Zhang Daochong's predictions are quite accurate, she said. Ji Bei declined. I have little interest in matters of fate. Jiang Mengrui recalled her earlier statement about seeking fortune-telling to hear Zhang Daochong himself declare that their destinies were not intertwined. At that moment, she had no inkling that in the near future, she would come to regret such a decision, lamenting why she and Ji Bei were fated to be apart. Ultimately seeking Zhang Daochong's advice on how to unite two souls destined to remain separate. Even if you're not interested in matters of fate, we could still inquire about other things, Ji Bei pondered. After all, since they were already there, it wouldn't hurt to explore and broaden their horizons. So they proceeded. Zhang Daochong's appearance diverged from the stereotypical image of a Taoist priest. He was not the slender, ethereal figure one might expect, but rather a slightly stout man with neatly groomed hair styled in a traditional Taoist topknot. His cheeks were plump and rosy, and his eyes sparkled with clarity and kindness. It was hard to believe he was already 78 years old. After their introduction, Jiang Mengrui was the first to have her fortune read. After providing her birth date and time, Zhang Daochong scribbled something on paper with a black pen to begin his calculations. Ji Bei felt a flicker of curiosity. The current Taoist priest was indeed quite different from his preconceived notions. He had expected them to use traditional brushes for writing. In less than a minute, Zhang Daochong had discerned the general outline of Jiang Mengrui's fate. He began with the past, saying, "You were born into affluence. Your parents shared a strong bond. And as their only daughter, you received all their affection. This has, to some extent, fostered your spoiled and headstrong demeanor, leaving you unacquainted with the world's harsh realities, resulting in your current naivety. Jiang Wengrui nodded in agreement. Zhang Daochang's assessment resonated with her. She had been coddled by her parents, and even now, her mother often expressed concern about her simplistic nature and what the future might hold. Having spoken of your past, let us now address what lies ahead, Zhang Daochang continued. You will inevitably encounter a series of tumultuous romantic entanglements that you cannot escape. If you manage to endure them, you will ascend to greater heights, with a future beyond measure. However, should you falter, the consequences could be severe. Regardless, your later years will ultimately be filled with joy. No matter the trials faced, you will eventually rise again. Jiang Wengrui pondered the implications of Zhang Daochang's words. And what of my current boyfriend? She asked. Zhang Daochang shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. It's all fate. With Jiang Mengrui's reading concluded, it was now Ji Bei's turn. From a moment Ji Bei entered, Zhang Daochang had cast several glances in his direction. Having encountered many individuals, he had developed an intuitive understanding of people's personalities and fates. Yet when Ji Bei arrived, he found himself unable to read him at all. On the surface, this young man seemed to embody an unfortunate destiny. Someone who had enjoyed a few years of good fortune only to meet an early demise. However, beneath that exterior, there seemed to be something else concealed. The deeper layers eluded Zhang Daochang's perception entirely. As Ji Bei provided his birth details, Zhang Daochang's expression shifted dramatically even before he began his calculations. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the pen, causing it to slip from his fingers and leave a long mark across the paper. Kistartled Yi, who remained relatively composed, while Jiang Mengre was taken aback by Zhang Daochang's unusual reaction, sparking her curiosity and momentarily casting aside her concerns about her own tumultuous romantic future. What's going on? What makes his fate so special? She wondered. Zhang Daochang's demeanor turned grave as he addressed Jiang Mengre, saying, "You need to leave." Taken aback by this abrupt request, Jiang Mengre momentarily failed to comprehend. Why? She asked. During her own reading, Ji Bei had been present the entire time without any such request for him to exit. What had changed now that it was Ji Bei's turn? As Zhang Daochang silently calculated Ji Bei's fate, his excitement grew, and the tone in which he spoke to Jiang Mengre became increasingly grave. You must leave. The fate of this young man is extraordinarily unique, and it is beyond the rights of an ordinary person to divine. Even after years of cultivation, I can only grasp a fragment of its essence. The gravity of his words made Jiang Mengre tense up. What would happen if I were to listen? Zhang Daochang candidly replied, there would be severe repercussions. Jiang Mengre was momentarily taken aback, but promptly complied and stepped outside. After a considerable wait, Ji Bei finally emerged. Eagerly, Jiang Mengre approached him, curiosity bubbling over as she inquired, "What did Zhang Daochang say to you?" "He said that in this lifetime, I shall enjoy a prosperous career, that wealth will be drawn to me as I am to it, that I will find success in all my endeavors, and effortlessly win the affections of a beautiful partner." Jiang Mengre burst into laughter. What a daydream! Ji Bei maintained a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is broad daylight now. I shall wait until nightfall to dream a grand dream. Jiang Mengre chuckled even more. Go ahead, dream away. Anything can happen in dreams. Their playful banter continued, though Jiang Mengre understood that Ji Bei was reluctant to share more. Respecting his silence, she refrained from pressing him further. After a lengthy climb, both felt a pang of hunger and, eschewing any fussiness, they happily relished a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles at the temple. While eating, Ji Bei recalled Zhang Daochang's words. After much calculation and contemplation, Ji Bei had braced himself for an extensive lecture, only to be met with a singular phrase. The past is shrouded in darkness and should not be pursued. The path ahead is radiant and bright. How typical of that old man. He was no recluse, clearly familiar with such clichés. Chapter 75. Ji Bei faced ridicule from Jiang Mengrue's boyfriend for his lack of wealth. After their meal, Ji Bei and Jiang Mengre took the cable car down the mountain. At the base, Jiang Mengrue's boyfriend awaited them, driving a Maserati that seemed ill-suited to his demeanor. Clad only in a tank top, he showcased his muscular physique, bronze skin glistening in the sunlight, likely oiled for effect. He struck a pose he deemed impressive, basking in the attention of passing young women, unaware that their gazes were directed at the car behind him. As Jiang Mengrue appeared, he quickly strode over. Mengrue, Jiang Mengrue, like a delicate bird, nestled into his embrace. Ahon, tightening his hold on her, the man cast a triumphant glance at Ji Bei. Yi Bei felt somewhat spiffless. Jiang Mengrue stepped back from him, a hint of shyness gracing her features as she smiled at Ji Bei. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Tian Han, a highly skilled professional boxer. This is my blind date, whom I came to meet at my father's request. We have no chemistry, and he knows I have a boyfriend, so Ahon, don't get jealous. Ji Bei smirked slightly, extending his hand first to Tian Han. Hello, I am Ji Bei. Tian Han raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat arrogant, as he grasped Ji Bei's hand with considerable force. Hello, Tian Han. Typically, first-time handshakes are brief and polite, but Tian Han's grip tightened discreetly. Ji Bei, feeling the pressure, did not withdraw his hand. He lifted his gaze, meeting Tian Han's challenging stare. Unfazed, Ji Bei increased his grip. Tian Han's expression shifted. Despite appearing physically imposing, he realized with astonishment that Ji Bei possessed considerable strength. Had Ji Bei not represented the Ji family, Tian Han might have openly insulted him. To his surprise, the person he looked down upon exhibited such strength. Tian Han, too, secretly exerted more force. Their thoughts diverged entirely. Ji Bei wondered how someone so muscular could lack strength. After all, one who frequents the gym and consumes protein shakes should possess greater power. The amount of force Tian Han exerted seemed negligible compared to his bulk. As the two maintained their handshake, both were secretly competing in strength. Ji Bei's expression remained unchanged, a polite yet distant smile seemingly affixed to his face, concealing the extent of his own strength. In contrast, Tian Han, initially able to manage his facial expressions, soon succumbed to discomfort as Ji Bei's grip intensified, forcing him to grimace in pain before ultimately releasing Ji Bei's hand in defeat. Ji Bei, not one to linger, let go immediately. As Tian Han withdrew his hand, he couldn't help but shake it, cursing inwardly. Where did this little brat get such strength? Though he was internally frustrated, he maintained bravado, leaning closer to Jiang Mengrue with a display of possessiveness. So how was your climb? This mountain is the highest in Sioux City, and many young people struggle to reach the top. However, Mengrue and I often make the trek. Sensing Ji Bei might not understand, Tian Han further clarified. I wonder how Mr. Ji found the descent. Ji Bei replied with measured composure. It was manageable. Tian Han lit, a mischievous glint in his eye as he rubbed his hand, which had just endured Ji Bei's grip against his chin, feigning an inability to suppress laughter. We are not strangers, Mr. Ji. There is no need to put on airs. It is entirely normal to struggle with the descent. Today's youth simply lack stamina. Outside of competitions, I advocate for outdoor activities online, though it has not gained much traction. Tian Han calculated the time Jiang Mengrue had taken to ascend and descend, concluding it had been longer than usual, thus implying that Ji Bei had delayed their descent. Jiang Mengrue, aware of Tian Han's intent, began to signal him with her eyes. He misinterpreted her gestures, thinking she was merely trying to spare Ji Bei's feelings. Ironically, the more she signaled, the more Tian Han felt compelled to provoke Ji Bei. Eventually, Jiang Mengrue could no longer contain herself. Han, why are you asking this? I was the one who climbed slowly and caused a delay. If it weren't for me, Mr. Ji would have finished his trip long ago. Tian Han looked incredulous. Throughout the encounter, Ji Bei had hardly acknowledged him, making Tian Han's relentless provocations appear almost clownish. Farewell for today. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Ji Bei's indifference only deepened Jiang Mengrue's appreciation for him. However, Tian Han was determined not to let Ji Bei off easily. Noticing that when they stood together, the glances from passing young women were directed at Ji Bei, Tian Han felt a surge of irritation. He exaggeratedly asked, Mr. Ji, where is your car? I haven't seen it. Yang Mengri discreetly pinched Tianhan, attempting to smooth over the situation. P.S. Still a minor. Tianhan feigned ignorance of her intent. I know. I meant to ask why the Ji family didn't send someone to pick up Mr. Ji. Jiang Mengrui pinched him again, her face showing signs of annoyance. Today, Tianhan was unusually provocative, bringing up topics that he usually avoided. Last night, I had clearly explained to him the peculiar circumstances surrounding Ji Bei. Although he is indeed the genuine young master of the Ji family, a mix-up at birth led him to wander outside for many years. Even now, after returning to his roots, he finds himself in an awkward position within the family, overshadowed by a false young master. Had Tianhan forgotten all this? What Jiang Mengri was unaware of was that Tianhan had not forgotten, which emboldened him to brazenly mock Ji Bei. After all, Ji Bei lacked favor. Even if he offended him, the Ji family would not intervene, and Tianhan would face no repercussions. Were Ji Bei to be favored within the family, Tianhan would undoubtedly adopt a different demeanor, striving to curry favor with Ji Bei and seeking to gain advantages from him. Yang Mengri attempted to méditer for Ji Bei, and he took note of her efforts. He was not perturbed by Tianhan's jibes, responding with an air of composure, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Tianhan's words, and answered him with honesty regarding his situation. The Ji family will not buy me a car, nor will they provide me with a chauffeur. I'm still a student, and prioritizing my studies is paramount. It is no disgrace for a student to be unable to afford a car. I shall earn money to buy one when I grow up. Pausing for emphasis, Ji Bei added, I am the sort of person who prefers to be self-sufficient in achieving my desires. Chapter 76. Jiang Mengrui's frustration with her boyfriend. These words seemed to strike at the very core of Tianhan, igniting an immediate fury within him. Yet, with Jiang Mengrui present, he refrained from uttering anything excessively harsh. His face flushed with anger as he retorted with a curt good, very good, before returning to the car. Disregarding Jiang Mengrui altogether, she quickly apologized to Ji Bei and hurried after him. As she settled into the car, barely buckling her seatbelt, Tianhan suddenly slammed on the accelerator, causing the vehicle to lurch forward with startling force. The sudden surge startled Jiang Mengrui, prompting her to fasten her seatbelt while casting a discontented glance at Tianhan. In public, Jiang Mengrui would uphold Tianhan's dignity, even in the presence of her own father, whom she held in low regard. However, Tianhan's mockery of Ji Bei today filled her with both anger and disappointment. What was that all about, Tianhan? Why mock him? Tianhan, maintaining a sullen demeanor, ignored her. Her frustration grew, her voice rising. Tian, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening? After a moment of suppressing his anger, he reluctantly replied, I heard you. His demeanor only served to exacerbate Jiang Mengrui's irritation. I asked you a question. Tianhan's temper flared as he retorted, Why mock him? You, Jiang Mengrui, are my girlfriend. He is your blind date. What attitude am I supposed to adopt towards him? Jiang Mengrui perceived Tianhan's behavior as unreasonable. We have nothing. At the beginning of our hike, I intended to tease him, but he ended up outpacing me. Once we reached the summit, I informed him that I have a boyfriend and that nothing could happen between us. He was unsurprised as he had no interest in me and even wished us longevity. Tianhan remained disgruntled. That is your blind date. Jiang Mengrui felt that Tianhan was being obstinate, unable to comprehend her perspective. Our families have been betrothed since childhood. Our parents arranged this union, which is beyond our control, and we had to meet. Furthermore, my asking you to pick me up was a statement in itself. Realizing that Jiang Mengrui was genuinely upset, Tianhan understood the need to de-escalate. Softening his tone, he gently took her hand. Mengrui, please don't be angry. My behavior stems from my deep affection for you. The thought of that being your blind date, someone you've been betrothed to since childhood, makes me irrationally jealous. Without me, you two might very well end up in matrimony, and that drives me to madness. Jiang Mengrui's anger began to dissipate as she listened. Tianhan continued, Mengrui, I truly love you, which is why I cannot help but act this way. Even if you were to briefly entertain another man, I would feel envious. I cannot imagine a life without you. You know my nature. I care not for wealth, status, property, or savings. What do any of those matter? If not for my jealousy, would I ever mock another? As her ire faded, Jiang Mengruei solemnly declared, "Let's agree, no more of this behavior in the future." Tian Han's hand, which had been resting atop hers, slowly ascended, but Jiang Mengruei swiftly covered it with her own. His frustration mounting, he attempted to extricate his hand, but she held on tightly, thwarting his efforts. "Stop," she commanded. Tian Han immediately slumped, but soon his agitation resurfaced. "Mengruei, even new couples engage in such things. We've been together for so long, yet you deny me." Jiang Mengruei returned his hand to the steering wheel. "No, I will wait until our wedding night." Frustrated, Tian Han raked his fingers through his hair. Wedding night, when will that ever be? Mengruei, why must you be so traditional? If it's destined to happen, why not sooner rather than later?" Jiang Mengruei countered, "If it's meant to happen eventually, what difference does it make if we wait a little longer?" Tian Han's irritation grew. Each time they broached this topic, they fell into a cyclical argument. "If you're not giving it to me, who will you give it to? The guy just now?" Jiang Mengruei's anger flared anew. "Tian Han, what nonsense are you spouting?" Recognizing that she was genuinely upset, Tian Han fell into a flurry of apologies. Jiang Mengruei loved him dearly. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, she would forgive him for minor transgressions following a simple apology. Engrossed in her happiness, Jiang Mengruei failed to notice Tian Han's peculiar demeanor. After a while, he spoke again. "Meng, there's a competition I wish to enter." Jiang Mengruei had always been supportive of Tian Han's aspirations, never turning down such requests. She did not hesitate. "If there is a competition, then by all means participate. Tian Han, I am confident you will win. Tian Han, you know that I will unconditionally support you, whether it's a grand competition or a minor one." Tian Han adopted a somewhat melancholic expression. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Jiang Mengruei inquired, "What is wrong?" Tian Han appeared slightly embarrassed. "The organizers are rather materialistic, and the fees are exorbitant because I couldn't find suitable sponsors. You know, Mengruei, without sponsors, it's challenging for the organizers to host a competition. Perhaps I should just forego entering." Jiang Mengruei became serious. "How could you not participate? Tian Han, what I admire most about you is your disinterest in material matters. You should pursue your dreams and leave the financial dealings to me." Tian Han was visibly moved. "Mengruei, you are wonderful. Of course. After all, you are my boyfriend." She replied, blushing. "Do you know why I only give you things and not money?" Tian Han feigned nonchalance, but his ears perked up. "Why?" "Because I don't want you to be tainted by the greed for money." In the morning, she had gone on a blind date and hiked a mountain, having only a bowl of vegetarian noodles for lunch. In the afternoon, Ji Bei kept himself busy, taking the bus to the library to tackle some problems. At this stage in his life, a single bowl of vegetarian noodles had not sufficed to fill him, and he hesitated to spend more on another. Eventually, he spent 12 yuan on a self-service meal on the basement floor, finally satiating his empty stomach. Patting his full belly, he ascended the stairs, marveling at the joys of youth. With a robust appetite, it felt as if he could digest even shards of glass. From just after 2 until past 6. When the library closed, Ji Bei diligently immersed himself in his studies, embodying the essence of a time management maestro in the student realm. By the end of the day, Ji Bei felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Attending teacher Bingbing's class had put Nanchuan in high spirits. He had made a point to return home early, inquiring with the servant about Ji Bei's whereabouts, which only elevated his mood further. He settled into the reception area on the first floor with Ji Zhongshi, eager to seize the opportunity to mock Ji Bei upon his return and incite Ji Zhongshi to unleash his ire upon him. The prospect of Ji Zhongshi delivering a well-deserved reprimand or even expelling Ji Bei from the Ji family was nothing short of delightful. In Chapter 77, Ji Nanchuan once again solicited funds from Ji Zhongshi. He showcased his learning achievements from the day, which, while rudimentary, such as basic standing, sitting, and walking, held little intrinsic value, given that both Ji Nanchuan's focus and teacher Bingbing's instruction did not center on physicality. However, Ji Zhongshi remained oblivious, and Ji Nanchuan, with a flair for self-aggrandizement, managed to dazzle Ji Zhongshi into believing that his own talents far surpassed those in the entertainment industry. If Ji Nanchuan were to debut today, he would undoubtedly achieve instant fame and fortune, bringing unbounded glory and wealth to the Ji family in the days to come. Ji Zhongshi's praises were readily accepted by Ji Nanchuan, who feigned modesty while secretly reveling in pride. Our physicality instructor lauds me as a natural talent for the camera, he boasted. Throughout her extensive teaching career, she has seldom encountered someone as suited for the screen as I am. Ji Zhongshi beamed with delight. Seizing the moment, Ji Nanchuan broached the subject of enrolling in a performance class. Father, Sister Lu mentioned that my acting foundation is somewhat lacking. Despite my high potential, I cannot compete with those who have been practicing since childhood, so I may need to enroll in an acting course. Upon hearing of the financial implication, the smile on Ji Zhongshi's face waned slightly. How much? He inquired. 200,000. Ji Nanchuan quickly added, fearing rejection. This sum is for a top-tier acting instructor who has nurtured many renowned stars. Additionally, Sister Lu has enrolled me in a live broadcast variety show, which has a high likelihood of airing. Sister Lu, in her professional opinion, believed the show's innovative design would greatly enhance its chances of success. Ji Zhongshi's hesitance began to wane, replaced by intrigue. Father, consider this. If my first variety show achieves success, my future in stardom will undoubtedly flourish. There was a hint of exaggeration in his words. Sister Yulu had merely registered Ji Nanchuan for the show, with the outcome still uncertain. Whether he would participate or achieve fame remained to be seen. Sister Yulu did not dare guarantee his success, yet Ji Nanchuan boldly assured Ji Zhongshi, relying solely on the fragments of memories from his past life. In his previous incarnation, Ji Bei had signed with Sister Yulu, skyrocketing to fame in that very variety show, subsequently enjoying a smooth path in his career with a plethora of commercial opportunities following. Ji Nanchuan felt he was retracing Ji Bei's footsteps in the past. Thus, he planned to continue along that path, step by step. Securing a spot in the show seemed like a certainty, an inevitable outcome. Ji Nanchuan made grandiose promises to Ji Zhongshi, who was elated. Investing in Ji Nanchuan's physical and acting education was a gamble worth taking. Throughout his life, Ji Zhongshi had made various investments, the results of which were often disappointing, especially given the losses his company had incurred in recent years, a source of great concern for him. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he felt compelled to try again to prove himself. If Ji Nanchuan were to succeed, it would serve as a validation of his investment. With this in mind, Ji Zhongshi retrieved his wallet, producing a card containing 500,000, instructing Ji Nanchuan to pursue any courses he wished without concern for frugality. Father has plenty of money. Ji Nanchuan accepted the card with surprise. Repeatedly expressing his gratitude, Ji Zhongshi cautioned him to take his studies seriously and to remember the Ji family when he achieved fame, emphasizing that they had treated him well, far better than Ji Bei, his biological son. Regardless of Ji Nanchuan's internal thoughts, he dutifully acknowledged each point. After a brief conversation, Ji Nanchuan heard a commotion at the entrance, initially believing it to be Ji Bei returning, only to discover a fatigued Ji Chun. Dressed in a professional ensemble that accentuated her figure, her black high heels exuded maturity and elegance. She appeared utterly exhausted, greeting Ji Zhongshi and Ji Nanchuan before discarding her heels and throwing her bag aside, collapsing onto the sofa. "I'm so tired," she lamented, stretching her legs clad in black stockings, feeling liberated from the constraints of her shoes. Ji Nanchuan approached her dutifully. "Sister, may I give you a massage?" Overwhelmed with fatigue, Ji Chun could barely respond, merely nodding in consent. Ji Nanchuan, silent yet focused, applied pressure, and her expression visibly brightened. After a short while, feeling considerably better, Ji Chun thanked him before sitting up. Ji Zhongshi inquired about the company's affairs. At the mention of business, Ji Chun felt the soothing effects of Ji Nanchuan's massage dissipate. She shook her head despondently. "Not great, to be precise, quite poor." Ji Zhongshi's expression darkened. Had it not been for the increasingly evident decline of the Ji family's company, he wouldn't have been so stingy with the funds for Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, oblivious to these matters, remained silent, attentively listening as he endeavored to absorb key information for future reference. Ji Chun did not notice Ji Nanchuan's attentive demeanor. She pinched the bridge of her nose, explaining that a small project was currently up for bidding, competing against various minor companies. In the past, during the G family's prosperous days, they would not have considered such trivial ventures. With no substantial profit to speak of, bidding on a project of this nature would only serve as a source of ridicule. Yet, desperate times called for desperate measures, and the G family wished to seize any opportunity available, regardless of its insignificance. Although the G family was in decline, they remained a formidable entity compared to those smaller companies, which were inconsequential in scale. I initially believed this project could provide the G family with a much-needed respite, a welcome change from the current atmosphere of uncertainty. However, unexpectedly, the Jiang family has entered the fray. They are a formidable force, and one cannot fathom why they would set their sights on such a meager prize. The Jiang family's unwillingness to relinquish their claim significantly diminished the G family's chances of securing the bid. Ji Chun tightened her grip, yet the tension in her brow remained unresolved. She spoke gravely, acknowledging a hard truth that was difficult to accept. If this project falls through, the Ji family's cash flow could face serious issues in the next quarter. Ji Zhongshi's hand trembled slightly. He understood all too well what a break in a company's cash flow entailed. Ji Nanchuan, perceptive and astute, sensed an opportunity to undermine Ji Bei. Sorry. Father. I'm sorry, sister. Yanan Hun wept quietly. Both Ji Zhongshi and Ji Chun were already on edge, and the sudden sound of crying only heightened their irritation. Yet Ji Nanchuan's tears fell silently, each drop a poignant whisper, evoking not annoyance, but an overwhelming sense of compassion. What is wrong, Nanchuan? Ji Chun and Ji Zhongshi quickly expressed their concern. Ji Nanchuan took a deep breath, blaming himself for his lack of foresight. He thought that by securing the affection of his brother's family, he should offer the marriage alliance with the Jiang family to his brother. Little did he realize the intricate ties between the Ji and Jiang families. Ji Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? The marriage alliance with the Jiang family is to be handed over to Ji Bei? Chapter 78. No wonder the Ji family ended up in bankruptcy. Ji Nanchuan bowed his head in silence, tears streaming down his face. Ji Chun turned her gaze towards Ji Zhongshi, who appeared somewhat guilty under her scrutiny. I never considered if Nanchuan could find someone better. Yi Chuan sighed. I hope Ji Bei can win the favor of the Jiang family's young lady. Ji Nanchuan looked troubled. It's all my fault. I should have only thought about giving the marriage alliance to my brother without considering this aspect. He wiped his tears away. Father, sister, please wait for me. I will go to the Jiang family's young lady right now to apologize. If I sincerely apologize, she will definitely forgive my brother and come like him. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhongshi and Ji Chun suddenly recalled. Jiang Mengray was the pampered young lady of the Jiang family, despite Ji Bei being of Ji lineage. He had lived in the slums for so many years, bearing the scent of lowliness. How could Jiang Mengray possibly take a liking to him? The potential for the Ji and Jiang families to compete over this minor project hinged entirely on whether Ji Bei could win the favor of the Jiang family's young lady. Ji Nanchuan continued to berate himself. It's all my fault. I should have advised my brother more, ensuring he didn't bring shame to the Ji family. After all, he has been in the Ji household for quite some time and hasn't even learned the most basic etiquette. Following Ji Nanchuan's words, Ji Zhongshi reflected on Ji Bei's recent behavior, coming and going at odd hours, failing to greet people. He truly lacked any semblance of courtesy. Enraged, he thought, this little wretch, after staying in the Ji family for so long, he hasn't made any progress. He is useless and indifferent, utterly worthless. What Ji Zhongshi did not realize was that Ji Bei was far from rude. If he were to display his manners, he would surpass every individual in the Ji family. In his previous life, Ji Bei had attended countless gatherings, both grand and humble, domestic and international, and had visited illustrious families. His etiquette adapted to the company he kept, and no one ever claimed that Ji Bei was impolite or lacking in refinement. As for the Ji family, they were simply unworthy of Ji Bei's decorum. Ji Nanchuan feigned consolation while actually fueling the flames. Father, please don't be angry. My brother didn't mean it. All his energy has been devoted to interacting with you, mother, and our sisters. To put it nicely, it was called interaction. To put it bluntly, it was akin to being a sycophant. One of the most irritating points for the G family was Ji-Bei's eagerness to curry favor with them, which they found utterly repulsive. Yichun's fed dismissively silly Nanchuan Yi-Bei swimming being for familia sits. Nanchuan, bewildered, replied, Vuh, as if he hadn't grasped what Ji-Chun meant. Yichuan affectionately ruffled Nanchuan's hair. You're so naive. How could you possibly compete with Ji-Bei? She tacitly agreed with Ji Nanchuan's sentiment. This marriage alliance would be better suited for Ji Nanchuan if he were to meet the Jiang family's young lady. Given his likability, even if he couldn't immediately win her heart, he certainly wouldn't need to apologize on behalf of the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan quickly assured them, first thing tomorrow morning, I will go to the Jiang family to apologize. While Ji Zhongshi and Ji Chun chastised Ji-Bei, they also tacitly agreed to let Ji Nanchuan apologize to the Jiang family. This was the only way to mitigate the Ji family's losses. Perhaps, if the Jiang family was pleased, they might refrain from competing with the Ji family over this minor project. At that moment, Song Yaji, who had been standing in a corner for an unknown duration, stepped forward. Compared to her usual gentleness, her voice now carried an unmistakable firmness. No, I disagree with Nanchuan going to the Jiang family to apologize. This would be too much of a humiliation for him. Ji Zhongshi and Ji Chun were taken aback. The look in Song Yaji's eyes was as if the two were conspiring against Ji Nanchuan. You know well enough the character of the Jiang family's young lady. Sending Nanchuan to apologize is tantamount to humiliation from the Jiang family. Why should he bear the consequences of Ji-Bei's mistakes? Ji Chun was momentarily speechless. Mom, it's just asking Nanchuan to apologize. It wouldn't be a big deal. Her words only intensified Song Yazi's anger. Xiaochun, what are you saying? Do you still consider Nanchuan as your brother? Suddenly accused of such a grave offense, Ji Chun felt uncomfortable and struggled to maintain her composure. Trying to reason with Song Yaji. Mom, I understand this situation might cause Nanchuan distress, but this matter concerns the very survival of the Ji family. As a member of the Ji family, it is Nanchuan's duty to contribute. Song Yaji was in no mood to listen. I don't care about the Ji group. All I know is that I can't allow my son to be wronged. As tensions escalated, Ji Nanchuan hurriedly interjected, Mom, sister, please don't argue over me. Brother Ji-Bei is my brother. Even if he doesn't like me, in my heart, he is still a wonderful brother. I don't have many relatives, so each one is extremely important to me. Ji Nanchuan sniffled, appearing as endearing as possible. For his brother's sake, he was more than willing to endure some humiliation. While outwardly defending Ji-Bei, Ji Nanchuan subtly emphasized the need to apologize to the Jiang family, placing all the blame on Ji-Bei. Unsurprisingly, his words only fueled the anger of the Ji family members further. If Ji-Bei were present, Ji Zhongshi would have been tempted to slap him right then and there. That wretched child. When he returns, I will make sure he pays. As Ji Zhongshi's fury mounted, Ji Nanchuan hastily patted his back, soothing him with seemingly comforting yet incendiary words. By the time Ji-Bei returned home, the Ji family was already seething with anger, all stirred up by Ji Nanchuan. The angrier they became, the more exhilarated Ji Nanchuan felt. He could hardly wait to see the Ji family confront Ji-Bei. Upon his return, Ji-Bei was met with the furious expressions of the Ji family members seated in the living room. He felt a headache coming on. Why was it that every time he returned, the Ji family was always gathered in the living room? Did they have nothing better to do? If they had free time, they should be out negotiating business deals and signing contracts. It was no wonder the Ji family ended up bankrupt. They were simply idling away, living off their dwindling resources while seeking unnecessary troubles. Chapter 79. Can he marry Jiang Mengrui? As soon as Ji-Bei walked in, Ji Zhongshi eagerly inquired, How did your meeting with Jiang Mengrui go today? Ji-Bei replied honestly, it was just fine. Ji Zhongshi's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean just fine? Will you bring Jiang Mengrui home? Ji-Bei punctured his allusions without mercy. Never. Ji Zhongshi's face grew exceptionally gloomy. Did you offend Jiang Mengrui? No. You're lying. Originally, Ji Zhongshi intended to let Ji-Bei off the hook provided that he merely apologized and sought forgiveness from Jiang Mengrui without jeopardizing the family's business. However, he was taken aback when Ji Bei displayed no remorse and, in a gentlemanly manner, resorted to deceit. Did you provoke Jiang Mengrui's business? It seems you wish to bring ruin upon the Ji family. Ji Bei furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Nanchuan, who was cowering behind Ji Zhongshi, pretending to be meek. It was evident that Ji Nanchuan was stirring the pot again. The high school senior resembled a frightened child, flinching dramatically and retreating behind Ji Zhongshi. Song Yaji took a step forward, shielding Ji Nanchuan with her presence. Her gaze towards Ji Bei was akin to that of an adversary. Why are you glaring at Nanchuan while speaking to your father? Ji Nanchuan, hiding behind Song Yaji. Chanbin, I'm fine, Mom. Brother didn't mean it. Witnessing Ji Nanchuan's understanding, Song Yaji felt a pang of sympathy. She turned to gently ruffle Ji Nanchuan's hair, assuring him, "Rest assured, my dear, Mother will never allow anyone to bully you." Ji Bei narrowed his eyes, increasingly perplexed. He sensed a stark contrast between Song Yaji's treatment of Ji Nanchuan and her attitude towards the 5G sisters. To her, it appeared that Ji Nanchuan alone held greater significance than all 5 sisters combined. Both Ji Zhongshi and Ji Bei mistakenly believed Ji Bei was glaring at Ji Nanchuan. Ji Zhongshi, fuming with anger, could no longer contain his displeasure at Ji Bei's recent behavior. After all this time in the Ji family, Ji Bei had shown no signs of improvement, and Ji Zhongshi questioned his future usefulness to the family. "Get out. I want you to leave this instant." Ji Zhongshi pointed towards the family gate. "If you don't obediently apologize to Zhang's family, you shall leave Ji family tonight and never return." Nanchuan, nestled in Song Yaji's embrace, felt a surge of excitement. Could this unexpected turn of events mean Ji Bei would be ousted from the Ji family? If so, everything within the Ji family would belong to him. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Ji Nanchuan trembled slightly in Song Yaji's arms. She immediately sensed his distress. "What is wrong, Nanchuan? Why are you shaking so violently?" Ji Nanchuan's triumphant expression froze, fearing that the Ji family, especially Song Yaji, might notice his unease. In the next moment, he heard Song Yaji soothingly whisper, "It's all right, Nanchuan. Don't be afraid. Mother is here." Ji Nanchuan, encouraged, descended the metaphorical ladder of fear, declaring, "With Mother here, I am unafraid." Observing Ji Nanchuan's frightened demeanor, the Ji family members began to speculate on how Ji Bei had bullied Ji Nanchuan in the past. Ji Chun wore a stern expression. "What father says goes. I have no objections." With Ji Chun's support, Ji Zhongshi felt emboldened, insisting that without Ji Bei winning Jiang Mengrui's forgiveness, he should not return to the Ji family. "Get out of my sight. Go somewhere I can't see you." Yi Bei pondered his ultimatum. Leaving was not out of the question. He spoke the truth. He had considered moving out before the crucial college entrance exams. Residing in the Ji family did not mean he lacked the capability to live independently. Ji Bei was contemplating this seriously, but to the Ji family, especially Ji Zhongshi, it appeared as a threat. "You dare to use leaving home as a threat against me?" Ji Zhongshi, believing himself to be an absolute authority before Ji Bei, retorted, "Fine. If that's your game, I shall grant you your wish. From this moment forth, you shall have no ties to the Ji family." Ji Zhongshi's words were said in anger, yet he made no move to formalize the severance of their relationship with pen and paper. Ji Nanchuan felt a surge of anxiety, biting his lip until it lost all color, desperately suppressing his excitement and the urge to laugh. "Father, brother certainly did not mean to threaten you or challenge your authority as the head of the family. It was a mere oversight. Please forgive him." Ji Nanchuan then turned to Ji Bei. "Brother, do not be angry with father. Do not use leaving the Ji family as a hurtful threat. Just heed my advice and apologize to father, saying you will never again challenge his authority. Father will surely forgive you." Upon hearing Ji Nanchuan's plea, Ji Zhongshi grew even more irate. He waved his hand dismissively. "Nanchuan, do not intervene. Let him go far enough that I cannot see him. I wish to see how long he can endure on his own." A slight smile played on Ji Bei's lips. Ji Zhongshi greatly overestimated the Ji family's significance. Before arriving at the Ji family, Ji Bei had lived with Ji Nanchuan's parents, who had always been aware he was not their biological child and treated him poorly. Having worked odd jobs since he was able, Ji Bei had managed for over a decade. It was unreasonable to assume that after merely a year in the Ji family, he would lose his ability to survive independently. Ji Nanchuan, it seems you are not genuinely concerned for the Ji family's welfare, Ji Bei remarked. Yananghun Stifanet, his voice lacking the confidence he had not realized he possessed. Brother, what do you mean? Exhausted after a long day, Ji Bei leaned against the wall, giving Ji Nanchuan the impression he was merely an audience member watching a performance. Ji Bei, do you truly believe others to be so foolish as not to recognize your blatant attempts at sowing discord? The Ji family, oblivious to Ji Bei's manipulation, were initially taken aback, but soon they grew angrier, especially Ji Zhongshi. He pointed at Ji Bei. Get out. Leave the Ji family now, and do not see Jiang Mengrui again. This alliance is now for Nanchuan. With an annoyed snort, Ji Zhongshi slapped his thigh in frustration. Allowing you to meet Jiang Mengrui today was a mistake. Just then, Ji Chun's phone rang. With little energy, Ji Chun leisurely retrieved her phone. But upon seeing the caller ID, she instantly perked up. She hushed the crowd. It's a call from the Jiang family. Song Yaji scoffed. It's undoubtedly Jiang Mengrui, dissatisfied with Ji Bei, calling to cancel the engagement.